Chapter 3361, Cultivator of Lusheng City. One outside the nameless city, more cultivators came from afar. Such a scene happened all the time, and the cultivators had long been accustomed to it. If one were to find the most lively place within 1,000,000 miles, the nameless city would definitely be at the top. After all, there were things that all cultivators wanted in this place. There was never a lack of wealth and opportunities. The huge number of cultivators caused the area around the nameless city to be extremely crowded. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The cultivators who had arrived earlier occupied the best seats, making the people who came later envious. Some cultivators insisted that only by comprehending under the tree of rules would they have the highest chance of success. Thus, he thought of ways to communicate with the cultivators who arrived earlier in order to exchange for a small area to cultivate. However, there was little chance of success in such a transaction. As long as one occupied the best position, how could they easily give it up? Although the land was precious, no one was allowed to occupy the passage to the nameless city. No cultivators dared to disobey, so the passage was always unimpeded. Walking on this passage, one could take in the scenery of the nameless city. The ascetics on both sides of the road followed the ups and downs of the ground, motionless like statues. Although they were in different forms, their earnestness and devotion were not concealed at all. Just this scene alone was enough to shock the newcomers and make them sigh with emotion. They looked at the towering tree of rules and the resplendent flowers of rules, and their emotions and exclamations became even more intense. In other places, it was almost impossible to see such a magnificent scene. The organizations in the outside world, as long as they had the tree of rules, would guard it very strictly. They were treated as inheritance treasures and were not easily shared with outsiders. The opportunity to gain enlightenment was definitely not as simple as one imagined. It often required one to go through considerable twists and turns. But even so, the cultivators still fought to be the first and regarded it as a real opportunity. However, in the nameless city, there were no restrictions at all. Regardless of whether they were residents of the city or not, they could have the qualifications to comprehend. And so far, the nameless city had never charged a fee, nor had it ever made any harsh requirements. At most, after the cultivator successfully communicated with the other party, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If the other party was willing to join the nameless city, if the cultivator refused, the nameless city would definitely not force him. It was precisely for this reason that some of the rules flowers that had successfully been communicated with, as well as cultivators who thought highly of themselves, missed the opportunity. Just based on the above points, the nameless city was enough to win the admiration of the cultivators. After all, not every force could be so generous. The nameless city was a big city, so they might not need this income, but the cultivators must learn to be grateful. In other places, cultivators would spend all their savings in order to get a communication quota. In the nameless city, if they could save on this expense, they would be more well off when they cultivated. However, there were also many cultivators who did not understand the actions of the nameless city and even thought that it had ulterior motives. As for the suspicions of the outside world, the nameless megacity was too lazy to explain, and had always done things according to the rules. As long as they followed the rules, they could stay in the nameless city at will. However, if they wanted to cause trouble, they had to be prepared to be thrown into a magical beast breeding ground. Along with the roar, another group of monsters was transported over and headed toward the intersection of the demon breeding farm. When the spectators saw this scene, they were envious because it represented a huge amount of wealth. Many people wanted to earn this money, but unfortunately, the monsters in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles had been completely caught. Because of the nameless city, this area had become a forbidden zone for monsters, which was a strange thing. One of the cultivators who was driving the monsters away looked up at the sky and silently observed the runic magic circle above his head. Unlike other cultivators who would only sigh at the magnificence and magic of the runic magic circle, they would observe and analyze it seriously. It was as if he wanted to analyze the structure of the runic magic circle based on the scene in front of him and obtain the information he wanted to know. The cultivators who were traveling with them were communicating with the residents of the giant city and calculating the prices of these monsters. "How is it? Have you confirmed it?" A companion walked over and asked the cultivator who was observing. "There are indeed some places that belong to the legacy of the world of Lusheng, but they only occupy a very small part. I've never seen most of the runes before, so they should be the inheritances of some powerful plane. It seems that the target of this mission's attainments in runic magic circles are far beyond our expectations. The cultivator who was observing the runic magic circle said in a calm tone, but there was a flash of shock in his eyes. If it were him, he might be able to build a similar runic magic circle, but the effect would definitely be far inferior. Even though the words were the same, when written by different people, they would give people a completely different feeling. Some of the words were written in a threatening manner, some were written in a normal manner, but there were also some who could be called masters. There were already so many differences in just writing, not to mention the runic magic circle that could turn the world upside down. Before he had arrived, he had heard the rumors about the nameless city and had many doubts. However, at this moment, he was already convinced and admitted that his skills were not as good as others. If it's as you said, I'm afraid we really have to be more cautious in our next action. Even if we can't win them over, we must live in peace and not cause any trouble. After a secret discussion, the group of cultivators from afar began to wander around the nameless city. The purpose of this was to collect information before making the next step. There were countless cultivators like them around the nameless city. Even if they were to collect information openly, no one would care. By the time they had gone around and regathered, they had basically gathered all the information they needed. As for the secret information, he couldn't get it even if he wanted to. Based on the information they had, these cultivators were certain that the mission was not simple. It's very likely that he's a high-level divine general who's here to become a divine king. The cultivators gathered together and gathered all the information. They came to a shocking conclusion. The cultivators were well aware of how powerful a high-level divine general was because they had similar powerhouses in their organizations. If he's really a high-level divine general, we don't have the right to negotiate with him given our status. We have to send the news back and send an expert of the same level to show our sincerity. During the conversation, some cultivators put forward their own ideas and then asked for the opinions of their companions. That's how it should be. His companion didn't refuse. If that was the case, then he really needed to be careful. However, before we act, it's best to confirm it and then send the news back. This is a matter of great importance, so we can't be careless and perfunctory. We must ensure that no problems will arise. After a discussion, the group of cultivators decided to be more cautious and try to contact the nameless city. In order to ensure their success, the cultivators had to reveal their true identity during the communication process. If they were just ordinary cultivators, the controller behind the giant city might not have paid them any attention. However, if it was the Lu Cheng cultivators, the situation might be completely different. Chapter 3362, First Contact 1. Sir, Lu Cheng's cultivator is here. He wants to meet you. Under the Tree of Rules, the black mist appeared in front of Tang Zhen and reported the news he had just received. Lu Cheng, have they finally come? Tang Zhen nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew about this matter. However, he was still pondering whether he should meet her or not. There were definitely advantages and disadvantages to coming into contact with Lu Cheng's cultivators. Tang Zhen had to consider it carefully. Black Mist, have you ever come into contact with these cultivators in Lu Cheng? Tang Zhen looked at the black fog and inquired in a faint tone. According to his understanding, before the black fog was subdued, it had dealt with cultivators from Lu Cheng. The black mist shook his head repeatedly when he heard Tang Zhen's question, indicating that he had never come into contact with it. As she explained, she was a little flustered. When faced with such a situation, he had to make things clear. Otherwise, it would easily cause a misunderstanding. If Tang Zhen misunderstood and thought that he had lured the cultivators here, he would be courting death. Who knew if the cultivators that came were friends or enemies with Tang Zhen? If there was friction between them, wasn't that the same as secretly joining the enemy? Even if they had been in contact, they could never admit it, let alone not knowing each other. How much do you know about the cultivators of Lusheng? The black fog pondered for a moment after hearing Tang Zhen's question. Only then did it cautiously reply, the cultivators of Lu Cheng that I know are all very low-key. If it's not necessary, they would never hide their identity. The city they lived in was said to have quite a magical function, and no outsiders were ever allowed in. If anyone dared to sneak in, they would definitely be hunted down and would not stop until they were dead. I tried to enter, but I was chased away, so there was a big battle. The enmity between me and Lu Cheng's cultivators was formed at that time, and it has never been resolved. They had also fought with the Lusheng cultivators from other factions and had won and lost. I don't know much about cultivators in Lusheng. I only know that they came from a powerful plane world. Tang Zhen had also heard about the situation that Black Fog had described. The cultivators in Lusheng in the Origin Realm were indeed divided into many factions. Although they were connected, they were not particularly close. I also heard that the cultivators in these Lusheng are from different regions. Black Mist's tone was a little hesitant. He did not know much about the world of Lusheng and could not be sure of the accuracy of the information. Since the situation was still unclear, the Black Mist would definitely not say anything to avoid causing trouble for itself. This was because Tang Zhen was also a cultivator from Lusheng and was a true expert. His wild speculation might very well attract Tang Zhen's ridicule. So that's how it is, hee. Black Mist's description made Tang Zhen certain of one thing. The Origin Realm was indeed not the exclusive land of the fourth battle area. Cultivators from other battlefields were also active in the Origin Realm, and some had even built towers. Tang Zhen wasn't surprised by this because Lu Cheng was the foundation of cultivators in Lu Cheng. No matter what world they were in, as long as there was a slight possibility, the cultivators of Lusheng would try their best to build Lusheng. Once the Lusheng was successfully built, it meant that there would be logistical support. The continuous improvement of the level of the Lusheng would allow the cultivators in the Lusheng to have a safer base. Especially in the Origin Realm, it was necessary to build a tower. Once the city tower was successfully built, the foundation stone platform would allow the cultivators to obtain an abundance of cultivation materials. The lack of materials would not delay their cultivation. However, the secret of the cornerstone platform must not be known to the cultivators of the Origin Realm. Otherwise, these buildings would become the target of public criticism and be attacked by the natives. In a resource-poor world, there was actually a platform that could freely exchange for resources. Anyone would know what this meant. The stronger the organization, the more they would not miss such an opportunity. In such a dangerous environment, it was natural for cultivators of Lu Cheng to keep a low profile. Tang Zhen also realized that the situation of the cultivators in Lusheng City might be far more difficult than he had imagined. In another world, surrounded by strong enemies, every step was like walking on thin ice. Originally, Tang Zhen didn't want to come into contact with Lu Cheng's cultivators as he was worried that there might be enemies hidden in the other party's camp. The fourth battle area was huge. Although his enemy could not cover the sky with one hand, he could not underestimate the influence of the other party. Cultivators from the same battlefront must be inextricably linked, just that they were usually not known. Even if Tang Zhen concealed his origin, there was still a risk of exposing his origin, allowing the enemy to know in advance and make preparations. If that was the case, it would definitely make things worse and even completely affect the plan. The main purpose of Tang Zhen's trip this time around was to vindicate his Dao and become a God King. He wanted to possess the qualifications to truly aim for the top. The other goal was to get rid of all enemies and completely eliminate all possible future troubles. He asked the Netherworld Divine General and his allies about how many territories they were involved in and how powerful they were. As long as the other party was hostile and tried to target him in the cracked territory, Tang Zhen would definitely not be polite. As long as Tang Zhen seized the opportunity, he would definitely cause the enemy to be consigned to eternal damnation. Although he had to be cautious, he couldn't be too cautious and cut off the connection with the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Compared to when he had just arrived, these cultivators had existed and operated in the Origin Realm for many years. They had a much better understanding of this world. In this aspect, they far surpassed Tang Zhen. It would be of great help to Tang Zhen if he could obtain the information he wanted the most from the cultivators in Lu City. Even if he had to pay the price, Tang Zhen would definitely not be worried. Whether it was the growth of the Tree of Rules, impure crystals or the secrets related to the Flower of Rules, they could help Tang Zhen exchange for great benefits. Of course, these secrets were too shocking. While they could be exchanged for great benefits, they could also bring great danger. Tang Zhen first had to ensure that his own interests and safety would not be affected before he would contact the other cultivators. Looking at the current situation, he had enough trump cards to deal with any changes. Let them in, I can meet them. Tang Zhen made up his mind and instructed the Black Fog. Yes, sir. As Black Mist spoke, he turned around and waved his hand. A large cloud of smoke appeared above the floating square. The smoke was like a living creature, expanding as it squirmed, and finally forming a special passage. A few cultivators walked out of the passage one after another, their bodies still wrapped in wisps of smoke. The black fog used a special method to teleport Lu Cheng's cultivators into the city. This was also the skill he was best at. After the Lu Cheng cultivators appeared, they looked around silently and maintained a high level of vigilance. Cultivators from Five Light City pay their respects to your excellency. Tang Zhen had covered his body and the other party was unable to see his appearance clearly. However, he did not feel any surprise or dissatisfaction. There was no need for Tang Zhen to reveal his true self before both sides understood each other. If there was no possibility of cooperation between the two sides, revealing their true bodies would be a problem. It might even cause these cultivators to come and never return. If one knew something they shouldn't know, they might be killed to ensure that the secret wouldn't be leaked. If both parties were able to cooperate, there was no need for Tang Zhen to reveal his background in front of them. As pathfinders, their levels were indeed not high enough. Five Light City, I've never heard of it. Tang Zhen thought for a while and confirmed that there was no Lu Cheng with this name in the fourth battle area. The Five Lights City you mentioned, is it an ordinary megacity or a building? The most important thing is, which war zone does your Five Light City belong? The few cultivators looked at each other and then said to Tang Zhen, we are from the Five Light Lusheng, a candidate from one of the three battle zones. Have you heard of us? Chapter 3363, Five Light City's Goal 1. Above the floating square, there were 20 figures lined up in 4 directions, accompanied by the black mist of the Vajra. Every figure was a super expert, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. Ordinary cultivators would probably be frightened to death when they saw such a formation. Although the cultivators of Five Light City had seen such a scene before, they were still amazed. The nameless megacity could dominate a region with just the formation in front of them. A force that could gather more than 20 super experts could be ranked in this world. Moreover, there was still Tang Zhen in the nameless city. He was the root of all this. They had done an investigation and confirmed that the rise of the nameless city was entirely due to Tang Zhen. Just this point alone was enough for them to be on equal footing with their organization. If the two sides really fought, Wuguang City might not be able to gain an advantage. It was precisely this scene that made the few cultivators even more clear that Tang Zhen was very likely a top-grade divine general. At this moment, his attitude became more and more respectful. The self-introduction of these cultivators surprised Tang Zhen because he had never heard of such a thing. What kind of organization did the candidate Lusheng of the 3 battle zones have? It didn't sound simple. The 3 battlefields you mentioned, could it be that they are only the top 3 battlefields? Tang Zhen's expression did not change as he asked in a faint tone. However, he was guessing how high the possibility of this was in his heart. If it was one of the top 3 battlefields, they wouldn't need to use such a method, because it wasn't necessary. As the saying goes, with a big family and a big business, even a single hair plucked off would be much thicker than an ordinary person's waist. To be able to be ranked in the top 3 battle zones, one had to rely on true strength. How could they possibly be interested in the small fish and shrimp from the other battle zones? It wasn't that Tang Zhen was secretly belittling him. Even his own cracked territory might not be placed in the eyes of the 3 battle regions. Even though I'm a high-level immortal general, I might not be a big figure in the 3 battle zones. In the world of Lusheng, the strong were respected. Without enough strength, it was impossible to have such a high ranking. Your Excellency, it is one of the top 3 battlefields. The reply of the cultivators from Five Light City made Tang Zhen squint his eyes and seriously size up these cultivators. Although he didn't know the strength of Five Light City, Tang Zhen didn't put the strength of these cultivators in his eyes. Perhaps they were just pawns, but if they could have connections with the 3 battle zones, they would not be weak. Tang Zhen could not help but suspect that these cultivators were talking nonsense. Even if the other party was lying, Tang Zhen would not be in a hurry to expose him. If that's the case, I've neglected all of you. Tang Zhen faintly smiled. Soon after, he used a slightly doubtful tone and asked, forgive me for my ignorance, but what does this candidate city mean? Could it be that there's a chance to enter one of the 3 battle zones? Or could it be that Five Light City itself belongs to one of the 3 battle zones? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the few cultivators smiled and confirmed that Tang Zhen had never heard of such news. Tang Zhen's question was within his expectations. Not everyone had the qualifications to know about the special existence of the candidate Lusheng. Of course, it was not a big secret. At least among the cultivators of the Origin Realm, many cultivators in Lu Cheng had heard of it. You may think that the three battlefields are powerful and will not have any connections with the other battlefields. This was the truth. The three battlefields had little contact with the outside world, and ordinary cultivators had not even heard of their names. However, you must not know that the three battlefields will give out missions to certain designated Lusheng to complete. After these towers complete their missions, they will receive corresponding rewards, and the cultivators who perform well in these towers can even be qualified to enter the three battle zones. After hearing the other party's story, Tang Zhen suddenly realized that the so-called candidate Lu Cheng was just putting gold on his face. To put it bluntly, they were servants and mercenaries, doing things according to their work and had nothing to do with the three battle zones. However, the opportunity to enter the three battle zones and obtain precious cultivation resources was indeed something that many cultivators yearned for. If the spots were given out and the recruitment was open, there would probably be countless towers fighting for them. It was indeed something to be proud of to be able to have connections with the three major battlefields. As long as the other party revealed a little benefit, these cultivators in the building would benefit endlessly. Tang Zhen did not let down his guard after figuring out the other party's identity. He couldn't be sure if the cultivators of Five Light City were related to his enemies. It would not be too late to make a decision after everything was clear. I see. I didn't expect you all to have such a background. You're indeed worthy of envy. Tang Zhen replied with a smile. However, he was just being polite. Wuguang Lusheng's special identity was not something that Tang Zhen would put in his eyes. As the lord of the fourth battle area and a powerful high-level divine general, Tang Zhen had no reason to be humble. After revealing their identity, the few cultivators did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About Tang Zhen's origins, that was a very stupid act. Even if they really wanted to know the answer, they shouldn't be the ones to search for it. It should be completed by cultivators of a higher level. They were only pathfinders. It was already a very lucky thing to be able to see Tang Zhen's actual body. After revealing his identity, he still had to state his intentions and did not have to wait for Tang Zhen to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. It was best not to display the schemes of mortals in front of these experts, or else it would be asking for trouble. If he tried to outsmart himself and ended up being slapped to death, he could only be considered to have deserved it. These cultivators were responsible for communication, so they naturally wouldn't make low-level mistakes. Therefore, they immediately stated their intentions. I've heard that the Tree of Rules in the Nameless City has matured rapidly in a short time and has many strange performances. If the Tree of Rules had grown in its normal state, it would definitely not have been like this. Thus, we boldly speculated that the Tree of Rules in the Nameless Megacity should have been cultivated through special means. When that cultivator spoke up to this point, he looked at Tang Zhen without turning his eyes away. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and anticipation. The purpose of our trip is to discuss with you and hope to obtain your technical support. As an equal exchange, we will also provide what you need, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied. The few cultivators bowed at the same time to show their sincerity. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen was willing or not, these cultivators had to express their attitude and use this as the beginning of the contact between the two sides. After the cultivators of Five Light City finished speaking, they quietly looked at Tang Zhen, waiting for his reply. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very nervous in his heart. He hoped that he could gain something from this trip. They knew in their hearts that the difficulty of this matter was extremely high, and it was very likely that they would have made a wasted trip. Even if Tang Zhen knew this secret, there was no reason for him to mention it to them. Even if there was a possibility of a transaction, it would be completed by a higher-ranked cultivator. The purpose of their arrival was to show their existence and their intention to trade. In the end, when he looked at Tang Zhen again, he saw that he was silent and did not give any response. When the cultivators of Five Light City saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They wondered what kind of response they would get. They were not worried that Tang Zhen would silence them because of this matter. This was because there were already similar rumors in the outside world. The thing they were most afraid of was Tang Zhen's firm denial. If that was the case, even if they sent high-level cultivators, it would probably be a waste of time. Chapter 3364. The possibility of a trade. 1. At this moment, only a wah-wah sound could be heard in the floating square. It came from the Tree of Rules that covered the sky. The residents of the giant city who cultivated the sky-devouring secret technique surrounded him. The chaotic energy condensed into the phantom of a ferocious beast, which was intimidating. Such a strange and spectacular scene of cultivation made the cultivators of Wuguang City click their tongues in wonder. At least, it could not be seen anywhere else. As expected, the real secret was hidden inside the giant city. One could not see it without entering the city. Seeing the drooping tentacles and the surging torrent of energy, the cultivators of the Pentashade city were more and more certain that this was one of the reasons for the crazy growth of the Tree of Rules. It was their mission to collect information in secret, but it was not the main purpose of this trip. The key to everything still depended on Tang Zhen's response. I'm already aware of your intentions, but it's not appropriate for you to discuss this matter. Tang Zhen slowly spoke under the anticipation of the cultivators from Five Light City. Although he didn't give a clear answer, he had already expressed his attitude. When the cultivators of Five Light Tower City heard this, they were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to have such a harvest on their first meeting. Tang Zhen's answer meant that there was indeed a possibility of discussing this matter. It wasn't the immediate denial that they were most afraid of. You're right, sir. This matter is of great importance, and it's definitely not something we can participate in. We'll send the news back to Wuguang City, and soon, a god general will come to the city and discuss this matter with you in detail. If they wanted to negotiate with Tang Zhen, they had to be at least a god general. They knew their own limits. As the cultivators from Five Light City spoke, they had already sent out a message, indicating that Tang Zhen was willing to accept the negotiation. This was a major event, and Five Light City would definitely place great importance on it. He believed that it wouldn't take long for cultivators who could make decisions to arrive at the nameless city. Since that's the case, I'll be waiting for your arrival. After Tang Zhen said this, he shut his mouth and stopped talking. His figure was once again blocked by the Tree of Rules. The black mist waited quietly at the side. After realizing that the conversation between the two sides had ended, he turned to look at the cultivators of the Pentalight City. Everyone, please follow me to the city and wait. Although his strength was far superior to the other party, the black mist did not have any arrogance at all. He always remembered his identity and duty. He was Tang Zhen's servant, while the other cultivators were the representatives of the other forces. The relationship between the two sides was on equal footing and had nothing to do with strength. Although it had once made enemies with the cultivators of Lu Cheng, it was all in the past. Now, the Black Fog had no right to fuss about the past. Because of Tang Zhen, the Black Fog had a better understanding of Lu Cheng's cultivators. It knew that what it knew in the past was only the tip of the iceberg. These low-profile cultivators were far more powerful than he had imagined. Now that he was following Tang Zhen, Black Mist had more opportunities to understand the secrets of the Tower World. To him, this might be an opportunity. The cultivators of Five Light Tower City bid farewell to Tang Zhen and followed the Black Mist into the smoke tunnel, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Tang Zhen's expression was slightly grave as he sent the other party off with his eyes. It's good that he's here. Sooner or later, there will always be such a day. Tang Zhen revealed a smile when he thought of this. Since he was going to make contact with the Five Light Tower and it was related to the 3 battle zones, Tang Zhen had to make good preparations. Although the possibility of an accident was extremely low, he still had to be prepared. If the Five Light City Tower had bad intentions, Tang Zhen was bound to make it so that the other party would not be able to return. However, Tang Zhen believed that these cultivators in Lusheng who had been operating in the Origin Realm for many years were actually more worried about something happening. In fact, before the appearance of the cultivators from Five Light Tower City, Tang Zhen had made many deductions about this matter. No matter what happened, Tang Zhen would be able to deal with it calmly. Even if it was the most dangerous situation, he would definitely be able to ensure his own safety. However, nothing was absolute. No matter how meticulous the preparation was, there could still be an accidental oversight. Before the two sides met, Tang Zhen would definitely have to make some preparations in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Of course, the most important thing was to condense the seed of rules and comprehend and condense the power of laws as soon as possible. Only when one's own strength was strong could one not be afraid of any risks. When they encountered such a deal again, they could easily deal with it. After grasping the secret of condensing rule seeds, as long as Tang Zhen was given some time, he would definitely be able to gather enough rule seeds. After solving the problem of obtaining the law seeds, it would be equivalent to having one foot in the path of God King. Even if he could not become a God King, he would still possess extremely powerful battle prowess. This was Tang Zhen's trump card. He absolutely could not reveal it easily. When he was strong enough, he could use this method to earn some law particles for himself. Although there were enough nomological seeds, there was a huge shortage of fertilizer. This was also the biggest problem that Tang Zhen was facing. However, in the origin realm, rule particles were used as currency. If one wanted to earn these things, they had to pay a corresponding price. Other than this method, Tang Zhen also had the impurity crystal. This material, which was almost treated as waste, actually had the miraculous effect of growing the tree of rules. It was also the bargaining chip that Tang Zhen used to trade with Five Light City. If the negotiation between both parties was successful, Tang Zhen could provide the impure crystals in exchange for sufficient law particles. Tang Zhen had just arrived, so it was very difficult for him to accumulate rule particles. He had no choice but to use the demon breeding farm to fertilize it. Although he had obtained a batch of nomological particles as a result, the investment cost was astonishingly high, and only Tang Zhen was able to bear it. This could be done in the short term, but if it was always like this, it would definitely be a loss. Even if he had a big business, he couldn't afford such squandering. On the other hand, an organization like Five Light City had been operating in the origin realm for many years. They must have stored up a sufficient number of rule particles. In terms of experience and methods, Five Light City might not be as good as Tang Zhen. However, in terms of wealth accumulation, Tang Zhen simply could not compare to Five Light Tower. Both sides took what they needed and it was a happy ending. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The situation inside and outside the city was as usual, with no changes. It had happened not too long ago, and the bizarre change in the flower of rules had also stopped being mentioned by cultivators. Outside the nameless city, a few more figures arrived, but they were inconspicuous among the cultivators. Unlike the other outsiders, these cultivators were led into a smoky tunnel when they arrived at the nameless city. From the looks of it, he should have entered the nameless city. The forces that were secretly observing the nameless city immediately came up with many speculations after discovering this unusual situation. The nameless city had little contact with the outside world. If these cultivators could enter the city, it meant that something had happened. Although he wanted to know the real reason and what the purpose of these cultivators was, he couldn't find a way to gather information. The nameless city had merged into one, and it was impossible for the outside world to infiltrate. Even if they wanted to buy it, they had to pay a sufficient price. However, because of Tang Zhen, the residents of the nameless city did not lack anything. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to bribe the residents of the megacity. As for threats and promises, that was even more impossible. As long as someone dared to do that, they would be directly thrown into the monster breeding ground. The 20 super experts that Tang Zhen had subdued were in charge of protecting the residents of the giant city. Once any dangerous situation appeared, they would immediately respond. It was for these reasons that the nameless city was like an iron bucket, and outsiders could not get any information at all. Chapter 3365, Negotiating a Deal 1. In the nameless city, 3 cultivators from Five Light City had the opportunity to meet Tang Zhen. This kind of high-level contact meant that both sides were sincere and willing to try to make a mutually beneficial deal. Because they placed great importance on this matter, Five Light City sent out 2 god generals, 1 stronger and 2 weaker. The high-level cultivator was also a 9-star divine general and should have been in this realm for a long time. There was obvious rule power overflowing from his body. It was obvious that he had already condensed the seed of rules and had achieved a certain level of success, so he could influence the outside world. The other 2 cultivators of Yu Cheng were only low-stage divine generals, and their strength was only average. This was only from Tang Zhen's point of view. If he was placed in an ordinary battle region, such strength would already be sufficient to become an overlord. However, in the origin realm, he was only average. Having a long lifespan could allow many cultivators to slowly become experts. Because there was no need to condense a divine spark, it was much easier for cultivators to advance to the deity realm. It was just that this god was a simplified version, and there was a rather obvious difference compared to gods who had condensed their divine personas. For example, Tang Zhen's subordinates had subdued more than 20 super experts, and they were almost equivalent to the realm of gods. However, in a real battle, the 3 local super masters might not even be a match for the Lu Cheng cultivator. Apart from the difference in equipment and techniques, the main reason was the existence of divinity. Since there was a gap in strength, but they had the advantage in numbers, it was also a means to deter the enemy. It must have been deliberately mentioned in the previous information to let the Five Light City understand the strength of the nameless giant city. Therefore, when he met Tang Zhen, the other party's attitude was quite friendly. Of course, it wasn't fear. The main reason was that Tang Zhen had something that they could only dream of. To be able to stand tall in the original extreme realm, Five Light City definitely had more than this. However, they would definitely not display all of their strength. That would be too stupid. They only needed to show that their strength was on par with Tang Zhen's side and not affect the normal atmosphere of the negotiation. It was not a good thing to appear too weak or too strong. It might affect the outcome of the negotiation. Both parties greeted each other, and the negotiations officially began. There was no need for any formalities. They each took what they needed and went straight to the point during the negotiations. Five Light Lusheng's goal was simple. He wanted to obtain the secret cultivation technique of the Tree of Rules and was willing to pay a certain price. According to the information they had gathered, the cultivators of Five Light City were certain that Tang Zhen had a special method of nurturing the beasts. Otherwise, the Tree of Rules in front of him would not have been able to grow so rapidly. This situation was simply unheard of. It wasn't just Wuguang Lusheng. In fact, many other organizations had similar suspicions. The reason why he didn't take any action was that Tang Zhen had already used war to prove his strength. It was likely that he would not be able to do it by force, so he could only use other methods to achieve his desired goal. Who would have thought that while they were still observing, the Five Light Tower had already taken action in advance? Whether it was his own strength or Lu Cheng's identity as a cultivator, they both gave him a greater advantage in the negotiation. Because of some special reasons, Wuguang Lusheng was determined to obtain Tang Zhen's secret technique. That was why he took the initiative to contact her, giving her a feeling of eagerness. This kind of behavior would cause others to make things difficult for them during the negotiation, but Wuguang Lusheng clearly didn't care. I might be able to fulfill your request. Under the anticipation of the cultivators of Five Light City, Tang Zhen gently nodded and gave a clear answer. When the cultivators of Five Light City heard this, they felt relieved. It didn't matter if he had to pay the price. The key was to complete the mission. Compared to what he could get, the price of a deal was nothing. Five Light City will remember your generosity. If we need your help in the future, we will do our best to repay your favor. Although both parties were conducting a transaction, they could choose the person for the transaction. Tang Zhen being able to conduct a transaction with the Pentalight City was a huge favor in itself. The other party's promise was not just a courtesy. If he really needed it in the future, Wuguang Lusheng would definitely fulfill his promise. Tang Zhen was the same. If he promised someone something but couldn't do it, it was an act of breaking the contract and abandoning the oath. Mortals were controlled by the rules, but they treated oaths as dirt. Cultivators could transcend the mortal world, but they could keep their promises. He did not know if the mortals were too smart or if the cultivators were too slow. I believe that you must have gathered information before you came and know that the growth rate of this Tree of Rules is extremely fast. The reason for this is because I built this floating square and set up a special runic magic circle. After that, he would teach the residents of the Nameless City the secret technique he created and let them cultivate it. At the same time, it also provides sufficient nutrients for the growth of the Tree of Laws. As Tang Zhen spoke, he extended his hand and casually waved it. The scene of the residents cultivating appeared before his eyes. The phantom of a giant beast formed from energy madly swallowed and spat out chaotic energy. The tentacles hanging down from the Tree of Rules pierced into the bodies of the residents of the giant city. Although this scene was strange, it could provide sufficient nutrients to the Tree of Rules without rest. Just like that, one wave after another, continuous cultivation could indeed speed up the growth of the Tree of Rules. However, the three cultivators from Five Light City looked at each other with faint doubt. They did not think that Tang Zhen's secret technique would be so simple. There are similar arrangements inside the Five Light Tower City. At most, there can be 100,000 cultivators cultivating at the same time. At the same time, there was also a runic magic circle used to gather chaotic energy and enhance the absorption and transformation efficiency of cultivation. However, the facts had already proven that although such a method was effective, it simply could not reach a satisfactory level. It's simply impossible to grow like this Tree of Laws. When the high-level divine general said this, he turned to look at Tang Zhen with an inquisitive look. So, I'm sure you have other secret skills in your hands. I hope you can teach me. If the content of the deal that Tang Zhen had promised earlier was this kind of force-feeding cultivation method, it would be a little too much of a bully. After all, 5 Light Lusheng already had such a method. He didn't need to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for advice. However, when he thought about it, he felt that Tang Zhen would not do such a thing. That would simply be asking for trouble. Facing the doubts of the cultivators from 5 Light City, Tang Zhen chuckled and nodded, but the other party heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, there's more than one method. It's definitely not a simple matter to nurture the Tree of Rules. The reason why the Tree of Rules in the Nameless City can grow so quickly is because I used a special fertilizer. The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City perked up. They knew that Tang Zhen had finally mentioned the core secret. Tang Zhen extended his hand and waved it, after which, the cultivators saw a black crystal appear in front of them. The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were immediately attracted by the black crystal. Although the black crystal looked ordinary, the 3 cultivators were sure that it was the key to solving the problem. With their experience and judgment, they could not understand what was going on. Just as they were guessing, Tang Zhen had already started to demonstrate. The black crystal was casually thrown by Tang Zhen. Before it could land in the air, it was tightly wrapped by the tentacles of the Tree of Laws. A strange scene appeared. The crystal that was wrapped around by the tentacle began to melt, and then it was absorbed by the tentacle. The glowing tentacle had now turned pure black and was emitting a terrifying light. A strange noise came from the Tree of Rules, as if it was in a state of excitement. An indescribable feeling slowly spread out, representing all the negative things. Such a strange scene shocked the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City, but it quickly turned into a pleasant surprise. They were finally certain that the strange black crystal in front of them was the opportunity they had been looking for. Chapter 3366, Sky-High Priced Item 1. It didn't take long for the fist-sized crystal to be absorbed into the size of a fingernail. Because the Tree of Rules had already matured, the speed of absorption had become extremely fast, but the changes were not particularly obvious. If it had been before it had become a tree, it would have been possible to clearly see the rapid growth process of the Tree of Rules. The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City observed carefully and confirmed that the black crystal did have a miraculous effect. From the reaction of the Tree of Rules, it was clear that it had reached a crazy level for this special black crystal. The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were certain that this black crystal was what they had been looking for. When the impure crystal had been completely absorbed, the cultivators of the 5 Lights house felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is what we're looking for. We can't miss this opportunity. Negotiate immediately. Let's see how we can obtain this black crystal. The 3 cultivators from 5 Light City had no more doubts. They all agreed with the magical effect of the impure crystal. At the same time that they were communicating in secret, they looked at Tang Zhen with fervent gazes as if they were looking at a super treasure. Sir, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How I should trade this black crystal. At the same time as he spoke, his heart was filled with apprehension. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would raise an unacceptable condition. However, they were determined to get their hands on the impure crystals. How do we carry out the transaction? Tang Zhen revealed a pondering expression, but he did not immediately reply. When the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City saw this, the worry in their hearts grew even stronger. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would raise the price on the spot. If the price is fair, then we'll trade immediately. A cultivator from 5 Light Tower City couldn't help but open his mouth and say. In fact, he was also reminding Tang Zhen not to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For an outrageous price. Tang Zhen laughed softly, but he had made a decision in his heart. I'm afraid that the price I'm offering is too high and you won't be able to accept it. So, it's better not to continue this deal. Tang Zhen did not give a price. Instead, he shook his head and wanted to end this transaction. No, how can I do this? When the cultivators of 5 Light City heard this, they were shocked and quickly tried to stop him. We've already agreed on this. If you don't want to continue the deal, aren't you going against the agreement? Even though they felt helpless and even a little angry, the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were helpless. The impure crystal was a unique item. If Tang Zhen refused to trade, he would probably not be able to find it anywhere else. No, Tang Zhen shook his head and said, you and I have never signed a contract, so how can we talk about violating the agreement? I only told you that I could solve the problem of growing the tree of rules, but I didn't confirm the deal with you. It's just that from your attitude, it's obvious that you're worried that I'll offer a high price, and even deliberately warned me. I understand your feelings, but this thing has an extraordinary origin. It's a wondrous item that can grow the tree of rules, so I really can't sell it to you at a low price. In order to avoid embarrassment for both sides, we'll simply suspend this transaction until you can accept my high price. It won't be too late for us to carry out the transaction then. Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators from Five Light City and acted as if he was thinking for them. In reality, he was also deliberately beating them up. The impure crystals were unique to him, and the process of obtaining them was very complicated. It was normal to sell them at a high price. Wuguang Lusheng's attitude of wanting to solve the problem but afraid of spending too much did indeed make Tang Zhen very dissatisfied. They had completely forgotten their determination to find a solution to the problem at all costs. Now that they had finally found an opportunity, they had become stingy, forgetting that they were not the only ones interested in this business. As long as Tang Zhen spread the news, there would definitely be countless factions willing to make this deal with him. Furthermore, he had to set a sufficiently high price for this first transaction, or else the subsequent transactions would not be able to proceed smoothly. Precious and rare items could only be sold at higher prices, so it was necessary to set the starting price. Tang Zhen was naturally very clear about the mentality of the cultivators from Wuguang City. It was necessary to give them a beating. After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, the cultivators of Wuguang City suddenly realized that there was a problem with their mentality. Tang Zhen was already willing to help them solve the huge problem they were facing. This was a rather big favor and opportunity. Yet, when it was his turn to contribute, he became stingy and hesitant. No wonder Tang Zhen would feel dissatisfied. When he realized the problem, he naturally had to immediately speak up to salvage the situation. Please don't misunderstand, sir. We don't have such an idea. As long as we can solve the problem, we will pay the corresponding price. He put on a sincere attitude and persuaded Tang Zhen to change his mind and try to continue the previous deal. Since you're willing to trade and accept a high price, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Actually, my price is very fair. La particles of the same volume can be exchanged for black crystals of the same volume. Hearing Tang Zhen's price, the cultivators of Wuguang City sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though they were already prepared, they were still shocked by the price Tang Zhen offered. As the common currency of the origin realm, the La particles were the nourishment for the seeds of the La. It was something that everyone wanted. However, the process of obtaining it was extremely dangerous and difficult. Only super creatures could produce it. Although the super creatures were huge, many of them as large as mountains, the size of the rule particles was pitifully small. Of course, this was not absolute. The stronger the super creature was, the larger the size of the rule particles. However, the difficulty of hunting them would also increase exponentially. There were countless super creatures in some special areas of the original extreme realm, which was a true forbidden zone for cultivators. Some of the super creatures that lived there had even lived for hundreds of millions of years, and they possessed incredible power. The cultivators with real strength would go to the forbidden area to hunt super creatures instead of hunting in these safe areas. Although there was a way to obtain rule particles, it required a corresponding amount of effort, and it was by no means something ordinary cultivators could obtain. Tang Zhen's price was indeed frighteningly high. No wonder the cultivators of Wuguang City were shocked. Exchanging the same volume of impure crystals for La particles of the same volume was a complete and utter waste of money. If only a small amount of impurities were needed to make the tree of rules grow, such a high price was acceptable. However, if he used too much of it, even if the Five Light City Tower was rich, it could not afford such consumption. Tang Zhen's hesitation earlier was clearly not an act. He was really worried that he would not be able to afford the Five Light City. Your Excellency, the price of the black crystal is too high. It's really hard to accept. Based on your demonstration just now, a large number of crystals must be consumed in order to cultivate this tree of rules into a material. It would definitely be a huge expense to accumulate it like this, and there was no guarantee that it would be successful. Therefore, the price will have to be lowered. Upon hearing the other party's request, Tang Zhen shook his head and said, I'm sure you all know better than me the value of a matured tree of rules. It seemed like a huge investment, but the return could not be measured by rule particles at all. If he wanted to excavate the Golden Mountain, he definitely couldn't be stingy with his pickaxe. If he wanted to get a return in the future, the initial investment was indispensable. These special crystals of mine also cost a lot of money, and I definitely didn't get them for free. It's impossible to lower the price. Tang Zhen's attitude was very clear. He was determined not to lower the price. Wuguang Lusheng wanted to eat meat, so he had to give up the soup. How could there be such a good thing in the world when one didn't want to pay too much of a price while earning great benefits? When the cultivators of Five Light Tower City saw this, they could only discuss in private before deciding whether to proceed with the transaction. At the same time, he also asked Tang Zhen how many rule crystals were consumed to cultivate the Tree of Rules in the Nameless City. Hearing the number Tang Zhen reported, Wuguang City's representatives' head started to hurt. Chapter 3367. Each taking what they need. 1. The negotiations went on for some time, but there was not much progress. Both sides had their own considerations, and neither side was willing to compromise easily. Tang Zhen insisted on not lowering the price. He believed that this kind of impure crystal that could accelerate the growth of the Tree of Rules must have a matching price. From the first deal, they had to stick to the price and there was no room for compromise. As the buyer, the Wuguang Lusheng felt that the cost was too high. The price was so high that they could not accept it. He tried to persuade Tang Zhen to lower the price, but there was no result. Under such circumstances, the negotiations were bound to reach a stalemate. Unless one party was willing to compromise, the situation would always remain like this. The cultivators of Wuguang City were worried about their gains and losses. They were afraid that if they missed this opportunity, there would be no possibility of working together in the future. If the interests of Wuguang City were to be damaged because of this, they would have to bear the responsibility. However, if he agreed to Tang Zhen's price, he would have to bear more responsibilities when he returned to the Five Light City. After all, there wasn't absolute confidence that they could guarantee success, but the cost was enough to make the Five Light Tower suffer. If the investment failed and the expected results could not be achieved, they would definitely not be able to stay out of it. This kind of negotiation mission was indeed not a good job. They had to bear the responsibility if the negotiation was successful, and they would also have to bear the responsibility if the negotiation failed. It was a completely thankless matter. However, due to the limitations of their duties, they could not give up. They could only continue to persevere. In the end, Tang Zhen chose to take a step back and said that he could let the other party buy in batches, breaking the original deadlock. The price was still the same, but there was a chance to try the Wuguang Lusheng. There was no need to buy everything at once. In this way, the cost of Wuguang Lusheng would be reduced by several times, and it would reach a level that the representative could accept. There were actually many benefits to this transaction model. In the future, when he traded with other organizations, he could also choose to use this model. If the Pendulite Tower felt that the rule crystals were not enough to satisfy them, they could immediately terminate the transaction. Under such circumstances, even if they suffered losses, they would definitely be able to bear it. Although Tang Zhen could guarantee that there would definitely not be any problems, other people might not believe his promise. It was indeed necessary to change the mode appropriately, which would benefit both sides. Tang Zhen's suggestion, to the cultivators of Wuguang Tower, was equivalent to finding a way out of a dead end. According to this trial mode, they only needed to pay a small price to get the opportunity to test the effect. Of course, Tang Zhen's concession also had some additional conditions. For example, the sharing of high-end information. The biggest advantage of the Five Light Lusheng was its accumulation of information, which was also the foundation of many years of operation. If they wanted to make a deal, Five Light City Tower would have to make concessions and share information with Tang Zhen. Of course, it wasn't shared limitlessly. When it came to core secrets, Wuguang Lusheng definitely wouldn't tell Tang Zhen. But even so, it was a great help to Tang Zhen, allowing him to quickly understand the origin realm. This included information about the cultivators in Lusheng. This was also information that Tang Zhen must understand. Whether it was for revenge or to avoid the sharp edge, he must first understand information about others. Therefore, Tang Zhen had to do this business. Since Wuguang Lusheng felt troubled and did not want to spend too much, Tang Zhen would naturally not force him. Giving others a chance was also giving himself a chance. However, Five Light City Tower had forgotten one thing. Tang Zhen's concession this time did not mean that he would give in the future. In this deal, they had indeed reduced their expenses and at the same time, reduced the risks they might take. However, when Wuguang Lusheng confirmed the effects of the impure crystal and tried to buy it again, Tang Zhen would definitely not be as easy to talk to as he was now. Regardless of quantity or price, Tang Zhen would definitely not make any concessions. Moreover, the price would definitely be high and not low. At that time, the Wuguang Lusheng would have to suffer the consequences. It wasn't that Tang Zhen didn't give them a chance. Instead, they had missed the best opportunity due to their stinginess and hesitation. Such a price had to be borne by them personally. If the Pentolite city continued to be stubborn and hesitate because of the price, it was possible that it would completely lose its qualification to trade. It didn't matter who he sold it to. Tang Zhen didn't care who the buyer was. The magical effect of the impure crystal, coupled with the example of the nameless city, was believed that many organizations would be willing to trade with Tang Zhen. After the two sides came to an agreement, the transaction immediately began. The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City took out all the law crystals they had and handed them to Tang Zhen after gathering them. As a high-level divine general, he was naturally extremely rich, especially after forming a rule seed. He needed rule crystals to nurture it. As long as they obtained law crystals, the cultivators would send them into their sea of spirit and could extract them again at any time. Tang Zhen also followed the agreement and extracted the same amount of impure crystals and handed them over to the cultivators of the Wuguang city. After the transaction was over, the cultivators of Wuguang city immediately bade farewell. What they had to do now was to verify the effects of the impure crystals as soon as possible. They were not in the mood to stay any longer. After the cultivators of the Pentolite city left, Tang Zhen sent the rule particles into his sea of spirit to nurture the rule seeds. As time passed, the number of law seeds collected would increase, and the gap in law particles would become bigger and bigger. Tang Zhen had to think of ways to collect more law particles in order to satisfy his daily needs. Even though the investment was huge, the rewards were equally bountiful. Putting aside whether he could become a god king faster, at the very least, he could crush them in terms of strength. Both of them were high-level divine generals. One side had 10 rule seeds while the other side had 100. There was almost no suspense in the battle. Whoever had more seeds of rules and the more powerful the power of rules would be the final winner. With more than a dozen rule seeds, Tang Zhen had just started. He was not even as strong as those super experts he had captured. However, he had completed this step in a very short time. This alone was enough to make other cultivators feel inferior. After grasping the secret of the rule flower, Tang Zhen could completely obtain more rule seeds in a shorter time. What he needed to worry about now was not obtaining the law seeds, but how to get enough nutrients to cultivate them. Fortunately, there were impure crystals that could help Tang Zhen earn money. Otherwise, even if he gathered enough law seeds, Tang Zhen would still have to rush around to collect law particles. It was absolutely impossible for it to be like this. As long as he sat firmly in the nameless megacity, someone would take the initiative to visit him and willingly give him the rule particles. Tang Zhen opened a green and white jade talisman and sent his divine consciousness into it. He began to read the information stored inside. The contents of the jade talisman had been inputted by the cultivators of the 5 Light Lusheng. There was a lot of information about the origin realm in it. Tang Zhen looked at it for a while and quickly found the content that he was interested in. There was a piece of information that mentioned that there was a huge abyss a million miles away. It was a place where monsters gathered and was truly a forbidden zone. At the same time, it was also a place where cultivators gathered. There were a few more buildings in the vicinity of this area, and it was said that they all belonged to the 4th battle area. Chapter 3368, Long-Term Plan 1. Under normal circumstances, information about Lu Cheng would rarely be known to the outside world. Any organization would strictly keep their core secrets and would not let the outside world know about it easily. Only those who were undisciplined and unintelligent would like to spread secrets and would want everyone to know. That was why there were rules. Those who dared to reveal the secret would be severely punished. However, as time passed, there would always be some clues. Those with the intention would collect this information, and as long as they carefully analyzed it, it was possible to determine the other party's background. The native cultivators of the origin realm might not know much about the Lusheng world, but they could not hide it from the cultivators of the Lusheng world. Once there was contact and communication, secrets could not be kept, and they would gradually understand each other's secrets. Of course, the information about the cultivators in Lu City was only circulated among the inner circle and not known to the cultivators outside. If there was no such deal, if they were not cultivators of Lu Cheng, Tang Zhen would not have been able to come into contact with this information that was only circulated within Lu Cheng and only advanced cultivators could know. Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhen, who had just arrived, should have gone straight to the towers of the fourth battle area. They were all in the same war zone, so if they could enter it, they might be able to obtain many conveniences. They would definitely take care of the cultivators in the same battle zone. However, to Tang Zhen, that place was a place of trouble. If he were to rashly enter it, it would definitely bring him more harm than good. Tang Zhen's enemies were most likely in those buildings, and there was definitely more than one of them. This was because these territories were in an alliance with each other. If Tang Zhen rashly went there, he might be attacked from both the front and back. The few towers that had sided with the fourth battle area might not be able to borrow much strength, and would instead become more dangerous. Under such circumstances, it would be better to manage the nameless city and steadily improve his strength. Although he was located in a remote area, the gradually growing city under his feet was completely able to satisfy Tang Zhen's current needs. Therefore, even if he knew the location of the tower in the fourth battle area, Tang Zhen would definitely not rush there. He would only pay attention to collecting information. When the opportunity was right, Tang Zhen would take the initiative to head to that place. All the old grudges would be resolved. After recording this piece of information, Tang Zhen continued to read it. All kinds of secrets and forbidden places about the origin realm gradually appeared before his eyes. Because of the different environments, there were indeed many strange and magnificent scenes in the world of the origin realm. In other plane worlds, it was impossible to see similar terrain and features. There were also some special scenes that even gods would be amazed. The information recorded by the cultivators was not a dry description, but a presentation of emotion. While reading the information, the related scenes would also be displayed in the consciousness, making people feel as if they were in the same place. While reading the information, it was equivalent to traveling all over the world. The information provided by the Wugwang Lusheng was timely. It allowed Tang Zhen to have a more detailed understanding of the origin realm. In particular, those cultivator organizations were the main targets of Tang Zhen's attention. There was no telling when he would come into contact with the other party, so there was no harm in knowing in advance. If Tang Zhen was a nameless person and kept a low profile, he might not need to worry about such a thing. He wouldn't have much interaction with those cultivator organizations. However, since he had taken out the impure crystal and tried to trade it, he had to stand in public. Dealing with these large and small forces was definitely an unavoidable matter. There might even be all kinds of friction and wars over interests. Fortunately, as its strength was revealed, the nameless city's reputation was gradually rising, and no cultivator organization dared to provoke it easily. At the end of the day, the most important thing was to improve his strength. After he finished reading the information, Tang Zhen gathered his thoughts and continued to condense more law seeds. He would still send his soul avatar into the Flower of Rules. Since he already knew the secret of the Flower of Rules, his success rate would also be greatly increased. His soul avatar was still hidden in his mind power, quietly entering the Flower of Rules, and then carrying out a planned operation. Tang Zhen had used a special method to seal the divine source in his divine soul avatar, which could be used at a critical moment. With the help of the divine source, the divine soul avatar would have enough power to deal with the Flower of Rules and change the original randomness to a free will. The priority was to choose the Flower of Rules that only had a small number of communicators. Once there was a change, it would not cause too much of a stir. If there were constant changes and they were noticed, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the cultivators. Tang Zhen wasn't afraid of others knowing the method he used to nurture the Tree of Rules. There were many trees of rules in the origin realm, but they were rarely open to ordinary cultivators. Most of them were controlled by major forces. Since it was not unique, there was no need for cultivators to start a war over the crystals. Even if they had ill intentions, the nameless city was not weak either, and the other party might not dare to act rashly. It would be better to carry out normal transactions, each taking what they needed, which would save them a lot of trouble. In the cultivation world, it was rare for large and small organizations to resort to trickery and robbery, as that was simply courting death. the outcome of making enemies everywhere would only accelerate their own destruction. If he encountered a strong enemy that he couldn't afford to offend, he might become history overnight. Under normal circumstances, it was even more secure to trade with these cultivator organizations than with those individual cultivators. However, the secret of the rule seed could not be known to outsiders. It was a taboo that could not be spread even if one was beaten to death. Once the cultivators of the origin realm knew that Tang Zhen had the means to condense the seed of rules, it was likely to set off a shocking wave. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, there would be countless cultivators targeting Tang Zhen. Moreover, most of them would be true super experts. By then, even if Tang Zhen were to escape from the origin realm, he would most likely be hunted down endlessly. Thus, this secret had to be kept to himself. Unless he became a god king one day, he could not let anyone else know about this. It didn't take long for the divine soul clone to complete its division. Although there were only 10 of them, all of them had divine source sealed in their bodies, so they could burst out with power comparable to a law cultivator. Under Tang Zhen's control, the divine soul clone hid inside his mental energy and entered the flower of rules silently. After entering the flower of rules, one's perception would be completely cut off, and everything would be up to fate. However, Tang Zhen believed that he would definitely obtain a satisfactory harvest this time around. In the following days, Tang Zhen focused on cultivating the law seeds and tried to condense the law power. The magical thing about the law seeds was that they could sense the laws of the outside world, allowing cultivators to comprehend and condense them. Cultivators could choose existing rules, such as wind, fire, water, and electricity, and they could also create new rules. There was a huge difference between these two cultivation methods. Condensing and comprehending the existing laws could only be used to increase one's strength. As one's comprehension accumulated over a long period of time, one's control over the laws would become stronger and stronger. However, this kind of law comprehension could not help a cultivator to have a higher level of development. At most, it could increase their combat power. If he wanted to climb to a higher realm, he had to condense and comprehend the laws that belonged to him, reaching a level that was recognized by the outside world. The day one's body transformed into a law was also the day a cultivator advanced to the God King stage. Chapter 3369. Everyone's attention. 1. In this world, there was no secret that could really be kept. As long as there was a move, there would definitely be traces left behind. This was the case for the Five Light City. After they had completed the transaction with Tang Zhen, they immediately rushed back to the Five Light City. Although they were as careful as possible on their way back, some people still found some clues and confirmed their identities. This was not a difficult task. The most eye-catching thing about the Nameless City was the Tree of Rules that was full of miracles. Many forces would be interested in this and try to cultivate it. The saplings of the laws were rare and precious, but any force that had them would be known to the world after a long time. All the major cultivator organizations were very clear about where the Tree of Rules was. By using the Tree of Rules as a target, he could quickly narrow the scope of his search, which would make it more convenient to find. Most importantly, there was no way to hide the strange phenomenon of the absorption of the impure crystal. The scene of the wind and clouds changing colors, including the violent energy fluctuations, could be seen even from hundreds of miles away. The scene of the absorption experiment, combined with his previous speculations, naturally revealed the Five Light Tower. It didn't take long for the news to spread and be known to many cultivator organizations. Because it was related to the Tree of Rules, no matter if the Five Light Tower was an enemy or a friend, they had to take this matter seriously. The nameless megacity's reputation had gradually risen and attracted more attention, especially the organizations with the Tree of Rules. They had the same needs, so if they could get similar opportunities, they would definitely not miss it. The key to everything now was to see Wugwang Lusheng's reaction and the results of their experiments. While keeping a close eye on the Five Light City, some cultivator organizations also sent their elites to the Nameless City. The Nameless City was the key. If it was confirmed that the deal between the two sides had a significant effect, they must first contact each other. At that time, there would definitely be many competitors, and whoever was fast enough would have the possibility of getting what they wanted. To the large organizations, this was a major event that could not be ignored. It would affect both themselves and their competitors. Even if they did not participate in the competition, they had to maintain a high level of attention. At the same time, there were many cultivators who couldn't suppress their greed and believed that this was a shocking amount of wealth. If he could control it, it was inevitable that he would get wealth, and he might even get a lot of allies. In order to obtain the method to accelerate the growth of the Tree of Rules, he believed that those cultivator organizations would definitely not refuse even if they had to pay a price. Of course, this kind of wealth was also the source of disaster, and it all depended on whether the owner had the ability to keep it. Just like the nameless city at this moment, it was once again being stared at by a pack of hungry wolves, and every one of them wanted to rush up and take a bite. Although he had ill intentions, he had to weigh his own strength before taking action. There were many bystanders in the two battles that the nameless city had encountered, and they could easily find out the entire process. The 20 or so super masters captured were enough to intimidate most of the cultivation organizations, making them not dare to act rashly. He was already so powerful in the past. Now that he had the help of a group of experts, his strength would definitely become more and more powerful. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but he was shocked when he did. Today's nameless city was no longer the same as it was in the past. The bustling scene of flowers made it hard for people to believe that this was a remote borderland. They were powerful enough to intimidate the evildoers and were not afraid of any organization's challenge. Perhaps it was for this reason that the nameless megacity was able to trade openly without fear of the various risks that came with it. Such a style of doing things made the outsiders wary and not dare to act rashly. Now, they were even more tacitly observing. No one would take the lead to make a move, so as not to let themselves suffer a loss and let others take advantage of it. The outside world was changing, but the nameless city seemed to know nothing about it. It was still the same as before. More and more cultivators gathered outside the city, but in the eyes of the residents of the giant city, it was as if they didn't exist. In fact, everyone knew that there were many more enemies outside the giant city. They hid among the cultivators and seemed to be communicating with the Flower of Rules, but in fact, they were closely watching the movements of the nameless city. As long as there was the slightest bit of abnormality, it would immediately alert the scouts and they would maintain a high level of attention. In such a tense atmosphere, the cultivators of Five Light City had once again arrived at the nameless city. The last time they came, there were only 3 super experts. This time, there were 5 experts leading the team. There were also many cultivators of the Five Light City. They were obviously the main force of the Five Light City. Such a powerful lineup attracted the attention of the large organizations. They were all guessing what the Five Light Lusheng was up to. The possibility of war was extremely low. It was impossible to take down the nameless city with such a lineup. Therefore, it was most likely to be a guarding mission. With the previous transaction, the purpose of this Wugwang Tower city was obvious. They were preparing to continue the trade. The cultivators who had followed them here were here to ensure that the goods they were trading with would not be taken away by the enemy. For the Pentalight city to place so much importance on it, it was enough to prove that the last experiment had very likely obtained satisfactory results. The cultivator organizations that had the Tree of Rules but were hesitating on whether to trade immediately began to investigate the changes in the Tree of Rules in the Pentashade city. Whether it was the value of the Tree of Rules or the massive amount of resources to be invested, these cultivator organizations did not dare to be careless. They had to have enough confidence before they could take further action. They had to endure even if their hearts itched. In the nameless city, which had attracted the attention of the outside world, a negotiation was also in progress. The cultivators of Wugwang City were indeed as what the outside world had said. They were preparing to make a large purchase. They had already tested it out, and the results were shockingly good. At first, some cultivators in the Five Light City were full of doubts about the rumors of the nameless city and thought that there was definitely a trick. After all, for many years, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to grow the Tree of Rules. Even if there were cultivators who had tried, they had ultimately failed. They had no choice but to use primitive and traditional methods to slowly wait for the Tree of Rules to mature. In a small, unknown city, how could the cultivators of Lusheng achieve something that the cultivators of the entire Origin realm could not? Could it be that the foreign cultivators had different ideas and methods to solve the problem that had been plaguing the cultivation world of the Origin realm? However, the results of the experiment made those who doubted him shut their mouths. They had to believe that it was true. Facts spoke louder than words. The changes in the Tree of Rules could not be faked, and the example of the nameless city could not be faked. When the experiment was over, the higher-ups of Wugwang City immediately passed a decision. Not only would they continue to buy the impure crystals, but they would also buy all of them in one go. The cultivators who were in charge of the deal were already regretting it. They could imagine what they would face when they made another deal. Tang Zhen's concession last time meant that the price of the next transaction would be higher. However, they still chose to conduct the experiment first. Such an approach seemed reasonable, but it also erased trust and friendship, turning it into a pure transaction. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to get Tang Zhen to lower the transaction price. Chapter 3370, Daggers Drawn 1. Just as he had expected, when he once again proposed to buy the contaminated crystal, Tang Zhen offered a price that was half of the previous price. Your price is indeed a little too high. Even though they were prepared, the cultivators of Wuguang City still felt very uncomfortable. From their point of view, Tang Zhen was just raising the price and wanted to take the opportunity to scam the 5 Light Tower. Perhaps it was revenge, so he didn't buy all the impure crystals. You're wrong. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly. Although his face was expressionless, his tone carried a trace of displeasure. If you feel that the price is too high, you can stop the transaction. I'm not forcing you to buy it, but I have to remind you that you can't find this thing anywhere else except here. In addition, I hope you can understand that this thing is not cheap, so it is reasonable to sell it at a higher price. Tang Zhen did not continue speaking after he spoke up to this point. He adopted a silent posture. That being said, the price increase is indeed hard to accept. The cultivators from 5 Light City continued. They naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity and they couldn't let it go. The cultivators from 5 Light City who were with him felt indignant, but they also knew that he had brought this upon himself. If he was a little more decisive back then and bought the impure crystals that he needed, how would he be controlled by Tang Zhen now? Not only could they trade quickly, but the price would also be much cheaper than now. It was even possible that the Tree of Rules had already been cultivated. It was a pity that the cultivators could not turn back time in this world. Otherwise, they would have tried it. The negotiations were in a deadlock. Tang Zhen was insistent on the price, but the cultivators of Wuguang City couldn't give up. The cultivators on both sides looked at each other from a distance. They could feel the tense atmosphere. Although it was not to the extent of fighting, their eyes and attitudes had become very unfriendly. Who would have thought that at this moment, a figure condensed from black mist would appear and report to Tang Zhen in a low voice? Because of the deliberate shielding, the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were close by, but they did not know the contents of the conversation. Let them come. Tang Zhen, whose figure was blurry, nodded toward the black fog and said. When the cultivators of 5 Light City saw this, they immediately became nervous and a thought emerged in their hearts. Could it be that some other cultivator wants to buy the magazine crystal? Before they could react, a misty door appeared in the floating square, and another group of cultivators walked out. These cultivators were dressed in red robes and wore golden masks on their faces, giving off an overbearing feeling. They all wore golden gloves, golden boots, and golden weapons. Blood Creek God Clan. Seeing this group of cultivators with strange appearances, the cultivators of Wuguang City were secretly on guard. At the same time, they recognized the origins of the other party. Why did these guys come to the nameless city? The cultivators in Wuguang City had some understanding of this race from the origin realm. They knew that they called themselves the descendants of the god race. It usually feeds on gold and has golden blood flowing in its body. It can instantly transform into all kinds of metal beasts. In this area, it was quite famous and ruled over a dozen large and small cities. I've never heard of the Blood Creek God Clan having a tree of laws. What are they doing here? The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City became more and more nervous. They were indeed worried that someone would interfere. If that was the case, the negotiations would be even more difficult. I've never heard of it before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The Blood Creek God Clan's territory is also a place where living beings gather. Some cultivators mumbled, but they were certain that the Blood Creek God Clan was here for the crystals. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in the nameless city at this time. The cultivators of the 5 Light City Tower who were planning to drag the time to express their dissatisfaction were now secretly panicking. The appearance of a new competitor made them finally realize that this matter was not up to them at all. The Blood Creek God Clan's cultivators had already announced their origins and the reason for their visit. It was just as he had expected. The Blood Creek God Clan cultivators had come for the impure crystal. You guys want it too, but I don't have a lot of it. Tang Zhen's tone revealed a trace of difficulty. I'm sure everyone knows how difficult it is to nurture the Tree of Rules. I only discovered it by accident. Previously, he had used this material to speed up the growth of the Tree of Rules in the Nameless City, which was definitely an unexpected surprise. Now that the growth of the Tree of Rules has been completed, I don't intend to keep the remaining materials for myself. Instead, I want to share them and try to benefit more cultivators of the Origin Realm. It's a pity that there's a limited amount of these things, and they can't be regenerated, so the more you use them, the less you'll get. Tang Zhen's tone carried a trace of regret when he said this. It was as if he was lamenting that not everyone could enjoy such a wondrous item. His words made the hearts of the cultivators on both sides tighten. No one cared about Tang Zhen's compassion. They even thought that he was just putting on an act. He was not a cultivator of the Origin Realm, so why would he care about the life and death of the indigenous cultivators? The main purpose of these words was to tell the cultivators on both sides that there were not many impure crystals left. If you want it, then do it quickly and don't hesitate. How many more impure crystals do you have? We, the Blood Creek God clan, want them all. In contrast to the hesitation of the Pentashade Tower, the Blood Creek God was very straightforward. He didn't even ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For the price. He could not hesitate any longer when he encountered a divine item that was difficult to obtain and concerned the fate and development of his race. In the cultivation world, strength was the most important. If one did not have enough strength, no matter how much money one had accumulated, the one who would ultimately enjoy it would be someone else. The cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were finally thrown into chaos. They were determined to get the impure crystal. They had hesitated before because they felt that the price was too high. However, the Blood Creek God clan's interference made them realize that any further hesitation would only result in regret. We'll do the deal at your price. The cultivators from 5 Light Tower City immediately shouted with a hint of urgency in their tone. What? The Blood Creek God clan's cultivators turned to look at him with cold eyes. From their point of view, this group of cultivators from Lu Cheng were trying to compete with them. The cultivators of 5 Light City saw this and did not show any weakness. They immediately adopted a tit-for-tat attitude. Although they usually kept a low profile, they really didn't put these native cultivators in their eyes. If the other party dared to provoke them, they would definitely accompany them to the end. You cultivators of Lusheng, what do you mean by this? A Blood Creek God clan cultivator's voice was as cold as ice. His body suddenly expanded and shattered. Its body glowed with a metallic luster, and its body had expanded several times. The Blood Creek cultivator, who was in a fighting stance, let out a low roar towards the Penta Light City's camp. It was said that the Blood Creek God clan was arrogant and violent, and they loved to fight and kill. It seemed like that was true. Vulgar. A cultivator from 5 Light Tower City sneered and also rushed out of the camp. In the process of moving, his body was already covered in a thick and heavy armor. At the same time, chaotic energy condensed and took form. It was a fierce beast of unknown origin, exuding a shocking aura that made people shiver. The two huge figures were facing each other in the square, neither giving way to the other. The cultivators on both sides were the same. They were all on high alert and put on a tense posture. Just like a flint and a fire sickle, as long as they touched, the sparks would set off all the bombs in the house. Chapter 3371. Let Strength Speak. 1. The two great cultivator organizations were at daggers drawn and could fight at any time. When it came to conflicts of interest, killing was inevitable. Although this was the territory of the Nameless City, if they really wanted to fight, no one would stop them. In the Origin Realm, such fights were common. Combative cultivators would always fight regardless of the occasion. It was either a dispute of personal feelings or a battle of interests. No matter what the reason was, as the landlord, he had to provide some convenience. Moreover, the battle between the two sides would not cause much loss. Just like Tang Zhen at this moment, he did not have any intention of stopping such a tit-for-tat situation. The 5 Light Tower and the Blood Creek God clan didn't want Tang Zhen to stop them. Otherwise, the conflict between the two sides wouldn't be resolved. They would fight on the spot to determine the winner, and disputes and contradictions would also be easily resolved. With the tacit approval of the cultivators and the host, the battle began. A ring of runes suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the area where the two cultivators were confronting each other. At this moment, the space around the two cultivators became an independent space. This kind of space was very fragile. In fact, It was a kind of isolation and marking. As long as one was willing, they could leave at any time. However, the first person to leave the runic ring was equivalent to automatically admitting defeat and choosing to retreat in the battle. The moment the ring of runes fell, the cultivators from the two large organizations could not wait to start fighting. Since they dared to stand out at this moment, they must be strong enough. Moreover, they must be evenly matched in terms of ranks. If he relied on the level suppression to win, it would be an unfair victory and he would be laughed at by other cultivators. Within the ring of runes, cultivators from both sides exchanged blows and killed each other. The space didn't look big, but it was actually wide enough. At least, it was much bigger than the floating square. The two sides would definitely not be restrained in the battle. Compared to the fighting in the vast space, this kind of cage-like battle was more brutal and exciting. Both sides did not have enough space to dodge, so they could only fight with all their might until the enemy was knocked down. The cultivators of the Blood Creek God clan were an ancient race of the Origin realm. Their fighting style was representative of the Origin realm. This was a bold and unrestrained fighting style. It was a pure physical close combat battle. Each punch could tear the space apart. It seemed like a simple move, but it possessed indescribable speed and power that could even shatter mountains and rivers. It was not impossible for a cultivator who had cultivated to the extreme to shatter a star with one punch. In the legends of the Origin realm, there was once a super master who shattered stars and scattered them on the earth to form a sea of fire. It was said that the millions of square kilometers nearby were the places where stars had fallen. Flames were burning all day long, and even gold and iron would be vaporized instantly if they were thrown in. Without absolute strength, entering such an area, death was the only outcome. Only the truly powerful ones could enter and search for those rare treasures. Cultivators from the Blood River God clan were frequent visitors of such places, so their strength was obvious. The cultivators of Lusheng had swept across the world, so they could choose to cultivate a large number of techniques, all of which were the best type. Under such circumstances, no matter what kind of technique the Lu Cheng cultivators practiced, they could be guaranteed to have strong strength. It was precisely because of the advantage of the world of Lusheng that most cultivators in the world of Lusheng were all-rounders. The cultivators of Lusheng City with strong comprehensive strength could adapt to all kinds of environments and participate in the invasion with ease. Although it was an all-round development, it was not inferior to those cultivators who only cultivated one cultivation. Even those extreme cultivators dared to compete with it. He was able to do this all because of the special cultivation system of the world of Lusheng and the sufficient material security. No matter which path he cultivated, he would be able to do the best in everything. In a short period of time, the battle between the two sides had already entered a state of white heat. They did not hold back any of their trump cards. Judging from their battle, they should have condensed the seeds of rules and possessed a certain level of combat power. In this small space, the rule power was released to its heart's content, and the damage caused was also quite amazing. They saw dust and rocks flying. Every moment, they were like meteorites falling to the ground. One of the rule-bending powers was obviously related to the earth, which was why the sand and stones were flying. Among the dust and rocks, there were flames mixed in. They were obviously not the sparks from the collision of soil and rocks. In a battle of this level, not only were things allowed to appear, but they were also impossible to appear. These flames were also formed by the laws. There was also a golden battle axe that was flying in the air. It was the Blood Creek God clan cultivator's weapon. Whether it was the flying stones or the raging flames, they were all cast by the other party, as if they had already taken the initiative of the battlefield. Looking at the Lu Cheng cultivators, they seemed to have been completely suppressed and had no chance to fight back. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover that there was something special among the rubble and flames. It was somewhat similar to the roots of a plant, but it was not completely similar. It kept appearing and being destroyed, giving people a feeling of endless life. At the same time, there were some leaves or fruit-like things that emerged from the roots from time to time. Compared to the violent flames of the stone, these roots seemed very fragile, as if they could not withstand a single blow. Something that should have been destroyed a long time ago was still stubbornly existing. It was unbelievable. The same seemingly fragile roots quietly wrapped around the rolling stones and withstood the burning of the flames. As the number of roots gradually increased, the stones and dust that were originally rolling freely suddenly became slow and sluggish. The blazing flames also seemed to be flickering for some reason. As time passed, this situation became more and more obvious. The cultivators from both sides who were watching the battle had already discovered this and could even predict the outcome of the battle. The Blood Creek God clan's cultivators had grave expressions on their faces. They knew that their companions were at a disadvantage. The cultivators of Five Light Tower City smiled as if victory was in their hands. Boom! With a loud sound, the battle in the ring finally reached its final explosive stage. In the midst of the dust and fire, countless roots burst out and fixed the flying stones and dust in place. The blazing flames were instantly extinguished at this moment, and billowing black smoke rose. Accompanied by an unwilling roar, a figure flew out and fell heavily on the ground. It was a figure that seemed to be cast from metal. Its surface was filled with cracks, and golden blood was spurting out. In the cracks of the cultivator's body, there were all kinds of plant sprouts, which looked like a mottled land. The tender shoot was like a moving maggot, constantly wriggling and growing in the crack, unceasingly stretching the branches and leaves, and even blossoming and bearing fruit. The Blood Creek Celestial Race cultivator who had provoked the Lu Cheng Celestial Race seemed to be in great pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. He looked at the cultivators of the Five Light City opposite him. They were covered in dust and flames, but they were turned into nothingness with a light shake. There was no longer any suspense in the outcome of this battle. The cultivators of Five Light Tower City had obtained the final victory. Chapter 3372, A Divine Item Worth Fighting For. 1. The battle between the two great cultivator organizations had already reached an end in a very short time. The cultivators of Five Light City had the upper hand. The greatest strength of these original realm cultivators was that they could take a loss and would not be so unforgiving after losing. In that case, we'll trade later. The Snow Creek Celestial Race cultivator said in a cold voice. They brought their companions to the side and watched silently. The cultivators from Five Light Tower City heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the Blood Creek God clan would break the rules. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but it would affect the deal. In fact, this matter should not have been full of twists and turns. The main problem still lay with them. Now that they had another opportunity, the cultivators of Five Light Tower City didn't dare to hesitate and immediately requested to trade. Even if the price increased, they had to grit their teeth and bear it. If they didn't want it, the Blood Creek God clan would buy it all. If they wanted more, they would have to pay an even higher price. There was even a high chance that he would never have the chance to obtain such a divine item. Countless rule particles were released by the cultivators of the Pentalight City, and the dazzling light was dazzling. The surrounding cultivators were all tempted and wanted to take it for themselves. Every cultivator of the Origin Realm wanted more rule particles, just like how mortals desired wealth. As a common currency that could nourish the law seeds, he would never have too many law particles. In the face of such a huge amount of wealth, no cultivator would dare to snatch it. They would be attacked by all the cultivators present. This was because everyone knew that the impurities were actually more important than the law particles. The former could be earned, but the latter was priceless. Such an important deal could not be broken, or they would be the common enemy of the two organizations. As Tang Zhen gently waved his hand, an ancient golden-colored scale slowly appeared in front of everyone. After seeing the golden scale, the cultivators from both sides looked serious and stared at it. They could sense an extraordinary aura from the scale. It was definitely not a divine artifact, but they did not know what it was, so the cultivators could not tell. It was as if this golden scale represented absolute justice, making the cultivators believe in it from the bottom of their hearts. Pile as many rule particles as you want on the scale. Since we're both cultivators of Lusheng, I can sell them to you at the original price. However, there's a requirement, and that is to become the Nameless City's ally. You don't need to do anything, but you must announce this to the outside world. When the cultivators of Five Light Tower City heard this, they nodded their heads to show that there was no problem. At the same time, they also knew why Tang Zhen had made such a request. It was obvious that they were worried that after the news spread, enemies would covet the Nameless City and launch a raid out of greed. Although the Nameless Megacity had enough confidence to trade openly, no one would mind having more power. With the Pentalight City as an ally, the deterrence to the outside world would be even stronger, and those with ill intentions would be even more afraid. It wasn't just the Five Light Lusheng. The other cultivator organizations were the same. As long as they made a deal, they would have to form an alliance with the Nameless Tower, even if it was just an alliance on the surface. To the large organizations, this was a small matter that was not worth mentioning. Since Tang Zhen took the initiative to lower the price, it was worth a statement. For such a large-scale transaction, it was necessary to ensure the safety of the nameless city. Otherwise, once there was a problem, who could be responsible for the after-sales? As the nomological particles continued to pile up, impure crystals continued to appear on the scale on the other side of the scale. The eyes of the Blood Creek God clan cultivators sparkled with excitement when they saw the crystal. This was the goal of their trip. No matter how great the price was, they had to obtain the method to accelerate the growth of the Tree of Rules. This matter was related to the future of their race, so they didn't mind paying any price. It was because they were too concerned about this matter that they had fought with the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City without any explanation. If Tang Zhen didn't have enough stock in his hands, they would rather break the agreement and abandon the oath to snatch the remaining impure crystals. It didn't take long for the brilliant golden scales to become level. From now on, these precious black crystals belong to you. When the cultivators of the Pentalight City heard this, they immediately put away the impure crystals, afraid that they would be snatched away if they were a step too slow. Can you confirm that these black crystals are enough? Although they had gotten the item, the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were still worried that there wouldn't be enough. They would rather buy more than be short of anything. If nothing goes wrong, these crystals will be more than enough. Tang Zhen naturally knew what the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City were worried about. They were afraid of buying it again. His response was the best calming pill. In that case, let's return to Lusheng and strive to cultivate the Tree of Rules into a material as soon as possible. At the same time, they would also send representatives to stay in the Nameless City to be in charge of communication between the two sides. If you need anything, you can directly communicate with him. First, it's to ensure that there's no delay in communication, and also to let the outside world believe that you and I are working together. After the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City finished speaking, they saluted Tang Zhen at the same time and said goodbye. 2 god generals were left behind with a group of cultivators from 5 Light City. The rest of the cultivators from 5 Light City were evacuated. 5 Light Tower City had sent cultivators to guard the Nameless City. Trading and communication were only one of the reasons. The main purpose was to monitor the Nameless City. If Tang Zhen had intentionally deceived them and absconded with the money, he would have been able to discover the change at the first moment. As for his other purpose, it was to help Tang Zhen intimidate the Blood Creek God clan. Being in a foreign world, Lu Cheng's cultivators should support each other. Even without this deal, the two sides should have kept in touch. The cultivators of the Blood Creek God clan had already seen the process of trading and knew what price they had to pay. They didn't have any reaction, and it was obvious that they agreed with this transaction method. I believe you've already seen that the transaction is 1 for 1. If you can accept my conditions, we can immediately carry out the transaction. If you can't accept it, it's fine. You can come back to the Nameless City at any time after the deal. However, it's impossible to get such a price in future transactions. Tang Zhen faced the Blood Creek God clan and first explained the rules. He waited for the other party to accept before continuing the business. We agree to all of the conditions, but before that, I hope you can demonstrate it. We've only heard rumors before, so we don't really know much about the specific situation. The Blood Creek God clan's request wasn't unreasonable. Even when merchants were selling their goods, they had to introduce and display them to their customers. No problem, you can demonstrate. While Tang Zhen replied, he looked at the black mist at the side and asked him to go outside the city to inform the others. There were many cultivator organizations outside the city, and some of them owned and cultivated the Tree of Rules. When these organizations heard the news, they had been hiding in the dark and secretly observing. Compared to the ordinary cultivators, they were more interested in the demonstration of the impure crystals. Tang Zhen was willing to give the other party a chance. As long as they were willing to trade, they could enter the city to watch the demonstration. Of course, before that, they had to verify their identity. Not everyone was qualified to enter the Nameless City. The Black Mist followed the order and left, but the cultivators of the Snow Creek Celestial race felt very uneasy. After all, they hadn't even completed their deal yet, and there were new competitors joining them. Don't worry. Even if I make a deal with other organizations, I will guarantee that you will get enough impure crystals. After hearing Tang Zhen's promise, the Blood Creek God clan's cultivators didn't say anything else. They believed that Tang Zhen would definitely keep his promise. Chapter 3373, A New Sapling. 1. It didn't take long for cultivators to appear from the smoke-made door. After they received the news, they eagerly signed up to participate in order to obtain first-hand information. No matter which organization they belonged to, or whether they had the idea of buying and trading, there was no harm in knowing in advance. Only when things came to a head did they think of how to deal with it. This was definitely not something a mature cultivator organization would do. When they entered the floating square and saw the spectacular scene, the cultivators were sure that this trip was worth it. With so many organizations involved in this, and with the example of the Five Light City, the Nameless City would definitely not dare to play any tricks. With so many cultivators, organizations, they represented a huge force. The Nameless City did not dare to play any tricks. Since it was a demonstration, there must be no other intention. The cultivators just needed to watch the show quietly. He didn't have to wait long before the smoke tunnel slowly disappeared. The cultivators were scattered around the floating square, as if it was a grand event in the cultivation world. The black fog came forward to report that the cultivator organizations outside the city that were willing to watch the demonstration had already sent their representatives into the city. There were nearly 100 of them, large and small, and they kept a certain distance from each other. They did not communicate at all. The special environment in front of them was not suitable for cultivators to trade, not to mention that they might become competitors. At the same time that they were sizing up the surrounding environment, the cultivators' main attention was actually placed on Tang Zhen. The sudden rise of the Nameless City was all because of Tang Zhen. After these cultivator organizations knew the whole story, they would naturally maintain a high level of attention towards Tang Zhen. It was a pity that Tang Zhen had always kept a low profile and would never reveal too much information. There were many rumors about him, but there was no way to verify them. They could only confirm that he was a cultivator from Lucheng. Ordinary cultivators didn't know about the world of Lusheng, but these cultivator organizations were very clear about it and even had some contact with it. Now that he finally had the opportunity to meet Tang Zhen in person, he might be able to obtain more information. Tang Zhen was very clear about the thoughts and plans of these organizations. However, he did not have the intention to care about them. Tang Zhen would definitely not hide the things that others should see, and he would definitely not reveal the things that he did not want others to see. All the cultivators present are very interested in the secret technique to accelerate the growth of the Tree of Rules, which is why they have gathered here. Since that's the case, I'll demonstrate it in front of everyone, but only once. I won't do it again in the future. This kind of item is very valuable, so we must not waste it. Although the magazine crystals used for the demonstration were ultimately absorbed by the Tree of Rules in the Nameless Megacity, Tang Zhen still felt that it was a pity. These impure crystals were equivalent to the same amount of rule particles, so they couldn't be wasted easily. It wasn't that Tang Zhen was miserly, but the amount of impure crystals was indeed limited. There was a limit to the chaos chi in his mind's divine kingdom. After all of it was compressed and purified, the impure crystals would definitely run out of production. If he wanted to obtain it again, he would have to return to the Gulen divine world. Apart from this, there was no other way to obtain it. Therefore, from now on, it was best to save as much as possible. When they heard that Tang Zhen was preparing to demonstrate, the cultivators naturally didn't say anything. Instead, they focused their full attention on watching. At the same time, he would also use some means to record this scene so that he could share it with other cultivators. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators, Tang Zhen took out the impure crystal and placed it in the open space in front of him. Under normal circumstances, countless tentacles would have fallen in the next moment, fighting to absorb the impurities. Who would have thought that at this moment, a deep crack would appear, followed by a ball of air jumping out. Light swirled within the ball of chi, as if it was nurturing something that was about to break out of its shell at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the ball of chi had already shattered, revealing a small and delicate light. This rainbow-colored ray of light seemed to have been taken from somewhere, and it carried an aura of laws that could not be ignored. This is the Bai and Law tree. After seeing this light, the surrounding cultivators were stunned at the same time, and then they showed an expression of sudden realization. The scene of the Tree of Rules being born is really rare. At least, this is the first time I've seen it. I'm the same. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Although a divine object like the Tree of Rules only appears in a place where living beings gather, the process of its appearance is usually done to avoid people's eyes and ears. Such a scene is indeed extremely rare. What's really surprising is that a new seedling has been born next to the Tree of Rules. This is unheard of in other places. The cultivators discussed animatedly, their eyes full of amazement. This time, he had completely opened his eyes. Not only did he have the opportunity to witness the process of growing the Tree of Rules, but he also witnessed the birth of a new sapling. Such a strange scene was impossible to see unless one had enough luck. Some cultivators were extremely jealous. The Tree of Rules that other places could not obtain, yet 2 of them had appeared in the Nameless City. This made the cultivators secretly wonder if the Nameless City was a place with good feng shui, which was why it suddenly became so prosperous. No one knew the answer. They only knew that the scene in front of them was unexpected, and what happened next broadened their horizons. The tiny sapling of laws jumped directly onto the impure crystal and began to absorb it madly. The colorful sapling turned black in an instant, as if it would drip oil at any time. Compared to a mature tree of laws, this sapling of laws grew more quickly and directly. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators, the sapling of rules grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. When all the impurities were absorbed, it had already grown to a height of nearly 1 meter. And this wasn't the end. After the tree of laws finished absorbing, it continued to grow. The cultivators could see that the color of the sapling's surface was getting dimmer and dimmer, and finally turned into a bright and transparent 7-colored state. At this moment, the sapling of rules was several meters tall. In a short time, size had grown nearly 100 times. Such a direct display was better than any rumors or descriptions, making the cultivators present sigh. If they still had many doubts before this, they were now convinced. The divine item in Tang Zhen's hands was indeed able to give birth to the Tree of Laws. There was absolutely no falsehood in this. The cultivators who already had the intention to trade but wanted to wait a little longer were now more and more tempted. Just as they were thinking about whether they should send the information back or order a portion of it, the Blood Creek God clan had already requested a trade. "We will get as many of these black crystals as you have." The Blood Creek God clan's cultivators acted as if they were rich and powerful, and they immediately asked for all the impure crystals. This way, he could ensure that when he was growing the Tree of Rules, he wouldn't stop because of a lack of materials. After the catalyzing process was over, the remaining impure crystals would not be wasted. They could even be sold for a high price and make a lot of money with interest. Even if he invested more now, it would definitely be worth it in the long run. The other cultivators, organizations immediately objected. They wouldn't allow the Blood Creek God clan to take all the benefits for themselves. It was fine if he didn't know about it in the past, but now that he'd personally witnessed the power of these impurities, he couldn't let the Blood Creek God clan enjoy it all to themselves. The Blood Creek God clan was in a difficult position. At this moment, the Snow Creek celestial race felt the same regret as the 5 Light Lusheng. If they didn't let Tang Zhen demonstrate, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns. They actually repeated the mistake that Wugwang Lusheng made. Realizing this, the Blood Creek God clan immediately began the trade. Chapter 3374. A hot one-shot deal. 1. The floating square of the Nameless City became extremely lively. The cultivators of the large organizations, the residents of the Nameless City, and the super experts who had been subdued by Tang Zhen, Lao Ai. All kinds of people filled this floating square, and at this moment, they all had different feelings. They knew very well in their hearts that what they had experienced and witnessed today was very likely to become a legend. This was often the case. When an item was not valued, people might feel disgusted even if they gave it away for free. However, when its value was recognized by the world and its quantity was very small, it would become a competition for everyone. He had to get it at all costs. It wasn't that people were fickle-minded. It was just that good things would never lack a market at any time. Just like the impure crystal in Tang Zhen's hands. After a series of events, the cultivators of the Origin Realm finally realized its huge value. After confirming the specific effects, the impure crystals immediately became the object of competition for cultivators, who regarded it as a rare opportunity. They were still hesitating during the negotiation and were distressed about the loss of the rule particles, but now they were all acting like they were spending money like it was nothing. He had no choice but to give it to her. Otherwise, he would immediately open his eyes wide, as if he was going to fight to the death. Shang clan would definitely be very happy to encounter such a situation. Tang Zhen was like this. He was very satisfied with the effect of the demonstration. The sudden appearance of the sapling of rules could only be said to be an unexpected surprise, but it made the demonstration more complete. If you don't believe me, look at these cultivators. Their eyes were wide open, shining with surprise and greed. It was completely as if he had encountered an opportunity and was unable to contain his joy. The impure crystal was indeed a divine item. However, Tang Zhen wasn't greedy and didn't expect it to bring him a steady stream of wealth. Even if he wanted to earn money, he had to do it in an appropriate amount. Moreover, he had to learn when to stop. If Tang Zhen continued to sell impure crystals, it would definitely be a disaster and not a blessing. The buyer would feel cheated and would think that the impure crystals weren't as rare as they imagined. It was just that Tang Zhen had deliberately raised the price. How could these cultivator organizations suffer losses for nothing? They would definitely find ways to retaliate. Even if the price paid could not be compared to the value of the Tree of Rules, it would still be selectively ignored. They would only remember that Tang Zhen had deceived them. There were also those who harbored evil intentions. They would be certain that Tang Zhen had a special channel to obtain impure crystals. Only then would they be able to continuously supply them. They might be envious of the small amount of impure crystals, but they would never take the risk. The two battles that had taken place back then were still vivid in his mind. The 20 or so super experts were the best pathfinders. Compared to the price he had to pay, it was not worth it. However, if there were too many impure crystals, and the price was high, some cultivator organizations would definitely take the risk. One or two groups of enemies with evil intentions definitely couldn't cause the nameless city to suffer a serious injury. However, if a large group of cultivators cooperated, Tang Zhen was likely not their match. If that really happened, their temporary allies would definitely choose to stand by and do nothing. After paying such a high price, they might think that the nameless city deserved to be attacked. It was because of these reasons that Tang Zhen made up his mind to sell all the stock in his hands at one time. He sold it cleanly, cutting off some people's thoughts and removing their worries. At this moment, the trade was still going on in the floating square. Just like the previous operation, he estimated the required amount OT the Tree of Rules, and then carried out the transaction through the golden scale. When trading, he would exchange one for one, and he would not miss a single thing. All sorts of thoughts flashed through the cultivators' minds as they witnessed the entire process. At this moment, Tang Zhen announced to the cultivators present that the remaining impure crystals would no longer be retained. From today on, there would be no more stock. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a pile of impure crystals appeared on the ground, exuding a strange aura that could not be ignored. The Tree of Rules tried to absorb it but was blocked by Tang Zhen. Its smoke-like tentacles waved around. Comparing the amount of the previous two transactions and the volume of the pile of impure crystals, there was indeed not much left. Tang Zhen didn't lie, the truth was indeed so. To nurture a Tree of Rules, a lot of impure crystals were needed, and these things were not easy to obtain. It had to be refined in the divine kingdom of the mind, and the output was even less than law crystals. The impure crystals in front of him were indeed all he had in stock. If he wanted more, he would have to wait for a long time. Upon seeing Tang Zhen's stance, the cultivators who originally planned to continue watching finally became anxious. With such a good opportunity in front of him, Tang Zhen shouldn't sell in limited quantities. If he wanted to raise the transaction price again, he would only make more enemies for no reason. These impure crystals in front of him were probably the last of his stock. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. My companion is already rushing over. You must reserve a portion of these crystals for me. Another cultivator jumped out and said. He was afraid that if he hesitated any longer, he would not get anything in the end. I'll also reserve one, and me. I'll trade now, but I don't have many law particles. Please don't refuse. At this moment, the floating square became like a market, with people bidding everywhere. Tang Zhen had also become very easy to talk to. As long as a cultivator was willing to trade, he would definitely not refuse. Even if it was a trade of 8 to 10 caddies, it could still be carried out smoothly, and it also attracted a series of thanks from the cultivators. This way of trading allowed every cultivator to obtain impure crystals, but the amount was small. It could be used to accelerate the growth of the Tree of Rules, but it could also ensure that it would grow by a section and save hundreds of years of growth time. Although the cultivators of the Origin Realm did not care about the growth of these hundreds of years, the cultivators' organizations were different. With a few hundred years of lead, the cultivator organization could rise faster and train more elite cultivators. To the cultivators of the Origin Realm, time was the least valuable thing. However, under certain circumstances, time was the most precious thing. Even if it was an investment, it was not a problem. Such a deal would definitely guarantee a stable profit. The booming business within the city had also affected the outside of the city. The representatives of the major cultivation organizations arrived one after another, attracting the attention of the cultivators outside the city. The cultivators already knew that the nameless city was in the midst of a transaction. The divine item that gave birth to the Tree of Rules was being put up for sale. The cultivators had different opinions on this matter, but the majority of them did not support it. A heaven-sent wondrous item like the impure crystal should be held firmly in one's hand and not be casually traded. He would eventually run out of rule particles, and he could still obtain them through various methods. The divine item that gave birth to the Tree of Rules was unique and could not be bought even with money. It was indeed unwise to use it for a transaction. However, they didn't have the right to interfere in this matter. All they could do was to observe and make comments. At the same time, there were many cultivators who were envious and jealous. If they had the opportunity to buy it, they would definitely buy a batch and store it. It was a pity that ordinary cultivators could only watch and not participate in such a profitable business. The lively trading activity lasted for several days before it slowly came to an end. The organizations that traded with the nameless city each sent cultivators to guard the city and be responsible for communication between the two sides. Although he was in the nameless city, he was still concerned about the situation in his old lair. All the cultivators wanted to see with their own eyes the entire process of growing the Tree of Rules and witness this historical moment. Unfortunately, he had a heavy responsibility and could not leave this place at all. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice. They would only return to their respective organizations when they received news that the growth of the Tree of Rules had been successful. Before the news of their success came back, they had to continue to guard the city. This was to confirm the alliance between the two sides and to monitor the nameless city. If it was really a scam and Tang Zhen absconded with the money, the cultivator organization that made the transaction would probably be laughed at. Chapter 3375, 3375 Good Preparation 1. After the sale of the impure crystals ended, the floating square of the nameless city became quiet again. Many figures with shocking auras were cultivating quietly. The great cultivation conditions in the nameless city could not be wasted. The King Kong Black Mist, the super experts, and the ordinary cultivators of the megacity were all the same. Although all the cultivators in the city were restricted by Tang Zhen for various reasons, some of them were secretly rejoicing at this moment. If they were not restricted by their status, they would not have had the opportunity to obtain such an opportunity and be able to comprehend and cultivate so freely. As expected, when there was a loss, there would be a gain. Tang Zhen was also the same. The previous arrangements had been completed, and the time to reap the rewards had also come. The current Tang Zhen did not even need to leave the nameless city to be able to obtain everything he wanted. To obtain such a result, it was both hard work and coincidence. Tang Zhen did not know what the best cultivation environment was in the origin realm. He only knew that the cultivation environment in the nameless city made him very satisfied. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he could cultivate here in peace until he mastered enough strength. At that moment, they could start the second step of the operation, which was to take revenge first. In the end, it was still because he was not strong enough to stir up a bigger storm. Otherwise, why would Tang Zhen need to transform the nameless city and make it a part of the defense system? Whether it was the cultivation of the Tree of Rules or the use of impure crystals to trade, every step was a risky move. Tang Zhen had 30% confidence and dared to seek 70% wealth. He seemed to have the mentality of a gambler, but his own strength was the greatest guarantee. Now that the dust had settled, Tang Zhen had obtained the cultivation resources that countless cultivators envied. He no longer needed to continue taking risks. The current Tang Zhen didn't lack law seeds or law particles. Following the condensation of Tang Zhen's cultivation, many auras that were related to laws continued to gather around Tang Zhen's body. Law particles nurtured law seeds, allowing cultivators to condense and comprehend laws, as well as having two cultivation directions. One method was to comprehend the existing laws and continuously increase one's combat strength. When one reached the limit, one would have the possibility of becoming a god king. Such a path of cultivation was the main choice of the cultivators of the origin realm. They had enough time to slowly comprehend it, and they were too obsessed with power. Most importantly, this path of cultivation had a higher success rate. Even if one could not become a god king, one could still obtain a body of powerful strength. And on this path of cultivation, the longer the comprehension was condensed, the stronger the cultivator would be. Time did not disappoint the bitter cultivator, and hard work would eventually yield results. However, the greatest disadvantage was the difficulty of becoming a god king. All the known laws, especially those of wind, thunder, fire, and fire, would definitely be comprehended and condensed by countless cultivators. It was not an easy task to become a god king. The second path was to create a new rule, but few cultivators dared to try it. All cultivators knew very well that once they successfully comprehended and condensed a new law, they would have the chance to become a unique god king. But to succeed, the difficulty was unbelievably high. Almost every peak divine general had tried something similar, but they all failed. As long as a cultivator took his path seriously and did not joke about it, he would not easily choose this path. When it was Tang Zhen's turn to choose, he decided to do two things at once. On one hand, he was comprehending the existing rules to improve his combat power, while on the other hand, he was trying to condense and create new rules. This way, not only would he be able to increase his strength, but he would also be able to increase his chances of becoming a god king. Although he might have to put in more effort, his gains would also be greater. It was just that creating a new rule required more comprehension, as well as enough patience and carefulness. The most important thing was still opportunity. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to create one's own nomological rules. Regardless of the path ahead, Tang Zhen had already set the direction of his cultivation and had started to work hard. Ever since he stepped into the origin realm, Tang Zhen had finally officially started his cultivation. It was extremely important for Tang Zhen to comprehend the rules of combat. Regardless of whether it was now or in the future, the environment he was in made him unable to take it lightly. In this world, he had to master a powerful rule as a means of self-protection in battle. Tang Zhen's first choice was naturally fire. He had used fire-related spell techniques the most in his many years of battle. Fire could burn everything in the world. Even the hardest material would be turned to ashes by the flames. Moreover, the flames contained vitality. While burning everything, they could also provide cultivators with an endless supply of energy. For cultivators, these emotionless flames were indeed the most powerful means of attack and defense. Tang Zhen's first choice was to comprehend and condense the fire law. If he only had the fire law, he would be easily countered. If he ran into a law like the icy flowing water, and the other party was stronger than him, he would be suppressed. Tang Zhen had to cultivate the supplementary laws in case he needed them. Even if it took time, he had to do it. Among the countless laws, Tang Zhen's was more inclined to time. This was the main law that had an extremely low sense of existence in the origin realm. The rules of time and space were two very powerful existences, and a truly powerful cultivator could kill in all directions with them. Tang Zhen chose the time rule because he could unleash his strength to the limit and catch his enemy off guard. With the flame law as his main combat technique and the time law as support, coupled with the various techniques that Tang Zhen possessed, it was sufficient to deal with all sorts of enemies. Moreover, Tang Zhen still had his divine ring and the divine talisman of laws. These were all methods that could be used as trump cards. With these powerful techniques, even if he were to encounter an accident, Tang Zhen would be able to deal with it easily. As for comprehending new nomological laws, this was not something that could be forced. It all depended on fate. If the opportunity did not arrive, no matter how hard one worked, they would definitely not gain anything. Because he had grasped the secret of the flower of rules, Tang Zhen had been constantly harvesting the seeds of rules during this period of time. It wouldn't take long for the number to easily exceed 100. In the origin realm, those who had 100 seeds of rules were definitely the representatives of the strongest. The owner was either an immortal old monster or belonged to a large force and was a key training target with deep opportunities. Tang Zhen had achieved this without a sound. He had the qualifications to compete with the top cultivators of the origin realm. However, his accumulation of numbers was different from the powerhouses of the origin realm. The other party accumulated gradually during cultivation. When the number of rule seeds exceeded 100, the condensation of the rules would also reach a certain level. However, Tang Zhen was different. From the beginning, he had 100 law seeds. However, he did not have any comprehension of the laws. If they were to compete in this aspect, Tang Zhen would definitely be completely defeated. However, the degree to which one's law comprehension was condensed did not represent absolute strength. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not have been able to defeat over 20 super experts. One must know that Tang Zhen at that time did not comprehend and condense any laws at all. He was fighting with his own strength. As of now, Tang Zhen had sufficient law seeds and law particles. As long as he had enough time to comprehend and raise his strength, Tang Zhen would definitely be able to soar to the sky. Whether it was the cultivators of the origin realm or the enemies of the world of Lusheng, as long as they dared to provoke Tang Zhen, they would have to bear the corresponding consequences. Chapter 3376, Quietly Becoming Stronger. After a long time, more news came in. The cultivator organizations that traded with the Nameless City had completed the growth of the Tree of Rules one after another, and they had divine items that could be passed down for tens of thousands of years. The evaluation of the cultivator organization's strength instantly rose by several levels. From this, it could be confirmed how important the Tree of Rules was. It was no wonder that these cultivator organizations were so active. Regardless of the cost, he had to give birth to the Tree of Rules. The Tree of Rules, which was once scarce, had suddenly increased by 7 or 8. This matter caused many cultivators to be ecstatic. In the eyes of these cultivators, perhaps from now on, there would no longer be a lack of places to comprehend the law seeds. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. Not every cultivator organization was as generous as the Nameless City, allowing any cultivator to gain enlightenment for free. In fact, it made sense when he thought about it. These cultivator organizations had paid a great price for it, so why should they let others enjoy it for free? If an outsider wanted to comprehend and condense a law seed, they would have to pay a huge amount of law particles. Or, they could join a cultivator organization and sign a contract. The conditions were quite harsh. If they couldn't take it out or refused to join a cultivator organization, they wouldn't have the chance to gain enlightenment. There were also some cultivator organizations that didn't have any plans to open their doors to the public, and the benefits were completely enjoyed by their internal members. For example, the Blood Creek God clan had sealed off an area with a radius of several thousand miles, not allowing any foreign cultivators to enter. The purpose of this was to prevent outsiders from secretly communicating with the Flower of Rules and snatching the opportunities that belonged to their race. In comparison, the Nameless City was simply a great philanthropist who was anxious to help the cultivators in the world. Where else could he find such a good place that didn't charge any fees and didn't have any conditions? As a result, the Nameless City became more and more famous, and some people even called it the City of Tree Ancestors. It meant that the nearby trees of rules all originated from the Nameless Megacity, which was enough to become the ancestral land of other trees of rules. There was another meaning. In fact, it was hinting to Tang Zhen that he was the one who discovered and used the method to accelerate the growth of the Tree of Rules. It seemed to be reasonable to call Tang Zhen the Tree Group. The only regret was that the magical crystal had been completely consumed. There was once a cultivator organization that traveled thousands of miles to get enough impure crystals and was willing to offer several times the high price. The price was truly shocking, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. Similar things had happened several times, and the cultivator organizations who were secretly observing were relieved. At the same time, some unscrupulous people gave up their thoughts. The discussion about the impure crystals became less and less until no one mentioned it again. This was how things were in the world. When the heat was gone, people would gradually forget about it. Perhaps some people still remembered this matter, but since then, the Nameless City had indeed not released a single impure crystal. Time passed by quickly, year after year. The missions from the Nameless City had never stopped, and they had become the main source of income for the cultivators nearby. Compared to the gains of the foreign cultivators, the Nameless City had gained more benefits, and its strength had increased at an even faster rate. There was a group of cultivators from the giant city who had stepped into the threshold of super experts, and many residents had condensed rule seeds. Before Tang Zhen's arrival, such a thing was simply unimaginable. This was especially the case for the old residents of the Nameless City. They felt as though they were in a dream. The continuous increase in strength did not give rise to the ambitions of these residents. After seeing so many super strong people both inside and outside the city, the residents of the Nameless City had a clearer understanding of themselves. In a world where powerhouses were as common as clouds, the strength that they had now was not even worth a fart. Tang Zhen could casually send a super expert to destroy the Nameless Giant City. Under such circumstances, how would the residents of the giant city dare to be arrogant? It was better to cultivate honestly and work hard to improve his own strength and cultivation. He should not get involved in things that he should not. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would end up with their bones crushed. Compared to the low-key nameless city, the cultivators outside the city were becoming more and more active. Because the success rate of enlightenment far exceeded that of other trees of law, it led to more and more cultivators successfully communicating outside the nameless city. Like the residents in the city, many of the cultivators outside the city had condensed their rule seeds. The moment they succeeded, the value of these cultivators would double, and they would be recruited by various large organizations. Compared to ordinary cultivators, these lucky ones who had condensed the seeds of rules clearly had greater potential. No matter if it was the speed of cultivation or the combat power after becoming a super master, they would be far stronger than cultivators of the same level. Some cultivators accepted the recruitment and chose to join an organization that could provide resources, so as not to waste the rule seeds that they had worked hard to gather. He couldn't relax for even a moment in order to increase his strength. However, most of the cultivators were not in a hurry to join the organization. Instead, they were prepared to continue their enlightenment in the nameless city. They had all gone to other places to try to gain enlightenment. At the same time, they had also heard the latest news. If he wanted to communicate and condense the seed of rules in other places, he would definitely have to go through many twists and turns. They had higher goals and wanted to condense more seeds of rules, so the nameless megacity was obviously the most ideal place. These cultivators would continue to stay and silently form their rule seeds until the day they could no longer stay. Changes were happening both inside and outside the city. As the person in charge of everything, Tang Zhen's strength was increasing at an even faster rate. After the number of rule seeds exceeded 100, Tang Zhen did not stop collecting them. Instead, he set his target at 1,000. If the outside world knew that Tang Zhen intended to condense such a number of rule seeds, they would definitely think that he had gone completely crazy. 100 rule seeds was the limit that a cultivator could bear, let alone 1,000. Be it the time it took to condense or the number of rule particles required to nourish it, they were by no means unimaginable to ordinary cultivators. This not only required cultivation, luck, and time, but also required the cultivator to have enough strength to bear so many rule seeds. The rule seeds themselves had the effect of helping a cultivator increase their strength, but they also had side effects. After reaching a certain number, the cultivator's body would not be able to withstand it and it would cause serious damage to the sea of spirit. Before becoming a super expert, ordinary cultivators could only form 3 rule seeds, no matter how lucky they were. More than 3 pills would have an impact on one's body, and it could even destroy the future of a cultivator. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as not enough. This was the truth. However, there were not as many restrictions on Tang Zhen. His sea of spirit was powerful and vast, enough to bear more rule seeds. In addition, these law seeds were not nurtured and condensed at the same time. Instead, they were temporarily sealed by Tang Zhen. As his strength gradually increased, he would unseal and activate it continuously, which would make it more stable. When he stirred up the changes in the outside world and made the cultivation world of the origin realm more and more exciting, Tang Zhen chose to retreat at the peak of his career. The cultivators outside were unable to imagine that Tang Zhen's strength had already reached a terrifying level. It had only been a few years, but he had already completed the condensation of his comprehension of the fire law and used all 100 law seeds to increase his power. This kind of 100-fold increase would allow Tang Zhen's strength to increase by every bit and transform it into a terrifying combat strength. Once he chose to make a move, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Chapter 3377. 100 years. One cultivation knew no time, and in the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. The once nameless city had expanded more than 10 times in size, and was still expanding. Even from a million miles away, one could hear rumors about this city. There were even cultivators who came here without fear of the long distance. Because of its powerful strength, no one dared to provoke the nameless city. Instead, it gradually became a holy land for cultivation that cultivators yearned for. There was no need to pay any price to communicate with the flower of laws. At the same time, he could accept all kinds of missions to supplement his cultivation resources. Cultivating and earning money at the same time, how could cultivators not rush like ducks for such a good place? Because of the many benefits, it only took 100 years for the nameless city to grow into a giant. It was said that there were many experts in the city, and their strength was unfathomable. They had long become the only overlord within 100,000 miles. However, This nameless city was extremely low-key and would never provoke or bully ordinary cultivators. Such a style of doing things had earned him a reputation of being fair and just, and he had become the target of many cultivators. According to unofficial statistics, more than half of the foreign cultivators who arrived outside the nameless city chose to join the nameless city after condensing their rule seeds. It was said that there were many experts in the city, and their strength was unfathomable. They had long become the only overlord within 100,000 miles. However, no matter which organization they belonged to, they were all grateful to the nameless city and remembered it in their hearts. In the future, if there was a call, he would do his best to respond and do his best. There was no agreement that this had to be done, but the nameless city's generosity had already gained the gratitude and recognition of these cultivators. Even a stone-hearted cultivator would be touched to some extent if he didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For anything in return for 100 years. If there was a chance to repay him a little, he would definitely feel happy. When cultivators did things, they always wanted to have no regrets. The nameless city was clearly their biggest debt. Through this method, the nameless city had accumulated a huge network of connections. At a critical moment, it could even call for hundreds of people to respond. If there were no accidents, an organization like the nameless megacity could easily last for tens of thousands of years. Of course, in the origin realm, 10,000 years was just the beginning. There were many ancient and powerful organizations that had existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Ordinary cultivators couldn't come into contact with such behemoths, because there was no need for them to interact. Another advantage of the origin realm was that the places where resources could be obtained were all in the real land of death. However, no organization could monopolize these areas, because they did not have the ability to do so. As a result, the cultivator organizations of the origin realm had never fought for territory because it was meaningless. If there were no special needs, even if an outsider were to build a city near the organization, no one would interfere. Compared to the other cultivation worlds, where people were fighting for their territory, the origin realm was much more peaceful. For example, in the nameless city, in the past 100 years, there had been many large and small tribes nearby. These tribes were born from the nameless city. There was no need to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. When they were built, because no one would drive them away. For the residents of the origin realm, 100 years was not a long time, but it was enough for them to forget many things. At the very least, the cultivators of later generations did not know that 2 wars had taken place 100 years ago, and many powerhouses had been captured and suppressed. This included the rumors of the impure crystals. No one mentioned them anymore, and many cultivators did not even know the specific origin of the Tree of Rules. It was as if someone had deliberately concealed this part of history so that more cultivators would not know about it. It was normal to think about it. It was a divine item that had completely disappeared. There was not much meaning in mentioning it frequently. It would only add to one's sigh and regret. After 100 years of peace and quiet, people gradually forgot that there had once been an expert who had stirred up a storm in the nameless city. It was because of this expert that the nameless city had grown from a remote place to a powerful cultivator organization. It was also this expert who had dealt with the major cultivator organizations and made shocking deals. It was actually a good thing that the false reputation was no longer there. To an expert like Tang Zhen, an undeserved reputation was completely meaningless. If he could choose, not knowing about it was the highest realm. This was because, to them, glory no longer had any substantial benefits. On the contrary, it could bring them unnecessary trouble. The greater one was, the more low-key one would be, and at the same time, the more secretive one would be, so that no one would know. No one knew that Tang Zhen had deliberately caused such a situation to occur. In the past 100 years, Tang Zhen had not only comprehended and condensed the law of fire, but he had also not fallen behind in the time law. Perhaps it was due to the special environment of the origin realm, but Tang Zhen had received an unexpected result when he was comprehending the time rules. Not only was it twice the result with half the effort, but it was several times more effective. This unexpected result caused Tang Zhen to be inexplicably surprised. He could not understand why such a situation would occur. The laws that were originally just auxiliary were actually more effective than the main laws he had comprehended. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. In order to test the time law's ability, Tang Zhen would occasionally display it in the past 100 years. His main task was to return to the past and erase his existence. 100 years had passed. The information regarding Tang Zhen had been quietly and unceasingly erased. None of the cultivators realized that the Tang Zhen in their memories, as well as various related events, were gradually fading away and forgotten. This was only one of the ways to use the rule of time, but it could make countless cultivators outside the nameless city forget what they had experienced 100 years ago. If the method was a bit more powerful, or after another 100 years, this matter would be forgotten by all cultivators, including Tang Zhen himself. He would also disappear from the memories of all the cultivators. Not only would they forget his existence, but they would even turn a blind eye to him. In order to achieve such an effect, not only did he need to master the time rule, but he also needed the cooperation of many secret skills. Since it was targeted at cultivators, the cost was huge, and there was no need to try. If it was for mortals, it would not be so troublesome. It could be done with a thought. In fact, many worlds where humans and gods coexisted had such a phenomenon. Both sides were clearly in the same world, but they turned a blind eye to it. The cultivators had used a similar method to prevent the mortals from seeing the blocked existence. It didn't matter even if they were in the same world. There was actually more than one benefit to Tang Zhen's actions. While they were getting familiar with the rules of time, they could also erase their own traces and prevent their enemies from learning about the relevant information. The nameless city's reputation was getting bigger and bigger, and the attention from the outside world was also getting higher and higher. If it was not controlled, its name would be known everywhere in 100 years. No matter how low profile Tang Zhen was, he would definitely be noticed and known by some people. After which, they would launch a further investigation. During this process, if his old enemies found out about it, it was very likely that he would expose his existence. Before he was confident enough, Tang Zhen must prevent such a thing from happening and reduce unnecessary trouble as much as possible. Chapter 3378, Tang Zhen comes out of seclusion. 1. After 100 years, Tang Zhen had comprehended and condensed two great laws. Moreover, it was rather effective. Tang Zhen could be considered satisfied with the gains he had obtained. This was an extremely difficult thing to do. Tang Zhen might not have high expectations for others, but he was extremely strict with himself. Only Tang Zhen was clear about what kind of harvest he had obtained in the 100 years. Whether it was the law of fire or the law of time, they both had the enhancement of more than 100 law seeds. The advantage of the number of rule seeds was evident here. The might of Tang Zhen's amplification method was definitely terrifying. Although it was not unique, there were not many cultivators who could do it. An ordinary super master could only condense a dozen or dozens of seeds of rules. It was rare for them to condense 100. Only some old monsters could condense 100 rule seeds, but they might not be able to do what he had done. First of all, it would take a long time, and second, it would require sufficient opportunities. At the same time, it would also require a huge amount of nomological particles. However, Tang Zhen didn't lack any of these three. In addition to the 200+ rule seeds that had already been used, Tang Zhen still had over 800 rule seeds, all of which were currently in a sealed state. He had stayed in the nameless megacity for 100 years not only to condense the rules, but also to gather a sufficient number of rule seeds. After nearly 70 years, Tang Zhen finally completed this step. The number of law seeds he had condensed was absolutely unprecedented. As long as Tang Zhen was willing, he could unseal more rule seeds at any time and use them to increase the power of his existing rules. After 100 years of comprehension and the simultaneous enhancement of 100 rule seeds, Tang Zhen's combat strength was already extremely terrifying. 100 years ago, when he had first arrived in the Origin Realm, Tang Zhen had been able to crush those super experts and had turned danger into safety several times. Now that 100 years had passed, Tang Zhen had exceeded the standard and completed the plan. The concerns of the past were no longer a concern. There was no longer a need to stay in the nameless city. Tang Zhen was prepared to go on a long journey. At the same time that he wanted to take revenge, he also wanted to find an opportunity to condense a brand new rule that belonged to him. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen summoned all the cultivators from the nameless city and gathered them at the floating square. After 100 years of operation, the value of the nameless city had greatly increased, and it could not be abandoned at will. Although he could store it in his mind's divine kingdom, Tang Zhen didn't intend to do so because it would destroy the priceless tree of rules. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind to use the nameless city as his overseas base to receive Lu Cheng's cultivators for training. Tang Zhen also wanted to try the things that could be done in other battlefields. Perhaps, he might even obtain unexpected benefits. In fact, as early as 100 years ago, Tang Zhen had already transformed the city lord and high-level cultivators into his own divine servants. After 100 years of cultivation, the nameless city had already given birth to more than a dozen super experts. Even if Tang Zhen left this place, the nameless city would still be safe and sound. In addition to the 20 super powerhouses he had subdued before, it was definitely not a problem to guard a nameless giant city. As time passed, the nameless megacity would become stronger and stronger, becoming the true overlord of the origin realm. Tang Zhen did not need to make too many arrangements. He only gave a brief order before he quietly left the nameless city. Only Black Mist and King Kong were with Tang Zhen. They knew the origin realm very well. They could be brought along as a guide. There were still some things that he could handle for him. With Tang Zhen's secret help, they had all condensed 100 rule seeds and stepped into the ranks of true top-notch cultivators. King Kong and Black Mist were shocked by such a harvest, and they knew where they got it. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, how could he have condensed 70 to 80 rule seeds in just 100 years? They had only condensed a dozen or 20 rule seeds before, but it had taken them tens of thousands of years. He was the only one who knew the hardships he had to face. Of course, Tang Zhen would never admit to this matter. King Kong and Black Mist also did not dare to ask. They were well aware that both the growth of the Tree of Rules and the secret of the formation of the Seeds of Rules were enough to cause a violent shock in the origin realm. Compared to foreign objects like the impure crystal, the latter had a greater impact. No one would believe it even if he told them. The possible danger it could bring was even more unimaginable. Being crushed to pieces should be an inevitable outcome. Therefore, he could only keep this secret to himself and never reveal it. With 100 rule seeds and the rule particles provided by Tang Zhen, King Kong and Black Mist's strength began to increase rapidly. If he had met his old self 100 years ago, he might have been able to kill his old self in a single round. The increase in strength from 100 law seeds was just that terrifying, and the effect was immediate. At this moment, the Black Mist Vajra only had endless admiration and respect for Tang Zhen. Originally, he felt sad for his own fate, but now, he was extremely happy. This was because they were very clear that if Tang Zhen were to ascend the throne one day, they would also obtain a prominent identity. Although he was a servant, he was only under one person. At the same time, he would receive endless benefits. Being able to leave the nameless city was enough to prove how much Tang Zhen valued him. The excitement in his heart was needless to be said. After leaving the nameless city, the first place Tang Zhen had to go was the Wuguang Tower, which had been his alliance for 100 years. Ever since the deal 100 years ago, Wuguang Lusheng never contacted Tang Zhen again. There was no deal or cooperation. With the rule tree, the Five-Light Tower had already gotten what it wanted. Naturally, it no longer needed to care about Tang Zhen. The deal between the two sides was to get what they needed, so there was no debt. As the candidate cities of the three battle zones, these cultivators of the Pentalight city had their own pride. With the three battlefields behind him, even a servant would think that he was superior to others. Perhaps in their hearts, they had already thought of themselves as part of the three battle zones. Although the fourth battle zone was strong, it was still lacking compared to the three battle zones. Even if Tang Zhen came from the fourth battle area and was a lord, the other party might not even put him in their eyes. If it wasn't for the impure crystal, they wouldn't even bother with Tang Zhen. So what if he was a high-level divine general? However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, the other party's arrogance was purely self-opinionated. What Lu Cheng candidate? They were just putting gold on their faces. The three battle zones might not recognize their existence. Of course, there was no need to expose such a thing. In fact, both of them knew it. Tang Zhen didn't head to the Five-Light City Tower to intentionally befriend the other party. Instead, he had other goals. He wanted to see if the so-called candidate could really get the opportunity to join the three battle zones as the legend said. If it was possible, Tang Zhen would definitely try to contact the three battle zones to see if he had the qualifications to go further. Although the fourth battle district was strong, it did not mean that Tang Zhen would stop here. If he could improve further, Tang Zhen would definitely not reject it. During the war for the war zone promotion, Tang Zhen had interacted with the cultivators from the three war zones. When he was helping the Lord of Fate complete the mission, Tang Zhen had seen the golden armored cultivator. The other party had quite a strong strength. If he was not mistaken, the golden armored cultivator was from the first battle area. In just 2 short encounters, he had left a deep impression on Tang Zhen and confirmed that the 3 battle zones did not have an undeserved reputation. Since he wasn't happy in the 4th battle area, Tang Zhen could bring the cultivators in the cracked territory to join the other battle areas in the world of Lusheng. It would either be the Holy Dragon War Zone, or the 3 higher level war zones. If there was still a cornerstone platform, they could even re-establish another war zone. Of course, this kind of thing was not something that could be done just because one wanted to do it. One must have enough luck and strength. Tang Zhen was filled with anticipation for the operation this time around. He hoped that he would be able to gain something. As long as this trip was successful, even if he killed all his enemies, he would have a safe way out. Chapter 3379. Visiting Wuguang Lusheng 1. At the location of the Pentalight City, 5 beams of dazzling light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire sky and land. All sorts of things on this plane were also affected by this, and their outer appearance became bright and colorful. This was not a natural phenomenon, but the manifestation of rule power, which could be perceived and observed with the naked eye. The mysterious rules were no longer mysterious here. It was rare to see such a special scene in other worlds, but it was common in the Origin Realm. This was the uniqueness of the Origin Realm. For example, the colorful clouds in the sky, the colorful and strange animals and plants were all affected by the rules. Rules were easier to manifest. Not only would they affect all living things, but they would also be more convenient for cultivators to cultivate. The Gulan Divine World was the beginning of chaos, the Lusheng world was the dust that settled, and the Origin Realm was in progress. In such a special world, neither cultivators nor mortals could survive. Only the creatures of chaos could survive. The Origin Realm was definitely an exception. It should not have existed, but it had emerged. Therefore, it became the place for high-level immortal generals to advance. Wuguang City's environment was the best place for cultivation, a place that cultivator organizations had to fight for. Cultivating in such an environment was extremely beneficial to cultivators. It was a type of paradise. Wuguang City had actually spent a lot of effort to occupy this place. After all, no one would give up such a precious land. After going through a series of twists and turns and killing the native tribes that originally occupied this place, the 5 Light Tower City had the opportunity to be built. After finding a suitable location, building the city tower was only the beginning. The next step was to strengthen himself. First of all, he had to level up the building, which was the most important part. If it didn't reach the expected level, many things wouldn't be able to be done. When one was promoted to a certain level, they could complete cross-world connections and transactions through the magical cornerstone platform. The resources for Lu Cheng's cultivators to cultivate were guaranteed. This was more important than anything. After completing this step, the cultivators of Lusheng could then gain a firm foothold and continue to plot for greater development. If one wanted to develop and grow in the original extreme realm, the Tree of Rules was a very important factor. Its existence was related to the existence and inheritance of the Pentalight City. The high-level divine generals of the world of Lusheng would go through all the trouble to come to the Origin Realm just to form the seat of rules. 5 Light Tower had the geographical advantage. If they couldn't have a Tree of Rules, it wouldn't make sense. In fact, there was another reason why the 5 Light City had occupied this place. It was because there was a sapling of laws here. They had been working hard all this time, regardless of the cost, just hoping to cultivate it into a talent. It was a pity that after many years of hard work, the height of the Tree of Rules was only 100 meters, far from the standard of maturity. Because of this matter, the cultivators of 5 Light Tower City had been racking their brains, trying to find a solution. The news from the Nameless City made the helpless cultivators from 5 Light City surprised and happy. They immediately launched a secret investigation. The deal that happened after that was actually because he had no other choice but to take the risk and try. Originally, he had a skeptical attitude, but in the end, he received an effect that made him ecstatic. Although he lost a large number of law particles, he also successfully cultivated the Tree of Laws into a material. Moreover, compared to the cost, Wuguang Lusheng's gains were greater, so they didn't suffer a loss in this deal. Now, this 1,000-meter-tall Tree of Rules had become the identity symbol of the Wuguang Tower, representing the inheritance of thousands of years. 100,000 years, a million years, the inheritance did not decline. Because of the Tree of Rules, the nearby cultivator races, big and small, all gathered near the tower. His only goal was to seek an opportunity to condense a rule seed. The Wuguang Lusheng was not stingy. He knew that it would not end well for him to monopolize the food, so he met the needs of the native cultivators. Of course, they had to pay a certain price. The Wuguang Lusheng could not be as generous as the nameless city. They had their own plans and did not need to follow Tang Zhen's actions. But even so, Five Light Tower City still gained a good reputation and became a gathering place for nearby cultivators. When Tang Zhen arrived at the Five Light Tower, he saw cultivators moving back and forth. It looked very lively. The most interesting point was that the Wuguang city was very similar to the nameless city in many ways. It could even be said that the other party was completely imitating it, without missing a single detail. There was also a demonic breeding ground here, and a large number of monsters were raised in captivity to obtain nomological particles. There was also a trading place for cultivators to trade and issue all kinds of missions. For example, he could capture monsters, exchange rule particles for resources, and sell some rare divine weapons. With the power of the cornerstone platform, the Pentalight City could bring out many goods that were well received by the native cultivators. In the center of the city, there was a huge floating square that was 500 meters above the ground. Just like the nameless city, this floating square made use of the operation of the runic magic circle to provide sufficient food for the Tree of Rules. Countless tentacles dropped down like a monster and landed on the cultivators. After the Tree of Rules had matured, the floating square had become dispensable. However, because it could speed up the cultivation speed, it had been preserved. It could be said that the current Five Light City was a replica of the nameless city. The only difference was that it could be upgraded. Tang Zhen would definitely not sneak in quietly when he came to visit. It was very likely that an unnecessary misunderstanding would occur. Wuguang Lusheng was not weak and had no lack of high-level divine generals. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish himself in this world. As for the inner restricted areas, they would definitely be on guard to prevent hostile forces from infiltrating. Tang Zhen's visit must be open and above board so as to not lose his status. The most important point was that they were both in the Lu City world, so they had to be careful when doing things. If it was a city built by native cultivators, Tang Zhen would definitely not take the initiative to reveal his identity. Instead, he would choose to directly break into it. Sometimes, such a method was easier to achieve, because the boorish people of the Origin Realm loved it. When they arrived outside the Five Light City, Tang Zhen used his divine sense to communicate and revealed his origin. I am a cultivator from the nameless megacity. I am here to visit the Five Light City. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not reveal his true identity. However, the cultivators of Wuguang City could tell that he was the true ruler of the nameless city. Welcome, Your Excellency. Soon, a group of cultivators from Lusheng appeared. One of them was the divine General who had made a deal with Tang Zhen before. He invited Tang Zhen to enter the Lusheng. The cultivators of Wuguang City were surprised by Tang Zhen's visit. Since the deal 100 years ago, the two sides had no contact. However, the Five Light Tower had always paid attention to the news of the nameless city. Be it Tang Zhen himself or the nameless city that was getting stronger by the day, they were both worthy of his attention. Normally, when a cultivator of Tang Zhen's status took the initiative to visit Wuguang City, he should be received by the highest leader. However, the city lord of Five Light Tower City didn't appear in front of Tang Zhen. It was said that he had gone to carry out a mission elsewhere. The other party did not explain in detail, so Tang Zhen was naturally unable to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. More, there wasn't much friendship between the two sides, and they didn't have many small talk topics, or else they would both feel awkward. After a short chat, Tang Zhen went straight to the point and stated the purpose of this trip. I remember the last time we made a deal. You said that Wuguang City is attached to the 3 battlefields and will accept some missions from time to time. I wonder if you can tell me the details of the situation and if I can also participate. Chapter 3380, The Origin of the Candidate Lusheng. 1. After hearing Tang Zhen's intentions, the cultivators of Wuguang City were slightly stunned and became somewhat hesitant. From his expression, it was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this matter. Tang Zhen had long expected the other party's reaction. After all, this was the secret of the Five Light City. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's special identity and his powerful strength, Wuguang Lusheng might not have revealed any information to him. The greater one's strength was, the greater one's responsibilities would be. The shocking secrets in the hearts of the minor figures were just the contents of a casual chat between the major figures. With Tang Zhen's strength and identity, he was already at the top of the cultivators in Lusheng. Therefore, there was no need to keep many secrets from him. Letting Tang Zhen know was one thing, but letting him participate in it was another. This divine general of Five Light City was probably worried that Tang Zhen would interfere and snatch the benefits that originally belonged to Five Light City. With Tang Zhen's strength and qualifications, in addition to the nameless city behind him, he would definitely become a rather threatening competitor. If the Five Light City competed with it, they might not be able to win. The conversation between the host and the guest fell into a state of silence. The other party's attitude had already explained the problem. Although Tang Zhen was well aware of it, he did not express his opinion. This was the purpose of his trip. He had to get some useful information, or else he would not let it go. Moreover, during the deal 100 years ago, Wuguang City had promised that they would do their best to satisfy Tang Zhen's request when he needed it. The deal between the two sides included favors. Tang Zhen took the initiative to make concessions, allowing the Five Light City to save a large sum of money. Wuguang Lusheng was well aware of this matter. Now that Tang Zhen had a favor to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Of him, if Wuguang Lusheng broke the contract, it would definitely damage his reputation. A man cannot stand without his word, and Lu Cheng was the same. If Wuguang Lusheng went back on his word and went back on his promise, it would cause a serious damage to his reputation. The losses that could be caused were even more immeasurable. Therefore, Tang Zhen believed that Wuguang Lusheng would definitely not be so short-sighted and lose his integrity because of this matter. Sure enough, after a dozen breaths, the divine general of Five Light Tower City slowly opened his mouth, his tone carrying a trace of helplessness. Your request is really difficult to make. After all, this matter involves the secrets of the Wuguang Lusheng. Even the cultivators of Five Light Tower City might not know about this, much less an outsider like you, who is not allowed to be informed. The God General of Five Light Tower City looked at Tang Zhen and put on a difficult posture. At the same time, he also vomited a lot of bitter water. This act of his was in order to increase the weight of the favor and let Tang Zhen understand how difficult it was for him. He naturally had to do what he had promised, or else it would be breaking his promise. However, making a pained expression could make this favor more valuable. If Tang Zhen wanted to repay him, he would have to increase his bargaining chip. There was no need to care about the depth of the routine. The key was to see if Tang Zhen could express his will. As long as Tang Zhen expressed his will, it would be considered a success. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Tang Zhen gently cupped his fists, indicating that he would accept this favor to prevent the other party from rambling on. Seeing Tang Zhen's attitude, the cultivators from Five Light Tower City changed the topic and began to answer Tang Zhen's question. Since we've made a promise, Wuguang City will naturally not go back on it. If you want to know more about this matter, there's no problem in telling you. In fact, every once in a while, the three battlefields would give out missions. Lu Cheng could choose to accept them according to his own situation. Every time a mission was completed, he would receive a corresponding reward or convert it into points to be stored. When you need it, you can use your points to exchange for what you want, or even the qualification to join the three battle zones. The divine general of Wuguang Tower looked at Tang Zhen and asked with a smile, "It's as simple as that. What else do you want to know?" "Oh, really, from your introduction, it is indeed very simple." Tang Zhen similarly replied with a smile. However, he felt a little dissatisfaction in his heart. The other party's vague explanation made people feel that it was extremely perfunctory, or it could be said that he was completely avoiding the important points and focusing on the trivial. The God General of Wuguang City didn't mention why the three battle zones would issue missions, the mission content, or the specific rewards. However, this content was the information that Tang Zhen wanted to know the most. After obtaining the relevant information, Tang Zhen would be able to analyze it and make a more accurate judgment. Since he had come to Wuguang City, Tang Zhen would definitely ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him clearly, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to be perfunctory. Then can you tell me why the three battle zones didn't take action personally but instead gave the mission to the candidate cities? Tang Zhen went straight to the point and asked what he wanted to know. This Yingluo, The divine general of 5 Light Tower City took a deep look at Tang Zhen as if he was still hesitating. Tang Zhen welcomed the other party and laughed softly at the same time. Your Excellency should be very clear what kind of xianxia I want. This divine general of 5 Light Tower City was indeed not very proper, and his answers were also very secretive. It was simply a joke to use this information that Tang Zhen already knew to fulfill his promise back then. Alright, since you want to know, I'll tell you more. Due to some special reasons, the cultivators in Lusheng rarely left their respective battlefields. As for why this is the case, I'm not very sure. If you know, we can exchange information. When they encounter a mission that requires them to go to the outside world, they will post the mission or descend through their consciousness to the tower where the mission is accepted for a stroll. Tang Zhen gradually understood what was going on as he listened to the other party's explanation. In fact, it was just as he had speculated. These so-called candidate Lusheng were servants of the 3 battle zones. They accepted and completed missions to obtain rewards and opportunities. It could be said that they each took what they needed from each other. Even if there was no reward, these candidate Lusheng would definitely be willing to help. After all, they were serving the 3 battle zones. In the face of such an unattainable existence, ordinary cultivators in Lusheng would do their best to fight for such qualifications even if they had to fight for it. Tang Zhen, however, felt a little surprised. He did not expect that the 3 great battle zones would have such a rule. This was the first time he had heard of it. The experience of coming into contact with the 3 battlefields made Tang Zhen a little suspicious of Wugwang Lusheng's words. If what the other party said was true, then what was the situation with the cultivators from the 3 battlefields that he had come into contact with? Could it be that they had left the war zone due to special circumstances, and he happened to run into them? No one was able to verify Tang Zhen's conjecture. He could only place this doubt in his heart. Perhaps, he would have the opportunity to answer it in the future. Can you tell me again what kind of missions they are, and how can I be qualified to enter the 3 battle zones? Tang Zhen continued to ask, preparing to get to the bottom of it. The divine general of 5 Light Tower City was a little helpless, but since they had already started, they naturally had to continue the conversation. Giving only half of the favor was equivalent to working for nothing. Not only was there no kindness, but he would also be blamed. The content of the mission is uncertain. No one can predict what the cultivators in Lusheng will do. However, most of the missions in the origin realm were to form nomological seeds and collect nomological particles. After all, they were the specialty of the origin realm. Joining the 3 battlefields is just a promise. I've never heard of a true winner. Chapter 3381, Primal Chaos Forbidden Ground 1. Due to certain reasons, Wugwang City couldn't tell Tang Zhen all the information they had. It was related to the interests of Lusheng, so he couldn't be careless. Compared to the other cultivators, Tang Zhen gave the 5 Light City even more pressure and was enough to become a potential competitor. If that day really came, Tang Zhen would definitely become a formidable enemy of the 5 Light Tower. Since he had such a thought, he had to be more vigilant against Tang Zhen to prevent such a situation from happening. Tang Zhen clearly understood this point and did not expect to obtain too much. After understanding the general situation, Tang Zhen bid farewell to the divine general of Wugwang Tower City and headed straight to his next destination. Although his whereabouts were known by the Wugwang Lusheng, Tang Zhen was not worried that there would be any problems. This was because he had not revealed his true origin from the beginning until the end. Under such circumstances, even if Tang Zhen tried to take revenge, he did not need to worry about being discovered by the enemy in advance. It was necessary to hide one's existence. Once one's existence was exposed, it was very likely to attract the enemy's killing. Tang Zhen's enemies would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely think of ways to kill him. This was because the enmity between the 2 sides had already reached the point where one side would not rest until one side died. Neither side would choose to give in. There was also another possibility. The enemy was afraid of Tang Zhen's strength and chose to avoid the pursuit. As long as he hid in the Divine Kingdom in his mind, Tang Zhen might not be able to find him even if he had great abilities. In order to prevent the enemy from escaping, keeping it a secret was even more important. After protecting his identity and background and possessing sufficient strength, it was naturally time for Tang Zhen to take action. The destination of his trip was the few towers built in the 4th battle area. It was most likely that he would find information about his enemies there. There was even a possibility that the enemy was in the city. According to the intelligence, the location of these towers was in a forbidden land of the origin realm. The main purpose was to make it easier to explore the forbidden area and serve as a place to rest and replenish. It was rare to see 4 towers in one place, which showed that the 4th battle area attached great importance to the forbidden area. It was said that after these 4 towers were built, they had already harvested a huge amount of resources. The various materials on the foundation stone platform did not appear out of thin air. Most of them were collected by cultivators. The method of material collection was naturally to invade the thousands of worlds and plunder through war. However, war could not solve everything. Special situations needed special methods to be resolved. If the cultivators of Lucheng wanted to conquer a place like the Origin Realm, they would have to pay a huge price. Even if they mobilized the entire war zone, they might not necessarily succeed. Under such circumstances, the best choice was to build an outer realm base. There was no need to invade, and they could still obtain resources, which might even surpass the plundering of war. When they encountered rare resources, the cornerstone platform would convert them through the origin. However, the exchange price would be higher. The world of Lusheng was huge, and the number of cultivators was uncountable. In order to save cultivation resources, all the major battlefields in Lusheng were trying to open up bases in the outer realms. Whether it was the Sacred Dragon War Zone or the Fractured Territory, there were similar bases in outer space, but the scale was different. Tang Zhen was actually looking forward to these few towers. He wondered if he would be able to obtain enough law particles. The deal 100 years ago allowed Tang Zhen to accumulate a large number of law particles, but he used all of them to cultivate law seeds. More than 200 rule seeds had almost exhausted all of Tang Zhen's savings. Tang Zhen had to continue to work hard to earn money. The rest of the time was spent on the road. It was only when they were on their way that they could feel the boundlessness of the origin realm. It was as if there was no end to it. In fact, this world really did not have a specific boundary. There was only one direction to enter or leave the origin realm, and that was the place where Tang Zhen had come from. Once one entered the origin realm and advanced further into it, one would never be able to find the boundary. It was as if he had followed the river into the sea, and then there was a boundless ocean. There was no end in sight. If this was the vast starry sky, it would be normal for the region to be so boundless. However, as a plain world, it was extremely rare for it to have such an area. Perhaps it was such a great world that could give birth to giant beasts that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall and countless ancient existences that were immortal. Only a world like this was worthy of the law of undying and could accommodate countless living beings. Only a world like this did not need to reduce the burden through reincarnation. The long journey finally came to an end. After seeing many wondrous sights along the way, Tang Zhen finally arrived at his destination. From a great distance away, one could see that the sky had turned dark, as if it had been dyed by ink. However, in the darkness, there were countless bands of light flying and shuttling, looking extremely gorgeous. These light bands dancing in the sky were actually a kind of energy life form, and could only be seen in special places. The vast land that was shrouded in darkness was filled with all kinds of glowing plants. They were colorful and large in size. Under the influence of the undying rule, the various creatures of the origin realm often had relatively large bodies. Over a long period of time, they could grow without restraint. Even a wild grass had the chance to grow into a super creature. Compared to the outside world, the creatures in the Forbidden Zone were more ferocious. Super creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world could be seen everywhere in the Forbidden Zone. At the same time, there were even more powerful existences. Super creatures were just a general term. Just like super powerhouses, there were strong and weak ones. From Tang Zhen's point of view, the super creatures in the Forbidden Grounds were more like those primitive existences in the primal chaos. They were born with the heaven and earth and lived in the chaos. After the heaven and earth were separated, they would either escape into the void or obtain a godhood to become an ancient god. Of course, this only happened in ordinary plane worlds. It did not apply in the origin realm. The forbidden land of the origin realm could be regarded as a chaotic world that had not fully evolved. It was somewhat similar to the Sea of Chaos in the Gulen Divine World. The only difference was that the forbidden lands of the origin realm were real worlds, unlike the Sea of Chaos, which required exploration. This forbidden area, which was shrouded in darkness, was actually more lively than other places. It was definitely not only the construction tower in the 4th battle area. The different races of the Origin Realm had also gathered at the edge of this forbidden land and built their own territories. As far as the eye could see, on the endless land, there were buildings of all sizes. The flashing lights illuminated the night sky of the forbidden area, trying to dispel the darkness that would never fade. It was just that this darkness had existed for who knew how many years and would continue to exist in the future. There was no possibility of dispelling it. There was a clear line of separation between the forbidden area and the outside world. Once one entered it, thick darkness would hit one's face. The edge of the forbidden zone was the most lively place, but it was only a paradise for the weak. He had to go deeper into the territory of the strong. It wasn't that these cultivator organizations didn't want to enter the depths of the forbidden area, but that they would have to bear the corresponding pressure with every distance they advanced. If one wanted to survive in the forbidden zone for a long time, then one must learn to act within one's means. Showing off was the stupidest way. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for them to leave in dejection, or they would be buried here forever. Chapter 3382. First arrival in the Forbidden Zone. 1. The outer area of the Forbidden Area was far more lively than he had imagined. After Tang Zhen arrived, he quietly blended into the sea of people. Although the target was close in front of him, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to head over. Instead, he first wanted to inquire about it. Before coming into contact with the cultivators of Lusheng in the 4th battle area, he had to collect relevant information first and not go to Lusheng without any preparation. Moreover, the goal of Tang Zhen's trip was to kill his enemies and not to visit his family. Unless it was necessary, Lu Cheng didn't need to go. King Kong and Black Mist were in charge of intelligence gathering. The two divine servants were not weak, and they could deal with any unexpected situation. Tang Zhen hid behind the scenes and was in charge of secretly commanding the operation. He would also launch an attack at the crucial moment. Although the Diamond Black Mist had condensed 100 rule seeds and was enough to crush most of the super experts, it might not be a match for the cultivators in Lu Cheng. However, he was definitely competent in gathering intelligence or acting as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Due to the importance of this matter, it might involve many territories in the 4th battle area, so they had to be extremely careful. Not only did Tang Zhen want to take revenge, but he also wanted the other party to be unable to find any evidence. Although Lu Cheng's revenge didn't need enough evidence most of the time, the cornerstone platform's judgment must be supported by evidence. As long as the enemy did not have any evidence, the cornerstone platform would not be able to make things difficult for Tang Zhen. Naturally, there was no need to worry. The grudges between cultivators in the city were inevitable, but as long as it did not happen in the world of the city, the cornerstone platform would not interfere easily. However, what Tang Zhen wanted to do this time around was indeed a little shocking. It would definitely cause a huge wave. After all, his target wasn't an ordinary cultivator, but a true peak divine general who had the potential to become a divine king. Such a supreme existence was a top-notch deterrent force in the world of towers, and it required countless resources and opportunities to create. Losing any one of them would be an incalculable loss. However, Tang Zhen was also unable to determine how many enemies he had. This was the most terrifying thing. In fact, Tang Zhen didn't really care how many enemies there were. Since he had chosen to make a move, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, completely cutting off all future trouble. If there were one, he would kill one. If there were two, he would kill a pair. If it wasn't for his fear of the cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen would have wanted to uproot the enemy's territories in the 4th battle area. Not to mention that Tang Zhen did not care about the overall situation and deliberately damaged the combat power of the 4th battle area. When did the enemies consider these problems? If the other party was unkind, then don't blame Tang Zhen for being unjust. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind. This time around, he must take action to resolve the enmity no matter what. Even if the cornerstone platform appeared, they could forget about stopping Tang Zhen's revenge. From the very beginning, the cornerstone platform's cold response had caused the conflict to intensify. If the cornerstone platform appeared and stopped the actions of those enemies in time, it would not cause Tang Zhen, this hero, to be bitterly disappointed. This also made Tang Zhen certain that there was no friendship between cultivators and the cornerstone platform. The cultivators of Lusheng emphasized on fair trade, and the cornerstone platform was the most determined executor. However, it was also because of this so-called fairness that it led to extreme indifference and heartlessness. Even if Tang Zhen had requested for a reconciliation, he would have had to pay a huge price. The cornerstone platform would definitely not help for nothing. In the eyes of the cornerstone platform, this was to help Tang Zhen eliminate the disaster, so it was only right to pay the price. As for the cause of the conflict, the cornerstone platform would not delve into it. That was Tang Zhen's own business. No matter what other people thought, Tang Zhen would definitely not swallow his anger. He also knew that the enemy would definitely not let this matter rest. This was how it was between cultivators. Since the blade had already been drawn, there was no reason to take it back. King Kong Black Mist received the order and started to collect information about Lu Cheng in the fourth battle area. Tang Zhen also started to take action in secret. His form had already changed. He looked like a strong human-shaped beast, covered in green bone armor. He looked very strong, but he was also very ugly. His form could be seen everywhere in the Origin realm. Many races had the appearance of insects and giant beasts. Because of the special environment, countless species were born in the Origin realm. And because of the rule of immortality, countless races had evolved. Tang Zhen's main body entered the divine kingdom in his mind before he used his divine source to create a brand new body. There was only a trace of Tang Zhen's divine sense in this body. Moreover, it could be annihilated and melted at any time. Even if they were discovered by the enemy, or even fell into their hands, there would be no problem. After asking for directions, Tang Zhen followed a wide passage and headed straight to the tower of the fourth battle area. In this forbidden zone, if one didn't have any powerful means, it was best not to fly randomly. This was because in the darkness, there were countless cracks in the void and all kinds of unspeakable dangers. Although the undying laws existed, it was just that there was no limit to one's lifespan. The forbidden grounds had never lacked unlucky people who died for various reasons. The main reason was that there were all kinds of terrifying monsters in the night sky above them. On both sides of the black stone path, there were huge stone pillars with blazing flames burning at the top. The flames could dispel the darkness, so the monsters wandering in the night sky did not dare to come close and could only wander around like fish. The monster's body was huge, looking like smoke in the form of energy. Occasionally, it would reveal a huge mouth like a black hole, which was filled with dense, terrifying sharp teeth. Looking at its huge size, it could easily devour a mountain. Terrifying monsters like this kept swimming in the night sky, and it was impossible to count the exact number. The Origin realm had no shortage of demons and ghosts, but it was not as dense as the Forbidden Land. It was almost like a demon farm. Although there were many monsters above them, no cultivators would take the initiative to kill them. Instead, they would turn a blind eye to them. If one did not have enough strength, provoking these monsters was no different from courting death. The truly powerful cultivators wouldn't attack in this place, but would enter the depths of the forbidden area. This was because most of these wandering monsters were not super creatures, and they could not obtain law particles after hunting them. Even if one appeared occasionally, it would be mixed in with the sea of monsters. To kill such a super creature, one would have to be surrounded by other monsters. It would be fine if they won, but if they failed, their lives would be in danger. The cultivators didn't want to display their skills in front of everyone or embarrass themselves by being defeated by monsters. It was because of these reasons that the cultivators didn't pay attention to the monsters at the edge of the forbidden area. After crossing the long road, the pressure they felt became greater and greater. The cultivators who were not strong enough could only stop helplessly. Looking at the surrounding environment again, one would discover that the terrain of the forbidden area was actually in a state of going all the way down. Like a funnel, the closer to the center, the steeper the slope. Standing on the road and looking down, one could see piles of fire, which were the places where cultivators gathered. It was like a sky full of stars, occupying a large area, with no end in sight. It was said that there were hundreds of millions of cultivators gathered in this forbidden land. It seemed that this was true. In the midst of the light, there were 4 brightly lit areas that looked particularly striking. These 4 glowing areas were the towers built in the fourth battle area. Each of them was on a cliff that looked like a peninsula, and below them was the terrifying sea of the forbidden area. Chapter 3383, Forbidden Sea Fishing. 1. The so-called Forbidden Area sea only existed in special areas like the Forbidden Area. It was an existence similar to the ocean. However, it was not ordinary seawater. Instead, it had a magical characteristic. It was more like a liquid condensed from energy. There were countless monsters in the Sea of Forbidden Lands, and super creatures could be found everywhere. Cultivators could enter the sea to hunt super creatures. As long as they were strong enough, they would never lack a rich harvest. Every once in a while, there would be cultivators who would enter the deep sea in an attempt to search for more treasures. There were also many cultivators who never returned. The edge of the Forbidden Sea was extremely lively. The cultivators didn't go out to sea to hunt, but instead carried out fishing-like activities by the sea. They did not catch fish, but various monsters from the Forbidden Sea. As long as they were close to the sea, they could see that these cultivators were all holding fishing tools and waiting on the edge of the cliff. From time to time, there would be cultivators pulling the rope, and then the waves would surge, and strange and huge creatures would be pulled ashore. Although it was not a super creature, it was still valuable. At the same time, it was an important cultivation resource. If they caught a super creature, it would lead to a burst of cheers. For ordinary cultivators, it was a huge harvest. There was also a slaughterhouse on the shore. After the monsters were caught, they would be slaughtered and sold out in a short time. At the edge of this forbidden land, there were hundreds of millions of indigenous people. Although there was no limit to their lifespans, they needed to devour food to maintain their lives. This was the disadvantage of immortality, and it was also the limitation of physical cultivation. Every living creature of the origin realm could not avoid it. Some cultivators' physical bodies were cultivated to the extreme, and they would even devour the world to fill their stomachs. These monsters from the sea of the Forbidden Zone were enough to satisfy the needs of the residents and were used as the main food. There were also some special materials that could be used to refine pills and forge weapons, but the supply was also in short supply. As long as an item was used, it would wear and tear, and from time to time, it would have to be replaced. Not far away, there was a trading area that sold all kinds of items. There were resources specially used for fishing, all kinds of weapons and armors, and even ships that could sail in the Forbidden Sea. If one wanted to catch monsters in the Forbidden Sea without taking too much risk, they would need to buy a piece of fishing equipment from the market. After that, he would head to the beach and look for a place to fish, slowly waiting for his prey to take the bait. There were both good and bad fishing areas. The good ones had been occupied by the strong, and the harvest was indeed far better than the other places. If they were strong enough, they could get a better spot. Otherwise, they could only obey the rules or go to remote areas to fish. The cliffs that were like peninsulas were naturally the best places, but they had all been occupied by major forces. The towers in the fourth battle area were all built in this position, which showed that cultivators in these towers had a great influence in the Forbidden Zone. After obtaining the basic information, Tang Zhen and the other cultivators who had just arrived went to the market to trade. He sold some of the resources he had brought with him in the market in exchange for some scattered law particles. Ordinary cultivators also used rule particles to trade, but they were cut fragments, and the value was determined by the volume. When he came to the stall selling fishing equipment, Tang Zhen pretended to compare and bargain with the boss. After spending some time, he finally gathered all the items he needed and spent quite a number of law particles. Tang Zhen brought his fishing equipment to the beach and started to look for a place to fish. Just as he had heard, if one wanted to fish in this area, they had to pay a certain price. Of course, this money was not wasted. The other party would provide the corresponding guidance and also provide assistance in the event of danger. For example, if they caught a super creature and ordinary cultivators couldn't subdue it, the fee collector would help them. Of course, there would be an additional fee for such services. He would definitely not help for free. Most of the cultivators were willing to pay the reward since they would get more. If the cultivators were unwilling to pay the fee, they could go to remote places, far away from the dense areas where cultivators lived. Although those places did not charge a fee, the environment was more dangerous, and it was very likely to be robbed. If they encountered a super creature, it would not be considered lucky but unlucky. They could very well become the monster's food. Tang Zhen did not head to any other place. Instead, he took the initiative to pay a fee and obtained a place where he could stand. The place was indeed not big, and there were cultivators occupying the surrounding area, who were fishing in silence. Tang Zhen came to his position and learned from the other cultivators, hanging the bait on the hook. In this aspect, he was no different from a mortal. It was just that the fishing equipment and bait used were quite particular. They could be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades, and the prices were also different. The cultivators were naturally willing to use good tools. When they caught a super creature, their chances of catching it would increase by several times. If it was an ordinary fishing gear, it would be almost impossible to catch a super creature. From this, it could be confirmed that the promises made by the fee collector were useless to ordinary cultivators. This was because ordinary cultivators had no chance at all to fish the super creature ashore. Naturally, they did not need any additional services. Those who had the chance to catch them were all members of those organizations because they had the best equipment. Tang Zhen finished his preparations and threw his fishing hook into the sea of the restricted area. After which, he slowly waited. In the process of waiting, he could also improve his cultivation strength. It could be said that he did not delay either. The sea breeze in the forbidden zone was calm, without a single wave, and there was no sound at all. The cultivators on the shore were the same. They didn't communicate much and were also unusually quiet. Fishing for monsters in the sea of the forbidden zone was not exactly the same as fishing in real life. At least, they would not have to check the fishing rod frequently. If he wanted a fish to take the bait, he had to wait slowly. The coast was not a pure coast. There were countless caves under the feet of the cultivators, in which monsters lived and reproduced. It was even more impossible for him to use his spiritual sense to search and choose the position of the hook. Because this special seawater could block the detection of spiritual sense, it could even cause a serious backlash to cultivators. Therefore, the smartest thing to do was to fish honestly and not have any crooked thoughts. In the process of waiting, Tang Zhen heard a cultivator shout and a huge monster was dragged out of the sea. Although the monster was not small, its level was not high. It would still take a long time before it became a super creature. Tang Zhen had killed too many super creatures in the magical beast breeding ground. He naturally didn't care about such a monster. However, to ordinary cultivators, it was a really good thing and could be exchanged for quite a rich harvest. The ferocious monster struggled non-stop, but it was still killed in the end. Its huge corpse was directly dragged to the shore. The cultivator who caught the monster even cheered and looked extremely excited. What a lucky guy, he's already caught 3 silver horn spirit lizards. The cultivator beside Tang Zhen was a super fat man. At this moment, his face was filled with envy. It's just a silver horned spirit lizard's cub, what's there to be envious about? Catching the silver horned spirit lizard king is the real deal. The cultivator on the other side said in a disdainful tone, but he couldn't hide the jealousy in his heart. Chapter 3384, Unexpected Gain 1. On the long coast, there were many cultivators fishing, and from time to time, monsters would be pulled ashore. Some cultivators were narrow-minded and would inevitably be envious and jealous when they saw other people's gains. All sorts of strange words would also be blurted out. Tang Zhen had seen too many cultivators who lacked moral conduct. He was simply too lazy to care about them. He just looked at the surface of the sea quietly, guessing that there might be a monster wandering under the dark sea. Different from other cultivators, Tang Zhen didn't expect any gains. His actions were actually just a disguise. He would disguise himself as an ordinary cultivator and observe the restricted area. While he was gathering information, he would also wait for an opportunity to take action. He would not be in a hurry. If he could kill the enemy, what was the point of waiting for 100 years? Tang Zhen was also very interested in this sea of the forbidden land because he was seriously lacking in law particles. However, there were countless super creatures in this forbidden sea. The law particles that he had exchanged for with the impure crystals back then had already been completely consumed by Tang Zhen. However, it was precisely this kind of investment that had no regard for the cost that had allowed him to obtain extremely generous returns. Cultivation was just the beginning, and one could never have too many law particles. Not only did they need to be used now, but there would be even more places where they could be used in the future. If Tang Zhen wanted to become a god king, he definitely could not be as law-abiding as a cultivator. Perhaps, he could still try to spend money like crazy. He had over 800 law seeds, and their value was immeasurable. They were all paving stones for him to become a god king. If he wanted to use these law seeds, he would need even more law particles. Wealth would not fall from the sky, and Tang Zhen would have to think of ways to earn it. Not to mention the opportunities and luck, just these 2 terrifying resources were enough to leave countless super experts in the dust. They could only be envious but couldn't imitate it. Even those powerful cultivator organizations couldn't do it. If his revenge was successful this time, Tang Zhen would head to the depths of the Forbidden Zone Sea and think of ways to collect more rule particles. This matter was particularly important. It could be placed after revenge, but it had to be completed. The fishing spot that Tang Zhen had chosen was very close to the tower of the fourth battle area. This made it easier for him to observe. Although Lu Cheng's cultivators were low-key and secretive, Tang Zhen could still find some inconspicuous clues through his own experience. If he approached the towers rashly, he might be discovered by the powerhouses guarding the towers. Who knew how many peak-stage immortal generals were in the towers? He had to be more cautious in his actions so as not to work for nothing and make his situation more dangerous. While he was pondering, he felt a slight tremble on the fishing gear in his hand. "You've taken the bait." Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt a huge force coming at him, and the rope in his hand was pulled straight. The pulling force was extremely strong. If a cultivator was too weak, they would be pulled into the sea in an instant. Tang Zhen did not move at all. It was as though his feet were rooted to the ground. The cultivators at the side immediately widened their eyes when they saw this. Their faces were filled with envy as they looked at Tang Zhen. He was still envious and jealous of others earlier. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen would suddenly have a harvest? If he were to say strange things at this moment, it would definitely be very inappropriate. Not only would it make people feel that he was narrow-minded, but it was also very likely to create enmity. Therefore, even if they were envious and jealous, they could only keep it in their stomachs and never speak nonsense. "Brother, quickly pull the string, we can't let it escape." Some cultivators shouted at Tang Zhen, urging him to quickly hang up. There were even cultivators who tried to come up and help. It was just a small effort, and the cultivators would not be stingy with this little bit of strength. They would treat it as helping each other. In the future, when he encountered problems, others would also help him. Before they could make a move, they saw Tang Zhen already pulling the rope and pulling it back. No matter how much the monster struggled, it was unable to withstand Tang Zhen's tremendous strength. It could only continue to approach the shore. The struggling monster jumped out of the sea, and the cultivators recognized it. It was the silver-horned spirit lizard that had just been caught. "Good stuff." Some cultivators shouted and looked at the fishing equipment in their hands with a look of anticipation. "Hold on to it, don't let go." The cultivators who had collected the fees earlier also rushed to Tang Zhen's side at this moment. They were holding specially made harpoons. As they were talking, they had already thrown their harpoons and stabbed them deep into the monster's body. However, in the blink of an eye, the monster had more than a dozen ropes on its body, and it had no chance of escaping. The severely injured monster roared, but its struggle became weaker and weaker. "Get on." The cultivators on the shore exerted their strength together, and a black shadow flew up to the shore, landing heavily on the ground. Many cultivators gathered around, obviously ready to watch the show. "Are you going to deal with it yourself, or are you going to let us help you?" After the monster was pulled onto the shore, the cultivator in charge of collecting the fees didn't leave. Instead, he asked Tang Zhen what he planned to do. "What's the difference?" Tang Zhen looked down on this kind of monster. However, he was currently in a disguised state. He naturally had to act even more like it. New people often asked this question, but the cultivator didn't care and simply explained. If they were hired to deal with it, they would have to pay a certain fee, and the price would be different for different segments. It seemed like a simple job to peel off the skin and find the materials, but it actually required a high level of professionalism. Monster tendons were the main material for fishing equipment, but they had to be processed by professionals to ensure the perfect condition. If it was slightly damaged, it would not be able to be used normally, and the price would be greatly reduced. This required superb skills, but most cultivators didn't know such methods. In such a situation, most cultivators would choose the second method, which was to sell the whole body to these cultivator organizations. Although it would reduce his income by 10%, he would have peace and worry-free. Tang Zhen naturally chose the latter. He did not wish to waste too much time and would not care about such an insignificant amount of wealth. After both parties agreed on the price, Tang Zhen obtained a portion of the law particle and returned to his fishing spot. When the cultivators beside him saw Tang Zhen, they congratulated him one after another. They were indeed quite envious. "Brother, you're so lucky. You've just arrived and you've already gained something. I've been here for a long time, but I haven't managed to catch anything. I wonder what's going on." The fat man at the side said loudly to Tang Zhen. His face was filled with envy. The fat man was topless and had a leather skirt around his waist. Other than that, he had nothing else. It was very rare to dress like this. He didn't know if it was because he was used to it or because he was so poor that he only had a pair of pants. A hint of jealousy flashed across the eyes of the other cultivator beside him. Obviously, he couldn't bear to see others gain anything. This silver-horned spirit rhinoceros is indeed nothing and not worth much. It's only powerful if you can catch the silver-horned spirit rhinoceros king. Do you see the tower in front? They had once issued a mission to purchase the entire silver-horned rhinoceros king at a high price. It's a pity that it's a super creature. We can only think about it. It's impossible to get such a good thing. This cultivator's words were bitter. He was obviously jealous and envious as he tried to attack Tang Zhen. However, he did not expect that Tang Zhen's brows would raise slightly without anyone noticing when he heard this. What's the point of saying all that? At least they've already gained something, while you've gained nothing. When the fatty beside him heard this, he immediately retorted. It was obvious that he was crying out for Tang Zhen's injustice. Hehe, Yingluo. When the cultivator heard this, he only sneered and did not continue speaking. He knew very well that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would probably get himself into trouble. However, he did not know that his sharp words had allowed Tang Zhen to gather an important piece of information. Buying silver-horned spirit lizard king seems to be a good way. I can try to buy some. Chapter 3385. Refining bait. Tang Zhen pretended to be nonchalant as he asked about the silver-horned spirit lizard king. The fatty beside him was rather enthusiastic. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, he immediately helped to explain. The silver-horned spirit lizard king was actually a super creature, but it was a very rare species. In addition to being able to provide rule particles, the bones, skin, and flesh of super creatures also had many uses. For example, the silver-horned spirit lizard king was only seen in the forbidden area and was extremely rare. Many organizations purchased these super creatures at an extremely high price. However, the buying trend had only appeared in the last 100 years. It was said that it was related to some treasure in the Forbidden Sea. No one knew how credible the rumors were. The cultivators weren't particularly interested in the silver-horned spirit lizard king's true use. They only cared about the price offered by the buyer. A silver-horned spirit lizard king was worth 5 times the price of a normal super creature, if it was stronger. The price would also rise accordingly. They were both super creatures, but they could earn several times more. No wonder cultivators wanted to catch such monsters. Sometimes, when he gave his blessings, he would also wish the other party to catch the silver-horned spirit lizard king. From this, one could see how far-reaching the effects were. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Although the silver-horned spirit lizard king was expensive, it was also rare. To be able to catch the silver-horned spirit lizard king on this shore was definitely a sign of luck and strength. After understanding what was going on, Tang Zhen naturally knew what to do next. He would think of a way to get the silver-horned spirit lizard king, and then use this opportunity to contact Lu Cheng of the 4th battle area. If only one was enough, it would be better to have a method that could guarantee that he could catch more silver-horned spirit lizard kings. After confirming this, the Lu Cheng cultivators would not treat Tang Zhen as an ordinary cultivator and would likely have more contact and transactions. If that was the case, Tang Zhen would be able to sneak in and quietly look for a good opportunity to take action. This was only a preliminary plan. As for how to operate it, it would still depend on the situation. The most important part would be to capture more silver-horned spirit lizard kings and make them his specialty. When Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he casually picked up the bait in his hand and started to study it in silence. He decided to give it a try and make something out of the bait to see if it would work. Fishing on the shore of the Forbidden Land was not much different from ordinary people's fishing. It was all fishing with a fishing line, a hook, and bait. There was no need to talk about fish line and hook, but the bait had to be specially made, and it was divided into different grades. There were cheap universal lures, special lures, and some specially made lures made by famous people. In this Forbidden Land, the process of refining the bait was no easier than refining medicinal pills. After countless years of inheritances and research, many systems were formed, and it could be considered a competition between hundreds of schools. Powerful and rich cultivators would always look for the best fishing equipment and buy the best bait to have the best chance of getting the best harvest. As for fishing in the sea, it could save on bait, but it would be very risky. It turned out that these monsters were completely invisible in the Forbidden Sea, and there was no way to find their traces. If a super expert entered the Forbidden Sea, even if he faced these monsters, he would not be able to discover their existence. However, monsters could discover cultivators and attack them. As long as they didn't leave the ocean, they would never appear. Even super powerhouses were restricted by this rule and could not use their full strength at all. In this case, using fishing to catch prey was naturally the best and safest method. The bait in Tang Zhen's hands belonged to the cheapest universal type. It was said that one could catch anything, but it was completely based on luck. Cultivators with real experience would not buy this kind of bait, because the probability of getting it was pitifully low. Even if a monster were to swim over, it would usually choose the higher level bait when it had to choose from a pile of bait. It was because of this reason that many cultivators were surprised and sighed at Tang Zhen's good luck. After all, they had all seen that Tang Zhen had used ordinary bait when he was fishing. The cultivators' bait were all better and more expensive than his, but the silver-horned spirit lizard had bitten Tang Zhen's hook. The only perfect explanation was that Tang Zhen's luck was good. Tang Zhen wasn't sure if the harvest just now was based on luck. However, he couldn't rely on luck anymore. After studying the bait for a while, Tang Zhen got up and left to collect materials in the market. The things he wanted were neither expensive nor expensive. He could directly generate them in his divine kingdom in his mind, but this method could easily leave behind hidden dangers. If someone were to investigate Tang Zhen, they would discover that something was amiss, causing them to be unable to carry out their next plan. Since he had disguised himself as a native cultivator, he had to pretend to the end. Tang Zhen, who had just obtained a sum of money, naturally wouldn't be stingy when it came to spending money. He waved his hand and bought a large number of materials. Then, he took these materials and returned to the fishing spot at the edge of the cliff. Seeing Tang Zhen carrying a pile of things, the surrounding cultivators were somewhat surprised. They had clearly guessed Tang Zhen's plan. This cultivator who had just arrived was obviously a newbie, but he tried to make his own bait. Although this kind of behavior saved money, it seemed to be a little overestimating his own ability. Only the fatty beside him had an envious expression as he watched Tang Zhen's operation without blinking. "Brother, you're really amazing. You actually know how to make bait. This ability is not ordinary." When the cultivators at the side saw this, their faces revealed a trace of disdain. They did not think that Tang Zhen had such an ability. In this forbidden land, there had never been a lack of people who overestimated their own strength, but they would soon disappear. The newcomer in front of him might be one of them. There were also quite a number of cultivators who were unable to keep quiet at this moment. However, they were actually waiting to see Tang Zhen make a fool of himself. The process of preparing bait wasn't simple. It was no different from cultivators refining medicinal pills. Every process was extremely harsh. Once there was a mistake, it could cause all their previous efforts to go to waste. However, to Tang Zhen, this was not a problem at all. He could definitely resolve it easily. Not only could he easily complete the configuration, but he also had to suppress his own level and not show too much of his strength. At the same time, he couldn't reveal any clues related to the cultivators of Lusheng, or it would be a problem. After using a small technique to make the things he came into contact with become blurry, Tang Zhen began the refining process. Bystanders could only see the general movements, but it was impossible to see the specific number and control of the fire. This was only for the sake of secrecy, and it was absolutely meaningless. It was also a common practice of many cultivators. Seeing how formal Tang Zhen was, some cultivators secretly laughed while others silently pondered. When they thought of Tang Zhen's previous harvest, some cultivators couldn't help but secretly ponder. Was there a problem with the bait he used? If that was the case, he could try to buy one. Perhaps he would get an unexpected harvest. Of course, there was no need to rush this matter. He could continue to observe and make a move when he confirmed that there was a mistake. The price of the bait was not cheap. If it was specially made and effective, the price would be even higher. If they bought it randomly without any effect, no one would bear the loss for them. Chapter 3386. The explosiveness of the chubby man won. Very quickly, the attention of the cultivators shifted away from Tang Zhen. They still had their own things to do. Whether it was fishing or cultivation, it was better than watching the fun. Although they were not afraid of the passage of time, there was competition between cultivators. If they were surpassed by their enemies, there was a possibility of losing their lives. Among the cultivators beside Tang Zhen, only Fatty kept on watching with an excited appearance. "No wonder you can't catch anything, Yingluo. The cultivator with the sharp tongue snorted disdainfully. This time, he was targeting the fat man. The fat man only chuckled. Even though the other party's words were unkind, he didn't care. Tang Zhen would not bother with this fellow. He was only a little curious. How did such a sharp and unkind face survive until now? He must be someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he met a real powerhouse, he would not dare to say any nonsense. This guy was also lucky that he didn't really provoke Tang Zhen. Otherwise, he would have been slapped into the sea. After less than 20 minutes, Tang Zhen's pill bait was completed. It wasn't a difficult task to begin with, and it was just a test subject, so it naturally wouldn't waste too much time. As Tang Zhen removed the restriction, a few black pills appeared in front of him. They looked simple and unadorned. Seeing this, the cultivators nearby all looked over and stared at the pills. This is a misty pill. Some cultivators muttered to themselves. Their eyes were filled with doubt and a hint of mockery. The pills that were sold normally were bright in color and had all sorts of strange fragrances. There were also some high-grade pills that glowed like peerless treasures. There were even some bait pills that could make sounds like living creatures and create all kinds of illusions. The bait pill relied on these characteristics to attract monsters to eat it. The more precious the bait pill was, the more extraordinary it looked. The cultivators were astonished when they saw the pill bait that Tang Zhen had refined. They felt that this wasn't something that could be used. Even if it was a pill bait, it would probably be ruined. The eyes that he used to look at Tang Zhen were already filled with ridicule and disappointment. He gently shook his head. As expected, he was unreliable. The appearance of these bait pills looked like stone dung eggs. There was nothing special about them. It was like a dream to catch a monster. The cultivators saw this as a joke and lost interest in continuing to watch. They all turned their eyes to the side. Only Fatty, who was standing at the side, stared at the pill with wide eyes, as if he was very interested. He was staring at the baiten, as if he had noticed something unusual. He couldn't help but try to get closer to observe. However, in the blink of an eye, he was less than a foot away from the pill. Then, he saw Fatty's eyes widen even more and a look of surprise flashed across his face. It's really good stuff. The Fatty looked at Tang Zhen. His face was filled with envy and admiration. Good stuff. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but secretly guess that there was something wrong with Fatty's head. Which normal cultivator would treat a pile of junk as a treasure? Tang Zhen merely smiled. He did not expect that this ordinary-looking Fatty would actually discover the wondrous aspect of the pill bait he refined. Only when one was really close to the baiten could they smell its unique fragrance and the mysterious and dense runes that could not be seen clearly. If you think it's good, you can take it. If there are any gains, we can split it half. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Fatty immediately nodded his head in agreement and pulled back his fishing hook. He pressed on the mechanism, and the metal cage opened. A silver-white pill was placed inside. After being soaked in the forbidden sea, the fragrance of the pill would hit one's face. Even cultivators would drool, let alone those greedy monsters. Fatty, however, did not hesitate. He directly grabbed the pill bait and threw it to the side. He then placed the pill bait that Tang Zhen had refined in. He pressed the mechanism again, and the cage closed. He then checked the hook. With a soft sound, 8 sharp spikes shot out of the iron pipe that was covered with runes. There were still spikes on the spikes. If a monster consumed the bait pill, it would definitely be hooked by this terrifying fish hook. It was almost impossible to get rid of it. After confirming that there was no problem with the fishing gear, Fatty threw the fishing hook into the sea again and waited with anticipation. He. In the middle of the Fatty's eyebrows, there was a crown that looked like a fin. It was originally green in color, but it was gradually turning red. This thing should be related to emotions, which meant that Fatty was very excited and seemed to be full of expectations for the bait pill. Tang Zhen stared at the Fatty. He smiled softly and shook his head. He then randomly picked up the pill bait on the ground. Just like before, he watched intently. No one cared about Fatty at all. The cultivators all stared at the sea silently, hoping that they would be the next lucky one to catch a sea monster. On the calm sea surface, huge waves suddenly surged, and a huge tail emerged from the water. Although it was only a flash, some cultivators could still see that it was a huge creature. Quickly bite my bait, hurry. The cultivator next to Tang Zhen stared at the sea in front of him as he roared with an expression of anticipation. The other cultivators did the same. They all held their breath and focused on looking for the monster's movement. There were also many cultivators who were chanting incantations that could increase their luck. The content of their prayers was the same, all hoping that this monster that suddenly appeared would be able to be fished ashore. The fat man beside Tang Zhen suddenly laughed out loud as he pulled the rope in his hand with all his might. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they immediately realized the reason. Fatty must have caught a monster. How is that possible? The cultivator with the sharp words stared at the fish string in the fat man's hand with a face full of doubt and unwillingness. As expected, the fish line was as tight as a string, and it was obvious that prey was being dragged on the hook. While the cultivators were shocked and envious, the cultivators in charge of collecting the fees had already rushed over. Just as they were about to help, they saw Fatty's eyes widen and he let out a low roar without turning his head. "I don't need you to interfere, I can pull it up myself." Fatty's tone was very determined, and before he could finish his sentence, his body actually rapidly expanded. The fair and tender fat man had turned into a black giant man with a body the size of a small mountain and a body as black as steel in an instant. The kind smile on his face turned into a ferocious face, like a peerless ancient fierce god. "Get up here." The fat man's eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. His thick arms kept pulling the rope. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all gasped and looked at Fatty with fear. To be able to complete the transformation in an instant and possess such a terrifying combat form, this Fatty was clearly not a simple character. Many cultivators secretly rejoiced that they didn't bully others because of the Fatty's honesty. Otherwise, they would have been smashed into meat paste by his punch. Seeing the Fatty's terrifying form, the cultivators collecting the fees dodged decisively, afraid that he was the type who wouldn't recognize anyone in battle and would attack anyone who dared to provoke him. For the rest of the time, the cultivators watched Fatty's performance as he pulled the rope up. The monster in the Forbidden Sea could not withstand Fatty's tremendous strength at all and was forcibly dragged out of the sea. "Get up here." With a low growl, the 100-meter-long monster was directly thrown onto the shore by Fatty. Chapter 3387, The Miraculous Effect of the Baiting Pill. After the monster was thrown onto the shore, Fatty returned to his original state and quickly rushed to the monster. When the monster from the Forbidden Sea landed on the ground, it had already been killed by Fatty. Such a terrifying power shocked the cultivators again. "Ha ha ha." Fatty laughed out loud, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. He even started to dance around the monster. His movements were strange and interesting, making the surrounding cultivators laugh. There were many races in the Origin realm who liked to sing and dance during the celebration of victory. Fatty was not the only one who did so. The cultivators didn't care at all and even thought it was natural. His main focus was still on the monster, and he kept praising it. Although this monster was not a super creature, if he were to sell it, he would be able to make a lot of money. The cultivators who didn't know the truth were envious of Fatty's good luck, but the expressions of those who knew the truth suddenly became complicated and serious. Fatty had gained nothing before this. It was precisely because he used the bait pill provided by Tang Zhen that he was able to fish up the monster in front of him. Could it be that this pill bait is really effective? The cultivators secretly pondered whether it was Tang Zhen's pill that had a wondrous effect or the Fatty. He suddenly got lucky. He wanted to ask, but he couldn't. "Fatty, how should we deal with this monster?" Another cultivator walked up and asked the Fatty. The attitude of these cultivators had also changed because of the strength that Fatty had displayed. However, they still had to do what they had to do. "Wait a moment." The fat man rushed in front of Tang Zhen and adopted a questioning posture. "Don't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me, just deal with it as you see fit." Tang Zhen did not even raise his head as he spoke to Fatty in a low voice. "Then I'll sell it to you. I still want to continue fishing for monsters." Fatty replied without the slightest hesitation after receiving Tang Zhen's reply. He then impatiently rushed back to the edge of the cliff. He was too obsessed with this feeling and wanted to try it again. The law particles were not that important. He picked up another pill and threw it back into the Forbidden Sea. "Just you wait, I'll catch another giant beast soon," the fat man said loudly, his face full of confidence. No one said anything, but some people sneered secretly, thinking that Fatty was delusional. It was already quite lucky to be able to catch one monster, but he still wanted to catch another. The monsters in the Forbidden Sea weren't domestic animals that you could get as you please. There were also cultivators who wondered if Fatty's confidence was really because of the bait pill. No matter what the spectators were thinking, Fatty had already started fishing and put on a completely focused posture. Tang Zhen by the side looked at the baton and was similarly silent. He did not care about anything else. This pair of strange combination made the onlooking cultivators click their tongues in wonder. In fact, it wasn't rare to catch monsters on the long coast, so the cultivators quickly got busy. After all, no matter how many others captured, it had nothing to do with him. Who would have thought that not long after, Fatty would let out another excited roar and continuously pull the rope in his hand. You took the bait again. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they were stunned and their faces were full of surprise. Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, he saw Fatty transform once again, as if he was a giant ant-like beast from the ancient times. He grabbed the rope and pulled it back. In the blink of an eye, he threw the monster onto the shore. Seeing the living monster, the eyes of the cultivators who had suspected that there was a problem with the bait pill immediately lit up. They became eager to give it a try. They tried to obtain a bait pill from Tang Zhen's hands to see if they could gain anything. If there was really a harvest, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. Sir, can you let me try your pill bait? If I catch a monster, I can give you half of the cultivator with the sharp tongue said to Tang Zhen. At the same time, he stared at the baton without blinking. In his eyes, there was an unconcealed greed, and he wanted to immediately grab the pill. Tang Zhen did not seem to have heard it and did not have any reaction at all. Your Excellency, what do you think? The acrid cultivator did not give up and asked again, seemingly very impatient. What? Tang Zhen turned his head around and swept his eyes over the other party without saying anything. Sure, but there's a condition. You have to pay for the other half of the law particles first. Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the acrid cultivator's face immediately fell and revealed an indignant expression. How can you do this? If I can't catch it, won't I be at a disadvantage? If I can definitely catch it, wouldn't it be better for me to fish it myself? Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head. He no longer bothered with the other party. He didn't dare to take any risk, but only wanted to take advantage of her. This kind of guy was really annoying. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's fake identity, he would definitely have slapped such a person into a meat patty. Of course, with his status, he would definitely not encounter such a shameless person. Fatty ran back again. Because he had caught 2 monsters in a row, he had become the focus of attention of the cultivators. The fat man didn't care about this. Instead, he picked up a bait pill and prepared to continue fishing. Fatty, do you want to catch a super creature? Tang Zhen's voice sounded, causing Fatty to be slightly stunned. I want to. Fatty nodded his head vigorously, his face filled with anticipation. All right then. Throw these bait pills into the sea and buy the materials according to my request. Use the rule particles that you just obtained. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's request, Fatty was slightly stunned. The cultivators beside him were the same. Now, he could basically confirm that the bait pill that Tang Zhen refined had a miraculous effect. That was why he was able to catch the monsters one after another. However, Tang Zhen actually wanted to throw such a good thing into the sea. It was simply inconceivable. Why? How can you throw such a good thing into the sea? It was that acrid cultivator again who jumped out to stop Tang Zhen. If you don't want them, you can give them all to me. The acrimonious cultivator said loudly. He shouted for a long time, but no one responded. Some of the cultivators at the side saw this and revealed looks of disgust. They felt that this fellow was so shameless. In fact, they all had the same thoughts in their hearts, but they could not say it out loud. If the pill was really effective, not only would the price be extremely high, but it would also mean that more monsters could be caught. In the eyes of the cultivators, this was just a large pile of nomological particles, and it would be a pity to throw them away. All right, as Fatty spoke, he grabbed the pill and threw it into the sea without hesitation. Ayaya! The surrounding cultivators sighed in unison upon seeing this. The moment the baton fell into the water, huge waves were set off in the sea. The backs of a few monsters emerged from the water, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at their appearance, they were obviously fighting for the bait pill. Such an abnormal scene made the cultivators even more certain that the baited pill that Tang Zhen had refined had a miraculous effect. Although he felt that it was a pity, as long as Tang Zhen was still around, he could still refine the bait pill. Fatty left as though he was flying. According to Tang Zhen's request, he prepared to purchase the ingredients to refine the bait pill. Tang Zhen still remained at his original spot. He held a pill in his hand as he stared at the sea below without blinking. No one knew what he was planning. Many figures were hidden in the nearby crowd. They had already started to pay attention to Tang Zhen. Deep in the cliff of the Forbidden Sea, in the huge tower, there were also gazes looking over. Chapter 3388, an extraordinary item. 1. Fatty's movements were very fast. Not long after he left, he had already returned with his bag. He appeared to be in a hurry, afraid that he would delay Tang Zhen's matter. Your Excellency, do you want to check again? The fat man asked with a serious expression as he placed the items aside. Well done, these are all the things I want. All the ingredients that Tang Zhen needed were brought back in sufficient quantities. After passing all the ingredients to Tang Zhen, Fatty squatted by the side and watched as Tang Zhen opened the furnace to refine the bait pill once again. That anticipating expression was clearly filled with confidence in Tang Zhen. He was certain that Tang Zhen would be able to refine the thing he wanted. The surrounding cultivators once again focused their attention on this area. The previous 2 successful attempts were enough to prove that the baiter pill was extraordinary. As the person who created it, Tang Zhen's status had also risen. Many cultivators wanted to see what Tang Zhen, who had thrown the pill bait into the sea, would do. Could it really be as he said, that he could refine even higher grade products? When Tang Zhen and Fatty were talking earlier, the cultivators had all heard it clearly. He actually asked Fatty if he wanted to capture a super creature. What a big mouth. Could it be that the newly refined bait pill was specially made to deal with super creatures? In fact, it was not that there were no similar bait pills, but they were sold at a very expensive price, and they were definitely not available for purchase just because one wanted to. Everyone knew the value of super creatures and the difficulty of capturing them. Ordinary cultivators could only look at them. Most of the time, even if a cultivator was willing to spend money, they couldn't buy what they wanted. Because they were not strong enough, they did not have the qualifications to trade. Only those who were super strong had the right to hunt super creatures and could guarantee a high success rate. Of course, the hunting ground of the super experts was not on the coast of the Forbidden Sea, but in the vast deep sea. If Tang Zhen really had such strength, the bait pill that he refined would be able to catch super creatures. It would definitely be vied for by the cultivator organizations. Even if he did not join any organization, he would be able to earn enough cultivation resources just by relying on his skill in refining bait pills. All sorts of gazes were continuously thrown towards Tang Zhen. There was envy and jealousy. Of course, up until now, everything was just a guess. No one could be sure if Tang Zhen really had such an ability. It still did not take long for Tang Zhen to withdraw the restriction and a black pill appeared in front of him. Although he was still ordinary, the cultivators didn't dare to underestimate him like before. Their previous careless actions had already made them feel like they had been slapped in the face. They would definitely not do the same stupid thing again. Fatty's eyes sparkled as he looked at the pill bait that Tang Zhen had refined. He had an impatient appearance. This pill of mine has a 90% chance of catching a super creature. Are you sure your fishing gear is fine? Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the fatty was stunned for a moment. He quickly revealed a difficult expression. I don't have such high-level fishing equipment. I might not be able to buy it even if I wanted to. What should I do? What Fatty said was true. Fishing equipment that could catch super creatures could not be bought on the market at all. This was because fishing equipment of this level required cultivators to find famous people to customize them. It was not something that could be bought casually. Tang Zhen nodded. He did not really care about this. If he were to use his main body, even an ordinary strand of hair would definitely be able to fish a super creature ashore. As a creator, he naturally had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. As long as Tang Zhen was willing, his hair could also become the most flexible material. He could easily fish up the super creature with a light loosen. Of course, the current Tang Zhen was not his main body. He could not use his main body's techniques. Otherwise, it would be very easy for someone to see through his flaws. Others might not know, but Tang Zhen was very clear that the cultivators of the 4th battle area were secretly watching him. If there was really no other way, he could only wait until he had a fishing gear before testing the effect of this bait pill. If there was really no other way, he could let the King Kong Black Mist take action. It would always be able to solve the problem quietly. You don't need to worry. Go to the market and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around. May I know where I can find useful fishing equipment? We're just testing it, so we don't have high requirements. It's fine as long as it can be used. Tang Zhen was already prepared. He informed his divine servant to set up a trap and send the fishing gear to Fatty. Fatty nodded in agreement and turned to head to the market. Hold on, a voice suddenly came from the surrounding audience, calling out to Fatty, who was about to leave. Are you sure the pill you made can catch super creatures? The cultivator who spoke was wearing a yellow robe with runes and a red mask. He looked at Tang Zhen without blinking and asked in a probing tone. Whether I can or cannot, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Tang Zhen didn't even turn his head as he spoke in a cold voice. If you can guarantee that you can catch a super creature, I can lend you my fishing gear. But if you can't do it, woo-woo. Before the cultivator could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tang Zhen. There's no need to trouble you, sir. We can think of another way. Tang Zhen turned his head and smiled, directly rejecting the other party's suggestion. You're so silly. The cultivator was stunned on the spot. Half of his words were stuck in his stomach, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but laugh when they saw this, feeling a bit pleased. This cultivator seemed to be helping, but in fact, he was just raising the price and wanted to get some benefits from Tang Zhen. All the cultivators were very happy to see the other party suffer. HMPH, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. The cultivator snorted coldly and retreated to the side. He didn't speak anymore, but he didn't go far. From his expression, it was obvious that he was unwilling to leave and was probably waiting for a new opportunity. The cultivators who had been waiting to see the effects of the pill bait were now anxious and disappointed. At this moment, a few more cultivators walked out. From their attire, they seemed to belong to the same organization. Cultivators, organizations like this could be seen everywhere in the forbidden area, and the cultivators had long been accustomed to it. Under such circumstances, for the other party to take the initiative to step forward, it was obvious that he had some plans. I have a set of fishing equipment. I can lend it to you. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the previous incident, the other party did not negotiate the conditions at all. Instead, he directly asked Tang Zhen to use the fishing gear. It would be easier to negotiate if they succeeded, and there wouldn't be much loss if they failed. The higher the grade of the fishing equipment, the sturdier and more durable it was, and it would never be easily damaged. Sure, but he has to do it. Tang Zhen pointed at Fatty as he made a request. This caused Fatty to be stunned once again. Soon after, his face was filled with excitement. The cultivators looked at the Fatty and nodded in agreement. No problem, he said. These cultivators had seen Fatty's transformation clearly and knew that he indeed had the ability to control it. Even if a problem were to arise, they would be able to easily resolve it with their presence. Fatty, it's up to you now. Tang Zhen casually threw the medicinal pill over as he spoke. He had an unconcerned expression. The Fatty caught the pill and sniffed it. He then revealed an intoxicated expression. His attitude immediately aroused the speculations of the crowd, and they were even more certain that this pill bait was not simple. They couldn't smell anything, but Fatty's expression was enough to tell that the pill bait must be extremely fragrant. However, the divine items concealed themselves, and if they were not within a certain distance, they could not smell the fragrance at all. They had heard of similar pills before. It was said that once they entered the sea, the smell would spread rapidly. It was no wonder that when the pill entered the sea, it immediately caused an abnormal phenomenon. It seemed that this thing was really extraordinary. Chapter 3389, Silver-Horned Spirit Lizard King 1. The sudden appearance of a cultivator who was willing to provide high-level fishing equipment for free solved the problem at hand. Tang Zhen didn't know the other party's background. In short, he wasn't someone he had arranged. This was enough to show that his performance had an effect, and there were indeed cultivators who were very interested. It was only natural for such a situation to occur. Although it was a low-level bait pill, as long as it had a high enough hook rate, it would definitely be given high attention. If the Bazi pill could be effective on super creatures, its value would increase by several times, and even super powerhouses would fight to buy it. This represented a huge amount of wealth and enough opportunities. It could even affect cultivator organizations. It was for this reason that cultivators were willing to borrow fishing equipment. Compared to the profit, borrowing the fishing gear once was not worth mentioning at all. Now that he had a suitable fishing gear, Fatty immediately put the pill on and threw the hook into the sea. Then, full of confidence, he stared at the sea and made a gesture of being ready to harvest at any time. The surrounding cultivators also watched intently, wanting to see if the bait pill was really effective. If he didn't gain anything after causing such a commotion, wouldn't he be slapped in the face in public? However, if it could really be done, the nature would be completely different. It could even be said to cause a sensation. A special bait pill that could lure super creatures and guarantee a high chance of getting hooked. Such a thing was simply unimaginable. The cultivators all had their own thoughts as they waited for the results of the experiment. In the beginning, the surface of the sea was calm and without any movement. This situation was very normal. Sometimes, a cultivator would fish for a year and a half without any movement. However, if they were lucky enough, it wouldn't take long for them to catch the sea monster. No one would question the effects of the pill because of the situation in front of them. Even if it had a magical effect, there had to be a super creature nearby. After waiting for a period of time, there would be no problem at all. One could not arbitrarily determine that the pill bait was ineffective. Not long after Fatty cast the hook, the originally calm forbidden sea suddenly began to surge. One could clearly see the backs of sea monsters suddenly appearing in the pitch-black ocean. Normally, these monsters would never appear, but now they were showing their tracks. If there was an abnormality, it meant that something abnormal had happened. Looking at these giant beasts, they were actually heading straight for the cliff. It was obvious that they were where Fatty was. He really came. The cultivators on the shore were both surprised and happy, and they quickly focused their attention on the sea. In the next moment, the fishing line on Fatty's fishing gear became as tight as a strung bow. He's taken the bait. When the cultivators saw this, they growled in unison and their eyes seemed to shine. They wanted to see if this monster that had suddenly taken the bait was a true super creature. Fatty quickly completed his transformation and pulled his fishing gear to reel in the fishing line with a ferocious expression. From the looks of it, he should have already given it his all. Hurry up and help. It should be a super creature. A voice suddenly came from the cultivators in charge of collecting the fees. They were more experienced and could tell that the prey was extraordinary at a glance. With the order, the cultivators moved forward one after another, raising the harpoons in their hands and preparing. As soon as the monster emerged from the sea, it would immediately attack. Is it really a super creature? The onlooking cultivators were getting more and more excited. Many of them had never seen a super creature being fished up to shore. Although there were many super creatures in the forbidden area, it didn't mean that ordinary cultivators could capture them. Those were exclusive to the super experts. Stay far away, be careful not to be affected and lose your lives in vain. Seeing the cultivators gathering around him, the person in charge immediately shouted and glared at them. He was just giving them a routine reminder. If these guys didn't listen to his advice, they deserved to be killed by the monster. This sentence was very effective. The cultivators retreated one after another to avoid being accidentally harmed. Fatty had already let out a low growl. Compared to the monsters he had caught the previous 2 times, it was obviously much more difficult this time. He wasn't a super expert, and his transformation couldn't make up for the gap. If it wasn't for his race's innate ability to obtain super strength, he would have been pulled into the sea long ago. The 2 sides were in a deadlock, evenly matched. Quickly go help. The cultivator in charge of collecting the fees immediately rushed forward and helped the fat man pull the rope. Perhaps he realized that he was not capable enough, so Fatty no longer continued to act tough. Instead, he silently agreed to the other party's help. With the help of the reinforcements, the monsters in the sea were finally dragged toward the shore. When they were less than 100 meters away from the shore, a huge and ferocious figure flashed across the ocean. The experienced cultivators could make an accurate judgment with just a glance. It's the silver-horned spirit lizard king. Some cultivators shouted with excitement on their faces, as if they were the ones who had caught the monster. That's right, the silver-horned spirit lizard king. This luck is really good to the extreme. Not only did he catch a super creature, but it's also the most valuable silver-horned spirit lizard king. I've struck it rich. I've earned big. What a lucky guy. It's not just luck. This pill is really effective. It can really attract super creatures. It's too early to make a decision now. We need more proof. He. If you're really as cautious as you are, then don't even think about getting any opportunities. I'm afraid that the pill bait is really effective, but it's not fated to be with you and me. Look at the cultivators from those organizations. I'm afraid they'll take action soon. The cultivators discussed animatedly. They were obviously more excited than the owner. The cultivator who had tried to use the fishing gear to make a deal earlier was staring at the monster in the ocean with a remorseful expression. In the blink of an eye, the monster in the ocean was pulled to the bottom of the cliff. The moment the monster's back was revealed, harpoons were thrown out and landed on the monster's body. Rise! The cultivators worked together and tried to drag the monster ashore. However, at this moment, the monster's body trembled violently, and a wave of law fluctuations spread out. Countless slender water arrows shot up the cliff and hit the cultivators who were watching. The cultivators were shocked to see these water arrows. The liquid in the Forbidden Sea was a very special existence. It would cause fatal corrosion to the body of a cultivator. At the same time, it would be highly toxic. Not only would it affect one's cultivation, but it would also endanger one's life. Only super powerhouses had the ability to shield themselves from the poison of water and could even enter the deep sea to search for treasures. This type of silver-horned spirit lizard king had law particles in its body and could use the power of laws to attack. The rules that sea monsters mastered were all related to the Forbidden Sea, which could double the destructive power. The water arrow was only one of his moves. If he was in the Forbidden Sea, he could unleash even more killing moves. Seeing the water arrows coming at them, the cultivators dodged in fear, afraid that they would be pierced by these terrible things. The seemingly weak water arrows actually had a strong penetrating power. The cultivators' tough bodies could not resist it at all. It could be said that as long as one touched it, they would be poisoned immediately. The cultivators who rented fishing spots were already prepared for the silver-horned spirit lizard king's attack. Countless hexagonal shields flew up instantly and joined together to form a huge turtle shell. Just by looking at the material, it was obvious that it was made by a super creature and had a super strong defensive ability. The turtle shell blocked the water arrows and also provided protection for the cultivators, preventing them from letting the sea monster escape. Just as the sea monster launched its attack, the cultivators threw the silver-horned spirit lizard king onto the shore. Chapter 3390. It's indeed effective when the sea monster was thrown onto the land, and the cultivators quickly dodged, afraid that they would be killed by the struggling monster. After leaving the Forbidden Sea, the silver-horned spirit lizard king lost 70% of its power, but the remaining 30% was still deadly. However, now that they were out of the Forbidden Sea, no matter how fierce the silver-horned spirit lizard king was, it wouldn't have a chance to show off. The cultivators who were guarding nearby had already locked onto the monster's weak point and launched a killing blow at the same time. These cultivators had undergone professional training. Not only were their strengths extraordinary, but they also knew the fatal weaknesses of various monsters. When it was their turn to attack, they would definitely use the shortest amount of time to launch a sure-kill attack on the monster. Who would have thought that the silver-horned spiritual lizard king would be so resistant to attacks? Even when it was faced with the cultivators' deadly attacks, it still fought back fiercely. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they hurriedly stepped back and dodged, afraid that they would be injured by the beast. The silver-horned spirit lizard king took this opportunity to rush back into the Forbidden Sea. "Animal, where are you running to?" At this critical moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, and the escaping sea monster's movements slowed down. A figure suddenly appeared, holding a long spear with golden runes, and shot it towards the silver-horned spirit lizard king's head. Those who dared to charge a fee in the no-see zone had to be powerful and had a strong enough cultivator organization behind them. When ordinary cultivators encountered a super creature that they could not handle, a super expert would step in to resolve the crisis. With a flash of golden light, the silver-horned spirit lizard king's head was pierced through. It was only a few dozen meters away from the sea, but it couldn't move another step. All right, the cultivators watching the battle cheered loudly. They had been worried that the silver-horned spirit lizard king would escape, but they had managed to stop it at the last moment. Her heart, which was hanging in the air, slowly settled down at this moment. Looking at the unmoving corpse of the sea monster, the cultivator could confirm that the silver-horned spirit lizard king had been successfully killed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Super experts were indeed extraordinary. "Kid, we're taking this sea monster. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory." The super expert who hunted the sea monster said loudly to Tang Zhen and assumed a posture that wouldn't allow any refusal. If it was something else, he wouldn't even care. The silver-horned spirit lizard king was an exception. Now, many cultivator organizations were trying to find ways to collect this monster, and their organization was the same. That was why he spoke out in public and directly captured this monster, even if it was criticized by others. "Your Excellency's way of doing things is a little unreasonable. It is your duty to act, and you should receive the reward you deserve. However, how you deal with this sea monster is entirely up to the owner's own intentions, and not something you can force to buy or sell. The cultivator who lent Tang Zhen his fishing gear earlier snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone. The super expert who killed the silver-horned spirit lizard king looked over coldly. However, the other party did not show any weakness. They looked at each other, and the aura of a super expert also erupted. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators suddenly realized why this cultivator was carrying advanced fishing equipment. It turned out that he was also a super expert, just that he had concealed his aura. The followers at the side showed the signs on their waists, which represented a huge cultivator organization. The cultivators from both sides looked at each other for a moment but did not continue to argue. A silver-horned spirit lizard king wasn't enough to cause a fight between the two organizations. The most important item was still the pill bait. Kid, don't say that I'm bullying you. Now, I'll let you choose, who do you want to sell this silver-horned spiritual lizard king to? The super expert who killed the sea monster asked Tang Zhen in a cold voice. He didn't even take Tang Zhen seriously. If it wasn't for this special sea monster, he wouldn't even bother with Tang Zhen. After all, the difference in their statuses was there. Fortunately, he did not know the strength of Tang Zhen's actual body. Otherwise, he would definitely be so frightened that he would kneel and beg for mercy. If he angered Tang Zhen, he might even dare to destroy his entire organization. Tang Zhen's intentions were great. He was too lazy to bother with this arrogant fool. However, if the other party was insatiable, he would definitely give him a painful lesson. I can sell it to anyone, but the one with the highest price will get it. Tang Zhen said indifferently. He seemed to be completely unconcerned about this harvest. Very well, then I'll give you 10 times the price and order 5 more bait pills. Do you dare to accept this deal? The cultivator who lent Tang Zhen his fishing equipment suddenly spoke. At the same time, he looked at Tang Zhen with bright eyes. Whether it was the price he offered or the 5 bait pills, it was definitely a big deal. The super expert who hunted the sea monster only snorted coldly, but didn't open his mouth to bid. 10 times the price was a bit outrageous, and he felt it was not worth it. Moreover, the other party had not gone too far. It was just a customized pill bait and not Tang Zhen being pulled into their own cultivation organization. This meant that other cultivators could also share the benefits. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The pill bait that Tang Zhen refined must be good. Looking at the previous performance, these bait pills should be effective, but he was still not 100% confident. He could wait and see, and after confirming that there were no problems, he could proceed with the transaction. Since no one was competing, the deal was naturally successful. The other organizations did not participate. Your fishing equipment can be directly discounted because I still need to use it. The other party didn't reject Tang Zhen's conditions. Instead, he revealed a trace of anticipation. This method was even better, as they could see the results directly. If they were not satisfied, it was only natural to change the agreement. The reason for the custom-made bait pill was because he was optimistic about the effect. If Tang Zhen couldn't do it, only a fool would continue to spend money to customize it. While Fatty was trading with the other party, Tang Zhen had already opened the furnace again and refined a pill bait that could be used to catch super creatures. Compared to the previous situation where no one paid attention to him, Tang Zhen's surroundings were now filled with cultivators. They were not dangling fishers. They had just come here after hearing the commotion and had been watching nearby. The audience had clearly seen Tang Zhen's earlier performance. At this moment, they were filled with anticipation. Everyone clearly knew that the baited pill that Tang Zhen had refined this time around would have the effect of making the final decision. The answer would be revealed whether it really had a wondrous effect, because it was the truth. The news spread quickly, and more cultivators gathered. Whether it was the silver-horned spirit lizard king or the magical pill, they were both enough to attract the attention of many. It was not only the individual cultivators, but the cultivator organizations also sent people to pay close attention to this matter. In a short period of time, the surroundings were filled with people, all waiting for the final result. Tang Zhen, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, was not the least bit concerned about the situation around him. He was only focused on doing his own things. His various focused postures attracted the cultivators' size, and they felt that this was the demeanor of a true master. In the face of such a formation, to be able to remain calm was indeed not something that ordinary cultivators could do. It didn't take long for the protective restriction to be removed, and the refining of the bait pill was completed. Tang Zhen checked it and casually threw the pill to Fatty. Let's try the effect again. Fatty, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't wait to operate it and quickly threw the fishing hook into the forbidden sea. It didn't take long for the calm sea to become turbulent, and the scene that had once appeared was repeated. This time, it was even more intense. Far away from the shore, there were clearly monsters rushing over. Boom! A huge figure jumped out of the sea and fell back into the sea in the blink of an eye. The cultivators who were guarding the shore saw this scene clearly and immediately let out a burst of exclamations. Silver-horned spirit lizard king again. The scene in front of him proved that not only could the beta pill attract super creatures, it was even more effective against the silver-horned spirit lizard king. As soon as this thought rose in his mind, he saw another sea monster rushing out of the sea with a silver light. The familiar appearance and color made the cultivators' eyes widen. Damn it, another silver-horned spirit lizard king. The two silver-horned spirit lizard kings appeared one after another, causing some of the cultivators who were watching in secret to reveal ecstatic expressions. Chapter 3391, Fight for it. 1. No matter how gorgeous the words were, they were not as touching as the truth. The fact that the silver-horned spirit lizard king had been caught twice was enough to prove that the pill bait that Tang Zhen had refined was indeed effective. At that moment, the cultivators' eyes changed and shone with a terrifying light. The gazes that he used to look at Tang Zhen were even more greedy and direct. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter rang out, and it brought with it an irrepressible joy and delight as it rapidly approached from a distant place. The undisguised thick aura made the onlooking cultivators' hearts tremble. They knew that super experts were rushing over. In just a blink of an eye, over a dozen figures had appeared near the shore where Tang Zhen was. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be pushed far away, leaving a blank space in their surroundings. Judging from their aura and attire, they were obviously not ordinary cultivators. They should belong to the major cultivation organizations. To be able to appear in time, he must have been observing for a long time. They didn't appear in time before they could confirm the effect of the pill bait, so they wanted to be safe. Now that the facts had proven that the pill bait did have a miraculous effect, they had to appear in time to snatch it. The actions of these cultivators seemed realistic, but they were actually very reasonable. Tang Zhen had displayed his value, so the cultivator organization would definitely extend an olive branch. This could also be considered as each taking what they needed. If it had no value, the other party would not even bother to pay attention to it. I want 10 of the bait pills you made. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Looking at you, I don't think you've joined any organization. Why don't you join us and seek protection? You can sell this pill recipe to me. I can give you a price that you won't even be able to dream of. After these cultivators appeared, they made all kinds of demands and conditions without hiding their greed. Some cultivators wanted the bait pill, some fancied Tang Zhen, and some shameless guy actually wanted the refining method of the bait pill. This was the most important thing, and cultivators wouldn't easily tell others, but this group of cultivators directly tried to snatch it. Such an action clearly showed that he did not put Tang Zhen in his eyes and did not give him the most basic respect. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public and Tang Zhen was the focus of everyone's attention, some cultivators might really have directly abducted him. As long as it fell into the other party's hands, they could do whatever they wanted without much discussion. However, at this moment, the cultivators had to take care of their face and couldn't just think about eating all the food alone. Otherwise, the other cultivator organizations would definitely not let this matter rest. An even bigger dispute might break out. The conditions that they had raised could only be placed on the surface now, allowing Tang Zhen to make his own choice. The surrounding cultivators were both envious and worried. They were envious because Tang Zhen could reach the heavens in a single step with this pill bait and directly talk to these super experts. To cultivators, this was a kind of opportunity. However, on second thought, this also meant great danger. If they were not careful, they would encounter a fatal crisis. Tang Zhen, who was being watched by everyone, laughed softly at this moment. I'm sorry, I don't sell bait pills, and I won't trade the pill recipe. I can talk to whoever wants to obtain this silver-horned spirit lizard king. You need to know that this thing is not cheap. If you catch too many, you have to find a strong buyer. Tang Zhen's words were filled with strong self-confidence. He was just short of directly telling this group of cultivators that he had a way to capture more silver-horned spirit lizard kings. After hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the cultivators became more and more excited. If they could only catch super creatures, it might not be enough to pique their interest, but what they hunted were all super creatures. Every super expert had their own secret techniques to ensure a higher chance of killing them. As long as he was diligent, he could sustain his daily cultivation needs. However, it was a bit difficult to limit the hunting targets, and few cultivators could do it. Now that Tang Zhen could guarantee that he would be able to kill enough silver-horned spirit lizard kings, how could the cultivators not be tempted? In the current forbidden area, large-scale cultivator organizations were all collecting these super creatures. Unfortunately, the difficulty of collecting them was extremely high, and it all depended on luck. Even if they paid a high price, they could not solve the problem. Tang Zhen's words made the cultivators realize that the turning point they were looking forward to might have arrived. If that's the case, please come with me to a quiet place to talk about it in detail. Another cultivator said. His eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen as a bad thought arose in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to take some risks, he had to capture or control Tang Zhen. This matter concerned the interests of the organization. Even if it would cause some disputes, it was absolutely acceptable. If I bring him to a secluded place to talk, I'm afraid he won't be able to return. He will be directly captured by you. Some cultivators sneered and directly exposed the other party's lie. If it was during normal times, they would still be able to save each other some face, but today's matter was completely different. If anyone chose to take a step back, they would most likely miss out on a precious opportunity. In a short period of time, the negotiations between these cultivators had already begun to smell like gunpowder. No one wanted to give in, and no one wanted to get benefits. It was no longer important what decision Tang Zhen would make. This was because he did not have the right to choose due to the difference in their strength. The group of cultivators didn't give in to each other, and the negotiations also entered a stalemate. However, Tang Zhen continued to smile and didn't say anything. However, until now, Lu Cheng from the 4th battle area still hadn't shown up, and no one knew what he was thinking. If the other party refused to appear, Tang Zhen would not be able to achieve his goal. Therefore, he had to continue waiting. However, he would not continue to wait bitterly. If the other party still did not appear, Tang Zhen would think of other methods. There was not only one method to achieve his goal. The method that Tang Zhen had chosen was the most secure one. If it didn't work, he had other alternative methods, but they were more risky and extreme. It was not impossible for him to expose his existence. If it was possible, Tang Zhen would try his best to avoid such a thing from happening. This would reduce a lot of trouble. However, things did not always go as one wished. The most perfect plan might not necessarily lead to the most satisfactory results. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't need to care too much about the process. At the same time, he had to bear the risks that came with it. At this moment, be it Tang Zhen or the cultivators watching by the side, they seemed to have all become outsiders. The real protagonists of the scene were the cultivators, organizations who had nothing to do with the situation but had jumped out to pick the fruits of their labor. They didn't care about other people's opinions. They just wanted to achieve their own goals. In their eyes, ordinary cultivators were insignificant. They were like a group of people talking with a group of ducks standing around them. Little did they know that among the targets that they thought they could easily take down, there was a giant beast that could swallow them in one bite. What they didn't know was that this terrifying beast was starting to lose its patience. If they had known the truth, these cultivators would not have been so calm. Instead, they would have chosen to escape. They could show off their abilities in front of ordinary cultivators, but when facing Tang Zhen, they were no different from ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, such a situation didn't happen. Just as Tang Zhen was wondering if he should change his plan, the cultivators in the 4th battle area finally reacted. Chapter 3392, Entering Lu Cheng 1. Compared to the other cultivator organizations, the cultivators from Lusheng were even more powerful. 10 super experts had come. Firstly, they used their power to suppress others. Secondly, they expressed the attitude of the cultivators in Lu City through such a formation. They were absolutely determined to succeed in this matter. The leader of the cultivators was Lu Cheng, who had condensed his godhood. He was far from being comparable to the ordinary cultivators of the Origin realm. Judging from the level of his strength, he was only one step away from being a high-level divine general. He was strong enough to crush the super masters of the Origin realm. The other 9 cultivators of Lu Cheng should be the natives of the Origin realm who had joined Lu Cheng for some reason. Since they had joined Lu Cheng, there was no need to worry about their loyalty. Lu Cheng's cultivators had their own means to ensure that the other party would not betray them. There was even another possibility that the other party's current strength was completely supported by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. If that was the case, they would be more loyal to Lu Sheng. After all, it was better to raise a child than to raise one, and cultivators didn't have a strong sense of territory. The battle to protect the world was mostly driven by profit. The appearance of the cultivators of Lu Cheng made the super experts very vigilant, because they knew their strength very well. If the other party were to interfere, they might not be able to get any benefits. The super experts looked at each other and had already reached a tacit understanding. They would advance and retreat together when necessary. In the face of the powerful cultivators of Lu Sheng, they chose to form a temporary alliance so that they would have more confidence. After Lu Cheng's cultivators arrived, they glanced at the super experts around them with calm and cold eyes. Although they didn't say a word, they gave people the feeling that they didn't care about these super experts. The super powerhouses had keen senses and could naturally sense the attitude of the cultivators in Lu Cheng, but they had no reason to be angry. They didn't have the courage to face the cultivators of Lu Cheng. No matter how many silver-horned spirit lizard kings you catch, we can buy them at a high price. You can set the price. Compared to the other super powerhouses, Lu Cheng's attitude was very peaceful and he didn't have the slightest attitude of bullying others. At this moment, he was treating Tang Zhen as a negotiation partner and not a weak ant. Just based on this point, one could immediately determine who was better. Hearing this, the super strong cultivators felt disdainful and felt that Lu Cheng was too hypocritical. In the eyes of these cultivators, Tang Zhen wasn't a super expert and wasn't worthy of such treatment. The most important point was that Tang Zhen had obtained the respect that they did not. This point caused the super experts to feel indignant. They wanted to stop and destroy it. However, they had nothing to say. Everything would depend on Tang Zhen's choice. If he wanted a fair competition, he could have offered better conditions and not come up with some crooked ideas. Whoever dared to do this would be equivalent to breaking the fairness and might be attacked collectively. The cultivators of Lusheng City were rich and had the ability to make such a promise, but they didn't have the confidence and qualifications. Under such special circumstances, he couldn't just boast for the sake of competition. The defeated competitors would definitely supervise this matter, and if they failed to do so, it would become the trigger for war. Especially the cultivators of Lu City, if they were targeted by such a strong master, it was enough to make the cultivation organizations restless. Because of his fear, he didn't dare to make any promises to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, it was inevitable for him to be depressed and unwilling. There were also some super experts who didn't dare to provoke the cultivators of the Lusheng, so they could only turn around and threaten Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, the hints in their eyes were directly ignored by Tang Zhen and did not have any effect at all. Tang Zhen looked at cultivator Lu Cheng and gently nodded his head. Sure. When the surrounding super powerhouses heard this, their hearts were immediately filled with disappointment, feeling that they had missed this golden opportunity. The cultivator from Lu Cheng chuckled as if he had already expected this result, so he made an invitation. If that's the case, then please leave this place with me and head to a quieter place. This public fishing spot was indeed quite chaotic, and it was not suitable for important matters. Since he had chosen to cooperate with Lu Cheng, he naturally had to go to the area controlled by the other party. Even if Tang Zhen didn't want to go, the Lu Cheng cultivators wouldn't agree. Such an important deal couldn't be neglected. If the cultivators' organization were to go back on their word and launch an attack or abduct Tang Zhen, it would only make things worse. The two sides had reached an agreement. Tang Zhen would head to the Lusheng of the fourth battle area. This was an inevitable result. The first step of the plan had been achieved. Tang Zhen now had a legal identity and could enter the city tower openly. No one would doubt his identity. After all, it was cultivator Lu Cheng who invited them and provided them with what they needed the most. Tang Zhen slowly stood up. He was just about to leave the edge of the cliff when he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the fat man standing beside him. I'm going to another place. Are you willing to follow me? The fatty's earlier appearance was somewhat dejected. However, his worry turned into joy after hearing Tang Zhen's words. He nodded his head vigorously, indicating that he was very willing. To Fatty, whether it was meeting or following Tang Zhen, it was actually a kind of opportunity. It was not an easy task for ordinary cultivators to change their fate, and it was even more difficult for them to obtain such an opportunity. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could Fatty miss it? He immediately rushed to Tang Zhen's back and followed closely. He carried the fishing gear on his shoulder and laughed foolishly. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, their hearts were filled with envy. They also wanted to have such an opportunity and take risks without fear. Wealth was found in danger, and so was cultivation. Although the cultivators were prepared to fight with their lives, they might not be able to get the opportunity they wanted. Most of them were just waiting for the opportunity. The super powerhouses of the large organizations had already dodged to the side. Since they did not stop him from the beginning, they would not cause any more trouble. The expressions of these super experts were gloomy as they watched Tang Zhen's group leave. No one knew what they were thinking. The fishing spot that Tang Zhen had chosen was not far from the tower in the fourth battle area. His goal was to easily attract the attention of the other party. Now that he was heading to Lusheng, it naturally wouldn't take much time. The Lusheng of the fourth battle area was located on a peninsula that protruded from a cliff. It was an independent area. In a land where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, to be able to occupy such a large piece of land was enough to prove one's strength. The cliffs on three sides of the peninsula were extremely steep, and below them was the quiet forbidden sea. It was so calm that there were no waves at all. Compared to the coast they were at just now, the pressure on this peninsula had clearly increased a bit. This was a very normal phenomenon. The deeper they went into the forbidden sea, the greater the pressure they would have to bear. The cultivators of the Origin Realm had long discovered that once they got close or dived into the forbidden sea, the terrifying pressure would be greatly reduced. However, if he did that, he would be attacked by sea monsters, which would make it even more dangerous. The cultivators who entered the forbidden sea would travel by boat. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure, but they could also defend against the attacks of sea monsters. Several huge ships were parked in the open space around the building, looking like moving islands. The ship was currently being built, and the materials used were all from super sea monsters. Only such materials could float and sail in the forbidden sea. If it were any other material, it would sink the moment it entered the sea, and it would be impossible to sail in the forbidden sea. There were also many cultivators in Lu City who were also fishing and would catch something from time to time. Compared to the native cultivators on the coast, the Lu Cheng cultivators had a higher chance of getting something, which might be related to the pill bait they used. While they were moving forward, the Lu Cheng cultivator looked straight ahead and said to Tang Zhen without turning his head, "You can apply for all kinds of supplies. No matter what item it is, you can get it as long as you want it. I'll give you the lowest price, and we'll settle everything at the end, provided that you can capture enough silver horn spirit lizard kings." Tang Zhen listened in silence. He then quietly looked at the building in front of him and guessed that his enemy might be there. Chapter 3393, Bribing 1. During the conversation, Tang Zhen was brought to an area that was wide and flat. It should be a space specially cleared for fishing for sea monsters. The conditions here were obviously better than the fishing ground he had rented before, and it was also equipped with the corresponding auxiliary equipment. For example, the floating turrets that were carefully refined by refiners could fire harpoons. When the super creature was caught, it could help to lock on and launch a fatal attack. With this kind of auxiliary equipment, even without companions, one could still complete the capture of prey. There were a lot of similar equipment near the building, floating around in the air. Whenever he needed help, he would provide it at the first moment. With such auxiliary equipment, even a low-level cultivator like Fatty could easily capture super creatures. After arranging for Tang Zhen to go to the designated location and assigning the support personnel, the Lu Cheng cultivator left. However, Tang Zhen was clear that the other party had not really gone far away. Instead, they were observing in the dark. He had to verify it before he could truly be at ease. As for entering the tower, it was impossible to do it now. Tang Zhen was also not in a hurry. Moreover, Tang Zhen's goal was not just to enter the tower but to search for traces and clues related to the enemy. Let's start. Under the gazes of a group of cultivators, Tang Zhen sat cross-legged on the white jade stone platform and immediately entered his working state. First, he ordered people to gather the materials, and then he began to refine it. Many cultivators would add some materials that they didn't need when they bought alchemy materials. Some of them might even have side effects. The purpose of doing so was to confuse and prevent others from prying and stealing. When you see the records on the pill recipe, there are hundreds of ingredients and even thousands of steps to operate it, you must not believe it. This was because it was very likely that there would be mines everywhere. It was almost impossible to successfully refine it. This was only one of the many defensive methods. For cultivators, there were countless similar methods. If mortals fought with cultivators, it was basically impossible for them to win because they were at different levels. Most of the time, it was actually fake and real. Tang Zhen loyally played his role. Just like an ordinary cultivator, he gave an extremely complicated list of materials. Seeing this, Lu Cheng, who was in charge of the support, quickly got what he needed without any hesitation. He continued to open the restriction and began to refine the bait pill. During the entire refining process, no one disturbed Tang Zhen. The cultivators were clear about the taboo in this aspect. After about 20 minutes, Tang Zhen threw the pill to Fatty. "Take it, you'll continue to be in charge of fishing." As Tang Zhen spoke, he once again measured out the ingredients and prepared to start the second refinement. Fatty was extremely excited when he heard this. He was obsessed with the feeling of fishing for sea monsters. This way, he could prove himself. In the end, Tang Zhen handed over the pill bait. Fatty started to fish with great familiarity and only focused on the matter itself. Fatty was not particularly concerned about his situation. He had also given Tang Zhen a high level of trust. Fatty's talent was extraordinary. Moreover, he was simple and honest. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen brought him along. Just like before, it didn't take long for a silver-horned spirit lizard king to take the bait. The cultivators of Lu Cheng who were watching immediately cheered. The facts had once again proven that Tang Zhen's pill was indeed effective. Furthermore, it was specifically targeted at the silver-horned spirit lizard king. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were watching in the dark finally relaxed and began to fully cooperate with Tang Zhen. The following days were peaceful and monotonous. The silver-horned spirit lizard king was unlucky. It was pulled out of the Forbidden Sea by Fatty from time to time and killed with the help of the cultivators from Lu Cheng. However, as time passed, the chances of capturing it became lower and lower. It wasn't that Tang Zhen's pill bait had failed, but that there were only a few silver-horned spirit lizard kings nearby, and they had all been fished up by Fatty. If he wanted to hunt more silver-horned spirit lizard kings, he would have to go to other places, deep into the dangerous Forbidden Sea. However, it had always been the exclusive right of the super experts to go deep into the Forbidden Sea to hunt. Ordinary cultivators had no right to do so at all. It was not that ordinary cultivators were not allowed to enter, but that there was a 90% chance of death after entering, and there was basically no possibility of returning alive. After a period of time, the Lu Cheng cultivator made a request. He hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to trade for the pill formula. This way, even without Tang Zhen, they would still be able to capture the silver-horned spirit lizard king. Their hunting area would be in the Forbidden Sea, where there were more powerful monsters. Facing the request of the Lu Cheng cultivator, Tang Zhen directly chose to refuse. If that was the case, his plan would not be able to proceed smoothly, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, if he refused like this, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would definitely not give up and would use other means. Tang Zhen gave a reason to stop the other party from continuing to make things difficult for him. "This special pill requires my blood essence, and it must be absolutely fresh. This is the innate ability of our race, and it cannot be replicated. Even if we have the pill recipe, we cannot refine it." After hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, the Lu Cheng cultivator was still doubtful, but he did not continue to force him. Clearly, they had some apprehensions. If they were to go overboard, they would lose the opportunity to cooperate with Tang Zhen. Since Tang Zhen was not willing to hand over the pill formula, he would think of another method. As for the law particles that were supposed to be obtained, there was no lack of them. The price was more than 10 times that of ordinary super creatures. Cultivators of Lusheng rarely reneged on their debts, which was a very praiseworthy advantage. Even though all the silver-horned spirit lizard kings had been caught, Fatty still continued to fish every day with a look of perseverance. Tang Zhen just sat on the spot as if he was silently cultivating, but also as if he was resisting the imprisonment of the cultivators in the city. The silver-horned spirit lizard kings had already been killed. There was no longer any meaning for Tang Zhen to stay here. Under such circumstances, the Lu Cheng cultivators should have let him go instead of putting him under house arrest. The other party's goal was also very simple. They didn't want Tang Zhen to help the other organizations to fish for more silver-horned spirit lizard kings. Of course, it was also possible that Tang Zhen would still be of use to him after a while. After a while, a cultivator from Lu Cheng came to find Tang Zhen. It was the divine general who had invited him. The other party spoke a few words with Tang Zhen and then listed his conditions and demands. 3 days later, we will enter the Forbidden Sea to carry out a special mission. The silver-horned spirit lizard kings you sold will be of great use and will ensure the success of this operation. However, this number is still far from enough. We need more silver-horned spirit lizard kings, and your excellency is the guarantee we need. When cultivator Lu Cheng said this, he stared at Tang Zhen without blinking, as if he was observing his reaction. Tang Zhen was silent and only quietly looked at the other party. Seeing this, cultivator Lu Cheng continued, I plan to invite you to join us in this operation. I'll do my best to ensure your safety. Other than the reward for catching the silver-horned spirit lizard king, I can also promise you that I will help you become a super warrior after the mission is over. Such conditions were generous enough. For any cultivator, it was an irresistible temptation. The cultivator from Lu Cheng believed that even if he had to take some risks, Tang Zhen would agree to his conditions. As expected, after a few seconds of silence, Tang Zhen gently nodded his head in agreement. Chapter 3394, Assemble and set out to sea. After agreeing to participate in the operation, Tang Zhen did not gain more trust. Instead, he was under even stricter supervision. The cultivators of Lu Cheng did this to prevent Tang Zhen from coming into contact with cultivators from the outside world and leaking important information. Tang Zhen had already discovered that there was a high-level cultivator monitoring the inside and outside of the city. Nothing could escape the other party's perception. Even if Tang Zhen's main body were to personally come and attempt to enter the tower, there was still an extremely high chance that his whereabouts would be exposed. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen, who did not want to attract attention, had to be even more careful when he was tempted. At the same time, Tang Zhen finally confirmed that the huge ships that were being built were in preparation for this sea operation. The day the ship was built was the day the operation began. The silver-horned spirit lizard kings that Tang Zhen had caught earlier had all been sealed and preserved using a special method. When used, the seal can be removed. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen could clearly see that the entire city had started to get busy. The towers on the other 3 peninsulas also belonged to the 4th battle area, and they were equally busy and lively. From the looks of it, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were preparing to join forces and participate in the operation of entering the Forbidden Sea. This was very normal. After all, they were going deep into the Forbidden Sea, and no one knew what kind of accidents they would encounter. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back if he followed his companions. Cultivators, organizations were all like this. No matter how close they were with each other, they had to be wary of backstabbing in the face of an unforeseen event. Lu Cheng's cultivators didn't need to worry too much about this because the cornerstone platform was secretly restricting them. Even high-level divine generals didn't dare to seek revenge in the world of Lusheng, let alone ordinary cultivators. There was a saying in the secular world, and there was a god who raised his head 3 feet, warning himself not to lose his virtue. However, Lu Cheng's cultivation was really like that. When he did something against the rules, it was very likely to be recorded by the cornerstone platform. She didn't know when she would get her retribution. It was because of this reverence that cultivator Lu Cheng would not act without scruples. When Lu Cheng's cultivators acted in a group, they could be at ease with each other and could concentrate on carrying out the mission. In the process of waiting, Tang Zhen looked at Fatty. This fellow was still earnestly fishing. To Fatty, there seemed to be nothing that could disturb him from capturing the sea monster. Even though no sea monsters took the bait, he was still in high spirits, staring at the sea without blinking. Fatty, I'm going to the deep sea. Do you choose to stay or follow me? Tang Zhen asked the Fatty as though they were having a casual chat. Going into the deep sea should be a very dangerous thing. Fatty scratched his head and said, you can easily lose your life. However, I heard that there are powerful monsters everywhere in the deep sea. As long as you throw your fishing gear out, there will definitely be sea monsters taking the bait. The Fatty's tone carried a trace of excitement. He quickly made up his mind and decided to follow Tang Zhen. Are you sure you won't regret it? Tang Zhen asked with a smile. He had already anticipated Fatty's choice and knew that he would definitely follow. No regrets. I'll go wherever you go, sir. At this moment, Fatty displayed his clumsy scheming. Before I left the tribe, The elder told me that if I want to get what I dream of, I have to pay a sufficient price. Sometimes, he might even lose his life. I think you're my chance, so I'll follow you closely. Even if there's danger, I won't be afraid. Fatty's attitude was firm. Once he had made a decision, he would not waver. Just based on your trust, I will ensure your safety and make sure that your trip is not in vain. From Tang Zhen's point of view, Fatty's existence was dispensable. He had only brought along this fellow that he had coincidentally encountered on the spur of the moment. However, since he had brought it with him, Tang Zhen would definitely make use of it. It might be able to produce an unexpected effect. When the fatty heard Tang Zhen's promise, he once again laughed foolishly. He was certain that he was truly happy. Soon, the agreed date arrived. The cultivators guarding Tang Zhen invited him to gather at another place. It was a huge square, and many cultivators had already gathered there. They were obviously ready to participate in the operation. Tang Zhen and Fatty arrived at the square and stood at the edge of the corner. They didn't attract the attention of many cultivators. Some of the cultivators recognized Tang Zhen and knew that he was specially hired to catch many silver-horned spirit lizard kings. When he met Tang Zhen's eyes, he gently nodded his head to express his greetings. This was also a form of respect for the strong. These cultivators were not weak, but they were still far from being super strong. Divine generals and super masters were the top cultivators of the origin realm, so they were not common. At this moment, there was not a single super expert present in the square. It was probably not time for them to appear yet. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the city in front of them to open a passage, and groups of cultivators rushed in. Among the cultivators in these buildings, there were many super experts who belonged to different races. After many years of operation in the origin realm, these towers from the fourth battle area had absorbed many native races. This was very normal. Many races in the Lusheng world came from the greater world. The high-level divine general that Tang Zhen had seen before was also in the team. It seemed like he was the commander of this operation. There were a few divine generals beside him, but they were not too strong. The strongest was a 6-star divine general. There were also some cultivators from the Lu city who belonged to the native race and had already reached the level of super experts. When they invited Tang Zhen earlier, these super experts were among them. Now, they had to follow the group to the Forbidden Sea. Looking at the scale of the formation, it was obvious that the cultivators of Lusheng City attached great importance to this operation. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across all the cultivators. However, he did not find the target he wanted. It was very likely that the other party was not in this building. Of course, there were other possibilities. For example, they didn't participate in this operation, or they were already in the Forbidden Sea. Although he didn't meet his target, Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. This was because this kind of thing required patience. Compared to aimlessly searching, this method of waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump actually had a higher chance of success. The chances of the enemy appearing in the city were the highest, or they could find clues through the city and then follow the clues to complete the tracking. In the following time, more cultivators from Lucheng appeared and filled the square. The cultivators of Lusheng City who took part in the operation were all fully armed, and the equipment on them was specially made. The experienced ones could tell at a glance that the armor and weapons used by cultivators in Lucheng were all collected from sea monsters. When fighting in the Forbidden Sea, using such equipment could greatly increase one's strength. The equipment was extremely valuable and was almost exclusive to super experts. Ordinary cultivators had no ability to own them. The cultivators of Lusheng City were indeed powerful. If it were any other cultivator organization, they would not be able to have a set for each person. The cultivators in Lusheng were all assembled, and the high-level divine general in charge of the command ordered the giant ships to be sent into the ocean. The giant ship entered the water like a moving island. Board the ship. With the order, the cultivators of Lusheng, who had been waiting for a long time, landed on the giant ship like dark clouds. Set sail. With another order, the huge ship shot out violent air currents and headed toward the depths of the pitch-black Forbidden Sea. Chapter 3395. The benefits of showing off your strength. 1. The Forbidden Sea was boundless. Although it was located in the original Extreme Realm and was in the Forbidden Zone, the Forbidden Sea was a completely independent world. This was a paradise for the strong, and it made the weak flinch. At this moment, on the shore of the Forbidden Sea, countless cultivators were watching the spectacular scene of Lu Cheng's cultivators going out to sea. Such a scene was common, but it was rare to see such a large scale. All the major cultivation organizations had received the news and were guessing why the cultivators of Lu Cheng were going out. Even if he had guessed the reason, it was too late to track it. He could only watch as the other party left and headed to the secret area to obtain a huge amount of wealth and treasures. Above the mirror-like black forbidden sea, 4 long dragons were moving at the same speed, leaving no traces behind. This was one of the characteristics of the Forbidden Sea. It left no trace, making it impossible for enemies to track it, but also impossible for companions to find it. These 4 dragon-like teams came from the 4 towers of the 4th battle area and worked together. The fleet maintained a reasonable distance so that when they encountered danger, they could provide timely assistance. Tang Zhen was in the fleet. At this moment, he was sizing up his surroundings and observing this dangerous restricted ocean. Although it looked calm on the surface, the hidden dangers here were far more terrifying than imagined. From time to time, a terrifying aura would flash across the bottom of the sea and lock onto the advancing warship. After cultivators entered the Forbidden Sea, warships became the only thing they could rely on. Whether they flew into the sky or entered the sea, they would die. There was a terrifying pressure in the air, even the strongest could not withstand it, and flying in the air became extremely difficult. If it wasn't necessary, cultivators wouldn't fly easily, as that would be equivalent to asking for trouble. It was even more dangerous to enter the Forbidden Sea because cultivators would never be able to see how many monsters were following them in the sea. Because of the characteristics of sea monsters, they could be invisible in the ocean. Only when they left the Forbidden Sea could they be seen. However, once it revealed itself, it would be attacked by the cultivators on the ship, and it was very likely to be killed in one blow. Therefore, cultivators and sea monsters kept each other in check to ensure their safety. As the key point of stability and balance, warships were very important. This was also the true difference between ordinary cultivators and super experts. Only super experts had the ability to build such a super warship. Ordinary cultivators could only look on helplessly. This was the true scene of the Forbidden Sea. The warships sailed by the cultivators were like 2 glass panels. Other than the narrow gaps, there was no other place to go. During the process, the cultivators didn't stay idle. They continued to fish. Hunting monsters in the Forbidden Sea was the main channel for cultivators to obtain cultivation materials. They could also trade things that they didn't need. Sea monsters actually had their own areas of activity. After leaving the edge of the Forbidden Sea, one would have to pass through many sea monster gathering places. This kind of place was very dangerous, but it also meant that there were more gains. Lu Cheng's cultivators started to fish and cooperated with each other. Once they caught a monster, they would kill it. At this moment, the giant fleet was like a moving island, a platform dedicated to hunting and dealing with monsters. Tang Zhen once again started to refine the bait pill. Alchemists like him were all gathered above the battleship. The field of vision here was good, and the cultivators would not be affected in the slightest when they hunted monsters. When the pill bait was completed, the cultivators would immediately take it and use it, while the other cultivators would wait for the sea monster to take the bait. When the monsters were hung up, there would be cultivators responsible for processing and collecting them, leaving all the useful materials behind. The useless junk was thrown into the Forbidden Sea and devoured by other sea monsters. There were at least a few thousand cultivators on each ship, and they were all working together in an orderly manner. It was like an ocean fishing team, which had a high harvest efficiency. From time to time, they would capture super creatures, so the harvest of law particles was naturally quite rich, which explained why Lu Cheng was so rich. It was no wonder that these cultivator organizations could spend money like it was dirt when they bought the law particles. It was because they had a rich income. Tang Zhen finally confirmed that building a magical beast farm was only to feed his family. Only by going out to sea to hunt could he become rich. At this moment, he was pondering whether he should spend money to build a giant warship and then hire a group of cultivators to go out to sea. Perhaps they didn't need so many cultivators. They only needed 2 or 3 followers to complete the harvesting of the sea monsters. Of course, in terms of efficiency, they were definitely not as good as Lu Cheng's team. Having more people was indeed useful at times. Although he had such an idea, now was not the time to act. It was better to complete his revenge plan first. In the following days, the fleet headed deep into the Forbidden Sea. It was obvious that they had a clear goal. Up until now, Tang Zhen still did not know where his destination was. Similarly, no one had mentioned it to him. It was the same for the other cultivators in Lusheng. Before they took action, they were not informed of their true destination. The appearance of such a situation could very likely mean that something big was about to happen. Ever since he entered the Forbidden Sea, Fatty had become extremely happy because he would gain something every once in a while. Tang Zhen's pill indeed had a miraculous effect. Every time a sea monster took the bait, it would capture the silver-horned spirit lizard king. Because of this matter, Tang Zhen had also gained the respect of the cultivators in Lucheng. Regardless of friend or foe, the cultivators of Lusheng had always respected the strong. The strength that Tang Zhen had displayed was enough to make these cultivators of Lusheng sigh in admiration. There were also some cultivators who took the opportunity to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen about the techniques of alchemy. Their skills were from Lusheng and were indeed very advanced, but it did not mean that they were the strongest. He could only be considered to have a strong foundation. If he wanted to go further, he would have to collect the strong points of 100 schools and reach the level of mastery. The strength that Tang Zhen possessed was obtained through such a method. Tang Zhen wasn't too stingy when faced with Lu Cheng's guidance. Instead, he gave the corresponding answer. With his realm, ordinary cultivators in Lusheng could not compare to him, and the advice he gave to the other party was also direct and to the point. The gap and weakness that the person seeking guidance had to experience for many years before they could discover was directly pointed out by Tang Zhen at this moment. The Lu Cheng cultivators who asked Tang Zhen for advice were pleasantly surprised. They originally only had an attitude of trying it out, but they didn't expect to actually have such an unexpected harvest. At the same time that he sincerely expressed his thanks, he was also certain in his heart that Tang Zhen's alchemy Dao methods were extremely high. In fact, no one in the entire city could compare to it. It was rare for the cultivators of Lucheng to admire him. The high-level divine general who had invited Tang Zhen to cooperate with him and was in charge of this operation sighed inwardly at this moment. He really didn't expect that the native cultivator he had invited before would have such a powerful ability. It was originally just routine business, but now he felt like he had picked up a treasure. In the beginning, his thoughts were merely to get Tang Zhen to refine the pill bait. He didn't have any intention of getting Tang Zhen involved in other matters. However, if Tang Zhen's alchemy skills were able to make the alchemists in Lusheng admit defeat, he would have to reconsider. Perhaps, he could try to get Tang Zhen involved in some matters that originally had nothing to do with him. In fact, he did not even have the right to come into contact with them. Chapter 3396, The Forbidden Sea, the Mirror Sea. There was no difference between day and night when sailing in the Forbidden Sea, and it was always pitch black. In order to make it easier to observe each other's situation, special lamps were placed at the front, back, left, and right of each warship. The fuel used for these lamps was the fat harvested from the bodies of sea monsters. After being lit, it would not go out for thousands of years and would emit a strange fragrance. The light it released had an extremely strong penetrative power. Even though the darkness in the Forbidden Sea was a kind of chaotic energy, it could still penetrate and dispel it. The light was more than enough to illuminate the entire ship and the nearby sea. From a distance, there were only stars and no traces of the giant ship. Fortunately, as long as the light was there, it meant that everything was safe, and his companions in the distance did not have to worry. In addition to the special light, this oil lamp would also emit a strange fragrance that could not only calm cultivators but also make sea monsters panic. The more powerful the monster's fat was, the more intimidating it was. When some super creatures' fat was ignited, all the monsters within hundreds of miles would run away. The warship traveled smoothly without any obstacles, and there was no need to worry about monster attacks. Of course, this level of sea monster fat was considered a treasure, and it would not be easily ignited on normal days. The purpose of storing them was to deal with crises, and at the same time, to prevent the prey from being scared away. If there were no sea monsters in the Forbidden Sea, the cultivators would have made a wasted trip. A giant oil lamp was placed on the top of the ship that Tang Zhen was on. It was currently burning. As the golden flames burned, strange illusions kept appearing, as if hundreds of beasts were running in. The flames. The lamp at the bottom was made of bronze and embedded with the leg bones of the giant beast. It looked like it was made of jade. There was a cultivator at the side who was in charge of looking after the oil lamp. He held a string of prayer beads made of beast bones in his hand, each of which was crystal clear and emitted a precious light. At this moment, Tang Zhen and the other alchemists were surrounding the huge oil lamp. Each of them started to refine pills. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were most afraid of being disturbed when they were concocting pills, in order to prevent themselves from being distracted and making mistakes. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, one could do two things at the same time, and could even make many pills at the same time. They would not be affected in any way when communicating with each other. At this moment, the alchemists were discussing from time to time, but most of the time, they were asking for advice. The attitude of the alchemists was extremely humble. The person they were consulting was naturally Tang Zhen. If there was someone who didn't know the truth and saw this scene of exchange, they would definitely mistake Tang Zhen for the alchemist's master. The high-level divine general who was observing from a distance had already confirmed that the rumors were true, and he couldn't help but want to rope them in. This native cultivator, who could make a special bait pill and help solve a big problem, was fully qualified to join the tower. The problem was that it was not a casual decision to take in the native cultivators of the origin realm. It had to be discussed and investigated first. The higher the level of the cultivator, the more careful one had to be when absorbing them, because there might be many implications behind it. I can look at Yingluo again. The high-level divine general had made a decision. There was no need to rush this matter. After this operation was over, he would consider letting Tang Zhen join Lu Cheng. However, he didn't know that Tang Zhen wasn't just a cultivator of Lusheng but also a lord of a territory. He also didn't know that Tang Zhen's goal was to kill a high-grade divine general. He might even be a hunting target. If it was really at this time, absorbing Tang Zhen into Lu Cheng was really no different from inviting a wolf into the house. The following voyage was the same as before. Other than the light in front of them and the stars that represented their team, the cultivators could only see darkness. The hunting never stopped, and the harvest was getting more and more. Unknowingly, the surface of the sea seemed to have changed color, faintly emitting a bright blue-green color. The boundless darkness seemed to have been dispelled, and the calm forbidden sea was like a shining transparent gem, releasing a pure and bright brilliance. When he looked up at the sky, it also looked like a mirror. The giant ship was also reflected in it. It was as if there was another forbidden sea above the cultivators' heads. The three fleets that were traveling together in the distance finally revealed their traces at this moment, and they could see each other. However, if one looked closely at the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they would find that their expressions were serious, as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if the beautiful scenery in front of them could not bring any joy to the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Instead, it hid a fatal danger. All cultivators, be on high alert. Don't be distracted. A deep and dignified voice resounded through the ship. It was the high-level divine general in charge. The cultivators of Lusheng who had been hunting monsters all stopped and put on a vigilant posture. Activate the runic magic. Circle and slowly approach the friendly fleet. As the order was given, carefully refined magic tools were arranged around the warship. Once they encountered danger, they would immediately counterattack. At the same time, there were runes dancing around the ship. It was obviously a part of the defensive array. Such a tense atmosphere made the cultivators even more careful. Gulu, gulu, gulu. All of a sudden, a strange sound rang in the cultivators' ears, as if their internal organs were digesting something. Before they could find the source of the sound, the peaceful forbidden sea suddenly rippled, and the backs of giant beasts appeared one after another. These huge beasts surrounded the fleet from different directions and launched continuous attacks. Water arrows and ice blades mixed with huge waves and crushed stones kept attacking the fleet. The giant beasts kept hitting the ships. In the face of these violent attacks and destruction, the warship remained stable from beginning to end, showing no signs of damage or capsizing. The quality of the warship's craftsmanship was revealed at this moment, and it was not perfunctory at all. The Lu Cheng cultivators entered combat mode. They defended and counterattacked at the same time, killing sea monsters from time to time. From the looks of it, the sea monsters that launched the attack would not cause much damage to the fleet. However, judging from the commander's attitude, he knew that things were not that simple. As the battle progressed, the mirror-like sky also began to ripple. Many terrifying tentacles fell from the sky and hit the warship. At the same time, a large number of ferocious sea monsters fell from the mirror above them and crashed into the warship. The protective array on the warship kept shaking as if it would break at any time. The sea monsters that failed to attack would fall into the forbidden sea below and instantly become invisible. How could the cultivators not know that the sky above them was not a reflection at all? It was another corresponding forbidden sea. The monsters in the two forbidden seas could attack from above or from below. Such a method of attack greatly increased the difficulty of the defense of the cultivators in the building. From time to time, they would be in danger. The super experts who followed the ship became the firefighters, constantly eliminating the dangers and hidden dangers. The four fleets were all attacked by the sea monsters, and they could not even take care of themselves, so they had no way to help their companions. At this critical moment, the high-level divine general in charge of the command personally drove the warship and tried his best to break through the blockade of the sea monsters. He had passed through this route more than once, and he knew that only by breaking through the sea monsters' blockade area could he really get out of danger. The other three fleets did the same. They sprinted forward as if they were in a competition. Chapter 3397. Breaking through the interception. When the hunting fleet fled at high speed, but the sea monster was in hot pursuit. Not only were they at the back of the fleet, but there were even more monsters in front of them, forming an impenetrable wall. The hunting fleet felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They had to run with all their might in order to get out of this predicament. If they hesitated for even a moment, they would be held back by the countless sea monsters, and perhaps the entire team would be buried here. At such a critical moment, the cultivators of Lu Cheng had to think of everything and could not hold back. Light the oil lamp. The commander in charge of steering the ship gave a decisive order. On the highest tower of the warship, the cultivator in charge of guarding the oil lamp immediately took out a special bottle. The bottle was about the size of a human's head. It was crystal clear like jade, and the inside was smooth and flowing. The cultivator from Lusheng City raised the bottle and smashed it into the oil lamp. The sound of it shattering could be heard. An indescribable fragrance spread out in an instant, and the flame of the oil lamp soared more than 100 feet. In the burning flames, the phantom of a giant beast flashed and let out a roar that shook people's hearts. An indescribable, terrifying pressure spread from the warship, as if an ancient giant beast was chasing away intruders. The monsters that were surrounding the fleet immediately stopped their frenzied attacks after the flames rose. Their bodies trembled non-stop as they quickly hid in the Forbidden Sea, escaping this area of the sea as quickly as possible. It was as if he would be crushed to pieces if he was just a step slower. There were also some powerful super creatures that were hesitating. They were obviously shocked by the aura, but they were unwilling to give up attacking. However, the speeding warship did not give these super creatures much time to think. While they hesitated, the fleet had already left. On the battlefield of life and death, opportunities were fleeting, but it was too late to regret. This was the main function of the oil lamp. It could not kill the super creatures, but it could make them hesitate for a short time. As long as the fleet seized the opportunity, they would be able to break out of the siege in an instant. Because of the oil lamps, the speed of the fleet increased, and the pressure on the cultivators was greatly reduced. Of course, everyone knew that this was not the time to relax. They had to continue persevering. Tang Zhen quickly discovered that the burning speed of this kind of oil lamp was extremely fast. In a short time, half of it had already been consumed. In other words, this bottle of lamp oil could only be used for 10 breaths. If they were still unable to break out of the encirclement after this time, the fleet would be in trouble again. Perhaps he could light another oil lamp, but such a good thing was definitely not as many as he wanted. There were probably only 1 or 2 bottles in the fleet, and they could only be used in critical moments. As the leader of the team, he was naturally aware of this. At this moment, he had already begun to accelerate at full speed. The runic magic circle was operated to its limit, and the fleet turned into a stream of light, quickly sliding across the ice-like Forbidden Sea. As the countdown began, the cultivators on the ship became more and more nervous. At this moment, some cultivators were shocked to see a huge mountain rising from the sea. The gap between the upper and lower Forbidden Seas was completely blocked by the mountains. Of course, this was not a real mountain, but the back of the super behemoth, which was probably dozens of kilometers long. This was a true ancient giant beast, exuding a desolate aura. Even from a very far distance, it could be clearly sensed by cultivators. All such super creatures had at least 1,000,000 years of life, and some had even reached a history of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. The longer they existed, the more terrifying the strength of the ancient creatures would be. They were not comparable to ordinary super creatures. The rule particles in their bodies were even larger and more numerous. They had even undergone a qualitative change and possessed rather terrifying power. The oil used in the oil lamp used to drive away sea monsters came from this ancient creature, so it had an obvious and strong deterrent effect. Against such ancient existences, the effect was minimal. Damn it, how did I encounter this kind of thing? Seeing this, the commander of the fleet couldn't help but curse in anger, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. It was obvious that this ancient creature was not within his expectations. Send the signal and attack together. This is our only chance. The commanding officer gave the order. Soon after, the colors of the ship's hull changed rapidly, flashing like a signal light. This was the fastest way to contact them in an extreme environment. The other three fleets quickly responded and agreed to cooperate in launching the attack. At this time, the deck of the warship had quickly opened up, and something similar to a cannon was rising. It had a diameter of about 3 meters and was covered in complicated runes. One could tell at a glance that it was made by a top master. At the muzzle, there was a huge crystal that was polished into the shape of an arrow. The fluctuations in aura it emitted were enough to prove that this huge crystal was actually a law particle. Rule particles of such a volume were also from ancient giant beasts, and each one was worth a city. However, on this warship, such precious rule particles had been made into a one-time weapon. This was absolutely a great waste, but it had excellent effects. It could be completely understood as cultivators using money to buy their lives. There was no other way to defeat this ancient creature other than this. However, if a cultivator was extremely powerful, they could try to deal with the ancient creatures and avoid a large loss. However, an expert of that level could not travel with a ship, nor would he easily make a move. When faced with an existence of the same level, a super expert would consider the gains and losses, and would they be willing to take such a risk? After all, no one could guarantee that they would be the final winner in a battle between two powerhouses. If they could use rule particles to solve the problem, that would definitely be the best choice. Take Tang Zhen for example. When he first saw this ancient creature, the first thing he considered was not to fight it head-on. They could fight it out, but they would bear great risks, so it was best to avoid fighting if possible. Of course, the Lu Cheng cultivators' fleet didn't have a choice. When the weapons were raised, the lights on the 4 warships flashed rapidly, and their speeds gradually synchronized. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, the frequency became closer and closer until they were exactly the same. After the light flickered 3 times, the weapons on the 4 ships roared and shot out at the same time. 4 arrows, which had been carefully refined using the rule particles of ancient creatures as materials, were shot toward the mountains in the distance. They drew an arc in the air before finally gathering together and landing on the back of the ancient creature. Boom! The 4 arrowheads hit the same spot, and as if they were devouring each other in an instant, a huge gap was created in the mountain. The ancient creature that stopped the fleet did not make any noise, but slowly sank into the sea. The sudden attack made the ancient creature choose to retreat, which opened up an escape route for the cultivators. Otherwise, they would have to take the risk and take a detour or dive into the forbidden sea to find an exit. However, each method was extremely dangerous. Since the ancient creature chose to retreat, the Lu Cheng cultivator did not have to continue taking risks. He just had to continue charging forward. The oil lamp had lost its effect, the sea monsters gathered again, and the fleet was in danger again. The commander's expression relaxed because they knew that the clippers would soon be out of trouble. In less than 10 breaths, the fleet had rushed past the area where the ancient creatures were and completely broke away from the blockade of the sea monsters. Chapter 3398, An Invitation to the Island 1. Thank God, we've finally made it out. An alchemist on the ship let out a long sigh, his tone carrying a touch of luck. Our luck is really bad this time. We actually encountered an ancient creature and even tried to intercept the fleet. Another cultivator said with an expression of having just survived a disaster. You're wrong. This ancient creature didn't deliberately block it. It should be attracted by the aura of the lamp oil. That's why this lamp oil can't be used rashly. Once there are ancient creatures nearby, they'll definitely be provoked. Upon hearing this explanation, the cultivators sighed in unison. They had not expected this to be the reason. As expected, powerful items all had their own flaws. It was impossible to achieve perfection. Due to the unexpected encounter with ancient creatures, the fleet had no choice but to use their trump cards to escape the crisis. Fortunately, the ancient creatures were repelled. Otherwise, once the fleet was intercepted, the cultivators in Lu City would die without a doubt. Although the hunting ships that were built with a lot of money could withstand the damage from super creatures, they could not withstand the attacks of ancient creatures. Once the hunting warship was destroyed and the cultivators of Lu City couldn't save it in time, they were doomed to be swallowed by the sea monster. This time, the sea trip would also be a trip of life and death. Fortunately, the danger had passed, and the forbidden sea above them had disappeared. Although it was still dark, the suffocating feeling of danger was gone. He didn't need to worry about sea monsters falling from the sky. The cultivators of Lusheng City took a short rest and immediately checked their losses and repaired the warships. This was not their first time venturing deep into the ocean, so they were not lacking in experience. Although the battle earlier was intense, it did not cause much damage. In the end, it was Lu Cheng who was rich and generous. He built a fleet at all costs, which was why he was not afraid of the attacks of ordinary super creatures. This kind of high investment method was actually to be responsible for one's own property and also to ensure the safety of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. The more one invested when forging equipment, the higher the safety factor, and the lower the probability of loss. This was a principle that everyone knew, but it was a pity that it might not be possible. After experiencing the previous danger, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were much more vigilant and kept their eyes on the surrounding sea. After traveling for a while, the leader of the fleet gave an order for the cultivators of Lusheng to start hunting sea monsters again. Everything was the same as before, and there seemed to be no difference. However, Tang Zhen was very clear that the fleet of cultivators in Lusheng definitely had a target and wouldn't sail randomly. The silver-horned spirit lizard king obviously had a special use, but it still hadn't been used yet. This was enough to explain the problem. If the fleet was only hunting sea monsters, they would not need to waste a lot of time and could stay in the sea area where they were before. He didn't need to take such a huge risk and go deep into the unknown sea. To the cultivators of Lusheng, this forbidden sea was actually very familiar. However, the accident this time caught many of them off guard. Perhaps due to the restraint of discipline, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were always very cautious when they talked. He would never talk about things that he shouldn't talk about. Therefore, until now, Tang Zhen still wasn't clear about where this fleet was heading to. However, he had enough patience to wait for the answer to be revealed. Fatty became happy because Tang Zhen was refining another pill bait. He would be able to capture even more silver-horned spirit lizard kings. As for other things, Fatty couldn't be bothered. He was happy as long as he could catch sea monsters. As the fleet continued to move forward, the scenery of the Forbidden Sea began to change. It became like a bright river of stars. In this Forbidden Sea, from time to time, one could see colorful gargantuan creatures, like schools of fish and jellyfish, swimming past. These balls of light weren't illusions. They were life forms that truly existed in the Forbidden Sea, an extremely special form of energy. Although they existed in the Forbidden Sea, they would not cause any harm to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, including the sea monsters. After entering the new sea area, it was obvious that cultivator Lu Cheng's expression became more relaxed. It was as if they were certain that this sea area was safe enough and they didn't need to worry about the sea monster's attack. The bright and colorful environment diluted the oppressive atmosphere, and many cultivators began to talk and laugh. A melodious singing voice could be heard from the fleet in the distance. The alchemists once again gathered together. They were refining pills and discussing at the same time. From time to time, they would also ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for advice. When they were having a pleasant talk, the high-level immortal general in charge of commanding the battle team came to the platform silently. All the cultivators immediately stood up and saluted. Continue with your business. I have something to discuss with this person. The alchemists looked at each other and seemed to understand their leader's purpose. They nodded and retreated to the side. What do you think of our Lusheng? The leader didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. It was obvious that he didn't want to waste too much time. They're powerful enough, far more powerful than ordinary cultivator organizations. Tang Zhen's tone was calm. Even though he knew the other party's intention, he still did not change his expression. Are you willing to join our city? With the first question as a foreshadowing, the leader immediately threw out the second question. He wanted to see how Tang Zhen would react. Join Lusheng. Tang Zhen seemed to be a little hesitant about this question and did not directly answer the fleet commander. Since you're so hesitant, we can postpone this matter. We can continue to discuss in detail after you've made up your mind. Although the commander asked Tang Zhen, it didn't mean that he wanted him to join Lu Cheng immediately. He was just giving Tang Zhen a signal to let him know about this matter and to let him know that Lu Cheng had the intention to recruit him. If Tang Zhen wanted to join Lu Cheng according to the normal process, it would definitely not be so sloppy and easy. The second matter was the other party's main objective. Do you know why we urgently need the silver-horned spirit lizard king? From the beginning of the cooperation, the other party didn't tell Tang Zhen the use of the silver-horned spirit lizard king. It was the same for the other cultivator organizations. Tang Zhen was also very curious about this matter. Of course, Tang Zhen also had some speculations. It was just that he was unable to verify them. This moment should be the time to reveal the answer. Could it be that these silver-horned spirit lizard kings are also a special type of pill used to deal with certain monsters? Tang Zhen replied. He had thought about this matter and felt that this was the most likely. The commander nodded gently. He did not feel particularly strange that Tang Zhen was able to guess the truth. However, Tang Zhen only knew the general idea. The more specific content was the secret of the various large organizations. The silver-horned spirit lizard kings are indeed bait. Since they're of great use, the more the better. In fact, there's a special island in this forbidden sea. That's our destination, and the silver-horned spirit lizard king is going there. Your strength is extraordinary, and if you are willing, you are fully qualified to participate in this operation. As long as you participate in the operation, you'll have the opportunity to land on the island and obtain enough benefits. The fleet commander seemed to feel that the temptation was not strong enough, so he added, there are actually many super powerhouses on the island with unbelievable strength. If you can get the appreciation of one of them, you can definitely get unexpected benefits. Tang Zhen's eyes moved slightly when he heard these words. After which, he nodded gently. If that's the case, then I'll do as you say. Chapter 3399. A dangerous island. 1. On the calm forbidden sea, a huge black shadow appeared once again. The difficult voyage this time had also reached its end. The commander of the fleet described the terminal as an island, but in fact, it was more like a piece of land. Not only was the area astonishingly large, but it also flickered with a resplendent treasure light, shooting up into the sky one after another. The treasure light flickered and alternated like spurting flames. As it flickered, life was born and disappeared continuously. There were also new energy creatures, Arag MG streams or 7 coloria light, constantly shuttling back and forth in the high sky. Although this scene looked beautiful, it actually hid a fatal danger. It turned out that the island was covered with large and small puddles, which looked like the eyes of a giant beast. Below it was a maze-like structure. The interior of these holes was filled with glowing green seawater. It was obvious that they came from the Forbidden Sea. No one knew which waterhole had a sea monster hiding in it and when it would attack the cultivators passing by. It just so happened that this place was the same as the Forbidden Sea, where one couldn't fly in the sky, or else one would suffer from terrifying pressure. There might even be some unknown reasons that could launch a fatal attack, which even a high-level divine general might not be able to withstand. His body and Tao could be destroyed in an instant. On this island, the cultivators were no longer the hunters but the targets of the hunt. After landing on the island, no matter how cautious he was, it was absolutely reasonable. Land on the island. At the command of the commander, the warships docked beside the island in a long line. The cultivators who were qualified to land on the island got off the battleships and landed on the island, waiting for the order to go deeper. Because of the harsh environment, more than 90% of the cultivators in Lusheng City were not qualified to land on this island. They could only stay on the ship and wait for their companions to return. Those who were able to land on the island were all true powerhouses with rich experience. The silver-horned spirit lizard kings that the ship had captured earlier were all stored in their storage equipment. Tang Zhen and Fatty both obtained the qualifications to land on the island. Tang Zhen agreed to participate in the operation, while Fatty was purely acting as an attendant. Bringing him along would not affect the operation. After all the cultivators had gone ashore, the commander gave the order and the team began to move forward. The other 3 fleets had also gathered together and were trying to move forward on the same path. 4 teams combined into one team, although it would become much more bloated, but the defensive power would clearly become stronger. The purpose of this was to reduce the risk. After the teams merged, Tang Zhen secretly observed the cultivators in the city, but he didn't find the target of his revenge. He did not even know how many enemies he had. According to the available information, the only enemy on the surface was Divine General Yaoan. There were also a few divine generals who were suspected of persecuting Tang Zhen. The main reason for his suspicion was that he did not have any concrete evidence. However, this was not important to Tang Zhen. Since he had become the target of suspicion, he must have been affected by karma. It was impossible for him to be innocent. The serene-asking divine general would die without a doubt. As for the other suspected targets, Tang Zhen would not let them off easily. It was a pity that there was no trace of the enemy so far. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was extremely clear that it was extremely normal for such a situation to occur. The greater world was vast and boundless, and cultivators had always been erratic. How could they bump into each other so easily? Even if they were to track him down, they might not be able to find him easily. After all, the enemy that Tang Zhen was chasing after wasn't a weakling. He didn't lack experience and vigilance. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the other party would definitely deliberately conceal their whereabouts when they took action. That kind of reckless and unbridled fool who did not place others in his eyes would not have the chance to become Tang Zhen's opponent. They didn't even have the chance to grow before they were killed by other enemies. Currently, Tang Zhen was hoping that he would be able to gain something on this island. After all, according to his speculation, this was the place where the enemy was most likely to appear. It was located in the depths of the Forbidden Sea and was also the secret stronghold of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. It was very likely that a huge treasure was hidden there. Those truly strong people should appear in such a place. In the process of advancing, Tang Zhen saw how terrifying this area was. From time to time, monsters would suddenly appear in the large and small potholes. Some of the monsters were huge, while others were as fast as the wind. They kept attacking the cultivators. From time to time, there would be monsters that were more than 300 meters long, their bodies shining with seven-colored light, like strange pythons rushing out of the waterholes. Its body swept in all directions, and its huge mouth swallowed madly. Even if the cultivators were on high alert and cooperated with each other, they still couldn't avoid casualties. Fortunately, the cultivators in Lu Cheng were of high quality. Even though they were frequently attacked by monsters, they still remained calm. They were still working closely together, trying their best to avoid the potholes and even retaliating from time to time. The way to counterattack was also very simple, which was to lock onto those suspicious waterholes and constantly throw some special blood and flesh pills. It was said that these flesh and blood pills were made from the flesh and blood of ancient creatures, and they would quickly dissolve when they came into contact with the water of the Forbidden Sea. At the same time, it would release a terrifying aura and poison to chase away the monster. This special blood and flesh pill was an essential item for adventuring in the Forbidden Sea, just like the insect repellent drugs used by mortals on expeditions. In order to ensure the success of the operation, Lu Cheng's cultivators carried a large number of blood and flesh elixir pills, throwing them along the way. It seemed like it was free, but the cost of making blood and flesh elixir pills was still very high. It was impossible to do it without money. At the very least, ordinary cultivators could not do this. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to reach the island. The hardships they had to go through from the sea to the island were enough to make most of the cultivator organizations shrink back. Tang Zhen followed the group and did not participate in the attack. However, he would take the initiative to dodge when he encountered danger. This clone of his had yet to reach the level of a supreme expert, so he had to learn how to avoid danger. Fatty was also very smart. He knew that he had to follow Tang Zhen closely at this moment. At the same time, he raised his spirit to 120%. Even super experts would fall in this area. For cultivators at his level, perhaps a huge wave could kill them all. The commanders of the four fleets and the super powerhouses in the teams were the mainstays to deal with the crisis at this moment. It was because of their presence that the team was able to avoid casualties as much as possible. Most of the powerful monsters were attacked and intercepted by them. If it was just these low-level cultivators, they would probably be killed by the monsters not long after they reached the island. In addition to these monsters, the waterhole would also spray out some strange things, such as poisonous gas and water, or energy beams of unknown origin. Cultivators who seemed to be immune to all kinds of poison would also be in danger if they encountered this kind of thing. For example, the green-white airflow that they encountered at this moment seemed insignificant, but the cultivators who touched it were instantly dissolved into nothingness. In such a situation, the cultivators could only dodge with all their might. Otherwise, even a high-level divine general would not be able to save them. In the process of dodging, they would encounter new dangers, which led to more cultivators losing their lives. The situation in front of him was enough to prove that this unknown island was far more dangerous than when he was still sailing. Chapter 3400. Special Monster 1. After going through a series of difficulties and dangers, the cultivators of Lucheng finally entered the inner part of the island. Compared to the outermost area, the number of potholes in the inner part of the island had not decreased, but the number of monsters had become much fewer. This did not mean that the crisis was over, but that the monsters had become more powerful. A single monster could occupy a large area. In this area, low-level monsters had no right to exist, or they would be reduced to food. If cultivators of Lucheng barged in, it would be equivalent to offending the owner of this place and they would definitely be attacked. The super experts in the team went into battle one after another and surrounded all the cultivators in the city, each taking charge of a region. When they were attacked, the cultivators in the city could unite and fight back or kill the monsters with all their strength. Compared to fighting alone, the power of a group was undoubtedly more powerful, even far more powerful than the monster overlords on these islands. Compared to a group of monsters, a single monster was actually easier to deal with, no matter how strong it was. Therefore, even if they were attacked by monsters in the following journey, the cultivators in Lucheng could deal with them calmly. The cultivators in the team, especially the alchemists, heaved a sigh of relief. After all, in terms of combat, they weren't the best at alchemy, but they had to bear the same risk. Every time I walk this path, I feel so shocked that I'm afraid I won't be able to return. One of the alchemists in the group sighed with emotion. It was obvious that he had participated in more than one mission. I'm not afraid of death. Lord Divine General can resurrect you anyway. At most, it'll cost you some battle points. The other alchemist beside him didn't seem to be affected much and spoke in a calm tone. Ha ha ha, as expected of a fellow who has died once. No one can compare to him in terms of mental state. Another alchemist laughed. There was no malice in his words, it was just a joke between his companions. When the other alchemists heard this, they also chuckled, easing the tense atmosphere. After crossing this road, we'll arrive at our destination, and we won't have to suffer any more twists and turns. There's no need for you to worry, sir. With our Lord Divine General here, he'll definitely be able to protect you and me. An alchemist said to Tang Zhen. He seemed to be chatting casually, but in reality, he was trying to comfort and curry favor with Tang Zhen. There was naturally no need to doubt Tang Zhen's ability in pill refinement. His performance along the way had long obtained the unanimous acknowledgement of all the alchemists. Out of respect and reverence, they naturally did not wish for Tang Zhen to encounter danger. That would simply be an irreparable loss. After all, Tang Zhen wasn't a cultivator from Lucheng. Who knew if he had made preparations to come back to life before taking action? Although it was impossible for Tang Zhen to ignore this matter with his strength and cultivation, one could never be too sure of anything. A timely reminder was definitely not a bad thing. Another reason was that before landing on the island, the commander of the fleet had looked for Tang Zhen and was obviously prepared to invite him to join Lucheng. With Lucheng's conditions, almost no cultivator would refuse to recruit them. In the end, they would all become residents of the same city and comrades in arms on the battlefield. If he could build a good relationship with Tang Zhen now, he wouldn't be too embarrassed to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for guidance in the future. After all, there were different levels of friendship. If the relationship was not close enough, there were some problems that could not be brought up. That's right. The other alchemists also said the same thing. Tang Zhen nodded his head to show that he understood. At the same time, he cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Seeing that Tang Zhen understood their intentions, the alchemists were naturally happy and continued to chat. His carefree attitude infected the surrounding cultivators and made them relax. They laughed at the impermanence of life and death. No matter what difficulties or obstacles they faced, they could not stop the footsteps of the cultivators of Lu City. In the following journey, although they would encounter monster attacks from time to time, they were all resolved or killed by the cultivators of Lucheng. After traveling for about 100 miles, he saw human figures flashing in front of him. At the same time, there were all kinds of divine artifacts dancing in the air. There were 9 giant lighthouses on the ground, each of which was burning with flames and emitting a strange fragrance. The cultivators on the warship had smelled this special smell before and knew that it was refined from the oil extracted from ancient creatures. There was only one oil lamp on each warship, and only one oil lamp. Just by looking at this distribution method, one could tell how precious the lamp oil was, which was why it was distributed in fixed quantities. However, these 9 huge lighthouses were actually burning their lamp oil non-stop. From this, one could see how terrifying the consumption was. While he felt that it was a waste, he also felt a sense of fear. The warship only needed 1 oil lamp to force the monsters to flee. From this, one could see the great deterrent power of the oil lamp. The 9 lighthouses burning at the same time were obviously to intimidate the monsters. The question was, what kind of powerful monsters would they have to face to need such a shocking formation? The cultivators who had been here before were already accustomed to this scene, but the cultivators who had just come here felt uneasy. It didn't take long for the team to arrive at the area, under the 9 giant lighthouses. He looked around and saw a large number of cultivators gathered there. There were 9 huge pits on the ground. Beside each deep pit, there was a huge lighthouse, which seemed to be designed to intimidate the monsters in the deep pits. There were also a large number of cultivators working together to operate huge fishing equipment. Ordinary fishing tools were operated by a single person, but the fishing tools around the deep pit were huge and required the cooperation of many cultivators. Fishing equipment was built around the deep pit, and thick fishing lines were thrown into the water, which were closely monitored by cultivators. Once it was confirmed that a prey had taken the bait, the cultivators would immediately control the fishing gear and drag the monster from the deep pit out. When Tang Zhen and the others arrived, there was a fishing equipment being pulled up, and the cultivators immediately stopped to watch. The wheels of the fishing gear were spinning rapidly, pulling back the long line, but there were no ripples on the water surface. There were also many high platforms around the deep pit, on which there were weapons similar to ballistae, which could shoot giant hunting harpoons. These seemingly ordinary weapons had actually been meticulously refined and possessed powerful killing effects. Some of them were even divine artifacts. Even super experts with powerful physical bodies could not withstand such attacks. The cultivators cooperated with each other, and the entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It didn't take long before the monster in the deep pit was dragged out by the Lu Cheng cultivator. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly after he saw the monster's true appearance. Now, he finally knew why the cultivators of Lu Cheng had to reach this island in the Forbidden Sea even after going through so much danger. It turned out that there were extraordinary super creatures on this island, which could not be found anywhere else. The monster that had been caught was only tens of meters long. Compared to the monsters that were hundreds of meters long, such a size was not worth mentioning. Although it was small in size, it was a true super creature with a deformed and huge head. It was this deformed head that proved the monster's uniqueness and preciousness. According to the ratio, its rule particles were more than 10 times that of ordinary monsters. The cultivators of Lu Cheng wouldn't have taken such a risk if it was just because of the size of the rule particles. The most important thing was the aura they emitted. Compared to the rule particles of other super creatures, the rule particles of this monster were purer and emitted a rhythm of rules. The moment the monster appeared, its rule force burst out, causing the surrounding water to surge and turn into water arrows that shot towards the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Anything that was related to water was affected and tried to kill the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's cultivators were already prepared. They saw the skulls of monsters engraved with runes fly up and surround the deep pit. At the same time, there was also the power of rules that burst out at this moment, trying to suppress the power of the monster. Another figure suddenly appeared above the deep pit and punched the monster. Chapter 3401, Changing Shifts to Defend. 1. The monster wailed as it was almost blown up by the punch. The rule-bending power that he had originally controlled had collapsed at this moment, no longer able to affect the surrounding environment. All right, the cultivators of Lu Sheng cheered when they saw this. The moment the figure appeared, it successfully suppressed the monster, making it unable to continue to struggle. In the following time, they would be at the mercy of the Lu Cheng cultivators. Kill. The heavy ballista beside it launched its attack, shooting out sharp harpoons. The surrounding cultivators of Lu City took the opportunity to kill the monster and dragged its body ashore. The entire process was extremely fast, not giving the monster any chance to escape. After the monsters were dragged ashore, cultivators immediately slaughtered and collected them, extracting the rule particles as quickly as possible. These law particles were also stored very carefully, probably to prevent them from going bad. The best way to preserve it was to keep the monster alive and kill it when it was time to use it. However, the same method might not be suitable for all places. Different from the outside world, there was no way to raise monsters on this special island. The wisest thing to do was to hunt them down after capturing them. Tang Zhen, who was watching from the side, could clearly see that the Lu Cheng cultivators who had finished capturing the fish were putting the pill bait back into their fishing tools. The aura of this medicinal pill was somewhat familiar to Tang Zhen. "Can you tell what material this pill is made of?" An alchemist by the side smiled as he asked Tang Zhen. He had the intention to test Tang Zhen. "If I'm not wrong, it should be made from the flesh of the silver-horned spirit lizard king and the flesh of this monster," Tang Zhen directly said. His tone was extremely certain. "Your Excellency is indeed brilliant. I'm impressed," the alchemist said sincerely. He didn't have the ability to make the correct judgment with just a glance. "I'm just making a simple analysis based on what I know." Tang Zhen looked at the surrounding alchemists and continued to explain, "We've been taking great pains to bring the silver-horned spirit lizard king along the entire way, so there must be an important use for it." The aura on the pill bait was enough to prove its use. In addition, there was the aura of the monster on the bait pill, but it was very subtle. This meant that at least 2 ingredients were needed to make the baiter pill. One was the silver-horned spirit lizard king, and the other was the blood and flesh of this monster. If I'm not wrong, this kind of bait pill must be refined on the spot for it to be effective. Once the time limit is exceeded, it will lose its effect. The alchemists nodded at the same time, indicating that this was indeed the case. In addition, according to my observations, there is a special force on this island that can cause damage to cultivators. The 9 lighthouses were used to intimidate monsters and to reduce the damage to cultivators. However, just because it was reduced didn't mean it wasn't there. If he wanted to resolve the damage, he had to leave this place every once in a while to recuperate. That's why this batch of people who landed on the island is actually to replace their companions so that they can return to Lusheng to recuperate for a while. Tang Zhen spoke of his analysis and judgment. The surrounding alchemists were all secretly surprised at Tang Zhen's observation skills. He had actually guessed the entire truth without anyone telling him. This was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Tang Zhen would have such a high understanding and achievement in the aspect of pill refinement. Clearly, it was related to his meticulous thoughts. Tang Zhen was naturally unconcerned about the thoughts of an alchemist. Instead, he quietly sized up the figure who had just attacked. The other party was a peak divine general. Moreover, he had concealed his aura, causing Tang Zhen to be unable to determine his exact identity. However, Tang Zhen had a faint feeling when the other party attacked earlier. This figure was very likely the target that he was looking for. Even if he wasn't asking Yushin General, he was definitely one of the suspects. The appearance of the suspected target caused Tang Zhen to feel a little excited. His eyes had also become a little icy. When the enemy participated in the war, they only wanted to gain more merits to exchange for some special rewards. The reward should be related to the origin realm, but Tang Zhen was not sure what it was. Later on, when Tang Zhen obtained the first merit, he attracted the jealousy of these peak divine generals. They thought that Tang Zhen had ruined their good plan. Therefore, he had set up a trap and wanted to kill Tang Zhen. The actions of these peak divine generals might be due to a moment of anger. Whether they killed Tang Zhen or not wouldn't affect them much. However, if he was killed, it was just a small matter. However, the other party had never imagined that not only had Tang Zhen successfully escaped from the pursuit that they could not escape from, but he had also grown at an impossible speed and reached the realm that they had bitterly cultivated for many years. Now, he had crossed many planes and chased them all the way to the origin realm, just to get back justice. As for what kind of losses this would cause to the 4th battle area, Tang Zhen didn't care at all. If the cornerstone platform of the 4th battle area could intervene and deal with this matter in time, things would not have developed to this point. At the end of the day, the cornerstone platform was also unfair in its handling of matters, and there was even some selfishness in it. Even if Tang Zhen had made the first contribution, his value could not be compared to a few peak divine generals. Since both sides had a conflict, the cornerstone platform naturally had to side with the more important side. The fact that he didn't interfere in this matter already showed his stance. The past flashed in Tang Zhen's mind, causing him to make up his mind to not leave any chance for the enemy. Of course, he couldn't make a move now, because it wasn't a good time. Without understanding the situation on the island, if they made a move rashly, they would likely be besieged by the group. Who knew if there were any other enemies on this island, watching everything in the dark? Therefore, before he was exposed, it was best to observe carefully and wait for the best opportunity to make a move. When Tang Zhen thought of this, his originally restless state of mind also calmed down. He started to observe his surroundings without making a sound. As expected, the arrival of this batch of cultivators in Lucheng was to complete the routine replacement at regular intervals. According to the commander's arrangement, he would take over the duties of the cultivators who were originally stationed in Lusheng. The cultivators in the building were waiting there and couldn't wait to leave. They all handed over the items happily. Every post had a replacement, and at the same time, there were substitute members. Even if they suffered losses along the way, they could still operate normally. Tang Zhen and a group of alchemists took over the original group of alchemists and were responsible for refining the fresh bait pills for fishing monsters. After everything was handed over, the cultivators who were originally stationed here immediately began to gather and prepare to leave. When they came, there were 4 teams. When they left, there were also 4 teams. Each time, there was a senior divine general leading the team. From this, one could see how strong the cultivators of Lu City were. Without much words and without much supervision, the cultivators in Lusheng quickly started their work. Many cultivators of Lusheng City in the team had been here many times and were already familiar with the work. Tang Zhen and the other alchemists also gathered in the special area and started to refine bait pills to capture monsters. Everything seemed to be normal, no different from the past. However, no one knew that a peak divine general had already sneaked into this place and was waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. Chapter 3402, A Strategy to Annihilate the Enemy. 1. On the octagonal platform, there were dozens of alchemists sitting cross-legged, each with a pill furnace in front of them. The pill furnaces were all divine tools that were meticulously crafted by top-notch masters. Furthermore, they were public property. Otherwise, an alchemist would never leave behind a pill furnace. Instead, they would carry it with them wherever they went, treating it like a treasure. With a divine tool-grade pill furnace, the efficiency of refining would be higher, and the medicinal effects would also be better. Sir, these are the materials you asked for. The fatty took out a portion of the silver-horned spirit lizard king's flesh and another portion of the pit monster's flesh. He washed them and placed them in front of Tang Zhen. Then, he stood quietly at the side and watched the cultivators of Lucheng capture the sea monsters. His eyes were full of undisguisable envy. He also wanted to join them, but unfortunately, he was not qualified at all. Fishing for the super monsters in the deep pit was completely different from fishing on the boat. This monster was very powerful. Even if they were well prepared, they could still encounter fatal danger. The high-level divine general would occasionally take action to help resolve the crisis. From this, one could see how terrifying these pit monsters were. If Fatty had joined Lucheng, he might have had a chance to participate in the hunting operation, but it would definitely not be now. Without enough experience and the approval of the cultivators in Lusheng, they were not qualified to be companions. In fact, this hunting camp was a workshop for assembly line operations, not much different from the hunting warships. The cultivators in Lusheng had their own duties and were busy all the time, just to capture more monsters. If they hunted enough monsters, Lucheng's cultivators would also benefit as they would get the corresponding reward. Because of Tang Zhen, they had brought a large number of silver-horned spirit lizard kings with them. The pill masters could use them freely. The cultivators in Lusheng City were also full of anticipation, thinking that they would gain more than they had ever gained in the past. Just as he had predicted, the monster in the deep hole on the island loved to use the silver-horned spirit lizard king's pill as bait. The major cultivator organizations purchased them at a high price because they had similar needs and were all catching monsters in the Forbidden Sea. This also made Tang Zhen guess that on this special island, there might not be only Lu Cheng's group of hunters. Of course, there was also a possibility that the cultivators of the Origin Realm were hunting on other islands, but they were very interested in the location of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. It would be best to clarify this matter. It would be of some help to Tang Zhen in carrying out his hunting plan. Although the cultivators had been replaced, the peak-level immortal general didn't leave with them. Instead, they continued to guard this place and would only appear at the critical moment. The other party's mission should be to guard the hunting camp and to cultivate here. The special law particles should be the benefits that the other party enjoyed, which could be of greater help to his cultivation. The ordinary law particles were like the local wine, while these law particles were like aged wine. The two were not on the same level at all. Perhaps it was for this reason that peak-level immortal generals were willing to defend here, because they had already received the corresponding compensation. However, there was one point worth suspecting: why would these top immortal generals be at the mercy of others? Perhaps there was only one reason, and that was the existence of stronger cultivators who could intimidate these top powerhouses. In other words, it was highly possible that there were God King level powerhouses in the towers of the fourth battle area. As a place for the ascension of a divine king, the origin realm was indeed very important. It was reasonable to send a divine king to guard it. After all, only such an expert could ensure that the interests of the city wouldn't be lost, so that the native cultivators wouldn't reap the fruits of their hard work. It was also because of this possibility that Tang Zhen would maintain a high level of vigilance to avoid being caught by a divine king expert. Once that happened, forget about revenge, there was a high chance that he would lose his life. Even if he didn't kill Tang Zhen, it was very likely that he would suppress him for 10,000 years and give him a severe punishment. This kind of punishment didn't need to go through the cornerstone platform. It was pure lynching, and whether it was light or heavy depended on the other party's mood. There was definitely not the slightest bit of affection between the other party and Tang Zhen. However, it was very likely that the other party had countless connections with the enemy. He didn't even need to think to know which side he was leaning towards. Therefore, Tang Zhen would definitely be extremely cautious when he took action. He would definitely not leave behind any evidence and allow the other party to follow his tracks. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the past, nothing had happened. Everything had been going according to plan. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had gathered even more information. It turned out that the number of monsters in the deep pit was not as many as he had imagined, but he could gain something from it every once in a while. Moreover, there were big and small monsters. There were even monsters that were thousands of meters long, but they were still killed by the peak stage divine general. The other party's attack this time around had also made Tang Zhen even more certain that he was one of the few suspected enemies. The real task of a peak stage immortal general should be to kill monsters of this level. Dealing with small fish and shrimps was just a side mission. Every once in a while, the island would shake like an earthquake, but it would stop very quickly. This filled the cultivators with curiosity and a faint fear of what was beneath the island. At the same time, they were also secretly guessing what would happen if the 9 lighthouses were extinguished. The cultivators were only worried in secret. Who would have known that someone was really secretly studying the lighthouse and was preparing to make good use of it? Tang Zhen confirmed through his observation that the function of the 9 lighthouses was indeed to drive and suppress the monsters so that they would not dare to approach this area. However, there were no signs of the monster's existence above his head. Otherwise, it would not be able to hide from Tang Zhen's perception. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that the monster was hiding under the island and was now being suppressed by the 9 lighthouses. When he thought about the monsters that were caught in the tremors that came from time to time, Tang Zhen was even more certain of his speculation. It was very likely that a behemoth with terrifying strength was hidden under this island. If there were no accidents, it was very likely to be an ancient creature with a relatively long lifespan. At the same time, Tang Zhen also suspected that these special monsters that had been fished up should have an inextricable connection with the ancient creatures. Otherwise, it was impossible for ordinary super creatures to possess such special rule particles. It gave people the feeling that it was more like a bloodline talent inherited from their race. It was precisely because of their good background that they could be unreasonably strong, stronger than other super creatures. However, it was also for this reason that it became the source of disaster and made these monsters the targets of cultivators. If other cultivators, organizations all participated in the capture operation, it would be a disaster for this monster. According to Tang Zhen's analysis, the possibility of this was extremely high. The other party might even be on this special island. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. If Tang Zhen wanted to take revenge, he might have to rely on the help of the monster. However, up until now, Tang Zhen was completely clueless about the existence of the ancient creatures. He only knew that the super creatures that were captured were most likely the offspring of the other party. In this situation where the information was unclear, it was definitely risky and unreliable to obtain the help of ancient creatures. Tang Zhen thought about it and finally locked his target on the 9 lighthouses. He felt that this was the key to break out of this situation. These 9 lighthouses were by no means ordinary items. They were divine artifacts that had been meticulously refined and possessed immeasurable value. If the 9 lighthouses were to go out at the same time, or if they accidentally fell into the deep pit, what would happen? Chapter 3403. Capturing the Giant Beast. 1. The 9 lighthouses were burning, and the lamp oil had to be refilled every once in a while. Once the lighthouse went out, it was likely that an accident would happen. On top of each lighthouse, there was also a cultivator of Lu Cheng guarding it to deal with any possible situation. Tang Zhen could indeed extinguish 9 lighthouses at the same time, but he would soon be attacked by a peak divine general. The key was that this method actually didn't have much meaning. On the contrary, it might expose himself. Once the enemy noticed the abnormality and knew Tang Zhen's true intention, it would definitely trigger a series of changes. They could either cooperate to deal with Tang Zhen or choose to avoid the sharp edge. However, they would definitely not choose to fight head-on. It was highly possible that the Divine King experts guarding the Origin Realm would participate in this matter and launch a siege to kill Tang Zhen. At that time, Tang Zhen would not have the chance to take revenge. The only thing he could do was to run for his life. Unless it was a coincidence that gave Tang Zhen the opportunity to extinguish the lighthouse, he would not easily make such an attempt. Tang Zhen was unable to make a move, but he could try to get the monster to help. If the monster extinguished and destroyed the lighthouse, everything would go according to plan, and the cultivators in the building would not suspect Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen could also take the opportunity to attack and kill the peak divine general, catching the other party off guard. However, the monster was out of control. It would not be easy to get the other party to help create an opportunity. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had been secretly analyzing and researching in an attempt to figure out the characteristics of this special monster. Now, he had some clues and knew what to do. At this moment, he had silently added special materials into the pills he was refining. Just like when he entered the Flower of Rules, Tang Zhen hid his divine sense into the bait pill and concealed it without leaving any traces. The peak stage immortal general in charge of this place would never notice anything unusual. After the pill was made, Lu Cheng handed it over to the cultivators and they were responsible for fishing the monsters in the deep pit. The cultivators in Lu Cheng didn't realize what was so special about this bait pill, so they just operated it as usual. The pill bait was put into the fishing gear, and he continued to descend to the bottom of the deep pit. He could not see the bottom for a long time. The entire process was sensed by Tang Zhen. He was also able to clearly see the scene within the deep pit. In the bottomless pit, there were many luminous jellyfish-like eels swimming around. Unlike the monsters in the Forbidden Sea, these luminous bodies could be seen by cultivators, but they were of no use. Perhaps the meaning of their existence was to make the Forbidden Sea more beautiful, or they might become the new overlords of the Forbidden Sea countless years later. The Origin Realm was evolving at all times, just like a new plane world. With the existence of the Undying Laws, the native cultivators could clearly see what it meant to change. After descending for 2,000 to 3,000 meters, the hook finally stopped sinking and hovered in the empty Forbidden Sea. The scene at the bottom of the deep pit was not much different from what Tang Zhen had analyzed. As expected, there was a huge space below the island that allowed the monsters to move freely. The glowing creatures were still swimming around under the sea, and from time to time, they would come up to the fishing equipment and look at it. He seemed to be filled with curiosity about the thing in front of him. However, there was no trace of the super monster at all. It was unknown whether there was no trace of it or if it was hiding because of its innate ability. After confirming that there were no problems, Tang Zhen began to execute his plan. He used the divine source as bait, constantly releasing it in all directions to attract those special monsters. There was definitely no lack of super creatures in the area below the island, but they might not meet Tang Zhen's requirements. He needed something really huge, something that could make the cultivators in Lusheng panic and have the ability to push down the lighthouse. Tang Zhen quickly sensed a strange movement. Although he was unable to discover the true body of the monster, he was able to confirm that the other party really existed and was approaching. The target he had been waiting for had taken the bait. However, Tang Zhen held his breath and concentrated as he made his preparations. This was because he had to filter out the monsters. The moment the monster bit the hook, Tang Zhen had already sensed the other party's body. He discovered that it was merely a monster that was 100 meters long. Unqualified, get lost. Such a thought flashed through Tang Zhen's mind as a power that caused the monster to feel fear instantly erupted. Although it was only for a moment, the monster could clearly sense it. It then let go of the bait in a panic and turned to escape. After scaring away a monster, Tang Zhen used the same old trick and continued to lure new monsters to take the bait. In a short period of time, more than 10 monsters were attracted by the pill bait. None of these super monsters that were attracted over satisfied Tang Zhen. Therefore, they were all scared away when they were about to swallow the bait pill. This also made Tang Zhen realize that it wasn't an easy matter to not catch a monster that he was satisfied with. Fortunately, Tang Zhen did not lack patience. He knew that if he slowly waited, he would definitely be able to find a suitable target. After scaring away a few more monsters, Tang Zhen continued to wait. However, at a certain moment, he suddenly felt a trace of fear. It was as if some terrifying existence was spying on him in the dark and had already discovered his actions. Ancient creature. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly startled. However, he did not stop his attempt to lure the ancient creature. It would be a good thing if he could lure the ancient creature over. Unfortunately, this gaze only lasted for a short time before it completely disappeared. It was as if the other party knew that something was wrong here, but for some reason, he didn't have the time to care. No matter what the truth was, it was fine as long as it did not affect Tang Zhen's plan. He continued to use the divine source as bait to attract the super monsters. It did not take long for new monsters to appear and bite the baiter pill viciously. Tang Zhen had already sensed the other party's figure the moment the other party came into contact with the medicinal pill. At the same time, a trace of joy appeared on his face. This monster's body was nearly 10,000 feet long and completely met Tang Zhen's requirements. It was considered a very rare big fellow. At least until now, Lu Cheng's cultivators had never caught such a huge super creature. If Tang Zhen had not used his divine source and the essence of the silver-horned spirit lizard king's flesh, he might not have been able to attract such a huge creature. Compared to the ancient creatures that could travel thousands of miles, the size of this super creature might not be considered too big. However, it was already sufficient to satisfy Tang Zhen's needs. This time around, Tang Zhen did not scare the monster. Instead, he allowed the monster to swallow the pill and instantly invaded and controlled the monster's mind. The sudden double attack caused the monster to go into a berserk state and it struggled with all its might. The moment the monster took the bait, cultivator Lu Cheng started to pull the string back and dragged it to the surface of the water. As if they had realized that this monster was not ordinary, the cultivators in Lu Cheng increased the strength of their drag. The purpose of this was to prevent the monsters from escaping the hook and causing them to work for nothing. Capturing such a monster would give the cultivators in Lusheng a greater sense of achievement and they would also receive more rewards. However, they didn't know that a peak divine general had already taken control of the super creature, which made the capture this time completely different from the past. Chapter 3404, A Mess 1, Be on your guard. It's a big guy. At this moment, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were busy around the deep pit with nervous and excited expressions. They had enough experience to make accurate judgments and make as much preparation as possible. This was to ensure the efficiency of the capture and not let the efforts of the team members go to waste. Especially when they encountered such an unexpected harvest, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were even more meticulous and dared not to be careless. The rope on the fishing gear kept rising, which meant that the monster would come out of the water soon. The cultivators of Lusheng City were ready and stared at the deep pit. They would attack once the monster showed its head. However, it didn't take long for cultivator Lu Cheng to notice that something was wrong with the monster that had just taken the bait. When it was about to reach the surface of the water, the monster stopped struggling. Instead, it floated as if it had escaped from the water. The cultivators in Lusheng were sure that the monster did not escape the hook but was still charging upwards. Such situations were rare, but not non-existent. The more powerful the monster, the more likely it was. After they took the bait, they would always look for the person who had taken the bait and solve the crisis from the root. It was obvious that this monster had the same goal. The cultivator in charge of commanding the troops saw this and immediately ordered them to be on high alert and to be ready for reinforcements at any time. At this moment, the cultivators around the deep pit were already waiting in a tight formation, completely airtight. The other cultivators of Lusheng City around the pit were also attracted by it, and they stuck their heads out to observe from time to time. At the same time, cultivator Lu Cheng was responsible for reporting the length of the fishing line and accurately judging how far the monster was from the water. When the monster was less than 100 meters away from the water and cultivator Lu Cheng was ready to attack, something happened. The water of the Forbidden Sea in the deep pit shot up to the sky like a volcanic eruption. It actually shot up to a height of 1,000 meters. Before the Lu Cheng cultivators could react, the water pillar had already exploded, and water droplets poured down like a storm. The sudden change shocked the cultivators of Lu Cheng, and they quickly avoided the water of the Forbidden Sea. This was not real rain, but a deadly poison. The consequences of staining one's body were unimaginable. The group of high-level cultivators in the camp, on the other hand, were observing the mist that fell from the sky. They all felt that something was wrong. This is the result of the manipulation of rule-bending power. Ordinary monsters can't do it at all, unless the monster's realm is extremely high. Therefore, be extra careful and don't be careless. As a high-level divine general growled, he locked onto the deep pit in front of him. He would kill the monster as soon as it appeared. Who would have thought that at this moment, there would be another water pillar erupting from the deep pit, and it was still endless. It was like a fountain, crazily spurting out water. In an instant, the entire campsite was filled with mist, which affected the cultivators in the other deep pits. Helpless, they could only flee far away. No one wanted to be contaminated by the water of the Forbidden Sea, so they could only try to dodge and use spell techniques to suppress it. At this moment, the cultivators of Lu Cheng realized that they couldn't resist the power of rules at all. This was the ultimate power that they had never mastered or looked up to. You're just a beast, how dare you be so arrogant? The peak-level divine general who had been hiding finally showed himself and suppressed the enemy with a snort. If he didn't act now, the camp would be in complete chaos, and there might even be heavy casualties. Moreover, only he had the strength to resolve the crisis before him. After mastering the rule force and trying to create their own rule force, the strength of a peak divine general must be different. In the blink of an eye, the spreading mist was controlled and could no longer spread as it had just done. Wind, rise. This peak stage divine general's laws were obviously related to wind, and they were constantly surging out. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they wanted to use the strong wind to blow away the mist and resolve the crisis the hunting camp was facing. Who would have thought that just as the wind started to blow, a low roar could be heard, and the mist shot out in all directions like arrows. Looking at the target of the water arrows, it was clear that they were aimed at the lighthouse, which seemed to be trying to put out the burning flames. How dare you, you animal! The peak stage divine general snorted and blocked the attack again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of collision, which shocked the cultivators in Lusheng. Not good. The lighthouse is under attack. Just as this thought came to his mind, he heard an even more violent sound. A huge object flashed in the mist. The monster can use the mist to hide its tracks, so it must be inside the mist right now. As long as the mist is cleared, it will appear. When it shows itself, you and I will attack together and kill this evil beast. Some cultivators saw through the truth and loudly warned their companions. They also tried to attack and dispel the mist. However, after a long time, there was no effect. At this moment, only the peak-level immortal general in charge of the camp had the ability to resolve the crisis. The other 4 high-level divine generals could only attack the sea monster's body. They were powerless against the power of rules. The peak-stage god-level general was using his rule force again to dispel the mist and reveal the super creature. After a series of efforts, he finally bore fruit. The mist was once again successfully suppressed and compressed. The behemoth hidden in the mist had already become faintly discernible. As long as it left the mist, it would reveal its true body. However, as long as one entered the mist, they would become completely invisible and would not be seen by the cultivators. Angry roars were continuously emitted from the mist, but it made the cultivators in the building feel a sense of fear. Fortunately, the cultivators in Lusheng City knew that the monster looked fierce, but it was actually at its end. At this moment, all the cultivators in Lu Cheng had retreated, but the super creature was confined to a fixed area and was bound by a fishing line. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to kill him on the spot. The peak stage divine general continued to suppress the super creature. The mist was getting thinner and thinner, and the super creature's body was getting clearer and clearer. The super creature's current form was in between reality and illusion, and it would soon be completely revealed. Without the cover of the water mist, their innate skills would lose their effect, and the cultivators of Lusheng City could attack as a group. At this moment, the cultivators of Lusheng City were all holding back their energy and vowed to kill this super creature. Who knew that at this moment, a change would happen? The super creatures that had sensed the danger were struggling madly, wreaking havoc in the hunting camp. If it was just a dying struggle, there was definitely nothing to fear. But the destructive power of this monster was really terrifying. However, there were still 2 lighthouses in the area covered by the mist, which was the most worrying part. Crack, another crisp sound rang out, causing the cultivators' expressions to change. They knew very well that this crisp cracking sound must have come from the lighthouse. The previous few collisions were only accidental collisions and did not have much of an impact on the lighthouse. However, as the water mist rapidly thinned, the pressure on the super creature became greater, and the lighthouse became its only target to vent its anger. The sound of the collision rang out continuously, making the cultivators in Lucheng even more worried. They were afraid that the lighthouse would be damaged. Otherwise, even if they successfully captured and killed the monsters, they would not be able to make up for the losses. The peak stage divine general knew this better. He cursed and attacked more, afraid that the crazy monster would cause more damage. Just as the cultivators in Lu City were worried and the peak stage divine general seized the opportunity to attack and suppress them, the thing they were most worried about finally happened. A lighthouse in the mist couldn't bear the heavy load and began to shake, as if it would collapse at any time. Under the worried gazes of the cultivators in Lucheng, another loud noise was heard, and the burning lighthouse in the mist was extinguished. Not good, the lighthouse has fallen. A cultivator shouted, his tone full of worry. At the same time, the collapsed lighthouse fell into the deep pit and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 3405, Insatiable 1. The sudden collapse of the lighthouse made the situation on the battlefield even more critical. Compared to a super monster, the value of the lighthouse was even higher. If the Lucheng cultivators had a choice, they would rather give up the super creatures to ensure the safety of the lighthouse. Super creatures could be recaptured, but the precious materials needed to refine lighthouses were not available anywhere. There were also some rare materials that even the creator couldn't analyze, let alone copy. In order to make the 9 lighthouses, the cultivators of Lucheng had paid a huge price to make 9 real top-tier divine weapons. It was said that on the day of its success, a strange phenomenon spread for 100,000 miles, causing a great sensation. There was once an organization of cultivators that investigated the detailed information of the 9 lighthouses, but they did not find anything. They also didn't know that the 9 lighthouses were deployed on the island that was off limits to the sea and were burning non-stop. The lighthouse had a strong power and was regarded as a treasure by the cultivators of Lucheng. In an ordinary plain world, a lighthouse could suppress the world and make billions of creatures bow down to it. With just a thought from the controller, it could make all living things die of fear, and there would definitely be no mistakes. Unless a real god was born, there was no way to crack this godly artifact-level lighthouse. When the 9 lighthouses were gathered together, they could form a special formation, and their power would be multiplied. However, such a top-notch divine artifact was placed on a deserted island. It was indeed inconceivable. Although no one had ever explained the reason, cultivators could also come to a conclusion that was close to the truth through speculation. There was a true ancient creature suppressed under the island, and it had existed for at least 100 million years. To a plain world, hundreds of millions of years were not worth mentioning. But to cultivators and monsters, it was a rather terrifying thing. Time did not let these cultivators down. As long as they persevered in their cultivation and accumulated experience, they would always obtain surprising gains. It was because of the strength of the ancient creatures that the cultivators of Lucheng had to use the 9 divine lighthouses in an attempt to intimidate the ancient creatures. It was only to intimidate, not to suppress. The 9 lighthouses burning at the same time could successfully simulate the aura of ancient creatures and intimidate the ancient creatures under the island. To suppress it, the lighthouse's power was far from enough. Of course, from the very beginning, the cultivators of Lucheng had never thought of suppressing it, as they would have to pay an unimaginable price. Being in the origin realm and facing the hatred of the indigenous forces, the pressure on the cultivators of Lucheng was unimaginable. Almost every step was like walking on thin ice. As long as there was the slightest mistake, it was likely to lead to eternal damnation. Therefore, the cultivators of Lucheng City would usually only do half of what they could do to prevent any accidents from happening if they did it too well. A full moon would result in losses. Everything was like this. These 9 lighthouses formed a formation diagram and influenced each other. It could be said that none of them was dispensable. Now that the lighthouse was missing, it would lead to the damage of the spell formation, and it would no longer be able to display its expected power. If the runic magic circle could not operate normally, it would also lead to a series of changes. The most obvious change was that it could no longer intimidate ancient creatures. Sure enough, the moment the lighthouse collapsed and fell into the deep pit, the island under his feet suddenly trembled violently, as if a terrifying creature was trying to turn over. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were watching the battle were all panicking because this kind of shaking had never happened before. He didn't expect the island to shake so violently as soon as the lighthouse collapsed. The change was really immediate. Damned beast, I will definitely tear you into pieces. The peak-level immortal general who was guarding the hunting camp was furious. He activated the rule force of wind to the extreme. Of course, this ultimate state was limited by the cultivation base of a peak-stage immortal general and was far from being able to affect the entire world. Even so, it still had a terrifying destructive power. Wherever the violent wind passed, everything was instantly turned into nothingness, leaving behind a terrifying hole. The super creature that was enveloped in the mist let out a deafening wail once again. It actually launched an attack on the second lighthouse. You animal! The peak-level divine general was instantly infuriated. If the second lighthouse was destroyed, the formation's effect would be weakened even more. At that time, the ancient creatures' attacks would definitely follow. These simple-minded and bloodthirsty ancient creatures, who had existed since the Age of Desolation, were the most loyal executors of the law of the jungle. Once he discovered an existence weaker than him, he would attack without hesitation, leaving no chance for himself. All cultivators of Lusheng City, protect the lighthouse immediately. Although he knew that he couldn't harm the super creature with the fog, he couldn't care less. The cultivators in Lusheng decided to use all their strength to try to stop the monster, even if it meant buying them a little more time. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to brace themselves and rush forward. Before participating in this voyage, the cultivators of Lusheng had prepared the means of resurrection. Even if they died, they could still be resurrected. Although it would affect their strength, it was definitely not a reason for Lu Cheng's cultivators to retreat. Moreover, Lu Cheng would also give corresponding compensation. Following the order, the cultivators of Lu Cheng charged into the mist without any hesitation. The moment the Lu Cheng cultivators came into contact with the mist, they were immediately affected. Their bodies turned as black as ink and were constantly corroded. But even so, it did not affect the actions of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. They had already put their lives aside. Or rather, from the beginning of the attack, the cultivators in Lusheng never thought of returning alive. Instead, they decided to exchange their lives for injuries. At this moment, the battlefield was both heroic and miserable. Group after group of cultivators rushed into the mist, just to find the moment when the super creature left the mist. Following which, they did not hesitate to launch a suicide attack at all costs, even if it meant losing their lives. From time to time, there would be cultivators who fell. They were like fallen leaves swept away by the wind, falling to the ground. The pitch-black remains seemed to be burned by fire and quickly melted away, like dead leaves and weeds burned by a wildfire. Wave after wave of sacrifices seemed to have had an effect. The super creature that was wreaking havoc in the mist was already covered in injuries and was about to run out of energy. The mist being suppressed by the peak stage immortal general also became thinner and thinner as if it would disappear at any time. However, it was so close that the mist couldn't completely dissipate, so the super creature couldn't fully reveal itself. It was for this reason that the cultivators in Lusheng City were like moths to a flame, their dead bodies covering the entire ground. As long as the mist didn't disappear, the super creature would still have something to rely on. It wouldn't be so easy to kill it. Both sides were fighting with all their might, until the last moment. However, at this moment, another crisp sound was heard, which made the cultivators in Lusheng widen their eyes. This was the sound of the lighthouse breaking. It had just sounded not long ago, and now it was repeating itself. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were angry and anxious. They didn't expect that they couldn't stop the attack of the super creature even after they tried so hard. Chapter 3406. A Pyrrhic Victory. 1. The thing that the Lu Cheng cultivators were most worried about finally happened. The second lighthouse was also attacked by monsters. The collapse of the first lighthouse had already caused the ancient creatures to react, and they paid attention to the hunting camp from unknown areas. If another lighthouse were to collapse, who knew if the ancient creatures would take the opportunity to launch a destructive attack on the hunting camp? No one dared to take the risk, because the possibility was too high. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to defend this lighthouse with all their might and not let the cultivators in Lusheng City die in vain. Brothers, don't let everyone die. Remember to leave a few to collect the corpses. Some cultivators laughed out loud. Their tone was bold and free, as if they were ready to die. It was the same for the other cultivators in Lusheng. There was no need for anyone to supervise the battle. The cultivators of Lusheng City rushed to the surroundings of the lighthouse and used their bodies to resist the destruction of the super creatures. While it was being hit hard, it would counterattack the super creature like a crazy wolf. He used his knife to cut, his fist to smash, and even his mouth to bite. In this mist, the strength of the Lu Cheng cultivators was limited, and their attacks became very limited. They were already in a disadvantageous position and their strength was severely suppressed. The casualties of the cultivators in Lusheng City were getting more and more severe. He paid no heed to the price and finally gained something. At this moment, the super creature had been beaten black and blue, turning into a fresh and ferocious skeleton. Even so, the super creature did not give up on its attack. It continued to display its madness. It seemed to have realized that it was going to die, so it tried to cause as much damage as possible before it was killed. Under such circumstances, only the cultivators in Lusheng City would suffer. In a short time, more than 30% of the cultivators in Lucheng had died, and the number was still increasing. The cultivators in the hunting camp were all selected elites who could take charge of everything on their own. They worked together and hunted countless super creatures. Each of them was experienced. But today, they were retaliated by the super creature and paid a heavy price. It could not be considered revenge. It could only be said that there was no absolute winner between the two sides, and they were in a state of mutual hunting. Usually, it was cultivators of Lu Cheng who hunted the super creatures. Today, it was the opposite. Cultivators of Lu Cheng were the targets of the hunt. The battle had gone beyond the Lu Cheng cultivators. Expectations in the peak stage divine general was so angry that he was about to explode. He had been guarding this hunting campsite for 100 years, and there had never been any changes. In the past few years, they had never encountered such an abnormal situation, nor had they seen such a powerful super creature. The peak stage immortal general was annoyed, but he didn't doubt it, because this super creature was indeed special. They were the descendants of ancient creatures and were born with extraordinary control over rules. Ordinary super creatures couldn't compare to them. The older a super creature was, the more powerful it would be. It could even fight a peak-level immortal general. Moreover, super creatures of this level were rare. At least, the hunting camp had never caught one before. Just because they were few in number didn't mean that they couldn't be caught. The monster in front of them was an exception. It was able to compete with peak experts. Damn it! How can this monster be so strong? An NBSP, the peak expert cursed. He wasn't in the mood to complain about his bad luck and only wanted to kill this monster. As for the sacrifice of the cultivators in Lu Cheng, the peak stage divine general saw it but he could do nothing about it. Different positions meant different responsibilities. Even if all the cultivators in Lusheng City died, the peak stage divine generals could not be sacrificed easily. If anything happened to him, it could cause the entire hunting camp to fall and the rest of the lighthouses to be destroyed. Therefore, one must learn to give up at the critical moment. In addition, with his strength, he couldn't be sacrificed easily, or the losses would be even greater. It was not that easy to reach the realm of a peak immortal general. As long as they encountered an irresistible accident, the cornerstone platform would even force the peak immortal general to leave the battlefield. If they had to make a choice, the cornerstone platform was willing to sacrifice millions of cultivators to ensure the safety of the peak stage divine general. This was because the value of the other party's existence far exceeded that of the cultivators in the million buildings. Although such a choice was cruel and ruthless, it was the most in line with the choice of interests. The cornerstone platform that claimed to be fair would never be swayed by emotions. Fortunately, this kind of multiple-choice question was only an assumption, and there were no real examples. The peak stage immortal general was facing such a situation. He could only pretend that he didn't see the cultivators of Lu Cheng sacrificing themselves one after another. Looking at the crazy super creature, the peak stage divine general felt helpless. After all, he had tried his best. But even so, he still didn't succeed in killing the other party. He was only struggling on his last breath. As long as the super creature did not die, the destruction would not stop, and the cultivators in the city would continue to die. Bastard, why is this thing so hard to kill? In such a critical moment, a peak immortal general had to stay calm. He should never launch an attack on impulse. If the super creature were to play tricks and launch a fatal attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once a peak stage divine general was injured and the 9 lighthouses were destroyed, the loss would be incalculable. The most terrifying thing was that other enemies would take advantage of the situation and attack. If that happened, the situation would become irreversible. While the peak stage divine general was worrying, the dying super creature went crazy again. With its remaining strength, it scooped up a water pillar from the deep pit and then exploded it in the air. Being suppressed by a peak stage immortal general, the mist spread in all directions once again and grew thicker. The lighthouse, which had been desperately protected by the cultivators of Lu Cheng, suffered a fatal blow again. Boom, boom, boom. When the cultivators of Lu Cheng heard the sound of the violent collision, they felt a sense of despair. Because of their desperate efforts, they didn't get the results they expected. The second lighthouse was eventually destroyed by the super creature. Along with the sound of the collapse, there was a long roar of relief from the super creature, as if it was happy with its success. It was as if it was the true winner of this battle. After the long howl subsided, there was no more movement. The figure in the mist also disappeared. The cultivators' nervous mood finally relaxed a little at this moment. Even if they didn't see it, they were sure that the super creature had been successfully killed. Although they had paid a heavy price, they had ultimately prevented a bigger accident from happening. This was something worth being happy about. If this monster was allowed to wreak havoc, who knew what would happen and whether the cultivators of Lu Cheng would have to pay an even greater sacrifice. Before the cultivators could celebrate, the island under their feet shook again, and it was even more violent than the last time. The desolate and merciless ancient aura that made the cultivators panic once again enveloped the hunting camp. At this moment, all the cultivators in Lu City felt a sense of fear, as if a great disaster was coming. Chapter 3407. The Divine General enters the ocean. 1. The thick mist finally dissipated, and the super creature was killed, but the danger had not passed. 2 of the lighthouses used to intimidate ancient creatures had been destroyed, and both had sunk into the deep pit. From the beginning of the incident, none of the cultivators in Lusheng City had expected such a thing to happen. The runic magic circle could not function normally, so it could not imitate the ancient creatures and emit a threatening aura. The campsite that had lost its protection was immediately under the gaze of the ancient creatures. The terrifying pressure made the cultivators feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Everyone, including the peak experts, felt that they were unable to fight back and wanted to escape immediately. This was because he had a feeling that even if this ancient creature wasn't a god king, it might only be one step away. Killing the descendants of the ancient creatures was already so difficult, let alone killing the original body of the ancient creatures. That would be nothing more than a fool's dream, no different from courting death. For example, at this moment, in the face of the terrifying pressure of the ancient creatures, the cultivators in Lu Cheng had no way to deal with it. That kind of trembling and panic could not be described with words. It was like a rabbit facing a terrifying beast. This state lasted for a long time, and every second was a painful torture, but the Lu Cheng cultivators could only endure it silently. After all, other than enduring it, they couldn't find any other way to break it. The remaining 7 lighthouses were still burning, and the cultivators in charge of guarding them were gritting their teeth. No matter what happened to the cultivators in the tower guardians had to hold on to ensure that the lighthouse continued to operate normally. If the 7 lighthouses were to go out at the same time, none of the cultivators in Lusheng City would survive. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying pressure finally dissipated slowly, allowing the cultivators in Lu City to relax. The peak divine general was even more so. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. He knew that if the ancient creatures attacked, he would definitely be the first target. When faced with an attack from an ancient creature, even if one was lucky enough to escape, one would definitely be severely injured. It was impossible to kill the other party unless there was a strong enough cultivator to provide help, check the casualties and organize a defense immediately. Don't give the enemy any chance. At this moment, the peak stage divine general slowly gave an order in a cold and gloomy tone. As the divine general in charge, he had to bear some responsibility for such heavy losses. Of course, the most important task was to stabilize the current situation and prevent worse things from happening. The key to everything was still the lighthouse. If it could not be repaired, the hunting camp would be destroyed by the ancient times sooner or later. If that was the case, Lu Cheng would completely lose this hunting camp, causing extremely serious losses. Thinking of this, the peak stage immortal general looked at the deep pit in front of him with bright eyes. He knew that the two lighthouses had both fallen into the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Because they were solid objects, the two lighthouses would never disappear after falling into the Forbidden Sea. As long as he dove into the Forbidden Sea and searched carefully, he would definitely find lighthouse who had fallen into the water. Bring the lighthouse back to land and repair the damaged parts so that it can be used again. When the spell formation was activated again, it would be able to intimidate the ancient creatures and the safety of the hunting camp would be protected again. After considering all the methods, the peak stage divine general was sure that salvaging the lighthouse was the most reliable and effective way. But the problem was that there were only a few cultivators in the hunting camp who could carry out this task. That was the deep part of the Forbidden Sea, a forbidden area for cultivators, where countless super creatures lived. They were easily slaughtered on land, but in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, they were the true overlords. Without powerful strength, cultivators entering the sea was equivalent to seeking death. The 4 high-level divine generals could participate, but the problem was that once they all left, there would be no one guarding the camp. If there were any changes, it would be a destructive blow. Therefore, even if they went to the ocean, they couldn't bring all the high-level immortal generals with them, half of them had to stay in the ocean. Although Liu Cheng couldn't guarantee his safety in the Forbidden Sea, he had to bear the risks. Super creatures like the one before were quite rare, and it was impossible for them to be everywhere. Now that he was in the Forbidden Sea, even if he was attacked by monsters, a peak stage divine general should be able to deal with them easily. Although the super creature in the Forbidden Sea had the ability to become invisible, it would still be detected the moment its attack came into contact with the creature. If it could not be transformed into a physical body, it would not be able to cause any damage to the cultivators of Liu Cheng, which gave them an opportunity to attack. When the Liu Cheng cultivators were attacked, they could also counterattack and kill the super creatures. As long as they were strong enough, they could finish the super creatures in one move. Although the Forbidden Sea was the territory of super creatures, as long as they were strong, cultivators could come and go as they pleased. In the face of a truly powerful being, be it on the sea or under the sea, super creatures were just prey. Now that the situation was urgent, it could be said that there was no time to lose. If the consciousness of the ancient creature descended again, it was very likely that it would launch an attack on the hunting camp. The two of you, follow me. The rest of the cultivators will be in charge of guarding the place. Don't be careless. The peak-level divine general gave the order and selected 2 high-level divine generals to follow them to the pit where the lighthouse had fallen. The surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror, and there were no traces of a battle. The monster's corpse had also disappeared. It was obvious that after a desperate attack, it wrapped itself around the lighthouse and fell into the deep pit, returning to the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Faced with such a result, the cultivators of Liu Cheng were indeed a little angry. The body of the culprit was not left behind. The bodies of Liu Cheng's cultivators were scattered near the deep pit. Their bodies were as black as ink, and each one of them was incomplete. Although it was clear that these cultivators could be resurrected, the tragic scene still made people feel heartache. They are all heroes, a high-level divine general said in a low voice with a trace of suppressed anger. Although they knew that sacrifices were inevitable in war, this time, it was indeed extremely tragic, far more than any other time. The high-level divine general found it hard to accept that the target of the cultivators' casualties was the super creature that they had been hunting. At the same time, it made the cultivators realize that the super creatures they had been wantonly killing were far more terrifying than they had imagined. He believed that from today on, Liu Cheng's cultivators would be more cautious when participating in hunting operations. No need to be sad. Their sacrifice was not in vain. It won't be long before we meet again. Another high-level divine general said. He seemed to have seen this many times, so he did not mind. I'm not sad, I just sighed. During their conversation, they had made their own preparations and were waiting for the peak divine general's order. It was definitely not an easy task to carry out a mission in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. He had to be fully prepared. Even though he was a high-level immortal general, he still felt the same. Move out. The peak stage divine general gave the order and jumped into the pit with 2 high-level divine generals. At the same time, Tang Zhen, who was watching from a distance, revealed an unnoticeable smile. Chapter 3408. Prey in the Net 1. The 3 divine generals were no strangers to the Forbidden Sea, especially the sea region under their feet. After guarding this island for so many years, they had already explored the Forbidden Sea many times to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Anyone who was confident in their own strength would definitely check it out when they encountered a special area like the Forbidden Sea. Otherwise, it would be a perfunctory attitude towards his own safety, which was simply courting death. It was even more impossible for him to enter a dangerous place without knowing anything. That was simply courting death. Every cultivator of Lusheng City in the Forbidden Area had gone to the depths of the Forbidden Sea to deepen their understanding of it. Of course, the places they sneaked in were all at the edge of the channel, which was safer. Furthermore, there would be high-level divine generals guarding the entire experience to ensure that there would be no problems. Therefore, it was actually very common for high-level divine generals to enter the Forbidden Sea. They were confident enough to ensure that they could return to the surface safely after entering the Forbidden Sea. The reason why he had entered the Forbidden Sea was because there were many opportunities and treasures under the sea. There were even some ancient ruins in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, belonging to the annihilated savage civilization. In this world, cultivators were not the only masters, and super creatures were definitely not. In the long river of history, all living things only played their own roles, making the world more colorful. In a short time, the three divine generals had dived into the depths of the Forbidden Sea and tried to find the fallen lighthouse. All kinds of glowing Forbidden Sea creatures were swimming around, making the bottom of the Haiti as bright as day. However, the ocean was at least 10,000 meters deep, and the lighthouse might have already fallen to the bottom of the sea. In order to find it, they would have to continue to venture deep into the sea, which had been foreseen before the operation. Be on high alert, there are probably many super creatures around us. His companion's reminder came through his consciousness. He had just experienced the destructive battle of the super creature, so he could not let his guard down. Perhaps there would be many super creatures that were attracted by the commotion just now and were gathering around, eyeing them covetously. This included ancient creatures with consciousness. They could also be hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to attack. If that was the case, it would be a disaster that would make people despair. If not for the urgency of the situation, the three divine generals would not have chosen to take action at this moment, as it was equivalent to increasing the risk by 100-fold. There was nothing wrong with maintaining sufficient vigilance. Who knew if there were any super creatures spying in the dark? After all, in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, it was impossible to find traces of the super creature before it bit it. In a very short time, the three divine generals had already reached the bottom of the sea. There were deep pits everywhere, as well as sharp stalagmites, with colorful flames shooting out of the holes. In the dazzling light, a lighthouse had fallen on the edge of the pit and was surrounded by a group of Forbidden Sea creatures. They were frantically fighting for the remaining lamp oil in the lighthouse. This was the oil refined by ancient creatures, and there would be unexpected benefits after swallowing it. To these creatures, super creatures were existences they could not afford to provoke. However, if they were able to devour the corpses of super creatures, their strength would increase by several times. There's only one lighthouse here, where's the other one? A high-level divine general looked around in confusion. Then, the second lighthouse was swept into the Forbidden Sea by the super creatures. Will it be dragged to another place by the dying monsters? Another high-level divine general said, believing this to be the greatest possibility. That's right, the lighthouse is likely to be taken to other places by the monsters, but it's definitely not too far away. You two take this lighthouse and immediately return to the surface of the sea, repair and activate it. I'm going to find the second lighthouse, execute the order immediately. This god-level lighthouse could not be stored in the storage space at all. Even the divine kingdom in his mind could not be stored. Now, he only needed to drag it back and then make it operate normally again. The two high-level divine generals received the order and immediately cooperated with each other to escort lighthouse straight to the sea. As for the safety of peak stage divine generals, they didn't need to worry at all. After all, they were not on the same level. Instead of worrying about the enemy, he might as well worry about himself. At least when in danger, peak immortal generals could solve it more easily. Seeing that the first lighthouse had been escorted away, the peak stage divine general started to patrol the area, looking for the lighthouse that might have been taken away by the monster. He was very familiar with the super creature's injuries. He knew that even if it escaped back to the Forbidden Sea, it would not be able to survive for long. It was impossible for them to escape too far when the lighthouse was swept up. They might be able to find it soon. Up until now, the peak divine general had always thought that everything that had happened was just a coincidence. Lu Cheng's cultivators were constantly capturing super creatures on this island, and finally, an unexpected accident happened. The main reason why things had become so bad was because of the peak divine general. In the beginning, he didn't take this monster seriously, so he didn't attack it in time. As a result, it was a mess. The cultivators in Lusheng suffered heavy casualties, and even the lighthouse was seriously damaged. If they were in the world of Lusheng, they would be severely punished for such misconduct. It was obvious that the peaceful life had caused this peak divine general to neglect his duty and not notice the abnormality in time. At this moment, he was trying to make up for everything. In this place far away from the emperor, the cornerstone platform could not restrain him too much. As long as lighthouse was found, all the mistakes could be made up for, and this incident could be treated as if it had never happened. Even if this matter was leaked and the Divine King experts guarding the Origin Realm knew about it, they would not pursue the matter too much. It was normal to make mistakes occasionally, but as long as they were handled perfectly, they could minimize the big problem. It didn't take long for a golden light to flash in the sea. Next to it was a broken corpse of a super creature. The monster's corpse wrapped itself around the lighthouse, not letting go even in death. At the sight of this lighthouse, the peak stage immortal general became reassured as the worst situation didn't happen. The lighthouse had been successfully found, which meant that the matter had been resolved. He only needed to bring the lighthouse back. Rise. The peak stage god level general grabbed the lighthouse and was about to leave. Who would have thought that at this moment, a sudden change would occur? The super creature, which only had bones left, suddenly launched an attack. Bastard, you dare to sneak attack. The peak stage immortal general flew into a rage. He didn't expect that the culprit was still alive. Moreover, he had disguised himself and launched a surprise attack on him. He simply deserved to die. This time, I'll definitely turn you into ashes. The peak stage divine general roared and attacked the super creature to vent his anger. When they fought super creatures, the supreme level divine general lost the upper hand. But now, it was different. Perhaps one strike would be enough to kill the super creature. The violent attacks landed on the monster's body, and in the blink of an eye, the remains of the super creature were torn into pieces. However, at this moment, an even fiercer wave of attack landed on the peak stage immortal general without any warning. Chapter 3409. Escape at Death's Door. 1. The sudden fatal strike was far more powerful than a peak stage immortal general could imagine. Even a peak divine general could not withstand such a heavy blow. Although they were in a state of vigilance at all times, it might not be useful in the face of a disaster. Because the level of the accident had exceeded the standard of normal defense, it had reached the level of life and death. Damn it! The attack was effective. The peak stage divine general was severely injured and almost turned into nothing. Fortunately, at the moment of death, he managed to maintain his state of mind and reformed his body. However, the fear in his heart could no longer be described with words. At this moment, he was in no mood to continue fighting. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to ensure his own safety. The wisest thing to do was to hide in the divine kingdom of his mind and not come out no matter what. Divine Kingdom open. The peak divine general opened the divine kingdom in his mind and was about to enter, but he revealed a flaw in an instant. This was the only flaw, but it was instantaneous. It was also one of the fatal weaknesses of the cultivators in Lu City. However, the target of the sneak attack seemed to have known the plan of the peak divine general. The moment the divine kingdom in his mind opened, divine runes were thrown into it. Boom! The peak stage god level general sensed the danger and quickly closed the entrance, but the explosion was still inevitable. This was not an ordinary explosive, but a true divine rune of regulation, which had an unbelievably terrifying power. The entrance to the divine kingdom in his mind was instantly dealt a fatal blow, and it became unstable. It couldn't be opened in a short time. Even if it was opened, its aura would leak out, allowing the enemy to lock onto the position of the god country in the void. To be able to take advantage of this instantaneous flash and deal a heavy blow to the entrance of the divine kingdom in his mind, it would definitely not be easy to sneak up on the enemy. You're also a cultivator of Lusheng, aren't you afraid of being punished? The peak stage immortal general who was attacked roared in anger while he was trying to find a way out. Regardless of whether the enemy was Lu Cheng's cultivator or not, since they dared to attack, they definitely did not care about the rules. It was extremely difficult to resolve a grudge. Since the other party dared to make a move, they would definitely not let it go. At this moment, He was at the bottom of the Forbidden Sea and it was extremely difficult to ask please. Like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, he couldn't even send out a distress signal. There was no way to count on others, and the only one he could rely on was himself. I understand now. It was all a scheme to trick me into coming here. The Peak Divine General roared in his heart. He finally understood why the super creatures were so strong and would do everything they could to destroy the lighthouse. The enemy's real goal was to have him go deep into the Forbidden Sea to retrieve the lighthouse and launch an attack in the process. Also, because they were in the Forbidden Sea, they couldn't send out distress messages, so even if something happened, no cultivators would know in time. Even if he were to die today, he would most likely be mistaken for an attack by a super creature. He would never know that this was actually a trap. The Peak Divine General felt even more indignant at the thought. Why, who is it? He racked his brain to look for possible enemies, but he had no clue at all. In his mind, Tang Zhen's figure had also flashed for a moment. However, it was quickly denied. In the eyes of this Peak Divine General, Tang Zhen was just an insignificant character. He didn't even put him in his heart. If it wasn't for this incident, he would have forgotten that such an enemy once existed. After all, Tang Zhen was pitifully weak when he attacked. He could easily crush Tang Zhen to death with a finger. However, it was impossible for him to believe that Tang Zhen would grow to the level where he could ride alongside him in a short few hundred years. The only main reason he was able to remember Tang Zhen was that this insensible fellow had taken the reward that should not have belonged to him. Regardless of whether he relied on his strength or luck, this reward should not belong to him. Since he dared to take it, he must be punished. Who the hell are you? I will never let you go. The Peak Stage Immortal General made a threat and guessed a few possible targets, none of which were the right targets to fight with. Escape. He had to escape. As long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he could escape successfully today, it was possible to get back all the new and old grudges. He wanted to find his companions, gather enough experts, and kill the other party until their blood flowed like a river. With a monstrous hatred, the Peak Expert used a secret skill to escape and instantly disappeared. Such a secret escape technique made the Peak Expert who was already severely injured become weaker and weaker. However, as long as they could escape, all the losses could be made up. You want to run? Dream on. The cold and emotionless voice rang in the Peak Divine General's ears, sending a chill down his spine. At this moment, he had already used a secret technique and was fleeing at high speed. He didn't expect that the other party could still influence and sense him. This could only mean one thing. The secret escape technique that he had used had been cracked and locked on by the enemy. Wanting to escape and ascend to heaven was no different from a fool's dream. The Peak Stage Immortal General's heart sank as he was sure that his opponent's strength was much higher than his. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be like this, toying with him in the palm of his hand, not even having the chance to resist and escape. The battle between Peak Immortal Generals was not as destructive as they had imagined. Especially when there was an obvious suppression between two levels, the enemy would never have a chance to launch an attack. Once he gained the upper hand, it would be even easier for him to kill his opponent than killing a mortal. Of course, there was another possibility. The other party did not discover the location of his main body, but used this method to trick him. If he responded now, he would immediately expose his whereabouts. After being severely injured and escaping with a secret skill, once being targeted by the enemy again, a peak-level Immortal General would die for sure. No matter whether it was true or not, the Peak Immortal General would not give any response. Instead, he would continue to escape silently. You think I'm tricking you, so you don't dare to respond. The voice sounded again, still cold and merciless, which made the Peak Immortal General even more disappointed. He could vaguely confirm that this enemy of unknown origin was secretly watching him with a sinister smile. As long as the other party was willing, he could end his life at any time. Such a pessimistic guess made the Peak Stage Divine General feel like he had fallen into an ice cave and was on the verge of going crazy. At this moment, he really wanted to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Who was plotting to kill him? Even if he died, he wanted to know the reason. However, he didn't dare to speak at all, and he knew that it was impossible for the other party to reveal his identity. If he did, he would suffer the revenge that would follow. Even ordinary cultivators of Lusheng could come back to life, so how could a Peak Divine General not have it? However, he could only revive from the dead. It was impossible to return to the peak. Once a god was killed, it was equivalent to their complete fall. To return to the peak and try to take revenge, such a situation only existed in stories. The enemy would not allow it, and it was impossible for him to have such an opportunity again. The final outcome would be to disappear without a trace. I can't die, I definitely can't. Thinking of the possible outcome, the peak stage immortal general felt more and more sorrowful. He took the risk and activated his secret skill again. He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to die today, he absolutely couldn't die in the hands of the enemy. Chapter 3410. Backtrack of Memory 1. The peak immortal general used his secret method once again as he chose to break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Either he successfully escaped from the demon's claws, or he died. There was no other possibility. It was impossible for the enemy to let him go, and it was impossible for the reinforcements to arrive in time. Now, he could only take a risk. The peak stage god-level general fell into a daze and only had one thought left. As for the dilemma that he encountered, the peak-level immortal general was unwilling to accept it. He had fought in the cultivation world for many years and survived the time of weakness, but he fell when he was at his strongest. A peak stage immortal general would be able to go anywhere in the universe. They would have no one to fear except for divine kings. It still seemed to be limited, but how many plane worlds could give birth to supreme existences like god kings? If the cultivators of Lu Cheng wanted to become a god king, they had to find a special place and the chances of advancing were pitifully small. It could be said that the chances of a god king appearing were much lower than the chances of a plane appearing. The seemingly large number of god kings was actually just the result of the accumulation of time. Those who had the qualifications to step onto the path of god kings were also extremely rare. They were existences that countless cultivators looked up to. How could such a powerful existence fall when he was able to create his own god system and cultivate real gods? In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this was almost impossible. Who could kill such a powerful cultivator? However, the fact was that the most powerful man, who was once looked up to by countless cultivators in Lusheng, was now on the verge of being destroyed. Only a thread of consciousness remained, but it was also muddle-headed. This was the cultivation world. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, even a true king had the possibility of dying in his twilight years. At this moment, a peak immortal general indeed looked like a hero in his twilight years, which made people sigh at the fickleness of life. The greatest pain in his heart was probably that he still didn't know who the enemy was. If he was lucky enough to escape today, he might have a chance to find the enemy. However, if he were to die here today, he would really die with hatred. The secret technique was still in effect, and the escape was still in progress. After an unknown amount of time, it felt like thousands or tens of thousands of years, and time seemed to have stopped. The peak divine general gradually forgot everything, including his glorious identity and the fact that he had been hunted. The memories that had been sealed for a long time suddenly emerged at this moment. At that time, he was just a small cultivator in Lu City. He was born in the city of a nation and cultivated hard all day long just to become a true expert. Lu Cheng's cultivators never lacked companions, but they also never lacked competitors. They competed with each other in cultivation and never gave in to each other. When they stepped onto the battlefield, they trusted each other and went through life and death together. The originally tender teenager gradually grew up with the passage of time, and his tender feelings became iron-blooded. As time slowly passed, the world he came into contact with became wider and wider, but the familiar companions around him became fewer and fewer. At this time, the cultivators of Lusheng had already understood the cruelty of the cultivation world, and their confusion in the past had gradually disappeared. In the past, he could not understand why the cultivators of Lusheng kept invading, plundering, and destroying seemingly innocent worlds. It was only later that he gradually realized that if he didn't eat others, others would eat him in turn. As long as one came into contact with the cultivation world, they would understand that this was a whirlpool that they could not get rid of once they stepped into. Only by becoming stronger could they have a long-term possibility of existing. The more powerful he was, the more he couldn't slack off, because in the future, he would be facing even more powerful opponents. Even if one became a true omnipotent expert, there was still a possibility of being surpassed by those who came after. Only by constantly becoming stronger could one maintain an eternal suppression. This was the concept of the world of Lusheng, and it also affected the cultivators in the world of Lusheng, allowing them to improve themselves constantly. In the following years, the once young cultivators of Lusheng City, who were full of fantasies, began to fight in the worlds, conquering and killing powerful opponents. There were wins and losses in war, and every time there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There were also many times when life was on the line. Many famous cultivators of Lusheng fell silently on the battlefield, while many young talents rose silently. The seemingly cruel elimination method had actually cultivated true elites who had the opportunity to seek the true supreme realm. In the following years, Lu Cheng became a king of laws, a spiritual emperor, and finally, a god. After experiencing too many tribulations, he finally became a true god, an existence that his former companions looked up to. He had thought that after becoming a god, there would be no more restrictions, but in the end, he realized that it was just another beginning. The path of cultivation after becoming a god was far longer and crueler than one could imagine. It was not as satisfying as the past conquests. Furthermore, after becoming a god, they would automatically be promoted to the upper echelons of the war zone. Not only would they have to participate in all kinds of decisions, but they would also know more secrets. It was only then that he realized that the world of Lusheng was far more complicated than he had imagined. The internal conflicts were not much less than the outside world. Of course, this kind of brutal battle was only limited to the deity level. The low-level cultivators were not allowed to imitate it. There was a law of the jungle in some battlefields because the battlefields were ranked too low, and the real strong had to be selected through cruel methods. His memories after becoming a god had become blurry. He did not know if they had really been forgotten or if they had been sealed by some special means. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and it was time for the advancement battle. This was another blurry memory. It was obviously sealed as well, and he didn't want others to pry into it. Soon, the image flashed, and the battle zone advancement battle ended. Then, the memory stopped there. A few figures appeared in his consciousness. They seemed to be discussing how to advance to God King, and they vaguely mentioned the Forbidden Sea and ruins. Obviously, before they arrived at the Origin Realm, the 9-star Divine Generals of the 4th Battle Area already had a good understanding of the Origin Realm. The 4th Battle Area must have been operating in the Origin Realm for a long time as a place to obtain high-level secret resources. In their conversation, they mentioned the reward for their victory. Tang Zhen's name also appeared for the first time. Just a few words had already decided Tang Zhen's fate. At this moment, his thoughts became sluggish again, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. It was as if the owner of the memory did not care about this matter and wanted to pass by this place, but there was a force that was obstructing him, trying to make the whole memory appear. The contents of the discussion were brought up in more detail, including the secrets of the Tower City, as well as the secret ruins that the natives coveted. There were even some memories that needed to be sealed after the discussion in order to prevent outsiders from knowing about them. Even though Tan Yan was a 9-star Divine General, he couldn't let his guard down. From this, one could see how important the secret was. Just as the memories became clearer and the blurry images gradually appeared, a change suddenly occurred. The cultivators in his memory all raised their heads and looked in the same direction. "Who are you? Why are you peeking into my memories from the future?" The cultivator who spoke was the peak expert who had been killed by Tang Zhen. He asked in a cold and emotionless voice. It was obvious that he had already sensed this unknown spying a long time ago, but he did not know where the karma came from. If he had known that the person peeking into his memories was Tang Zhen, he would have killed Tang Zhen at all costs. Pitifully, there was no if. Therefore, many years later, peak immortal generals became the targets of hunting. Chapter 3411. The Rising of the Waves. 1. Tang Zhen was deep in the coastal waters and was trying to destroy the corpse. Killing a peak divine general wasn't as easy as one might imagine, especially when it came to destroying the other's consciousness. It required even more time. It could kill a person's heart, kill a god, and destroy their soul. Of course, on the surface, Tang Zhen's plan had succeeded. The 4th battle area had also lost a peak divine general. The first prey of his revenge plan had been easily killed by Tang Zhen. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. What Tang Zhen needed to do at this moment was to erase any traces that might be left behind, including but not limited to the traces left at the scene. The information records that remained in the river of time also had to be cleared, or it was likely to leave behind bits and pieces of clues. If a true expert were to investigate, it would be easy to find clues. The special environment that both parties were fighting in had provided Tang Zhen with quite a bit of help. It could be said that he had the geographical advantage. This terrifying water of the Forbidden Sea was not only a poison that cultivators feared, but it was also a special chaotic energy. There were no laws in existence, so naturally, no historical information would be kept. Even if he used a secret technique to reverse time, it would only cause chaos. The right time, place, and people. Some of it was luck, while others were due to planning. Being in the dark naturally gave him a greater advantage. The cleaning up after the battle was just out of caution. In fact, he could not guarantee that his existence would not be exposed. Unless one became a god king, there was no way to guarantee anything. After Tang Zhen erased all the information related to the Peak Divine General, he immediately left the scene. The Peak Divine General's remnant consciousness was still trapped in the law enchantment created by Tang Zhen and was constantly wandering and dying. Completing the killing of a target did not cause Tang Zhen to feel happy or excited. Instead, he realized that the matter was far from as simple as he had imagined. It turned out that a Peak Divine General had already sensed the spying from the future a long time ago, but Tang Zhen knew nothing about it. It was precisely because the other party did not take it to heart that it led to Tang Zhen's success today. Even with his peak cultivation, it was difficult for him to escape this calamity. Such a situation occurred because the current Tang Zhen was far more powerful than the Peak Divine General at that time. As a result, the peak-level Immortal General only sensed something strange but didn't get any more information. It was also because of the difference in their realms that they didn't notice the life and death crisis today. It was likely that the other participants also did not sense Tang Zhen's existence. Otherwise, they would definitely have used all their strength to kill Tang Zhen back then. The participants were all 9-star Divine Generals. If they joined forces to kill Tang Zhen, they would not be able to escape death even if they were in the Tower World. Tang Zhen, who was aware of this point, could not help but quietly think that he was lucky. Fortunately, he had always been steady in his actions and only chose to take revenge after he had sufficient strength. If he had overestimated himself and tried to take revenge in advance, he would have been discovered by his enemies back then, and it would have been impossible for him to get to where he was today. This was actually the perception of danger, but gods were more powerful and could sense it even after hundreds or thousands of years. And based on these senses of danger, they would take various measures to counter it. Of course, most of the senses were insignificant prayers and evil thoughts, which would not have much impact on the gods. To give a simple example, if a god king harbored evil thoughts toward Tang Zhen, he would definitely not be able to sense it at all. However, if Tang Zhen harbored evil thoughts toward the god king, it would be very easy for the god king to sense it. The god king would then track down and figure out Tang Zhen's identity. This was a lesson that could make Tang Zhen alert in time. In the future, he had to be more cautious and never underestimate any enemy. Even if his current strength was enough to crush the opponent who had tried to kill him, he still couldn't let his guard down. After all, there was more than one enemy and they were backed by the 4th battle area, which had a true Divine King expert. If the secret of the death of a peak-level Divine General was known by the enemies, they would definitely be more vigilant. They didn't need to know the reason. As long as they knew that their comrade had died, they could feel the hidden evil intent. It was not impossible for them to make preparations in advance and even invite the God Kings to help deal with the crisis. In the hunting campsite, Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed as he had an indifferent expression. At this moment, only he knew that in the depths of the Forbidden Sea below, there had just been a short but astonishing confrontation. The peak-level Immortal General who guarded the hunting camp had died quietly, and it was impossible for him to return. The 4 high-level Divine Generals were still working together to repair and light up the lighthouse, restoring it to its previous functions. However, after waiting for half a day, no peak-stage Divine General appeared, which made them suspicious. Something must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Realizing the possible situation, the 4 high-level Divine Generals could no longer remain calm. They decided to figure out the reason immediately. If a peak Divine General was in danger, they could provide assistance in time, or if they couldn't, they could leave in advance. Anything could happen, and there were ways to deal with it. The 4 high-level Divine Generals would never let their guard down. The 2 high-level Divine Generals who had followed him into the sea dived into the pit again, trying to figure out the specific situation of the peak-stage Divine General. The remaining 2 high-level Divine Generals declared war status and ordered Lu Cheng's cultivators to get ready for battle. The series of events caused the cultivators in Lusheng to panic. They had carried out many missions on this island's hunting camp, but they had never encountered such a situation. This made the cultivators realize that something big was likely to happen. Recalling the creepy feeling of being stared at by the ancient creature, the cultivators in Lucheng all felt a sense of powerlessness. They prayed in their hearts that it was not related to ancient creatures. Otherwise, they would have no means of resisting. A high-level divine general might be able to survive an attack from an ancient creature, but they would definitely die. The alchemists were also assigned to the defensive formation. If there were any changes, they would have to fight. Due to their special status, alchemists were not sent to the battlefield when the super creatures were wreaking havoc. But now it was different. The sudden change made the alchemist unable to stand idly by. Time passed slowly, and the surroundings were silent. The expected event did not happen. The Lucheng cultivators in the hunting camp didn't dare to relax at all unless they received the order to resolve the crisis. Even though they had many speculations in their hearts, they did not dare to discuss it too much at this moment. They could only hold their breath and wait silently. There was even a high-level divine general who was ready to escape at any time in order to avoid being annihilated by the enemy if they were attacked. And before they left, they would take all the lighthouses with them to avoid falling into the hands of the enemy. Of course, this was only a preparation. He would not make this choice until the last step. After a while, the two high-level divine generals finally reappeared in front of the cultivators. They brought back another lighthouse and quickly restored it to its original position, allowing the lighthouse to function again. The whole process seemed normal, but the cultivators in Lucheng had a feeling that things were far from over. Chapter 3412. The Heart is Uneasy. 1. The two high-level divine generals returned without any explanation. With their status, there was no need for them to explain. The cultivators in Lucheng only needed to listen to their orders. Even if some cultivators suspected that a high-level divine general might be hiding a secret, they had no right to question him. In fact, there were many times when there was no benefit to disclosing the truth. Once the public knew about the secret, not only would they not be able to help solve the problem, but they would also increase unnecessary trouble. In the face of something that was beyond one's control, panic was the most likely state to appear, causing the situation to worsen. The advantage of keeping a secret was that he could control the situation and even resolve it quietly. In the future, even if the secret was exposed, it would not cause much impact. No matter what happened, there was a time limit. The longer the time interval, the smaller the impact. Big things turned into small things turned into nothing, and it didn't even cause any waves. In the face of a secret from many years ago, no matter how shocking it was, the listener might only sigh. It was the same for mortals and cultivators. The goal of the four high-level divine generals was to maintain stability. The hunting camp could no longer be destroyed. The destruction caused by the super creature had caused quite a number of casualties, and even now, some cultivators were still in shock. Fortunately, the dead cultivators in Lusheng City had a chance to be resurrected, and the broken lighthouse had been successfully repaired, so the damage had been reduced to the minimum. As long as the business was repaired, it could return to the right track and operate as normal as before. At this moment, the four high-level divine generals were the ones under the greatest pressure in the hunting camp. Their worry was not without reason. If the cultivators in Lusheng knew the truth, the hunting camp would have been in chaos. The disappearance of a peak divine general for no reason was a major event that could not be ignored. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the sky was falling. Of course, up until now, even the two high-level divine generals who had gone into the sea to investigate could not make a specific judgment. They didn't even think that a peak divine general would die. Instead, they suspected that something unexpected had happened. It was because of the suddenness of the incident that the peak stage divine general had disappeared without a trace, leaving no message behind. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they returned to the camp. However, Lucheng's cultivators had their own rules. Such a major incident should be reported to Lucheng. If a peak-level immortal general was here, he would be responsible for this event, otherwise, he would deal with it by a senior immortal general. The situation was still unclear, so the four high-level divine generals decided to wait for a while after some discussion. If the peak stage divine general still didn't show up by the time limit, they would report it immediately. When the time came, an in-depth investigation would be carried out to find out the specific reasons and confirm whether there had been any accidents. In fact, even if this matter was reported, the high-level divine generals would still be responsible for investigating and dealing with it. If even they couldn't do anything, then they would send the higher-level cultivators in Lusheng. One should not underestimate a high-level divine general. Among many of the major forces in the Origin realm, they were already at the level of a supremacy. They could guard a region and prosper for hundreds of thousands of years. Under the command of the 4 high-level divine generals, the flames of the 9 lighthouses were reignited, and the hunting camp began to operate as usual. The pitiful number of cultivators in Lucheng had already been reduced by half, making the hunting camp much more deserted. Fortunately, the Lucheng cultivators had strong mental fortitude. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, they could still complete the task with a steady mind. They knew very well that it wouldn't be long before cultivators from Lucheng came to fill the gap. Of course, it was also possible that the current situation would be maintained until the next wave of cultivators arrived. Sailing back and forth in the Forbidden Sea was not as easy as imagined, and the whole army had been annihilated more than once. The peaceful Forbidden Sea had swallowed countless cultivators, and it was far more dangerous than he had imagined. In the following days, the high-level divine generals entered the Forbidden Sea from time to time in an attempt to find traces of peak-level divine generals. They searched with all their might, looking for possible traces so that they could make a more accurate judgment and analysis. This was not only because they were worried about their companions, but also because it was a mission that they had to complete. When they reported the situation, they had to explain in detail. High-level divine generals were top-notch combat forces. After this matter was reported, the task of investigating would likely continue to fall on them. Therefore, they had to be responsible for this matter sooner or later. Naturally, it was better to investigate it as soon as possible. But as the investigation continued, the high-level divine generals became more and more uneasy, because this matter was strange in every way. A peak divine general had disappeared without a trace. This was definitely not normal. It probably meant that something unusual had happened and the peak divine general had been involved. Otherwise, a peak-level immortal general would not have been absent for so long without leaving any clues. After all, with the other party's ability, it would be very easy to do this. There was no need to leave any suspense. Most importantly, a peak-level divine general was the anchor of the hunting camp, to deter the other non-humankind beings from coveting it. If the enemy knew that there was no peak-stage divine general guarding the hunt, they would attack without hesitation. They massacred the hunting grounds, seized the 9 lighthouses, and claimed them for themselves. Once the enemy succeeded in snatching it, it would not be easy for the cultivators to take it back. The competition for resources in the Origin realm was brutal. What had not happened in the past did not mean that it would not happen in the future. In fact, this hunting camp had not been exposed so far, which was why it had been safe. In the past, the cultivators of Lucheng had encountered the pursuit of the enemy forces and had fierce naval battles. 60% of the cultivators in Lusheng City who participated in the battle were killed, and only less than half of them managed to reach the island. The purpose of such a desperate fight was simple: to defend the position of the hunting camp and not let the interests of the Lusheng suffer. Time passed slowly, and the deadline was getting closer and closer. The high-level divine generals had investigated for a long time, but they had not found anything. They couldn't help but feel deeply worried. They suspected that this matter was very likely related to the enemy faction. Perhaps the enemy had ambushed a peak divine general. As the enemy was extremely powerful, they were able to cover up all traces and not be detected by the investigators. But if that was the case, why didn't the enemy make any follow-up actions, such as launching an attack on the hunting camp? There was also another possibility that the peak stage immortal general had encountered an ancient creature and was attacked by it. Of course, high-level immortal generals were clear about the weirdness of ancient creatures. After 2 arrivals of consciousnesses of ancient creatures, peak immortal generals were more likely to be sneak attacked. As for why the battle was silent, it was probably because of the peak stage divine general. They probably moved the battlefield to protect the hunting camp. The method of transfer was rather thorough. All traces were taken away to prevent the ancient creatures from leaving any contingency. Speculations didn't represent the truth. Without concrete evidence, one couldn't easily make a conclusion. After another round of discussion, the 4 high-level divine generals made a decision to report this matter to Lucheng. As for how to deal with it, he would have to brainstorm and even invite a peak divine general to investigate this matter. However, how would they know that their actions were in line with Tang Zhen's expectations? Chapter 3413, Stirring Up the Storm 1. After a period of time, the hunting camp had stabilized, and everything was as calm as usual. The disappearance of the peak divine general was still unknown to the cultivators in Lu City, and no one would have thought about it. How could a peak divine general die so easily? In addition, peak-level immortal generals would never show up easily in normal days, and they always maintained a high sense of mystery. Many cultivators of Lu Cheng had stayed in the hunting camp for many years and had come and gone, but they had never seen a peak-stage divine general. Even if they encountered a monster that they couldn't deal with, a peak-stage divine general would not reveal himself easily. Although Tang Zhen could see the peak-stage god general, it didn't mean that the other cultivators in the city could see him. After all, there was a gap between their levels. Therefore, no one noticed the disappearance of the peak-stage immortal general, and thought that everything was the same as before. Of course, it didn't matter whether they knew or not. Only the 4 peak divine generals were in a state of tension at all times, afraid that something unusual would happen. They had already reported the news to the higher-ups and believed that Lu Cheng would respond soon and give them a concrete plan to deal with the matter. Whether they would continue the investigation or send higher-level cultivators to deal with it, there would be certain arrangements when the time came. The 4 divine generals were more inclined to the latter. After all, they had investigated the matter more than once. However, they didn't find anything after each investigation. The peak-stage divine general was like a stone sinking into the sea. He was nowhere to be found. The difficulty of the matter had far exceeded the expectations of the god generals. The trouble had just begun. In such a complicated situation, if Lu Cheng continued to arrange for them to investigate, they would probably not find anything for a long time. This sudden incident was clearly beyond their capabilities, and they even felt helpless. Such a situation had never happened before, and it made the divine generals even more vigilant. They had a faint premonition that if they continued to investigate this matter, it was very likely to bring them fatal danger. Cultivators at the level of divine generals would never have a premonition without reason. After all, there were not many things that could affect them. Under such a dangerous situation, high-level divine generals would be more than happy to have a peak-level divine general take over. Compared to the cultivators who knew nothing about the truth, the 4 high-level divine generals were truly difficult to endure. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a day felt like a year. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, hid in the hunting camp and quietly planned his schemes. He was active right under the eyes of the 4 divine generals. Not even in their dreams would the high-level divine generals believe that the mastermind behind all these changes was actually by their side. They were even more unaware that they were not Tang Zhen's target. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, high-level divine generals were unattainable existences, supreme realms that they didn't even dare to dream of. However, in the eyes of a peak-level immortal general, a senior immortal general was nothing special. In a one-on-one fight, a peak-level immortal general could even kill his opponent in a second. Tang Zhen would definitely not lay his hands on a high-level divine general. Firstly, it was to avoid alerting the enemy. Secondly, there was no reason for the other party to die. Although Tang Zhen's actions seemed to have caused losses to the 4th battle area, he was only forced to protect himself and take revenge. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. Tang Zhen would do what he should do, but he would never touch the people he shouldn't touch. The 4 high-level divine generals had no enmity with Tang Zhen. He truly had no reason to kill them. Instead, he would do his best to leave them a way out. However, if both parties were to meet on the battlefield one day, Tang Zhen would definitely not show any mercy. Standing on the enemy's side was his own enemy, and there was no need to have any scruples. Just as the 4 high-level divine generals were sending out their reports and bitterly waiting for Lu Cheng's reply, Tang Zhen had already quietly given his orders. The Grey Fog and King Kong were his divine servants, and they had a special way of communicating with each other, so they could communicate remotely without any obstacles. It sounded simple, but only high-level divine generals could do it. With peak-stage divine generals guarding the camp, they didn't need to worry about enemies approaching the camp, nor did they need to worry about cultivators communicating in private. Once he did that, he would be detected and locked onto by a peak-stage divine general, making it impossible for him to succeed. Even the cultivators of Lusheng who were on a mission had their memories sealed after leaving the island to prevent information from being leaked. The next time he returned, his memory would return to normal, but when he left, it would be sealed again. However, it was different now. In the entire hunting camp, Tang Zhen was the strongest. If he were to send out a message, a high-level divine general would not be able to detect it. The high-level divine generals had no idea that something else was happening while they were waiting for Lu Cheng's news. At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, in front of a tall building, more than a dozen super powerhouses were gathered together. At this moment, staring at a figure in front of them in horror. This figure was tall and strong, wearing golden armor, which made people feel intimidated. Not only was his figure terrifying, but his aura was even more terrifying. Although they couldn't see his face clearly, all the cultivators present knew that he was definitely a true expert. After the other party appeared, he didn't say anything and directly challenged all the experts in the organization. Without any fancy moves, he only used one punch to knock down all the super experts. Even the strongest exalts were not a match for him. The supreme experts were filled with grief and indignation, but they were helpless that they were not as good as him. At this moment, they could only silently endure it. What is your purpose? If it's just to humiliate us, you've already achieved your goal. However, if you want to enslave us, you'll have to spar with us again. Although our strength is average, we definitely won't let anyone slaughter us. In this forbidden land, such things were not rare. Everything was decided by strength. Even though he knew that he wasn't their match, he wasn't willing to admit defeat. You bunch of trash, you think you're worthy of bargaining with me? The tall figure sneered, his tone full of disdain. Hearing this sneer, the super experts' expressions changed slightly, but they did not say anything to refute. After all, what the other party said was the truth. If it had really been a life and death battle just now, they would have become corpses on the ground by now. Ignoring the complex expressions of the Supreme Masters, the tall figure threw a piece of sea monster skin into the Supremacy's hand. On this map, there is a hunting camp marked on the ocean, which can easily capture a large number of descendants of ancient creatures. I can only say this much. If you are interested in obtaining it, then take action immediately. Once you miss the opportunity, you can only dream of such a good thing again. After the tall figure finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. He instantly disappeared without a trace. The super powerhouses looked at each other with a puzzled expression. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Of course, this was a good thing. At least he could avoid being enslaved. The super experts' attention was quickly attracted by the sea map, and they began to talk in secret. Where did this person come from? He's so powerful. He can't be a nobody. Since he's hiding his aura fluctuations, he definitely doesn't want you and me to know. So, there's no need to investigate his identity. I'm rather curious as to why the other party would provide this sea map and even mark a hunting camp. This kind of information is extremely valuable, so why would they give it to us for free? Could this be a trap? It's impossible for it to be a trap. If the other party wanted to kill us, they wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. If that's the case, the sea map in our hands must be extremely real. The group of super experts discussed non-stop. They felt that this encounter was very likely due to a blessing. Little did he know that many cultivator organizations were experiencing the same thing at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 3414, The Undercurrent Surges. 1. At the edge of the Forbidden Sea, a storm suddenly rose. A tall cultivator and a cultivator in a smoky state were wandering around the major cultivator organizations. Every time they arrived at a location, they would start fighting without any explanation. They would first beat the super experts in the organization into submission. After he was beaten into submission, he threw out a sea map and left without hesitation. In a short period of time, these sea maps with the same content had been spread among the major cultivation organizations. Even ordinary cultivators had a copy of it, and it was known to more cultivators. The purpose of this operation was to let more cultivators know about this matter and have the opportunity to see this sea map. The more experienced cultivators analyzed the map carefully and concluded that the content of the map was true. The hunting camp should be related to Lu Cheng. After the news spread, it caused an uproar. At the edge of the Forbidden Zone, Lu Cheng's strength was second to none, but it did not mean that he had no opponents. There were still a few cultivator organizations that could compete with the cultivators in Lu Cheng and fight with them both openly and secretly. After all, two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, and the cultivators of Lusheng couldn't act arrogantly in this Forbidden Sea area. However, they had to admit that Lu Cheng's cultivators were indeed strong. They had been fighting in secret for many years, but they had always lost more than one. If he could seize this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the cultivators of Lucheng, it would naturally be the best thing. The cultivators, organizations of the Origin Realm, had more information. They had been searching for the hunting camps of the cultivators in Lucheng for many years. They were sure that the map was correct and it showed the hunting camp that the cultivators of Lucheng had been trying to hide. The large organizations had searched for many years, but they had never found anything. This time, it had been inexplicably exposed. It was indeed beyond the expectations of these cultivator organizations. Although he didn't know what was going on, he couldn't miss this opportunity, or he would regret it. In a short period of time, all the major cultivation organizations secretly gathered to discuss how to deal with this matter. Time was of the essence, and they had to make up their minds as soon as possible to decide if they should take action against the cultivators in Lucheng. The cultivators of Lucheng must have received the news and were thinking of ways to salvage the situation. However, since the news had already been exposed, there was no way to cover it up. On the contrary, it might only make things worse. Even if there was only a 10% chance of the news being true, the large organizations would still make a visit. The major cultivator organizations had different opinions. Some suggested to send troops immediately, while others suggested to wait and see. Some cultivators thought that this was a scheme of the Lucheng cultivators to destroy the major cultivation organizations. Lucheng didn't have such an ability, but if he used ancient creatures to set up traps, he should be able to do it easily. They could even push the blame to the ancient creatures after achieving their goals and pretend to be the victims. After all, in this incident, the cultivators of Lucheng were also victims. Their top-secret information was inexplicably exposed, and then they were robbed by greedy people. They were already in such a miserable situation. If there were still people who called them thieves, they would definitely be attacked by the cultivators in the building. It was precisely because of these concerns that they did not dare to launch an attack, choosing to wait and see. The cultivators had their own opinions and couldn't disagree with each other, which led to them not making a decision. Just as the negotiations were in progress, another piece of news suddenly came. The cultivators of Lucheng who had just returned to the sea went out to sea again, and the number of them was much more than before. Although all the elite cultivators of the city had been deployed, there were still people guarding the inside of the city to prevent any enemies from taking the opportunity to attack. There was even news that Lucheng's cultivators had already asked for help from some allies, hoping to get help at a critical moment. This situation was enough to show that the cultivators of Lucheng were in deep danger and were trying to find a way to resolve it. Regardless of whether this news was true or false, it was enough to attract the attention of the large organizations. They even made up their minds because of this. Even if they didn't participate in the war, they still had to figure out the specific situation. Of course, with the sea map, there was no need to pursue the fleet as closely as before, as long as they did not lose their way. After confirming the authenticity of the hunting camp, they would decide what to do. Should they participate in the robbery or continue to observe? Just as the discussion was going on, a few super powerhouses who had not appeared for a long time suddenly appeared in the venue. They were all true veteran powerhouses with unparalleled strength and had condensed a large number of rule seeds. They were by no means comparable to ordinary super powerhouses. In the major cultivation organizations, these super experts had a higher status than supremacies, but they rarely showed themselves. However, it was equivalent to the ocean stabilizing divine needle, and had the qualifications to have his words carry enormous weight. They only had one purpose for appearing now, and that was to facilitate this operation. Because if the plan succeeded, the cultivators of Lucheng would suffer a heavy blow. If they could get rid of the cultivators in Lu City or suppress them, it would definitely be something that these super experts could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, if they could work together to seize the hunting base, even if the cultivators of Lucheng were unwilling, they would be helpless. In the face of an alliance formed by cultivators, cultivator Lucheng was definitely not a match for them. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and bear it silently. After the plan was completed, they would join the battle. They would be fearless even if they encountered a peak-stage immortal general. They might even take this opportunity to kill the strongest cultivator on Lucheng's side. Even if the cultivators in Lu City had a tight defense and couldn't take down the hunting camp, it was definitely worth the trip. It was a good thing that all the major cultivator organizations could cooperate. With the foundation of this cooperation, it would be easier to cooperate in the future. With the participation of these veteran super powerhouses, the agreement was quickly passed. Even the hesitant cultivator organizations chose to follow blindly or be coerced. At this moment, another cultivator asked who the two experts who were spreading the sea maps were. With such astonishing strength, it was impossible for him to be a nobody, and he wondered if he was part of the alliance. The cultivators were indeed very interested in this question. Having such an expert in the alliance could double their strength and increase their chances of winning. After the question was raised, no one answered. It was obvious that the origins of these two experts were a mystery. Fortunately, judging from the other party's actions, he should be on their side. At least, he had nothing to do with the cultivators of Lu Cheng. After realizing this, the cultivators secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If this was the case, they could at least avoid encountering two strong enemies. Needless to say, the major cultivation organizations immediately took action and set up an alliance army to fight at sea. These organizations all had warships for hunting, but they were of different specifications. Ordinary cultivator organizations were not qualified to own large fleets, but small fleets could be formed. When large and small fleets gathered together, the scale of the formation became terrifying, covering a considerable area of the sea. In addition to the cultivator organizations, there were also a large number of rogue cultivators who were involved. They obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a share of the loot. However, all of these actions did not avoid cultivator Lu Cheng at all, which made the atmosphere between the two sides more and more tense. However, both sides maintained a tacit understanding and did not fight at the edge of the Forbidden Sea. Instead, they chose to settle all grievances after entering the sea. Chapter 3415. In Danger 1. At the edge of the coastal area, the cultivators stationed in the four towers had entered a state of high alert. They had just received the alarm that a peak stage divine general was missing, and then the location of the hunting camp was exposed. This series of changes caught the cultivators in Lusheng off guard. How could the cultivators of Lusheng not know that this series of abnormal changes was clearly an enemy targeting Lusheng? The enemy's method was extremely sinister, which was to let the cultivators of Lusheng cut their flesh and draw their blood. Over the years, cultivators in Lusheng would always send some elites to the hunting camp to obtain high-purity rule particles. They would also leave a group of cultivators to guard the city at the edge of the Forbidden Sea to prevent other cultivator organizations from attacking. After the incident, the cultivators of Lusheng originally wanted to quietly send reinforcements to resolve the crisis in the Forbidden Sea. The Lu Cheng cultivators who had just returned were led by two high-level divine generals to the sea. However, the moment the fleet set off, the enemy exposed the location of the hunting camp, making the situation worse. If the enemy forces tried to take over the hunting camp, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would have to do their best to defend the hunting camp. However, if that was the case, Lu City would be in danger again. This forced the cultivators to make a choice, whether to protect the city or to give up on the hunting camp. If one had to choose one of the two, it would be difficult to balance both ends. However, for the cultivators of Lu City, both were indispensable, or it would have a great impact on their foundation. Nothing must happen to Lusheng. The relationship between it and the cultivators of Lusheng was one of mutual destruction. No matter what, Lu Cheng's safety must be guaranteed. This was the root of Lu Cheng's existence in the other world. As long as the building was not destroyed, the cultivators in the building would always have a way out and backup. The hunting camp couldn't be lost either. In order to get this location, the cultivators in Lusheng City had paid a huge price. Such a hunting camp was not easy to find, and the descendants of ancient creatures were not easy to catch. The law crystals of ancient creatures were the guarantee of a strong cultivator organization, which could cultivate enough super powerhouses. It could be said that as long as the hunting camp existed, it could continuously provide rule particles, making the cultivator organization stronger and stronger. No super expert, including those cultivator organizations, could resist the temptation of this. Although these cultivator organizations also had hunting camps, they were pitifully small in scale and number. The quality of the law particles was also uneven. There were also many cultivator organizations that actually shared a hunting camp and shared the benefits they obtained with others. They couldn't be like the cultivators in Lusheng, who occupied their own territory and didn't have any relationship with any cultivator organization. It was for these reasons that the cultivators of Lusheng City were hated and the hunting camps were also coveted. Now that everyone kicks a man when he's down, both cultivator organizations and individual cultivators were trying their best to participate in this grand banquet. All the ships that could go out to sea were commandeered, and the spots to go out to sea were crazily snatched. Many cultivator organizations took the opportunity to recruit soldiers and buy horses. The edge of the Forbidden Sea was unimaginably lively. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves were surrounding a weak giant elephant, waiting for the right opportunity to devour it. The cultivators' organizations wanted to obtain the right to use the hunting camp, but the individual cultivators did not have so much hope. As long as they could obtain a rule particle of the descendant of an ancient creature, it would make their cultivation path smoother and brighter. Even if they couldn't use it, they could sell it and countless cultivators would fight for it at a high price. Law particles that were pure enough were also rare treasures in the eyes of cultivators, existences that could only be encountered by luck. Facing such a dangerous environment, the four towers in the fourth battle area could only try their best to save themselves. The reinforcement team for the hunting camp had already set off. At the moment, the interior of the city tower was empty, and they had to strengthen the defense. The three high-level divine generals in charge of the defense had already sent requests for help to the cities in other battle zones, hoping to get their help. There were also some cultivator organizations that were on good terms with them, and they were also on the list of people asking for help, eagerly hoping that the other party would send troops to support them. Although the building's interior was empty, the chances of it being attacked were not high. This was mainly because the building itself was very difficult to break through and attack. As long as the defense system was shut down and activated, the enemy would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to attack and occupy the city. One of the main reasons why cultivators of Lu Cheng could move unhindered in the myriad world was because of the powerful Lu Cheng. Even if they were attacked, the cultivators in Lusheng could hold on for a long time and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. The main purpose of summoning reinforcements was still to protect the hunting camp. Although there were many cultivators in the hunting camp, far more than the usual allocation standard, the current situation was completely different from the past. After being attacked by the super creatures, less than half of the cultivators in Lusheng City were killed, and even the peak stage immortal generals had disappeared. Under such circumstances, if the hunting camp were to be besieged by the major cultivator organizations, it would definitely be an even more dangerous situation. Looking at the cultivators' organizations, it was obvious that they were determined to get the hunting camp. When they went out to sea, they would definitely have many experts. However, there were only 4 advanced divine generals and the cultivator Lu Cheng who had survived. Even if 2 high-level divine generals were sent to lead the team, there would only be 6 gods in total. The seemingly powerful lineup might not be a match for this group of enemies. There were also peak stage immortal generals in the enemy camp, otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to fight with the cultivators in the city. There were also God King level experts behind them, but they rarely participated in the battle for benefits. If this level was involved, the entire origin realm would be affected. Peak level divine generals were in charge of guarding the hunting camp, so they didn't need to worry about any major problems. Now that a peak stage immortal general had gone missing, the hunting camp was exposed and would soon be besieged by all the major cultivator organizations. Faced with the overbearing enemy, Lu Cheng's cultivators were indeed lacking in confidence. If they fought, the Lu Cheng cultivators would definitely lose. Even though he felt bitter and depressed, there was nothing he could do. He could only try to find a solution to the problem. The most important thing to solve the crisis was to find powerful cultivators who could fight against the powerhouses of the enemy camp. If they couldn't solve this problem, no matter how many reinforcements they sent, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. A peak-level divine general was definitely not a high-level divine general. Their goal was to become a divine king, so they could not stay in a building or a hunting camp for long. If not for safety concerns, there might not even be a peak divine general guarding the hunting campsite. Now that a major change had occurred, a peak divine general had to come out to intimidate the enemy, otherwise, it would be difficult to hold the hunting camp. The request for help had been sent out, but it was still unknown whether it would be accepted or whether a few more peak stage divine generals would arrive to help. Even now, no cultivator in Lusheng City knew where the peak immortal generals were. Just as the letter for help was sent out, Lu Cheng's cultivators and the enemy's fleet had all entered the sea and were speeding straight in the direction of the hunting camp. Chapter 3416. Every minute and second, the cultivators of Lusheng, who were sailing in the Forbidden Sea and preparing to support the hunting camp, received a notice from the Lusheng behind. The continuous changes made the cultivators in Lusheng wary, and they had a vague feeling that a great disaster was coming. In the past, when they sailed, 4 fleets would go side by side, but now they were mixed into one formation. The fleet's size had increased, but it did not mean that they felt safer. Instead, it was as if they were shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The 2 high-level divine generals in charge of leading the team had gloomy expressions as they monitored the sea behind them. Although it was dark above the Forbidden Sea, the cultivators of Lu Cheng still had special means to monitor the distance. At the same time, during the voyage, they could use a secret technique to conceal the traces of the fleet and avoid being followed by the enemy. Because they had always been cautious, cultivators of Lu Cheng had never exposed their route during the many years of sailing. In order to defend the sea route, they had even had a bloody battle with the cultivators of the Origin Realm, which had caused quite heavy casualties. However, the situation this time was completely different. The situation was even more severe. Now that the enemy knew the exact route and the location of the hunting camp, it was impossible to keep it a secret. Who knew when the enemy would appear from behind and pounce on them like a wolf? This time, it was not to track the sea route, but to go straight to the hunting camp, and a fierce battle would happen. The higher the level of the cultivator, the more clear they were about the importance of the hunting camp, and they would never let it go easily. When the 2 sides met in the Forbidden Sea, there might not be a fight. Instead, they were both trying to reach the island one step ahead of time. If the enemy had arrived first, they would have been able to successfully occupy the hunting camp at a lower price. If the Lu Cheng cultivators arrived first, they would be able to strengthen the defense of the hunting camp and help resist the attacks of these ferocious enemies. The more cultivators in Lu Cheng, the more protection they had, and the more time they could buy. As for whether they could successfully resist it, the cultivators in Lu Cheng had no confidence at all. Compared to the cultivators on the ship, the high-level divine generals knew more secrets. They knew that there was no news of the peak-level divine generals. Previously, he thought that a peak-stage immortal general was temporarily out of contact due to special circumstances, however, he would never think so now. As long as there was a slight possibility, cultivators of Lu Cheng would try to avoid such a situation, especially a peak divine general, who would not be so irresponsible. The peak-level immortal general must have met with an irresistible accident. That was why there was no news of him until now. The biggest possibility was that he had been ambushed. That was why there were super monsters attacking Lighthouse, the peak divine general mysteriously disappeared, and the root camp was exposed. The enemy's true goal might be the hunting camp. Without a peak stage divine general, even if the cultivators from Lusheng arrived on the island in advance, they might not be able to defeat the enemy. At this moment, they could only pray that the other peak stage immortal generals could come to their aid in time and lead the cultivators in the city to resist the enemy's attack. In the eyes of the 2 leaders, the peak divine general would definitely come to help. When the hunting camp fell into the hands of the enemy, the ones who suffered the greatest losses were actually the peak divine generals, because they were the ones who consumed the law crystals the most. The main reason peak stage god level generals were willing to guard the hunting camp was that they could get battle merits, which could be exchanged for these special rule particles. In order to ensure stable cultivation resources, the peak divine generals would never stand by and watch. After receiving the news, they would definitely put down everything and come to help. The cultivators from other battlefields would also provide as much help as possible in order to gain merits and favors. It was just that distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Whether or not it could solve the crisis in front of them, it was still impossible to make a conclusion. Just as the 2 high-level divine generals were worried, a rainbow light suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Sea behind them. It was as if the entire ocean was covered in light and surging like waves, broadcasting the direction of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. The cultivators on the ship were shocked when they saw this. In this Forbidden Sea, once such an abnormal scene appeared, it meant that something unexpected was about to happen. The cultivators in Lu Cheng who were in charge of reinforcement had already noticed the abnormality. After all, there had never been a situation where they had to go back to sea after just returning. In fact, until now, Lu Cheng had not been informed of the details and had no idea what had happened. However, cultivator Lu Cheng had already guessed that there was a problem with the hunting campsite. Every time they returned, their memories of the sea route and the hunting camp would be temporarily sealed. However, they still had some understanding of the hunting camp. If it wasn't for an emergency, it would be impossible to return so quickly. Even the hunting activities that were necessary in the past had been cancelled. At this moment, he was only focused on sailing continuously, afraid that he would waste even the slightest bit of time. It was a pity that teleportation was not allowed in this forbidden sea. Otherwise, the high-level divine general leading the team would have already used all his means. As for the exposure of the sea route, the cultivators in Lucheng knew nothing about it because the high-level divine general did not tell them about it either. It was the same principle. The more one knew, the more trouble there would be. In the case where the cultivators of Lusheng could not help, it was better to know nothing. When the lights of the enemy's ships appeared behind them, the hearts of the cultivators in Lusheng sank inexplicably. They didn't understand how the enemy could accurately track them. The two high-level divine generals sighed to themselves. The information from the rear was indeed true. The sea route of the island hunting camp had indeed been completely exposed. The enemy did not need to follow the fleet at all and could easily find the accurate route. If the two sides encountered each other, the enemy would certainly not mind eating them together. I didn't expect this bunch of trash to be so fast. A high-level divine general cursed as he watched the sea of light surge behind him. He had never thought that so many things would happen in such a short amount of time. The enemy's fleet must have an omnipotent expert providing assistance. That's why they're able to catch up. If we maintain our current speed, we'll definitely be caught up by the enemy and then swallowed. Although we will make the enemy pay the price in the process of fighting, this kind of sacrifice is worthless. They couldn't stop the enemy's advance, nor could they complete the task of guarding the island camp. In the end, they would be lost in vain. Therefore, the only thing we can do now is to use our secret techniques and head towards the island camp at full speed. Another high-level divine general said in a solemn tone. Apparently, he was ready to use his trump card. Once we use the secret skill, the warship will be scrapped. Are you sure you want to bear the loss? His companion asked back, looking a little hesitant. If the warship was destroyed, the cultivators of Lucheng would not be able to find any means of transportation even if they wanted to move. Without a warship, even a powerful high-level divine general would most likely die in the Forbidden Sea. If we can't hold the hunting camp, even if we have a chance to escape, we won't return to the tower, but rather deep into the island. After that, they would wait for an opportunity to take back the profits from the hunt, instead of returning in a defeated warship. Even if you take a ship back to Lusheng, you must take the spoils of war that you stole from the enemy. Otherwise, how can you have the face to return? Chapter 3417. The final battle is coming. One behind the fleet of cultivators in Lu City, in the boundless sea of lights, there were many warships of different sizes floating. The cultivators on the ship were from different organizations, and many of them were idle cultivators who had gathered temporarily. There were simply too many of them to count. After the meeting ended, the major cultivator organizations quickly took action. The longer the matter was delayed, the more difficult it would be to seize the hunting camp. The cultivators in Lusheng could deploy the defense more easily and mobilize more reinforcements, which would double the defense level of the hunting camp. If they were properly deployed, not only could they defend the hunting camp, but they could also deal heavy damage to the Alliance cultivators. Since they were ready to attack, they naturally wouldn't give the Lucheng cultivators such an opportunity. It could be said that both sides were racing against time. At this moment, in the Forbidden Sea, seeing the traces of Lucheng's fleet, the cultivators of the Alliance were naturally excited. There were many cultivators in the Alliance who had always regarded Lucheng as their mortal enemy and had long fantasized about killing him. Now that they finally had the chance, they couldn't wait to rush forward and completely destroy the fleet of cultivators in Lucheng. Kill all the cultivators in Lusheng. On some of the warships, the shouts of the cultivators could be heard. It was obvious that they wanted to take the opportunity to attack. Soon, more and more voices echoed and all of them unanimously requested to kill the cultivators in the Lusheng kingdom. The leaders of the large organizations were not so agitated. Their purpose was not to kill the cultivators of Lucheng. Compared to the hunting camp, the cultivators in Lusheng City were not worth mentioning. No matter how the warships shouted, the leaders of the Alliance remained calm. They did not have the right to make a decision, and they did not want a war to break out at this moment. Although these individual cultivators were shouting in an earth-shattering manner, once the battle started, they were likely to hide in the back and not be willing to come out. This was the difference between an organization and not. The cultivators who were cheering the loudest were all rogue cultivators who did not belong to any organization. The real decision-maker was now gathered on another warship, coldly looking at the cultivators of Lucheng. Their previous efforts were not in vain. They finally caught up with the cultivators' fleet and completed the first step of the plan. The next step was to reach the island where the hunting camp was located before Lucheng and then quickly launch an attack. By right, since they had encountered the fleet of cultivators from Lucheng, they should have swallowed it up to weaken the defensive power of the cultivators. However, this would only add to the situation and delay the execution of the final plan. Who knew if the Lucheng cultivators had any hidden methods that could cause both sides to suffer? Would the naval battle attract the super creatures? Would it take too long? Would the reinforcements of the cultivators in Lusheng arrive first? It was supposed to be a simple battle, but due to the special circumstances, the alliance's decision-makers began to hesitate. It depends. If the Lusheng cultivators attack first, we don't need to be polite. One of the leaders said, gaining the approval of the other leaders. The biggest possibility now was that when the two sides met, the cultivators in Lusheng would jump out to stop the alliance's fleet from advancing. Just like a death warrior, they would use a life for a life to intercept. If that was the case, he might as well strike first and kill these cultivators. Right now, the alliance army had the advantage and had an omnipotent expert. They had the absolute confidence to kill all the cultivators in the city. Both sides had their own thoughts, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Soon, they were at the point of mutual hostility. But at this moment, the fleet of cultivators from Lucheng paused for a moment, and then they were surrounded by an unusually dazzling light. When the alliance cultivators saw this, they became nervous and thought that the Lucheng cultivators were ready to fight to the death. In the next moment, the fleet of cultivators from Lusheng City flew into the distance like an arrow. It turned into a huge ball of light, and its speed was more than 10 times faster. Seeing this scene, the alliance cultivators came to a realization and started to curse. These cultivators from Lu City actually used such a method. They really don't have any way out. Some cultivators who didn't know the truth asked for the reason, and their faces were soon filled with emotion. They really didn't expect the Lucheng cultivators to be so fierce and use such a desperate method. Many cultivators felt heartache. After all, the cost of building this warship was extremely high. Not to mention an entire fleet. Originally, they wanted to win the battle and seize the warship, but now it seemed like it was wishful thinking because the cultivators in Lusheng didn't give them a chance at all. If cultivator Lucheng uses such a method, he will definitely reach the island first. What should we do? Some of the leaders of the organizations had anxious expressions on their faces. They didn't expect such a change to happen. The cultivators of Lusheng had such courage, but they didn't dare to easily imitate it. Not only would they pay a huge price, but they would also cut off all their escape routes. These cultivators had gathered at sea to take advantage of the situation, so their mentality was completely different from the cultivators in Lusheng. As long as there was the slightest possibility, he would try his best to protect himself and would never joke around with his life. After all, after he died, he would not get any compensation at all. Instead, he would be taken advantage of by others. In my opinion, it's fine if they escape. They're just a group of cultivators from Lucheng. They can't cause much trouble. One of the leaders shouted. He decided to ignore the cultivators of Lucheng's escape and was determined not to follow the other party's desperate method. Even if that ship of cultivators from Lucheng arrived at the island first, it wouldn't have much of an impact on us. What we need to be wary of are the reinforcements invited by the cultivators of Lucheng, not the cultivators sent by this wave. We should be able to move faster and reach the hunting camp before the reinforcements. It was obvious that the leaders of the organizations present did not approve of such a method, as it would likely put them in a very passive position. The powerhouses in the Alliance army didn't respond at all. They didn't need to worry about these things. They were all adjusting their conditions, waiting for an evenly matched opponent to appear. An omnipotent expert would never make a move so easily, in case he left behind a flaw that the enemy could take advantage of. As for when the fleet would arrive, it had no effect on these supreme experts. Because no matter when they arrived or whether they captured the hunting camp, none of that was important. In this operation, the most important thing was to fight peak-level immortal generals. If they won, they could easily get the hunting camp, but if they lost to a peak-stage immortal general, they would lose the right to take the hunting camp. The final victory would still depend on the results of the battle between the top cultivators. The low-level cultivators were also very important. They were needed to guard the hunting camps and capture the descendants of the ancient creatures. He had to make these cultivators feel that their existence was very important and that they could indeed obtain enough benefits. Only then could they actively participate in the battle. Just as the cultivators in Lusheng City were using their secret techniques to stimulate the potential of the warship to move forward at full speed, the cultivators of the Alliance finally made up their minds. They would also use their secret techniques to speed up, but they would not be self-mutilating like the cultivators of Lusheng, so their speed would definitely be much slower. However, it would not be long before the two sides met on the island and began a life-and-death battle. Chapter 3418. Confrontation and Bloody Battle. 1. The cultivators of Lusheng City activated a secret technique, and at the cost of consuming the life of the warship, they gained 10 times the speed of the warship. The fleet's speed was as fast as lightning. They passed through the area blocked by the sea monsters and finally arrived at the island. When the warships approached the shore, the warships that had accompanied the cultivators of Lu Cheng for many years began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it became a pile of wreckage, scattered on the edge of the coast. The materials used to build the warship were all from the Forbidden Sea, harvested from the bodies of super creatures. After being refined by a master, it has become a special voyaging divine weapon that can be regarded as one of the super creatures' kind. After a spirit was activated, it would indeed have life. To cultivators who traveled across the sea, it was not only a warship but also a partner who would go through life and death with them. However, the cultivators of Lusheng could only watch as the warships were destroyed. They had no way to stop it. After all, what he had done just now was equivalent to overdrawing his life. He had no room for reservation. There were also some cultivators from Lu Cheng who bowed to the warship as if they were sending off their close comrades. Hurry up and move. Head to the hunting camp immediately. The high-level divine general ordered coldly. Compared to the ordinary cultivators, they were under more pressure. The moment they reached the island, it meant the official start of the war. Start from the edge of the coast and set up traps along the way. Do your best to cause damage to the enemy. Although the situation was extremely disadvantageous, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would not admit defeat so easily. They still had many means that they had not used. The cultivators of the Origin Realm were not weak, but compared to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, they were still lacking. Especially since these cultivators were all from the 4th battle area, their strength and means were extraordinary. Now that they were in a state of war, the cultivators in Lusheng would definitely do their best and show no mercy. The cultivators in Lusheng immediately began to set up the runic magic circle after receiving the order. They also left the cultivators behind to guard and control the place. Since the war had already begun, they couldn't all retreat to the hunting camp. After all, starting from the coast was part of the battlefield. Most of the cultivators in Lu Cheng were rushing to the hunting camp at top speed. They would make further arrangements when they met up. Time slowly passed, and in the calm waters of the Forbidden Sea, countless flashes of light suddenly appeared. The light was as bright as the Milky Way, and it was constantly approaching. As the ocean of light approached, runes flickered on the shore, and black spears flew toward the ocean. The moment it neared the ocean of light, the long spear exploded continuously, and all sorts of attacks from the seals exploded. The warship was in a state of chaos as the cultivators dodged the attacks and protected the ship from sinking. Although the attacks were fierce, they didn't cause much damage to the Alliance cultivators. It didn't even affect their speed. The counterattack of the Alliance cultivators followed closely. From an extremely long distance away, piercing light orbs could be seen flying over and bombarding the calm shore of the island. This move was like throwing a stone to find the way. It was only meant to destroy the possible mechanisms in runic magic circles, thus reducing the casualties as much as possible. Many of the cultivators in the Alliance had dealt with cultivators from Lu Cheng before and knew each other's means very well. Using long-range attacks to destroy the mechanisms and arrays set up by Lu Cheng was one of the ways to break it. There was thunder and lightning, as well as wind, fire, and rolling stones, which churned and surged on the shore. From time to time, there would be the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, suddenly erupting from somewhere on the coast. This was the activation and destruction of a hidden runic magic circle. Tools like runic magic circles were mainly trap and kill arrays and illusionary arrays. They seemed complicated and profound, but they were actually passive means. Even a top-tier runic magic circle that could refine a planet and move around, it still had its weaknesses. If there was a weakness, it could be solved. This kind of technique that the cultivators of Lusheng were good at was far from invincible. especially when the strength of both sides was almost the same, and they had enough understanding of the runic magic circle. The effect of destruction and damage would be greatly reduced. This wave of violent sweeping and destruction had destroyed most of the runic magic circle. Only a small number of runic magic circles were still functioning normally. In just a few breaths, the Alliance's ships had already docked one after another, and a dense crowd of cultivators surged out. The spaceships didn't look big, but they could carry 1,000 cultivators. The larger spaceships could accommodate more than 10,000 cultivators. Cultivators always had a way to accommodate themselves in a small area and cross this dangerous sea. It was the first time many cultivators went out to sea and landed on the islands in the Forbidden Sea. One could only imagine how excited they were. They let out a series of roars and followed the army formed by countless cultivators, rapidly approaching the hunting camp. The correct route was clearly marked on the sea map that he had obtained earlier, so as to avoid being attacked by monsters. However, such a large number of cultivators landing on the island had never happened before. This also led to the constant changes in the situation. From time to time, the super creatures hiding in the caves would suddenly appear and attack the Alliance cultivators. These monsters were huge and their attacks were fierce and brutal. The cultivators of the Alliance were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties one after another. The advantage of having many cultivators was also revealed. Whenever a monster appeared, the surrounding cultivators would launch a concentrated attack. The ferocious monsters could not dodge in time and were quickly dismembered into thousands of pieces. Their flesh and blood were all snatched away. In the eyes of most cultivators, every piece of flesh from a super creature was a treasure. It was impossible to miss it. If they were in any other place, these cultivators would not even be qualified to challenge the super creature, let alone get a share of the precious loot. The rich harvest made the cultivators confirm that it was a very wise decision to follow them on this expedition. In addition to the enraged super creatures, Liu Cheng's runic magic circles were also activated from time to time along the way. All sorts of situations kept happening and the Alliance's cultivators kept on dying, but it didn't affect their morale at all. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who were responsible for maintaining the operation of the runic magic circle and stayed behind to stop the enemy, also launched a desperate attack at this moment. Although they were strong, they were too weak and were quickly devoured by the enemies. The army of cultivators was like a surging wave, easily crushing any obstacles and advancing at an extremely fast speed. It was like a swarm of locusts, leaving not a single blade of grass in its wake. This was the first time such a large-scale operation had taken place in this restricted area of the sea. It was the first time that these cultivator organizations in the Forbidden Zone had joined forces, and they didn't expect that they would be so invincible. Their overwhelming power boosted the confidence of the original realm cultivators. They were certain that they would get what they wanted this time. Following the route on the map, the Alliance army successfully arrived at the hunting camp, and excited cheers rang out continuously. He saw 9 huge lighthouses standing tall, and there were even blazing flames that dispelled the uneasy atmosphere. The cultivators of Lusheng were fully armed. Under the protection of the runic magic circle, they stared coldly at the enemy of the Alliance who was charging at them. Although the enemy's numbers were tens or even hundreds of times greater, there was no fear in the eyes of the cultivators in the building. Kill. The cultivators of the Alliance swarmed over with greed and killing intent and couldn't wait to attack. Kill. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who were unwilling to retreat, drew out their sabers to face the enemies without any fear in their eyes. They would only fight to the death, until the moment they fell. Chapter 3419. The Three-Way Battle. 1. This quiet isolated island had never been as lively as it was today. Countless cultivators gathered and engaged in a frenzied battle, causing the entire world to shake. Due to the limitations of the special environment, cultivators were unable to fly and were confined to narrow spaces. However, it was also for this reason that the battle became more and more intense. The two sides were like two turbulent waves, constantly colliding with each other, each time leading to heavy casualties. The splashing waves were the flesh and blood of the cultivators, which were continuously thrown into the sky. The battle between the high-level cultivators also began, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. On the other hand, the true omnipotent experts were hiding in the dark, as if they had no intention of making a move. Their opponents were only peak divine generals, so they wouldn't participate in such a low-level battle. Otherwise, it could lead to an accident. In a battle between peak immortal generals, life and death were always decided in an instant. Therefore, They had to be fully focused at all times. In the face of the surging enemies, the defense system built by the cultivators of Lusheng City was quickly destroyed. The enemy took advantage of the opening and killed their way into the hunting camp. It was like a flood that could not be stopped. In just a short time, the battle between the two sides had already begun. The final battle had officially begun. The cultivators in Lusheng City didn't expect such a change, but it also made the situation more serious. It wasn't that the cultivators in Lusheng were weak, but the enemy was so strong that all the preparations they had made before were useless. Even though the cultivators of Lusheng City could fight against 10 enemies at once, they could only fall on the battlefield with hatred when they were faced with hundreds and thousands of enemies. They had tried their best, but they could not change the outcome. The only thing they could do now was to guard the lighthouse and get into formation. Every minute counted. The number of enemies was increasing, and the hunting camp was already surrounded. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before it fell. Ha ha ha, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant this time. Some of the Alliance cultivators laughed out loud as if all the suppressed hatred in their hearts had been released. Looking at their ferocious expressions, it was hard to tell why they had such a deep hatred for each other that they wanted the cultivators of Lu City to die. There were even more enemies who were looking around like wolves, searching for spoils of war. This deep-sea hunting camp was a place that they were not qualified to reach in the past. Now, they could rob and kill without any restraint. They had come for benefits, and now that they had finally seized the opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. At this moment in the hunting camp, the remaining Lu Cheng cultivators were surrounded by the enemy, and the others were more and more disobedient. Cultivators in Lusheng were dying every second, and the enemy paid an even more tragic price. The island had long been covered in blood. The enemy's sinister laughter lingered in their ears. In their view, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Although Lu Cheng's cultivators were strong, they were no match for the Alliance. The hunting camp would soon fall into their hands. However, they soon found out that the cultivators in the building were far more ferocious and tenacious than they had imagined. Although they were surrounded by countless enemies and attacked from all directions, the fighting spirit of these cultivators was not affected. They had to pay a heavy price for every cultivator of Lu Cheng's cultivator alliance they killed, which made the enemy even more frightened. Fortunately, he could take this opportunity to kill these cultivators. If they were allowed to develop, the consequences would be unimaginable. He believed that after this war, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would definitely suffer heavy losses and it would be extremely difficult for them to rise again. More and more cultivators fell. The Alliance cultivators were extremely excited and believed that victory was in front of them. Let's kill all the cultivators in Lusheng in one go. The leader of a cultivator organization ordered his subordinates loudly. This was the plan they had before the operation. There was no need to keep prisoners, as that would only add to the trouble. It was better to kill them all and end everything. Moreover, it was impossible for these cultivators to admit defeat. It was obvious that they would fight to the death. After receiving the order, the enemy became even more frenzied and launched their final attack. Just as they were feeling proud, a series of angry roars suddenly came from behind the Alliance. An intense battle suddenly broke out behind them, catching the Alliance cultivators off guard. What's going on? What's happening? The leaders of the major cultivation organizations were furious. They were about to win, so why did this sudden change happen? It's the reinforcements of the Lu Cheng cultivators. The Alliance cultivators shouted with a hint of fear. It turned out that countless cultivators had arrived at the island one after another and were attacking from the back. They had been on the verge of success in taking over this hunting camp, but now such a change had happened. The leaders of the cultivators' organization were angry and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only kill the remaining cultivators in the camp while resisting the attack from behind. The trapped cultivators of Lu City became fiercer and fiercer when they knew that reinforcements were coming. The originally compressed encirclement expanded once again, and the Alliance cultivators were forced to retreat. We have to take down this hunting camp at all costs, otherwise we'll have wasted our efforts. Leaders of the various large organizations, you are to go into battle at this moment and lead your troops to charge forward. In fact, up until now, they didn't know how many reinforcements the Lu Cheng cultivators had, but the situation had indeed improved. The resistance of the Lu Cheng cultivators and the speed at which they increased their numbers made the Alliance's enemies feel depressed. He realized that the battle for the hunting camp was not as easy as he had imagined, but more dangerous and difficult. In the process of killing and snatching, one of the lighthouses was lost, and the burning flames were extinguished. Both sides of the battle did not seem to care about this matter. After all, they were all red-eyed from the killing. Who would care about the changes in lighthouse? However, at this moment, the island suddenly trembled violently, allowing the crazy cultivators to regain a trace of consciousness. This irresistible and terrifying awareness made the cultivators on both sides realize that they were in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, where danger lurked everywhere. This was the nest of super creatures, and there were also terrifying ancient creatures that were watching them silently. Such a terrifying existence might be able to kill them all with a single thought. The Alliance cultivators who were originally crazy finally calmed down and realized that this wasn't a place for them to do as they pleased. At the same time as the violent shaking occurred, monsters began to emerge from the deep pits of various sizes. These monsters were all over 1,000 meters in size and began to attack the cultivators around the pit. In the eyes of the descendants of these ancient creatures, all cultivators were food, and they only needed to devour them crazily. The sudden appearance of the super creature caused chaos on the battlefield, but it also helped the Lu Cheng cultivators resolve the crisis. Although they were also attacked, the ones who suffered the most were the Alliance cultivators. After all, they had more people. The cultivators of Lu Cheng didn't have time to gloat. If they couldn't control the situation in time, the hunting camp would be affected. If the ancient creatures made a move, both the Alliance and the cultivators in Lusheng City would eventually become delicious food for the descendants of the ancient creatures. Chapter 3420, You've waited for a long time. The sudden addition of the super creatures made the battlefield even more chaotic. The three camps were in a chaotic battle. Of course, in the eyes of these monsters, cultivators didn't belong to any faction. They were all either prey or enemies. What they had to do was to devour all the food that dared to be so presumptuous on the island. This was the territory of ancient creatures, a forbidden zone for cultivators. When would it be the cultivators' turn to act presumptuously? These monsters in the Forbidden Sea also had their own territories and were extremely disgusted with foreign cultivators. These cultivators, in particular, used despicable means to hunt their own kind and killed countless descendants of ancient creatures. As a descendant of an ancient creature, how could he lack pride? He had probably had enough of the behavior of cultivators. Now that they had finally seized the opportunity, they immediately began their crazy revenge. From the holes that led to the Forbidden Sea, ferocious sea monsters kept jumping out, as if they had been summoned. There was also a large amount of water mist that constantly exploded around the pit, providing the monster with the ability to become invisible. Whether it was the monsters that appeared from time to time or the poisonous mist, they caught the surrounding cultivators off guard. As these huge creatures writhed, they either devoured cultivators or were killed by cultivators. The chaotic battlefield was now in complete chaos. Even the cultivators of Lusheng who had been operating on the island for many years had never seen such a large number of monsters and such a chaotic scene. The worry that emerged in her heart increased a little. Such an abnormal scene could mean the arrival of a disaster, and the complicated situation was becoming more and more worrying. The cultivators in Lu City suspected that the ancient creatures had already set their eyes on this place, and all this was just a prelude. If the ancient creatures really descended, only a few of the cultivators on the battlefield would be able to escape. Now, they could only guard the lighthouse with all their might to prevent the lighthouse from being extinguished again. This way, they could have the effect of suppressing it. So far, this was the only way for Lu Cheng's cultivators to restrain themselves. The 6 high-level divine generals guarding the hunting camp were also in a dangerous situation. They were engaged in a fierce battle with an enemy twice their number. Their battlefield was even further away to avoid too much fighting in razing the hunting camp to the ground. The cultivators of the Alliance were extremely vicious. They kept a close eye on these high-level divine generals and wouldn't let them help the cultivators of Lu City. Without the leadership of a high-level divine general and the overwhelming attacks of the cultivators of the Alliance, the fall of the hunting camp was a foregone conclusion. No matter how brave the cultivators of Lu Cheng were, they still couldn't turn the tables. Among the cultivators of the Alliance, there were actually many super experts who had either not condensed rule seeds or had only condensed a few. These super powerhouses were average in strength. Even the low-level divine generals in the 4th battle area could easily defeat them. However, a good tiger couldn't fight a pack of wolves. In the face of an endless stream of enemies, the cultivators in Lusheng City were indeed unable to hold on. Fortunately, at the critical moment, cultivators from other battle zones came to help and reverse the bad situation. The Lusheng cultivators who appeared in the Origin realm were basically from the top 100 battlefields or the luckier candidate Lusheng. They were inextricably linked to the 3 battlefields. Since they were able to rush to the island to provide reinforcements, they were definitely not weak. This greatly reduced the pressure on the cultivators of the 4th battle area who were struggling to hold on. However, the battle between the high-level cultivators was not affected. They continued to fight. In fact, the enemies were confused as to why the Peak Divine General didn't attack. Was he spying in the dark, waiting for the best time to strike, or was he really not in the hunting camp? The Alliance's strongest person hiding in the dark was also hesitant. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. They were afraid that a moment of carelessness would lead to a sneak attack from a peak stage Divine General, which could kill them on the spot. Until now, these omnipotent experts did not know anything about peak Divine Generals because Tang Zhen did not take the initiative to tell them. At this moment, the Lu Cheng cultivators were still defending the hunting camp while the Alliance cultivators were still attacking. The reinforcements from the cultivators of Lu Cheng arrived one after another. After they joined the battle, the one-sided situation changed. The number of sea monsters driven by the mysterious force increased, and they rampaged on the battlefield. Such a chaotic situation had completely gone out of control, and the 3 warring parties could not predict the outcome. No one noticed that a figure was standing on the hill, watching the battlefield in silence. Tang Zhen was silently waiting for the Peak Divine General of the 4th battle area to arrive. The chaotic battle on the island in front of them was planned by Tang Zhen. The purpose was to lure the Peak Divine General. The Divine Generals in the other battlefields were useless, and those who were not his enemies were useless. Only when those specific targets appeared could Tang Zhen's plan be considered a success. Although he had put in a lot of effort, as long as he could kill an enemy, all his efforts would not be in vain. However, up until now, none of the top powerhouses of the 4th battle area had come to participate in the battle. Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. What exactly happened that caused these Peak Divine Generals to be absent? Were they not planning to provide assistance, or were they on their way? Tang Zhen decided to continue waiting. If he wanted to hunt for his prey, he must have sufficient patience. If he couldn't complete his plan and kill his enemy, Tang Zhen would definitely not leave without a fight. The hunting camp belonged to the 4th battle area and was the wealth of Lu Cheng's cultivators. They would never let these alien races take advantage of it. He had the ability to lure the foreign cultivators here, but he also had the ability to send them away, or to make them stay on the island forever. This war that had caused countless cultivators to lose their lives and caused them to feel extremely shocked was merely a game of chess in Tang Zhen's eyes. He had enough strength and confidence to control the entire situation and obtain victory at the last moment. As long as one entered the chess game, everyone would be a chess piece and would be unable to escape from Tang Zhen's control. While Tang Zhen was silently watching, the fatty behind him widened his eyes as his face was filled with shock. The brutal fighting on the battlefield shocked Fatty. Fatty's strength wasn't considered too weak, but he didn't know much about the cultivation world. He had never experienced such a battle scene. When the battle started, Fatty became worried, afraid that he would be killed. Compared to the powerful cultivators of Lusheng, Fatty's strength could only be considered average. The only thing he could show off was his racial talent. However, in a war of this level, Fatty's transformation talent would make him an easy target. Just as Fatty was deeply worried, he suddenly realized that he didn't need to worry too much. This was because as long as he stood behind Tang Zhen, those cultivators who were fighting until the sky turned dark seemed to not be able to see him and Tang Zhen at all. This made Fatty both surprised and happy. His heart was also filled with doubts. He couldn't understand why this would happen. Very quickly, Fatty realized that such a situation had occurred precisely because of Tang Zhen. This unexpected discovery caused Fatty to become bewildered. Originally, he had a feeling that Tang Zhen was very different from the other cultivators. Thus, he chose to take the initiative to approach him. He had followed Tang Zhen all the way and was also muddle-headed. However, he didn't expect that he would be able to avoid attacks while following Tang Zhen in the chaotic battlefield. This caused Fatty to become increasingly curious about Tang Zhen's identity. Chapter 3421, The Arrival of the Reinforcements. 1. Tang Zhen was very clear that in this battle, the cultivators in Lusheng City did not have an advantage. Be it the Alliance cultivators or the monsters in the Forbidden Sea, they were all enemies of the Lu Cheng cultivators. Although the reinforcements had arrived, they could only alleviate the crisis. It was impossible for them to retreat or win. The strongest and most likely to win were still the cultivators of the Alliance. According to the current situation, they would definitely be able to kill the cultivators in Lucheng. As for the monsters in the Forbidden Sea, they also had a way to suppress them. What the cultivators in Lucheng could do, the cultivators of the Alliance could do as well. For the cultivators on both sides, banning the sea monsters was just looting a burning house, and it wouldn't be much of a threat. No matter which side won, they could turn around and deal with these monsters. Of course, there was a premise that the ancient creatures would not participate in the war. Otherwise, the cultivators on both sides would not be able to become the winners. In this Forbidden Sea, the ancient creatures were the true kings, possessing incredible power. Even a peak stage god-level general could only run away when facing such a terrifying existence alone. It wasn't easy to kill this ancient creature. Only peak stage divine generals were qualified to participate. The hunting process wasn't easy either. Any carelessness would lead to an accident, and the original hunter would become the prey. Including Tang Zhen, none of the cultivators on the island wanted the ancient creatures to appear. Just as the three parties were in the midst of a fierce battle, a muffled roar suddenly came from the other side of the island. This roar was like muffled thunder, and the earth seemed to shake because of it, causing a touch of fear to rise from the hearts of the cultivators. An ancient creature. The cultivators could finally confirm that the ancient creatures had indeed participated in the war. No wonder countless super creatures had been driven here. Perhaps the cultivators' actions had angered the overlord of the Forbidden Sea, so he took this opportunity to carry out the craziest and cruelest revenge. The cultivators who had been fighting crazily also became clear-headed at this moment, afraid that something else would happen. The cultivators guarding the coast were surprised to find that the Forbidden Sea, which was as smooth as a mirror, had suddenly become unstable. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the surface of the sea had been filled with the backs of monsters of various sizes. These sea monsters didn't launch any attacks. They only blocked the way back to the shore, making it difficult for the cultivators to leave. Although they didn't attack, the Alliance cultivators were terrified. Even if they successfully snatched the hunting base, if they were trapped on the island, that kind of victory would lose its meaning. The island would even become a cage for cultivators. Not only would they not be able to leave easily, but they would also be hunted and reared by these sea monsters. At that moment, these greedy cultivators would not even have the time to cry. They wanted to spread the news, but they were locked in battle. Once they learned of this news, it would immediately cause the morale of the army to fall. The Alliance was a motley crew, and they needed to be even more careful in battle. It was very likely that a small matter could lead to all their previous efforts being wasted. Because of the appearance of these monsters, the cultivators' reinforcements were also blocked, and they could no longer approach the island easily. If they wanted to pass through the area sealed off by the monsters, they would have to pay a heavy price, but it was not worth it. These cultivators from other Lusheng battlefields were indeed here to help, but it didn't mean that they had to risk their lives. The only thing they could do was to wait and see across the sea until an opportunity appeared. He had to save them, but he didn't need to risk his life. The already chaotic situation was becoming more and more complicated. Even those self-proclaimed powerhouses felt that it was a little tricky. As soon as this thought came to their minds, the Supremes were shocked and looked toward the depths of the island. "They're here," the self-cultivators of the Alliance exclaimed at the same time and secretly made preparations for battle. "They're here." A smile flashed across Tang Zhen's face. He was just like a fisherman who had finally waited for the fish to take the bait. The cultivators on both sides of the battle also felt a powerful aura that was approaching them from afar. Boom! It was as if the air had exploded. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out, and a super creature that was wreaking havoc in the hunting camp was directly blown into a meat paste. The muffled sounds were endless, and the monsters in the Forbidden Sea nearby exploded one after another, or kept letting out waves of wails. And NBSP, not only did the monsters explode, but the Alliance cultivators were also turned into mud and blood mist. "You're just a group of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. How dare you wreak havoc here? You're simply courting death." A voice came from the void, carrying a faint disdain. At the same time, another figure appeared above the hunting camp, completely ignoring the terrifying pressure. His body was shrouded in light. It was impossible to see his face clearly, but he gave off a terrifying pressure. Only a peak-level divine general could have such a powerful aura that could make the enemy feel uneasy and frightened. With the appearance of the peak stage divine general, all the cultivators in the hunting camp cheered in unison, and their morale rose rapidly. The arrival of a peak divine general had increased the success rate of guarding the hunting camp. However, there were still some cultivators who were worried. They knew that the enemy's omnipotent experts had yet to make a move. The arrival of a peak divine general meant the arrival of the true decisive battle. There were so many cultivators in the alliance, and the number of supreme masters must be more than that. What kind of danger would a peak divine general face? As expected, the moment the peak stage divine general appeared, the hidden super experts of the alliance all attacked. Although they had not condensed a godhead, they had condensed a seed of rules and gained great power by comprehending rules. He was not at a disadvantage when facing a peak divine general. If it was a battle of numbers, it would be much easier and he would have full confidence in killing the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Impudent, a super expert of the alliance yelled and charged at the peak divine general, attacking first. And NBSP, he was not alone, and his companions were helping each other in an attempt to kill this peak divine general. You still want to bully me with your numbers, but unfortunately, you don't have the chance to succeed. The peak stage god-level general sneered and attacked the enemy's supreme master. It was a life-for-life battle. It was a fight to see who had the tougher life, who was stronger, and who failed would die. The super powerhouse who took the initiative to attack suddenly became frightened after seeing the fighting style of the peak stage immortal general. He knew very well that if he really fought with a life for a life, he would definitely die. At this moment, he could only trust that his partner could kill the peak stage immortal general first. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a fatal blow from the peak stage immortal general. However, now that things had come to this omnipotent expert became unconfident again. Who knew if his accomplices could be relied on? The moment the two sides clashed, the omnipotent expert chose to protect himself and not take the peak stage immortal general's desperate strike. At the same time, several auras appeared at the same time, all of which were peak stage divine generals. They locked onto their targets and launched their attacks at the same time. Despicable. The supreme expert who had fled cursed bitterly. However, he was also rejoicing in his heart. If he had fought a peak stage divine general, he would not have received any help from his comrades and would have ended up in a miserable state. Chapter 3422, Waiting for the Opportunity to Strike. 1. The top cultivators of both sides finally joined the battle. Before the battle, both sides were hiding and unwilling to reveal their true trump cards. However, as the battle began, both sides used all their trump cards, and in the blink of an eye, the battle was intense. Both sides knew very well that only the battle between the top cultivators would determine the outcome of this war. Of course, the battlefield between peak stage immortal generals and ultimate powerhouses wouldn't be limited to the hunting camp. Instead, it was tacitly moved to a place far away. Although the result of the war had yet to be seen, both sides regarded the hunting camp as something in their pocket and tried their best to avoid any damage. Because of the attacks of the top cultivators, the momentum of the cultivators on both sides was affected, and the intensity of the battle escalated again. The final battle officially began. Tang Zhen, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the big fish he had been waiting for. There were a total of 5 peak divine generals who had come to support him. One of them had participated in the hunting plan against Tang Zhen. The other 4 peak divine generals shouldn't be related to this matter. Tang Zhen naturally didn't have any reason to target them. This meticulous plan had caught 2 big fish in a row. Tang Zhen would definitely profit and not lose. As for Divine General Yaoan and the other enemies, Tang Zhen could take his time to search for them. Moreover, the current Tang Zhen already had some clues. It was just that he had yet to take action. Tang Zhen smiled and patted the fatty's shoulder as he looked at him. "Your Excellency, do you have any orders?" Fatty quickly asked. Being on this chaotic battlefield made him feel nervous. "Let's go find a quiet place. The environment here is too chaotic. It's not suitable for you and me to watch the battle." As Tang Zhen spoke, he beckoned Fatty to walk towards the lighthouse. There were no cultivators to stop them along the way. It was as though Tang Zhen and the other person did not exist in their eyes. Tang Zhen beckoned Fatty to stand by his side when they arrived below the lighthouse. After which, he sat cross-legged and floated in the air. "Protect me. If anything happens, remember to wake me up in time," Tang Zhen instructed, after which, there was no longer any movement. At this moment, Tang Zhen's eyes were slightly narrowed. A divine light would occasionally flash as he stared at a certain direction deep within the island. In that area, two figures were fighting non-stop. The power of rules collided with each other, and each collision caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack, but they disappeared in an instant. The irresistible power of rules was at work all the time, and it would instantly restore the destroyed area to its original state. In such a special space, even if the cultivators fought and turned the world upside down, it would not cause much impact on the island. The most powerful man of the Alliance cultivated the law of force, which was also one of the laws that the cultivators of the Origin Realm had comprehended the most. Most of the cultivators in the Origin Realm cultivated their physical bodies, so the rules of power and speed were a perfect match. The boundless power was enough to destroy everything, and everything in the world was affected. Anything related to power was under the control of the rules at this moment and turned into fatal damage. The strength of a cultivator was enough to destroy everything. Enemies who were affected by the rules would be troubled and unable to control any power or anything related to power. Only by using rule power could they resist it. If they were weaker than the other party or if they mutually reinforced and countered each other, it would lead to different results. The battle between the cultivators of the Origin Realm seemed complicated, but it was also simple. It was a competition of one's comprehension of the rules and the strength of the rules' attributes. If they all cultivated the laws of power, they would only need to compete in terms of their realms and comprehension. If their attributes countered each other, the outcome of the battle would be even more difficult to predict. The Supreme Divine General who fought against the most powerful figure in the Alliance had comprehended the rules of light, which was a rather obscure and tricky rule. Wherever the light was, it would be the attack range of peak immortal generals and their derived marvelous abilities. When the two laws came into contact with each other, the violent power of the omnipotent expert was suppressed to a great extent. Furthermore, the cultivators in Lusheng were all-rounded and had all kinds of powerful means. It was no exaggeration to say that among the 1,000 cultivators in a city, there would never be any cultivators with the same cultivation skills. On the battlefield of life and death, these strange and sharp methods were the true nightmare of the enemy. The omnipotent expert of the Alliance was in a disadvantageous situation and was obviously being played by a peak divine general. Although he had the upper hand, it was not easy for a peak stage immortal general to kill his opponent. At this moment, a peak immortal general was like teasing a mad ox as his long sword had long been giving out cold light. It was possible that at some point, the longsword would pierce through the heart of this mad bull and end this battle that was already in the bag. The omnipotent expert of the Alliance also sensed the abnormality and was in a desperate state. During this period, they tried to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help, but in the end, they realized that no one was responding. This made the omnipotent experts anxious. I advise you to give up on finding your companions for support, because none of them will appear. The peak stage immortal general only wanted to shake his opponent's mind so that he could seize the opportunity to kill him. Even though this was the most inferior method on the battlefield, it could sometimes achieve unexpected results. Bastard, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Being mercilessly toyed with by a peak divine general and being unable to restrain him with his own rules, one could imagine how depressed the strongest person in the Alliance was. He knew that he was in a dangerous situation. He had to either kill the cultivators in Lusheng or try to escape from the battlefield. It would be wishful thinking if he wanted to win. The most powerful people in the Alliance realized this and started to use all their strength to get rid of the control of the peak divine general. But the peak divine general didn't fall for it. He had seen through the enemy's mind and didn't give him a chance to escape. As he closed in, the peak divine general used his killer move and instantly injured the Alliance experts. Fortunately, his defense was amazing, and he managed to save his life. Damn it. How are these cultivators so strong? An NBSP, the Alliance expert was terrified. With his injuries, he was no match for a peak divine general. Now, it was already an extravagant hope for him to escape as the light was in the control domain of peak immortal generals. A feeling of despair rose in his heart. At that moment, the Alliance experts really wanted to die together with him. However, he knew very well that even if he made such a choice, he would be the one to die in the end. As the controller of the battlefield, the peak stage divine general knew this better, so he took the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. I'm going to die, and NBSP, the Alliance expert sighed. Even if he wanted to die together, he didn't have the ability to. Just as he thought he was going to die, he felt the flames around him rise, and at the same time, an angry roar came. A figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield and attacked the Peak Divine General with a fatal move. And NBSP, such a fierce attack shocked the Alliance expert. If he was the one who suffered such an attack, he would have lost his life in an instant. The peak-level immortal general who was attacked was also severely injured. Compared to the severe injury, the peak immortal general was more terrified because he felt a wisp of familiar chi from the attack. "You're a cultivator from the city of Xuanji." The roar was devoured by the overwhelming attacks, and then there was no more sound. Chapter 3423, The Foundation of Lusheng Cultivators. 1. The situation changed so quickly that the Alliance experts didn't even have time to react. He only knew that someone had helped him when he was on the verge of death and had successfully injured the Lucheng cultivator. It was even possible that he had already killed the cultivators in Lucheng. Otherwise, there would not be no news at all. After realizing that, the Alliance experts were shocked and happy. Regardless of the identity of the newcomer, or the reason for his attack, at least he had escaped death. "Thank you for your help, sir." The strongest of the Alliance did not hesitate any longer. He immediately shouted his thanks and tried to help. In fact, his actions were mixed with a touch of selfish desire. He didn't want the spoils of war to be obtained by others. He was the main force in this battle and had made a huge sacrifice. If there were any benefits, he would not let others get them all. As for the life-saving grace just now, that was a different matter. They absolutely couldn't be mixed up. With such a thought, the Alliance experts joined the battle and tried to figure out the exact situation. Who would have thought that at this moment, a cold gaze would be cast over, causing the strongest person in the Alliance to shudder? "Get lost." The voice was cold and merciless as it rebuked him without any trace of politeness. "You're so silly." The Alliance expert was furious. His status was so high and no one had ever dared to be so arrogant. "This unknown fellow in front of me is really bold, to actually dare to berate me like this. Do you really think that I'll be afraid of you just because you've severely injured a peak-stage immortal general?" The Alliance experts were furious, but they had to admit that this unknown cultivator was really strong. But, even so, he couldn't take all the benefits for himself. In the course of the battle just now, if he had not attracted the firepower, how could the other party's sneak attack have succeeded? Now you want to take all the benefits for yourself and throw me to the side, you're really delusional. When the Alliance's strongest person thought about this, he was even more unwilling to retreat and give such a huge benefit to this cultivator of unknown origin. From this, it could be seen that greedy people would always find excuses that they thought were reasonable to explain their actions. Just as the Alliance's experts were feeling indignant, the terrifying pressure suddenly changed direction and exploded. The strongest person in the Alliance was shocked. He finally realized that he had become a target. "What do you want to do? Have you gone crazy?" First, he attacked Lu Cheng, then he attacked him. This cultivator was clearly making enemies on both sides. Just how capable and how bold were they to dare to do such a thing? No one told them the answer. The terrifying rule power had already descended, and the strongest people in the Alliance had no intention of resisting. Damn it, how many rule seeds must he have condensed to have such terrifying power? Such a thought flashed across the Alliance's strongest person's mind, but he was instantly swallowed by the sea of fire. "With this kind of strength, you dare to snatch the hunting camp?" Tang Zhen's cold snort came from within the raging flames and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen would definitely stop immediately after he had dealt with the target he wanted to kill to avoid exposing his existence. He would also observe in the dark. If Lu Cheng's situation was unfavorable, Tang Zhen would definitely find a suitable opportunity to rescue them. After all, he was the one who lured the enemies here. If they really lost the hunting camp in the end, that would definitely not be the outcome that Tang Zhen wanted. Cultivator Lu Cheng was not the victim of this incident. In fact, he had gained more benefits in the end. In the area of the Forbidden Sea, the cultivators of Lusheng City had always been threatened and hostile. War would break out sooner or later. At that time, no one could determine the outcome of the war. However, on this island, Tang Zhen dared to guarantee that the final winner would definitely be Lu Cheng's cultivator. He had more than one method that could guarantee the desired effect. Moreover, fighting in the Forbidden Sea could prevent the city from suffering any losses, and it would be more convenient for the cultivators of other cities to send troops to support. The cultivators of the Alliance would be restricted in all aspects. It seemed like they had the advantage in numbers, but in reality, they had already entered a dead end. While Tang Zhen was making use of them, he had also dug a trap. It was destined that this group of greedy people would not be able to return. After winning this battle, the Lu Cheng cultivators' status would be unshakable at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. It would be difficult for the cultivator organizations that had been severely damaged to recover. They might even be completely destroyed under the suppression of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Such an outcome could be considered as Tang Zhen's compensation to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Of course, this kind of secret compensation was only for the innocent cultivators of Lu Sheng who were involved. It had nothing to do with Tang Zhen's enemies. From the beginning to the end of the battle in this area did not attract the attention of any cultivators. The location itself was remote, and the laws were chaotic due to the battle, turning the area into a mess. Tang Zhen used the time law to conceal it and finally erased all traces. Those who came later would not be able to find any clues. The cultivators fighting had no idea that two top-tier powerhouses had already fallen silently in the process of their battle. The battle between the omnipotent expert and the peak stage divine general had come to an end. Clearly, Lu Cheng's cultivators had the upper hand. In a battle between low-level cultivators, Lu Cheng's cultivators didn't have an advantage and were barely holding on. The sea monsters continued to surge out, and it wouldn't take long for their numbers to surpass the cultivators on both sides. The Forbidden Sea was boundless and had given birth to countless super creatures. The monsters in front of him were not worth mentioning at all. They were in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, the nest of super creatures. It was not a place for them to act presumptuously. The cultivators on both sides had already realized the danger. During the battle, they would occasionally pay attention to the sea monster. But looking at the current situation, even if they won the war, they might not be able to withstand the attacks of these sea monsters. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, another change suddenly occurred. In the depths of the island, two figures galloped over, and a terrifying aura hit them in the face. When the omnipotent experts of the Alliance saw this, they were both shocked and anxious. Damn it, how can there be so many peak-level immortal generals? They had thought that since there was only one peak-stage divine general in the hunting camp on the island, the War Alliance would win for sure. Who would have thought that after the war started, the peak-stage god-level generals of Lu Cheng cultivators would appear on the battlefield one after another as if they were free? Such an unexpected situation caught the experts of the Alliance off guard. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the foundation of the cultivators in Lu Sheng was extremely strong, and it was not as simple as it seemed. Although there was only one peak-level immortal general, it didn't mean that he didn't have any trump cards. Instead, he was hiding somewhere else. Now that the hunting camp was under attack, the hidden peak stage divine generals all showed their strength, showing the true power of Lu Cheng cultivators. In fact, everyone had a trump card, but cultivator Lu Cheng's trump card was so powerful that it made the enemy feel despair. The participants couldn't help but feel regret. If they had known this would happen, they definitely wouldn't have acted rashly. Now that the cultivators in Lu City had the advantage, if they continued to stay here, the Alliance cultivators would definitely suffer losses. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the Alliance's strongest person gave the order and they headed deep into the island. They were afraid that if they hesitated any longer, they would be surrounded by peak-stage divine generals and lose their last chance to escape. Without the leadership of the omnipotent experts, the Alliance cultivators who were aggressive just a moment ago collapsed like an avalanche. The Alliance cultivators fled in all directions. Some fled to the sea while others fled into the depths of the island and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 3424, The First Appearance of the Conspiracy. 1. The originally chaotic battlefield suddenly became quiet. There were only corpses and wreckage on the ground, indicating to the audience that a war had taken place here, and that the participants had suffered heavy casualties. There was no true victor in this sudden war. No matter if it was the cultivators of the Lu City, the Alliance, or the sea monsters that suddenly appeared in, then retreated, all of their efforts were in vain. The surviving cultivators all had a feeling that this tragic war had actually been fought in a muddled state. There was a hidden mastermind controlling everything from the dark. There was evidence to support this speculation, and the sea maps were widely spread, which was actually the most obvious example. The hatred had already been formed. No matter who was behind it, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would never let it go. Of course, the current situation was not the time to seek revenge. There were still too many things to deal with. The collapsed lighthouse had to be repaired immediately, the damaged runic magic circle had to be restarted, and the injured cultivators of Lusheng also needed emergency treatment. They didn't need to care about the fleeing alliance cultivators. They all understood the principle of not chasing a cornered enemy. Furthermore, the cultivators in Lusheng City didn't have the capital to chase after the enemy. The total number of cultivators in Lusheng City was less than a fraction of the number of cultivators in the alliance. The main targets of defense now were still the monsters from the Forbidden Sea, as well as the ancient creatures that might be spying on them in the dark. Compared to the fleeing cultivators of the alliance, the ancient creatures were the biggest threat. Even the peak divine general who came to help didn't dare to be careless. If the ancient creatures launched an attack, even if they all attacked, they might not be able to guarantee victory. They would even abandon their hunting camps and escape to avoid casualties. The high-level divine generals who had just experienced a great battle all returned to the camp. Although they were not in good condition, they were lucky that they had not died. In terms of the previous situation, it was already a blessing in a misfortune. With so many peak stage divine generals in charge, the high-level divine generals were emboldened and immediately ordered the cultivators to start protecting the camp. The lighthouse that had fallen to the ground earlier was erected again. It was quickly repaired and reignited. The runic magic circle formed by the 9 lighthouses began to operate again, and the terrifying aura that made people panic dissipated. The Lu Cheng cultivator, who felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had to bear the heavy and suffocating pressure. The remaining cultivators of Lusheng carried out their duties and cleaned up the chaotic hunting camp. After 2 consecutive serious damages, the whole camp looked like ruins. The cultivators of Lu City who had come to help all gathered together, greeting each other and introducing themselves. They accepted the mission from the cornerstone platform and did their best to rush over to help, not just for the reward of battle merits. Although this war was targeted at the 4th battle area, it would affect the interests of every cultivator in Lu Cheng. He could not assume that this matter had nothing to do with him. If all of them had such thoughts, it would be difficult for Lu Cheng's cultivators to move forward in the origin realm. The cultivators of the 4th battle area had to express their gratitude, not only for the help they had given earlier, but also for the continued cooperation. Before the reinforcements from the 4th battle area arrived, these cultivators would be needed to help with the defense to prevent the enemies from the alliance from retaliating. Although the enemy had escaped to the island, they would have to return sooner or later and return to the shore through the same route. The sea route in the Forbidden Sea was very important, as it had been obtained through countless explorations. If they did not follow the sea route, there was a great possibility that they would be buried in the fish's stomach. If the enemy wanted to return to their base, the route they took when they came was the best choice. In addition, the depths of this island were also extremely dangerous, with many unexplored lands. When a cultivator advanced on the island, every step was filled with trepidation, and they could lose their lives at any time. The alliance cultivators had different levels of strength, and this terrifying island was definitely a deep hell to them. It wouldn't take long for the cultivators of the alliance to collapse and flee, not daring to take another step into the island. The alliance cultivators who were forced to return would definitely pose a threat to the hunting camp, so they had to be on high alert. It was fine if they were just passing by, but they were afraid that the enemy would not give up and attack the hunting camp again. Under such circumstances, having enough manpower became extremely important. If possible, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would even take the initiative to chase and kill the enemies, trapping them all on the island. The cultivators of Lu Cheng were silent, fierce beasts. They might not take the initiative to attack for some reason, but they would never show mercy to their enemies. The cultivators of the origin realm had provoked them and caused such heavy casualties to the cultivators of Lusheng. How could they let this matter rest? It was very likely that from today onwards, the cultivators in the 4th battle area would no longer keep a low profile and would show off their sharp fangs at will. As long as they had a grudge against an enemy, they would take a fierce bite. Just as the cultivators in Lusheng City were cleaning up the battlefield and restoring order to the hunting camp, the peak stage divine general who came to help found a problem. The battle had clearly ended, but there was still one peak stage god-level general who had yet to show himself. Normally, he wouldn't pay much attention to it, but now that he was on the battlefield, any unexpected situation could happen. It was also possible for him to be severely injured or even die. This group of supreme masters from the origin realm are not that strong. If they fight one-on-one, they will be the ones to be killed. A peak stage divine general said coldly. He was extremely confident in the strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators, but he was full of contempt for the strongest experts of the Alliance. Luckily, the experts of the Alliance ran fast enough. Otherwise, they would all die here today. How could an enemy of this level kill a peak-stage immortal general? In their eyes, this was impossible. Something must have happened. There was a high possibility that they were chasing after the enemy and would return soon. Even as a peak divine general, he had to follow the rules, especially on the battlefield. Since the troops had stopped fighting, the participants had to return to report as soon as possible and not continued to fight with the enemy. Such an action was disobeying orders and would definitely be punished. The rules didn't discriminate between the strong and the weak, and the cultivators in the city were all treated equally. Even a peak-stage god general had to obey the rules of the cornerstone platform. You can wait for a moment. I'm sure you'll be back soon. After the gods discussed, they decided to wait for a while. After all, they couldn't leave so easily. They had to ensure the safety of the hunting camp before they could leave the island. Otherwise, the mission would only be half completed. The 6 high-level divine generals guarding the camp all came to pay their respects and thank the peak-level divine generals for their help. We're all from the same battlefront, so it's only natural for us to provide assistance. Moreover, we're also here on a mission. But why hasn't the divine general of Xuanji who's in charge of guarding the camp appeared yet? A peak-stage divine general asked in confusion. Don't you know that divine general Lang Wo has disappeared for many days? The high-level divine general sighed and explained what had happened. At the same time, he also expressed his concern. When he finished, he found that the group of peak-stage immortal generals looked solemn. Apparently, they didn't expect that the mission would be so complicated. Although Divine General Lang Wo's disappearance couldn't be proven to be related to a conspiracy, there was an extremely high chance that he was involved. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Alliance wouldn't have been able to obtain such a large amount of sea maps and choose to take advantage of the disappearance of the other party. It was obvious that the mastermind was behind this, causing Divine General Lang Wo to go missing and spreading the sea map to attract the Alliance cultivators to attack. However, what was the goal of the mastermind? The peak divine generals thought hard and thought of many possibilities. Their expressions became more and more serious. Not good, I'm afraid Divine General Ling Huan is in grave danger. A peak divine general flew into the depths of the island before he could finish his sentence, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The other peak stage immortal generals exchanged glances with each other and followed closely behind. Chapter 3425, Summit Meeting 1. In the blink of an eye, the peak stage divine general was lost. No one knew where they went. The high-level divine generals looked at each other in shock. It turned out that another peak-level divine general had gone missing in the battle just now. They had suspected that the disappearance of a peak divine general was suspicious, and now they could confirm it. It wasn't that they were suspicious, but it was true. It was not until then that the high-level immortal generals knew the name of the immortal general who guarded the hunting camp. The divine general's name was a secret, and it was impossible to know it unless it was someone close to him. It was because once the taboo name was exposed, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, especially for gods. Just the prayers and murmurs alone were enough to annoy the gods, and they would try their best to block them. The high-level divine generals had heard of Divine General Lang Wo. He was not well known in the 4th Battle District, but only those who knew his true background knew that he was not a simple figure. He had once dominated the myriad world and made a name for himself. However, this divine general had a mixed reputation. The main reason was that he was too conceited and would not easily trust others. When they were on a mission, they preferred to act alone and were unwilling to cooperate with other cultivators. After becoming a creator, he had very few opportunities to show his face, but he often carried out some secret missions. He had been cultivating hard and trying to reach a higher realm. In the end, he really became a peak divine general. In the 4th battle zone, the identities of peak divine generals were top secret. Not many cultivators knew that Divine General Lang Wo had become a peak expert. No matter what his reputation was, he was a true peak divine general and his strength could not be faked. However, such a powerful god had disappeared without a trace, and there had been no movement until now. If they had any doubts before, the disappearance of another peak-level immortal general was definitely not a coincidence. The mastermind might have been spying all this time. After making a move on Divine General Lang Wo, he turned his attention to Divine General Ling Huan. Then, taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, he launched an attack on Divine General Ling Huan, and there was a high chance of success. If that was the case, it was indeed a terrifying thing. The disappearance of 2 peak Divine Generals wasn't a small matter. It was enough to shock the decision-makers of the 4th battle area. The Lusheng territory behind the peak Divine General would not give up so easily. He had to figure out what was going on. Of course, up until now, this matter had not been spread out, and there was no final conclusion. With a group of peak-level Divine Generals present today, they would definitely be able to investigate the matter clearly and then give an accurate judgment. Whether he was alive or dead, there would be a conclusion so that there would not be any unnecessary speculations. Now that the investigation of high-level immortal generals failed, they could pass the task to peak-level immortal generals. They were the real extraordinary ones. If a peak-stage immortal general couldn't do it, he could only blame himself for being unlucky or invite an immortal king to help. However, if there was enough evidence to prove that the 2 peak-stage divine generals had been killed, they had to investigate the matter thoroughly. Losing 2 peak divine generals at once was almost unheard of. He believed that the Cornerstone platform would also deal with it first. However, the relevant information would be strictly blocked to avoid low-level cultivators in Lusheng from knowing. The news that a peak-stage divine general had been assassinated must not be spread, or it would severely affect the morale of the soldiers. According to the style of the cultivators of Lucheng, they would definitely not let them know because it would do more harm than good. Of course, it was a good thing for a peak-level immortal general to take over. As a result, the high-level immortal generals didn't need to worry about it anymore. As long as he waited quietly, he believed that it would not take long for him to get a clear result. While the high-level divine generals were pondering and directing the operation of the hunting camp, several peak-level divine generals had already traveled a long distance. However, there was no trace of a peak-stage immortal general on this island. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. This situation was already within the god general's expectations. To be able to set a peak divine general as his goal and succeed twice in a row was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Erasing all traces was the most basic step to prevent the Lucheng cultivators from following the clues and finding clues that should not be exposed. However, it was also because of this that it was enough to show the seriousness of the matter and that it had to be taken seriously. After a while, the scattered peak-level divine generals gathered at the place where the battle had taken place. In this short period of time, they had already searched the surrounding area and finally locked onto this place. They were certain that there had been a battle between experts in this area, and the missing divine general Ling Huan should be fighting the enemy here. As for the other cultivator, he was probably the strongest person in the alliance and the person divine general Ling Huan was fighting with. At present, it can be confirmed that there are 2 participants here. For the time being, no traces of the mastermind have been found. There were 2 types of rule power remaining. One was the rule of light and the other was the rule of force. However, there was also a faint rule of fire. He didn't know if it was a trick of the supreme masters of the alliance. Due to the influence of the chaotic laws, all traces of the battle have been erased and repaired, so we can't find any useful clues at all. A peak-stage divine general said in a serious tone after checking. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the result. Since it was about the life and death of a peak divine general, he had to be clear about it, not be as muddled as he was now. Even they themselves were not satisfied with the results of the investigation, let alone reporting the news to the Cornerstone platform. The other peak-stage divine generals also looked terrible because they didn't get any useful clues either. There's no doubt that this is a conspiracy. A conspiracy against the cultivators of Lusheng, and even against you and me. Another peak-stage divine general said. His expression was as dark as water, and his tone was cold and solemn. The other peak divine generals didn't respond, but their attitudes were basically the same. They were sure that the enemy was targeting the cultivators in Lusheng, and the peak divine general was probably their first target. The most terrifying thing was that the mastermind had succeeded twice in a row, and the whole process was silent. If not discover the truth by chance, the other top immortal generals might have met accidents. If that was the case, the cultivators in the 4th battle area would suffer even greater losses. The more he thought about this matter, the more serious he felt it was. It could even be considered a crisis he had never faced before. The peak divine generals' eyes were cold. When they thought that they might become the target of the mastermind, they were filled with unspeakable anger. At their level of cultivation, They all had extremely strong self-esteem and would definitely not tolerate such a thing targeting them. We have to find out who is controlling from behind the scenes. We have to eradicate them at all costs. No matter what the true purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes was, just based on what had already happened, the two sides had already reached the level of not resting until one of them was dead. This matter can't be delayed. I have to report it to the Cornerstone platform immediately and deal with it according to the highest war standards. I believe that it won't take long for the Cornerstone platform to issue an order for us to be responsible for investigating and handling this matter. In a short time, the Peak Divine Generals finished their discussion and immediately took action. Chapter 3426, Great Invisibility 1. After experiencing a series of disasters, the hunting camp was beyond recognition. Even if the cultivators in Lusheng tried their best to repair it, they couldn't restore it to its original state in a short time. It was even more impossible to give birth normally like in the past, because the timing was not right. Having just gone through a battle, it was really not suitable to start killing again. The Alliance cultivators were like stray dogs and weren't worth mentioning. But these sea monsters were different. There were countless of them, and behind them were ancient creatures that even peak-stage immortal generals were afraid of. If not for their ignorance, there would be no place for cultivators in this forbidden sea. As long as they entered the forbidden sea, they would become food for the sea monsters instead of setting up camps to capture them. Especially after this war, the cultivators in Lusheng City were more vigilant against these creatures that were forbidden from entering the sea. It was indeed irrational to anger these fierce overlords of the Forbidden Sea because they were in a hurry to hunt. According to the Peak Stage Divine General's judgment, the ancient creatures had set their eyes on the hunting camp and had begun a probing attack. The sea monsters' sudden entry into the battlefield and their silent retreat were actually controlled by the ancient creatures in the dark. What he had to do now was to maintain a stable state, not to rush to hunt and cause the situation to worsen again. Once everything was stable, the hunting camp would be able to hunt super creatures freely like before. After some hard work, the hunting camp finally returned to normal, and no more accidents happened. The cultivators in Lucheng heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the storm had stopped and everything was under control. However, they did not know that the hunting camp was full of undercurrents. The high-level cultivators did not dare to relax for a moment. As for the news of the disappearance of the top experts, only the top cultivators knew about it. Ordinary cultivators in Lusheng City knew nothing about it. They couldn't believe that two Peak Divine Generals had died in this hunting camp. It was precisely because he didn't know that he didn't need to bear the heavy pressure. What they were doing now was repairing and refining the hunting equipment, as well as processing the corpses of the super creatures. Although the battle was brutal, a lot of wealth was left behind. The dead bodies of the sea monsters all belonged to the cultivators in Lusheng. The sea monsters that participated in this war were all super creatures and had great value in themselves. Such a precious material must not be wasted. It must be refined properly. If he did it right, he could definitely get rich returns and make up for some of the losses caused by the war. The Alliance cultivators' corpses weren't wasted either. Not counting the weapons and equipment he brought along, just his extremely strong body alone was the best material for refining weapons. His skin, bones, flesh, and fascia were not inferior to a super creature. Because of their enmity, the cultivators in Lusheng City treated the cultivators of the Alliance like animals when they refined them. Due to the war, the cultivators of the Alliance had been damaged, so the remains of these cultivators had basically been refined into puppet corpse slaves. As soon as the Lucheng cultivators gave the order, they would work without sleep and rest to atone for their previous behavior. Tang Zhen and the group of alchemists also had new jobs. They used the various materials they had to refine medicinal pills. It didn't matter if the materials were messy. They could study the ratio on the spot. Even if they couldn't refine divine pills and spiritual medicines, they could easily refine pills that could help with cultivation. If the cultivators here couldn't use it, they could sell it to the Foundation Stone platform. The other cultivators in Lusheng would definitely be able to use it. This special supply method ensured that the Cornerstone platform had an abundant supply of goods, and there was no need to worry about not being able to buy what one wanted with money. In such a special environment, it was the perfect time to show off their skills, and the alchemists were all holding back their energy. He wanted to let others see his abilities through this incident. The place where the alchemists were it had become an arena, and from time to time, cultivators from Lucheng would come and watch. Compared to the other boring jobs, the alchemist competition was very exciting, and from time to time, there would be surprises. Although they weren't professional alchemists, the cultivators in Lusheng City knew a thing or two. They could naturally see the skill when they watched. The cultivators in Lusheng could make professional comments on the handling of the materials during the refining process, the images displayed during the refining process, and the grade of the pills after they were completed. When they encountered some special pills that were effective for their cultivation, they would even trade them on the spot. With the audience watching and cheering, the alchemists became full of motivation, each and every one of them doing their best to show off their trump cards. In this alchemist competition, Tang Zhen's reputation became even more resounded and once again attracted the attention of a group of high-level divine generals. This was because the divine pills he refined had rather remarkable effects and were rare spiritual pills. There was another matter that caused Tang Zhen's reputation to become even more resounding. This was because he had publicly announced the pill refinement process. After the elixir recipe was made public, more cultivators in Lusheng would benefit and obtain ammunition at a lower cost. Tang Zhen's actions obtained the unanimous respect of all the alchemists. After all, the beneficiaries included them. Many cultivators secretly felt that it was a pity that Tang Zhen was not a cultivator of Lucheng. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to obtain more benefits. He didn't need to do anything else. All he needed to do was hand the recipe over to the cornerstone platform to sell, and he would be able to reap a steady stream of benefits. If cultivators wanted to learn, they had to pay the corresponding battle merits. Tang Zhen would also receive benefits from this. It was through this method that alchemists could earn a high income, as well as a high reputation and respect. However, it was not an easy task for a foreign being to become a cultivator of Lucheng. They had to go through a series of trials and tests. After confirming that there were no problems, Lucheng would send out an invitation and then swear to join in front of the cornerstone platform. The current situation was special, and it would be more difficult and cumbersome to join Lucheng. It might even cause unnecessary trouble because of this matter and put Tang Zhen in danger. The alchemists maintained a tacit understanding and did not mention this matter. However, they had made up their minds that after this matter was over, they would invite Tang Zhen to join Lucheng. If they let Tang Zhen leave, it would be the biggest loss for Lucheng. The high-level god generals in the hunting camp also noticed Tang Zhen's outstanding performance and had the intention to take him into the city. From the moment he recruited Tang Zhen, he had already included him in the candidate list. All he lacked was the opportunity. However, no one knew that this series of unforeseen events that caused them to feel a headache was actually all secretly controlled by Tang Zhen. Who would dare to stay in the hunting camp after killing two peak-stage immortal generals? Not only these high-level immortal generals, even those peak-level immortal generals had not imagined that their target was right under their eyes. They had already reported the situation and received a reply from the cornerstone platform. The orders were indeed as expected. The peak divine generals were responsible for investigating this matter. They had to get to the bottom of it and prevent a similar incident from happening again. The content of the order was as expected, but the peak divine generals were in a difficult position. They had been investigating for a long time, but they didn't find anything surprising. All the traces that should have been erased had been completely erased. There were no useful clues at all. The cornerstone platform's order might not be completed within the deadline, which made the peak stage god-level generals a little anxious. Chapter 3427. Erasing traces. One time passed by slowly, and everything in the hunting camp was as usual. The cultivators in Lusheng originally thought that they would be attacked by the fleeing cultivators of the Alliance and were prepared to fight. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. This situation was clearly abnormal. Something must have happened. No one knew where the enemies who had escaped to the island had gone, and there were no signs of them returning. This was actually a good thing for the cultivators of Lu City. No one liked continuous wars. The unforeseen event that had happened before had caused too many casualties, and the hunting camp could no longer afford to suffer too much losses. However, the disappearance of the Alliance cultivators would inevitably raise suspicion in the Lucheng cultivators. They had to find out what was going on. If they were combined with the changes that had happened before, it would make people suspicious and guess whether there was a connection between them. The peak experts who were guarding the camp had such considerations and had entered the depths of the island to investigate. This kind of investigation needed to be carried out in groups and absolutely could not be carried out alone to avoid the fate of inexplicable disappearances. However, After a few rounds of investigation, he did not find anything. The cultivators of the Alliance who had escaped into the island seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one knew where they went. Even when they entered the depths of the island, they didn't find any of the Alliance cultivators. They didn't even see many corpses. It was indeed abnormal for such a situation to occur. If they had been attacked by super creatures, they shouldn't have died so cleanly. There must have been a lot of survivors. It would definitely not be like now, where he could not find any clues at all. After some investigation, the Peak Divine Generals gathered again and made many guesses. The fleeing Alliance cultivators had found a safe path out of the island and had already left on their battleships. However, if one truly understood the Forbidden Sea, they would know how difficult it was to open up a sea route. It was very likely that they had paid a great price, but in the end, they had not gained anything. Otherwise, in this Forbidden Sea, cultivators would have run rampant a long time ago, instead of making people's expressions change as they talked about it now. The other possibility was that the cultivators of the Alliance were attacked by ancient creatures, which was why they disappeared. Even now, there were still peak-level immortal generals who believed that the two missing immortal generals were related to ancient creatures. Only a powerful ancient creature had the ability to make two peak divine generals disappear without a trace. The ancient creatures could also use the same method to control the Alliance cultivators who entered the island and make them disappear without a trace. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why so many Alliance cultivators disappeared in such a short time. These peak experts didn't care if the Alliance cultivators were dead or alive. Even if they all died, it didn't matter. However, if the disappearance of the Alliance cultivators involved the disappearance of a peak divine general, they had to take it seriously. After all, with their status, it was also possible for them to be attacked and then disappear for no reason. Of course, it was just an uncertain word. The peak immortal generals had another guess. The two companions who had disappeared were most likely dead. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no news of them. Up until now, the hunting camp had not been attacked by ancient creatures, which was probably related to the 9 lighthouses. It was the amulet of the hunting camp, and also the peak-level immortal generals. However, if they continued to stay, the godly lighthouse might lose its effectiveness, and the ancient creatures would seize the opportunity to attack. Of course, this was only speculation. At least until now, the ancient creatures had not really shown themselves. He couldn't even be sure if the ancient creatures were involved. There was also another possibility, which was that the disappearance of the Alliance cultivators was the doing of the mastermind. The other party controlled the entire situation. Not only did it cause the cultivators of both sides to fight, but it also secretly attacked the two peak divine generals and caused the defeated cultivators of the Alliance to disappear. If so, the culprit must be very powerful, which was enough to frighten these peak immortal generals. They were all very careful when they took action now, for fear of being on the missing person list. In this special environment, it would be even more difficult to find out the truth. The deadline set by the cornerstone platform was getting closer and closer, but there was no progress. In a certain area in the depths of the island, two figures stood quietly. One of them was tall and strong, like a majestic mountain peak, emitting a terrifying aura. The other figure was like a mist, rolling and rolling, as if it would disappear at any moment. In the area in front of them, there were dozens of super experts of the Alliance who were trapped in a cloud of smoke. It was like a trapped beast in a cage. It wanted to escape, but it was impossible. This is the last wave of super masters. After killing them, there won't be any traces of the Alliance cultivators on the periphery of the island. There's also a group deep in the island, but they won't last long. They'll die at the hands of those sea monsters sooner or later. King Kong said to the black mist beside him with a voice that sounded like rocks rubbing against each other. Hey, this is for the best. I should be able to complete the task given by Master very soon. The voice that came from the black mist was filled with gloominess and cruelty. If one looked closely, they would discover that there was something like blood flowing in the mist. It was as if the souls of countless cultivators were wailing in the blood, as if they were suffering endless pain. I wonder where the experts of the Alliance are? King Kong asked again with a hint of doubt in his tone. The figure in the black mist twisted a few times, as if it was also thinking about this problem. If I'm not wrong, they should have been tracked and locked down by Master. It's even possible that they've all been killed. King Kong squinted his eyes when he heard the answer from the black mist. After a long silence, he sighed softly, his face full of emotion. That's an omnipotent expert, an existence that you and I once looked up to. But now, you can easily discuss their life and death. If this was in the past, it would have been something unimaginable. King Kong didn't care about the life and death of the strongest person in the alliance. He was just lamenting about the change in his strength. So what if he's an omnipotent expert? In front of Master, he's still not a target to be slaughtered. Actually, it's the same for those peak immortal generals. If not, they had no reason to die. How could they survive until now? The voice of the figure in the black mist was filled with pride, but at the same time, it was filled with undisguisable fanaticism and worship. With Master's help, our strength has increased rapidly. Compared to these supreme experts, we're not that much worse. As long as we have enough time to accumulate our comprehensions, even if Master doesn't make a move, you and I can still kill these utmost powerful beings. The two sides talked without restraint. They didn't care about the super experts who were trapped. It was as if in their eyes, they were a group of livestock that could be slaughtered at will. As long as they wanted to, they could do it at any time. After waiting for a while, two figures rushed into the smoke, and soon there were angry voices. Bastards, it's you guys. I knew it, giving away the sea map was a scheme. I'm willing to surrender, please spare my life. Blood splattered in the smoke, and it didn't take long before there was no more movement. Chapter 3428, The Arrangement of the Cornerstone Platform. 1. The deadline set by the Cornerstone Platform had arrived, but the peak god-level generals had yet to complete the assigned case-solving missions. The two missing peak-level divine generals were still nowhere to be found. If it was really like looking for a needle in a haystack, it would be an easy task and the peak divine generals would definitely be able to complete it easily. To them, as long as something existed, there was no possibility of not finding it. However, this event was different. The peak immortal generals searched the camp but couldn't find any clue. There might be a chance of getting some useful clues if they went deep into the island, but the peak god generals didn't do that. The divine generals were well aware of the dangers in the depths of this island. There might be a hidden mastermind, which was also a nest of ancient creatures. No matter what the situation was, he had to be on high alert and not take any risks. If he forced his way into the depths of the island, his name might appear on the list of missing divine generals. The peak god generals all agreed that the god king had to take action in order to find out the truth. Only an expert of this level could use a stronger method to solve this almost unsolvable mystery. Although the deadline was up and the mission wasn't completed, the peak divine generals felt relieved. Even if they didn't complete the mission and had to suffer the corresponding punishment, the peak divine generals were willing to do so. They couldn't wait for this to end as soon as possible and didn't want to be involved in this anymore. It wasn't that the peak gods were afraid, but that this matter was really complicated and might involve a powerful existence that they couldn't fight against. Liu Cheng's cultivators weren't afraid of danger, or even death, but they had to distinguish the situation. It was clearly a foolish act to charge head-on into it despite knowing that death was certain, leading to a pointless sacrifice in the end. Especially cultivators at their level, they were of extraordinary significance and could not be easily killed. Ensuring one's own safety and staying away from life-threatening danger was also a form of responsibility to the battle zone. Since they had clearly realized that this matter was not something they could handle, there was naturally no need to continue to show off. It had nothing to do with responsibility or shame, it only knew when to advance and when to retreat. The peak-level immortal generals gathered together soon got the information they wanted. The cornerstone platform had already given the order. As expected, they were all punished after failing the mission. Because of the severity of the matter, the punishment was far more severe than before. Even the peak divine general felt the pain. However, as long as this matter was over and he could get out of it, it didn't matter if he suffered some punishment. No matter what happened in the future, at least he would not be involved. This way, he could avoid suffering greater losses. According to the rules of the cornerstone platform, when a cultivator failed a mission, they no longer needed to participate in it. Unless there were special requirements to apply for repeated participation in missions, the cornerstone platform would not specially arrange it. Since the mission had already failed, they naturally had to replace it with a stronger cultivator to ensure the success rate of the mission. The other purpose was to prevent cultivators from Liu Cheng from being punished by the cornerstone platform again if they failed their mission. If he was punished twice for the same mission, it would be too unlucky and unfair. The peak stage god-level generals who were being punished felt relieved. It didn't matter to them who would be the unlucky one next. After countless years of accumulation, there was actually a group of top powerhouses in the 4th Battle District. Every one of them had tried to advance to the God King stage. However, after many years of bitter cultivation, they had not made much progress. Some divine generals would choose to stay in the origin realm and continue to cultivate in search of opportunities, while others would travel around the world and slowly look for opportunities to ascend to the throne. There were no shortcuts to becoming a godly king. The only difference was that the chances of success were higher in the origin realm. The path of condensing the seed of rules was actually an imitation of ancient creatures. Super creatures condensed law particles, while cultivators condensed law seeds. Both had the same effect. When one's cultivation reached its peak, regardless of whether it was a super creature or a cultivator, they all had the chance to step onto the throne. It was easier said than done. Many peak divine generals had returned in disappointment after reaching the origin realm. The number of native cultivators was even higher. The peak stage divine generals wanted to know who would take over the investigation mission, but they didn't get a reply from the Cornerstone platform. The implications of this mission were too great, and the Cornerstone platform had to keep it a secret. It was absolutely impossible to casually leak related information. The peak-level immortal generals felt a bit regretful. However, they soon gave up this thought as they didn't want to be involved in this event too much. However, the following task made them dumbfounded. Although the investigation mission had stopped, the peak-stage god-level generals still couldn't leave. They had to continue guarding the hunting camp. For the 4th battle area, the hunting camp was of great significance, as it provided pure law particles that even peak divine generals could not lack. Ordinary super creatures could also produce rule particles, but they could not be compared to the descendants of ancient creatures. The difference wasn't just in purity. The latter was more beneficial in condensing and comprehending laws. After all, their ancestors were comparable to god kings. Although the descendants' bloodline was not pure, they would still obtain some advantages in the end. In the end, they would also attract the disaster of death. There were many descendants of ancient creatures, and only a portion of them were hunted. Most of the races were free and unfettered. They lived in various forbidden places and ruins, forming a huge group. They lived a carefree life. To a peak divine general, such a place was a treasure trove. If he killed as much as he wanted, he would definitely reap great rewards. There were indeed pinnacle experts who often did such things, entering deep into the forbidden zone to hunt for descendants of ancient creatures. In fact, this kind of behavior was similar to banning hunting in the sea. The only difference was the method of hunting. The other forbidden lands didn't have the forbidden sea, so it wasn't that troublesome. However, there were also other restrictions. The hunting campsite could produce a stable output and was definitely a rare treasure land. It could not be abandoned easily no matter what. The peak stage divine generals' next mission was to guard the hunting camp until they were sure there was no danger. Because it was a special time, the rewards were also very generous, which could completely make up for the previous punishment. The peak stage god-level generals knew that something was wrong with this arrangement. As long as he was on this island, he was still in danger and could encounter danger at any time. Perhaps the only good thing was that he didn't need to go deeper into the island to explore, which was undoubtedly safer. When some peak-level immortal generals stayed together, they didn't need to worry about being ambushed. Even if they were in danger, they could look out for each other. The Cornerstone platform was obviously killing two birds with one stone by scheming against the peak stage immortal generals. With them guarding the hunting camp, they could ensure that no accidents would happen again, and even if they did, they could easily solve it. At the same time, they were also bait to attract the enemy to attack, so that they could find an opportunity to solve the difficult situation. Not being able to get the mission reward, but still being dragged into the mission, this would be too much of a loss. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Foundation Stone gave a generous reward, which could be considered as compensation for the god generals. After being schemed against by the Cornerstone platform, the peak stage god-level generals naturally felt depressed, but they couldn't do anything. In truth, the divine generals had no one to blame for this matter, and they should have assisted in the investigation until the truth was revealed. Since he couldn't escape, he would just accept his fate. With the arrangement of the Cornerstone platform, there might be a turn of events. According to the speculations of the divine generals, there must be cultivators in charge of the investigation in secret, but they didn't know the identity and strength of the other party. Should they send more peak-level immortal generals to investigate, or should a divine king expert go out and find the hidden mastermind? No matter how it was done, one thing was for sure: the cornerstone platform would not give up easily. It involved 2 peak divine generals, so how could it be settled so easily? Chapter 3429, The Camp's Predicament. 1. The arrangement of the cornerstone platform and the hidden thoughts of many god generals were all very secretive. Even the high-level divine generals didn't know the details. They would only be informed when they should. This was also the common practice of cultivators in Lu City. Without reaching the appropriate level and paying the corresponding price, it was impossible to know the secret. The cultivators of Lusheng who had experienced the great battle were all perfectly carrying out their respective tasks according to the arrangements of the hunting camp. Tang Zhen was the same as well. He brought Fatty along and busied himself continuously. No one knew that Tang Zhen, who was becoming more and more famous, was actually just a clone of a god. He was in charge of hiding in the camp to obtain information. As for Tang Zhen's main body, he would occasionally appear in the depths of the island and pursue the fleeing experts of the alliance. There were actually many benefits to hunting down such an omnipotent expert. For example, he could obtain the other party's law particles and gain some insight into the condensation of laws. There would definitely be benefits left behind after killing the omnipotent cultivators. Few cultivators could obtain such a rich benefit, and not many cultivators would try to obtain it. This was because such a benefit required one to risk their lives for it, and it was very likely that they would become the benefit of others. One had to know that in a normal environment, it was extremely difficult to hunt down an omnipotent expert. One might not even be able to find an opportunity to attack. However, there were plenty of opportunities in this island battle. Other than planning to deal with his enemies, Tang Zhen also had the intention of luring these alliance cultivators over to kill these super experts. The law particles that he had accumulated back then had already been consumed in 100 years. It could be said that Tang Zhen was penniless now. He had to find a way to obtain more law particles in the fastest way possible. The strongest person in the Vietnamese killing alliance was one of the best methods. However, there was a huge risk in using such a method, and it was very likely that the cultivators of the origin realm would take revenge. However, because of this war, the cultivators and ancient creatures could take the blame. As long as no one proved that Tang Zhen was the mastermind behind the scenes, there was no need to worry about any problems. After using these people, Tang Zhen would think of a way to destroy them. The fewer the number of survivors, the easier it was to keep some secrets. This wasn't a case of hiding the bow after the birds were exhausted. After all, there was no relationship between the two sides. They had only acted out of greed. He could only blame himself for his current situation. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. When people belonged to different camps, they would not hesitate to kill for the sake of benefits. Tang Zhen was like this, and the other cultivators were the same. Therefore, after the war ended, Tang Zhen ordered King Kong and Black Mist to chase after the defeated soldiers, thus creating the illusion that the enemy had mysteriously disappeared. Tang Zhen's main body had secretly moved out to hunt down the alliance's strongest expert. The omnipotent expert that countless cultivators looked up to did not have the chance to escape when he was being chased by Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's current strength was enough to suppress peak divine generals and ultimate experts. He was absolutely confident of obtaining victory. However, it was only limited to a one-on-one fight. If a group of peak divine generals surrounded Tang Zhen, he would definitely not be his match. Only God King level experts and the foundation stone platform that was in charge of monitoring everything could cause Tang Zhen to be on guard. Everything he was doing now was just against them. The operation was carried out in complete silence, and not even the peak divine generals noticed anything unusual. They also didn't know that they were lucky not to be on the wanted list, or they wouldn't have any peace. Even if they were to gather together, Tang Zhen would have enough means to make them mysteriously disappear one by one. After some time, the hunting camp returned to normal, and the hunting activities resumed. However, the cultivators soon discovered that the number of descendants of ancient creatures had become very scarce. The reason for this was clearly related to that war. The descendants of the ancient creatures that were active in this area were all driven to participate in the war. While they caused heavy losses to the cultivators on both sides, they also paid a heavy price. When the war ended, the descendants of the ancient creatures who had suffered heavy losses all chose to escape from this area. Although the descendants of ancient creatures were naturally ignorant, they also knew how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. They would try their best to escape from the areas that made them feel dangerous. As a result, the number of super creatures in the depths of the forbidden sea under the island decreased. On the contrary, the number of glowing deep-sea creatures increased. The reason for this was because countless corpses and remains had fallen from the deep pit to the bottom of the sea. The glowing creatures in the forbidden sea were attracted by the corpses and used as daily food. Such an unexpected change was indeed beyond his expectations. As for when he would recover, no one could be sure. After all, this was an uncontrollable change. It might not take long, it might take many years, or it might never appear again. The forbidden sea was so vast that there was no need for the super creatures to guard an area. They could simply move to another place and continue living. The cultivators in Lusheng were extremely depressed. They had thought that the incident was over, but the worst consequences had just appeared. If the hunting camp was abandoned, wouldn't all the efforts of the cultivators in Lucheng go to waste? No one could accept such an outcome, so they would try to restore everything to its original state as long as possible. The peak-level god-level generals in charge of guarding this place paid special attention to this matter. After all, their mission was to ensure the normal operation of the hunting camp. If the hunting camp was abandoned, it would be the responsibility of the peak godly generals, and it wouldn't be as simple as punishment. It would also have a huge impact on the reputation of the god-level generals, and they might even give people the impression that they were useless. If a group of peak-level immortal generals couldn't solve the crisis in the hunting camp, it would be very shameful. Sensing the danger, the peak divine general immediately looked for a solution and soon came up with a plan. They were preparing to set up a runic magic circle to strengthen the concentration of chaotic energy in this area and increase its attraction to ancient creatures. At the same time, they would also throw in a large number of bait pills as food to attract super creatures to gather. Under normal circumstances, a single pill was enough to capture a super creature, and the cost of the pill itself was not low. Once the plan was carried out, it would definitely cause a huge waste. All the bait pills would be eaten by the super creatures for nothing. Although the losses were heavy, as long as they could attract the super creature back, it was worth it. Setting up the runic magic circle while throwing in a large number of bait pills at the same time would definitely be effective. If this still didn't work, the peak stage god-level generals still had other methods, but they would have to pay a higher price. Without further ado, the cultivators of Lusheng City immediately took action after the plan was made. A few peak stage divine generals worked together to set up a runic magic circle. Not only was the hunting campsite enveloped by the runic magic circle, but it was also constantly radiating outwards. An expert of this level would naturally have extraordinary means. The cultivators could clearly sense the changes in the vicinity of the hunting camp. He believed that it would not take long for this place to become a holy land for cultivation. All the alchemists went into battle, including the cultivators who came to help. They also helped to make the bait pills. In order to ensure efficiency and quantity, the refining method was also improved, and a super large cauldron was used to refine bait pills. Tang Zhen's strength was outstanding, and he was actually chosen as the assistant of the commander to supervise the mass production of the bait pills. Chapter 3430, The Useless Peak Divine General. 1. Lucheng cultivators had one advantage that native cultivators couldn't compare to, and that was their vast knowledge. Whether it was personal experience or from the ancient book, it was enough to increase the knowledge of the cultivators in Lu City. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was well versed in both literature and martial arts. They might be limited by their strength and be killed by the native cultivators, but they could definitely win in terms of knowledge and skills. No matter what kind of environment they were in, no matter what kind of danger they faced, the cultivators of Lusheng City could always solve the problem and achieve their desired goal. Now that the hunting camp was in trouble, the cultivators of Lucheng showed their abilities and tried to solve the crisis. The arrangement of runic magic circles was not up to low-level cultivators. Even if they had some knowledge of it, they were definitely not comparable to peak stage divine generals. As a peak stage immortal general, he was definitely not simple. His knowledge and means were far beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. No cultivator would overestimate their own abilities. Instead, they wanted to take the opportunity to observe because this was indeed a rare opportunity. In addition, they also had to refine pills and carry out the transformation of the camp. All the cultivators in Lucheng had to participate in these tasks. In the hunting camp, there were 9 huge cauldrons with runes, which were being burned by the cultivators of Lucheng. The cauldron's surface was covered with dragon and tiger cloud patterns, making it look alive. The profound runes on it were even more mysterious. The flames controlled by the cultivators of Lu Cheng were also like swimming dragons, swimming around the giant cauldron. One by one, the ingredients were processed and sent into the cauldron to be slowly refined into a medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid was dried and mixed. Under the control of the cultivators of Lu Cheng, it condensed into pills. The steps and techniques of the refining process were only to stimulate the medicinal properties and form special reactions. The existence of the pill furnace was only for the convenience of operation. Around each alchemy furnace, there were a large number of Lu Cheng cultivators working busily. They had a tacit understanding with each other. There were also cultivators from Lu Cheng who acted as commanders, patrolling back and forth to guide the alchemists to prevent any accidents from happening. Whether it was the materials themselves or the steps of the cultivators in Lu Cheng, they would all lead to the accumulation of a huge amount of energy. The energy was forcibly compressed together and gathered in the pill furnace. It was dependent on the delicate operation of the cultivators to maintain the balance and stability. If an accident were to happen and cause the pill furnace to explode, the entire hunting camp would be destroyed in an instant. There had even been cases of pill furnaces exploding, which affected the entire cultivation world. Fortunately, there were high-level divine generals in the camp, so even if something unexpected happened, they could resolve it in time. This wasn't a reason to be careless. After all, if there was an accident, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would be the first to suffer. Although the high-level divine generals could help to prevent the hunting camp from suffering losses, the Lusheng cultivators would be the first to be injured. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. The commander of the pill refining scene was particularly important at this moment, and it was not something that ordinary cultivators could take on. When they announced the execution of the plan, Tang Zhen was directly selected to be in charge of the on-site command of the bait pill refinement. However, due to his identity, Tang Zhen was unable to take on the position of a chief officer. In the end, he could only become the assistant of a high-level divine general. Through this incident, it was enough to prove Tang Zhen's reputation and strength. He had indeed been recognized and respected by the cultivators in Lu City. Tang Zhen merely laughed softly in the face of this kind of love and trust. He did not feel that he had done anything wrong. From the beginning to the end, his plan had never targeted these ordinary cultivators. If they were unfortunately involved, they could only blame their own bad luck. After all, in the eyes of a peak-stage immortal general, those who had not reached the immortal realm were just ants. What pity was there for an ant? Not only Tang Zhen, but all the other peak experts had the same attitude. In fact, from Tang Zhen's point of view, the fourth battle area did not suffer too much of a loss. This was because after this war, the towers of the fourth battle area were enough to dominate the coastal borders. Those competitors who were hostile had been killed by Tang Zhen. They no longer had the chance to fight with the cultivators in Lu City. The fourth battle area lost 2 peak divine generals, but Tang Zhen sent away a few ultimate experts, all of whom were the enemies of the fourth battle area. In terms of quantity, it didn't seem like they were at a disadvantage. In fact, in Tang Zhen's opinion, cultivators at the level of peak divine general didn't have much value to the world of Lusheng. Those who did not know the truth might scoff at it and think that such a statement was unreasonable. However, after a deeper understanding, one would know how special a peak divine general was to the world of Lusheng. Before they reached the peak stage of divine general, Lu Chengshu and the others would do their best to complete missions in order to improve their strength. Because of his own powerful strength, he could provide a lot of help to the world of Lusheng. It was definitely the best weapon to intimidate and crush the enemies in the myriad worlds. However, once a cultivator became a peak stage god general, they would leave the tower world and try to become a god king. This journey to the high mountains was long, and it was unknown when he would be able to return. There were many examples of people who cultivated bitterly for 1,000,000 years but still failed to succeed. It could be said that as long as one became a peak divine general, it was equivalent to leaving the world of Lusheng, and the date of their return could not be determined. If he didn't return to the Lusheng world, he wouldn't be able to complete the missions given by the Cornerstone platform, and he would be wasting such high-end resources. The Cornerstone platform couldn't stop Lu Cheng's cultivators from leaving. Otherwise, they would start a feud unless they could help the peak stage divine general solve the problem. It was for this reason that the world of Lusheng built Lusheng in the origin realm and treated it as a place for the peak divine generals to cultivate. Not only would it not delay the cultivation of a peak divine general, but it could also issue corresponding missions and obtain more precious resources. If it were not for the fact that the Origin Realm was vast and had a power that was not weaker than the Lusheng world, it might have been conquered by violence and become a special overseas base. It was this series of operations that allowed the almost useless peak god-level general to contribute to the world of Lusheng again. However, not all peak god-level generals would follow the arrangement of the cornerstone platform. They were more willing to find their own opportunities, leave the control of the cornerstone platform and go deep into the forbidden polar regions of the original extreme realm, or go to other worlds to explore. The cornerstone platform's control over the cultivators in the city was very strict, but it was helpless against peak divine generals. What made people feel regretful was that among these indulgent peak divine generals, only a few could become divine kings. There were many god kings in the Gulen divine world, the Origin realm, and the Lusheng world. These were all accumulated over a long period of time. Compared to the vast number of cultivators in Lu City, the god king realm cultivators could easily be arranged into a book. After knowing all this, it would be a guilty statement to say that there were many god kings. Every peak god general was a seed of hope that had the chance to become a god king. No one could guarantee that a peak divine general could become a divine king, but there was a 99% chance that he would fail. Therefore, in Tang Zhen's opinion, killing a few peak divine generals would not affect the fourth battle area much. The cornerstone platform would definitely not think so. Even if there was a slight possibility, the cornerstone platform would never give up easily. It was not easy to train Lu Cheng's cultivators to become peak divine generals, and the resources consumed during this period were uncountable. After paying such a huge price, the cornerstone platform naturally hoped to be able to cultivate more top powerhouses and make the battle zone stronger. If someone killed a peak stage immortal general, it would be like cutting flesh off the foundation stone platform, which was absolutely intolerable. He had to figure out the specific cause of the matter. If he was alive, he had to see the person. If he was dead, he had to see the corpse. In addition to being responsible for the missing people, it was also to put an end to hidden dangers and to prevent similar incidents from happening again. While the cultivators in Lu Cheng were actively trying to restore the hunting camp, the special envoy who was investigating the disappearance of the peak stage divine general had quietly arrived at the island in the forbidden area.